Chapter 81 General Shao is here. The capital has not seen any snow since the beginning of spring on the third day of the first lunar month. But the border is still covered in ice and snow. The rolling mountains are covered with snow, without any green. Since the surprise attack on New Year's Eve, the surviving soldiers of the Northwest camp have been trapped in the mountains for 10 days. In these 10 days, they have moved to many places to avoid the pursuit of the Xiongnu army. The intersection connecting the Northwest camp was strictly guarded by tens of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers. Their remaining troops had no way to break out, which meant that their message for help could not be sent out. In a pine forest covered with snow, 2 soldiers unbuttoned their pants and were about to urinate. But suddenly, an arrow flew across the sky and pierced the thigh of one of the soldiers. The soldier screamed in pain, but his companion covered his mouth in time. The companion looked around vigilantly, covered his mouth with one hand, and pulled up his trousers with the other hand, and also pulled up his pants. "Shh! Don't scream," the companion whispered. Blood flowed down the soldier's thigh, and the soldier was sweating in pain. The companion carried the soldier back to the cave. "Brother Wu, the dog is injured." The soldier in the cave hurried forward to help, and carried the dog to the innermost place where the wounded were placed. At first, there were only new recruits Danzi Dainu, Wu San, and Yu Shaoqing in this group. Gradually, during their escapes, they encountered the remnants from the Northwest camp. Most of them had no food, and some were seriously injured. Some of them failed to join Yan Soming, and some were waiting to die in the ravines. Yu Shaoqing took them all in. Now, their number has reached 20. It is not easy to feed 20 mouths. Fortunately, there are pickles, meatballs and pancakes. Meatballs are no longer eaten one by one, but mixed with pickles. 1 meatball and 1 piece of pickles can make a big pot of nutritious soup. The taste is unforgettable. There are 7 wounded among them, including Guzi. 8 in total. 5 of them were frostbitten before meeting Yu Shaoqing. The other one was urinating in the middle of the night and wanted to call his companions to go together. However, he was regarded as an enemy by his timid companions. The companions stabbed him without saying a word. After stabbing, they heard screams and realized that they had stabbed the wrong person. There was another person, like Guzi, who was shot by the Hun's stray arrows when leaving the cave. It's strange to say that the place they fled to has always been called the Death Mountains. Almost no one can get out alive after entering. Whether the Hun shoot them or not, they will die. I don't understand why they have to go to such great lengths to hunt them down, like searching the mountains. The Huns were very brutal in their hunting. They didn't care about anything. They would just shoot arrows at as many people as they could kill. If they didn't hit anyone, they would shoot at another place. This method seemed to be completely random, but it caused great damage to the Northwest camp. More than half of the 100 soldiers were killed by the Hun's arrows. "Hold on. I'm going to pull out the arrows," Wu San said to Gozi. Gozi was shaking with pain. This arrow pierced the right thigh of the dog. I really don't know whether to say it is fortunate or unfortunate. If it didn't penetrate, the arrowhead would have barbs when it was pulled out, which would cause more terrible harm to the human body than when it was shot. After it penetrated, it was enough to cut off the arrowhead and pull out the arrow body. However, without Ma Fei San, it was still very dangerous and painful. I stuffed a wooden stick into the dog's mouth. The dog bit the wooden stick tightly. Wu San held the arrow and pulled it out in one go. The dog fainted from the pain. Wu San tied up the dog's wound with a cloth strip, without medicine. Whether he can survive depends on himself. Earlier, a soldier died on the 4th day of the first lunar month because of inflammation of the wound and high fever. This kind of injury is not a big deal in the camp. But now they have no doctors or medicines, and a small injury or illness may cost a person's life. My feet! My feet! Why are my feet numb? A wounded soldier suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. He lost one of his military boots while fleeing, and when he was taken in by Yu Shaoqing, his left foot was already frostbitten. After seeing his feet, Wu San asked someone to scoop him a bowl of meat sauce soup, and then went to the other side of the cave to find Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing was using a branch to draw the terrain. They had walked along the way on the ground. "How are Guzi and Xiaoyu?" Yu Shaoqing asked. Xiaoyu was the soldier with frostbitten feet. Wu San took off his helmet and rubbed his face helplessly. Guzi's arrow was pulled out, and Xiaoyu's foot can't be saved. Yu Shaoqing paused with the branch in his hand. "Can't be saved for a day?" he asked in a low voice. Wu San sighed bitterly and said, If it's any later, the whole leg will be disabled. In the worst case, even life will be lost. But we don't have medicine. And the risk of amputation is also very high, which may also cost life. Centurion, someone is coming. Daniel hurried over. Now he is in charge of scouts, mainly responsible for gathering information. Wu San was shocked. So fast. Every time the Huns fired a round of arrows, they would come up to collect the bodies. But this time, the arrows were not aimed at their cave. Guzi was accidentally injured by an arrow that was shot off. They did not expose their position. Logically, they should not be able to search here. Go and check the secret code, Yu Xiaoqing said. Yes. Daniel took the order and left. Not long after, Daniel came back excitedly. Centurion. It's General Xiao. Chapter 82 New Mission. General Xiao was forced here by the stray arrows of the Huns. The Huns fired arrows randomly. If they were lucky, they could hit the target. If they missed, they could still force out some movement and clues. If they were unlucky, they would get nothing. The latter was mostly the case. However, now that they had obtained the food and supplies from the northwest camp, they had no worries about weapons and food. They would shoot arrows whenever they had nothing to do. Even if they only hit once in 10 times, they would almost wipe out the remaining soldiers of the northwest camp. General Xiao was seriously injured and was carried on the back of a trusted subordinate. When the two found Dania, they almost thought they were being pursued by the Huns. Fortunately, they exchanged the secret code in time, which prevented the tragedy of fratricide. The cave where Yu Xiaoqing and his party are currently located is large enough, and is divided into two by several large natural rocks. Yu Xiaoqing originally lived in the small cave on the left with Guzi, who served as a sentry, and Wu San lived in the large cave on the right with the remaining soldiers. Now Guzi was injured and moved to the injured area of the large cave, and Yu Xiaoqing was the only one left in the cave. That's right. Before Guzi came to the cave, another sentry lived next to Yu Xiaoqing, who was the one who was shot by a stray arrow and did not survive the 4th day of the first lunar month. General Xiao was carried into Yu Xiaoqing's small cave. There was no bed in the cave, only the cotton-padded clothes pulled from the dead. General Xiao lay on the cotton-padded clothes. He lost too much blood. His face was pale. His lips were chapped. The beard around his mouth had grown. His hair was messy, and his armor was broken. How long have you not eaten? Yu Xiaoqing asked General Zhao's subordinates. Yu Xiaoqing recognized him. His surname was Zhou, and his name was Huai. He was less than 20 years old. He had followed General Xiao for 2 years. He had not found an official position for himself, but he was always loyal to General Xiao. Zhou Huai smelled the strong aroma of the broth, swallowed his saliva, and said, 3 days. Yu Xiaoqing said to Wu San, go and cook a bowl of hot soup with a big pancake. Cook it for a longer time, and don't put anything in it. Hey! Wu San hurried to go. General Xiao was seriously injured and unconscious. Yu Xiaoqing had to continue asking Zhou Huai, are you and the general the only ones? Zhou Huai knelt beside General Xiao, clenched his fists and said, they were shot by arrows. Some died on the spot. Some were killed by the Huns. Some were injured but didn't want to use General Zhao's medicine, and died alive. And some were frozen to death or starved to death. Zhou Huai couldn't count them. There are still 2 people in the cave where we stayed today, but they didn't escape. There were too many stray arrows. Zhou Huai's eyes were red as he spoke. It was obviously unwise to rescue them at this time. Yu Xiaoqing ordered Dania to take a few soldiers and wait for the Huns to search and arrest them before going to the cave where General Xiao stayed. In fact, it was impossible to find any survivors. But at least the bodies were taken back and buried. I don't know if it was because they found some clues about General Xiao, but the Hun search this time took longer than before. Fortunately, they didn't search the cave on Yu Xiaoqing's side. The Huns didn't find anything and seemed very disappointed. They went down the mountain cursing. What are they looking for? Brother Dania? A new soldier who was taken and halfway whispered to Daniel. The two of them joined the army together. But because Dania followed Yu Xiaoqing earlier, his status in everyone's mind is no longer the same. Dania said, I don't know. But the centurion said that the Huns are so troublesome. I'm afraid one of us has something they want. The new soldier suddenly realized, no wonder they don't let us fend for ourselves. Dania said again, okay. They have gone down the mountain, and they won't come again tonight. Let's go! The reason why Daniel was promoted to a scout by Yu Shaoqing was not just because he chose Yu Shaoqing when he was forced by Yin Songming, but because he did have extraordinary reconnaissance and analytical abilities. When Daniel and his team carried the bodies of 2 soldiers, who were not shot to death by stray arrows, but hacked to death by the Huns back to the cave, General Xiao also woke up faintly. Yu Shaoqing hurriedly asked Wu San to bring a bowl of soup made from pancakes. General Xiao shook his head gently, raised his hand, and motioned Yu Shaoqing to help him up. Yu Shaoqing helped him sit up and leaned against the cold stone wall. Where is Zhou Huai? General Xiao asked weakly. There. Yu Shaoqing pointed to the other side of General Xiao. Zhou Huai was exhausted. After eating a bowl of soup, he fell asleep on the ground. He refused to go to the spacious cave, and would rather curl up at General Xiao's feet. He held a sword in his arms. General Xiao smiled bitterly. He hasn't closed his eyes for 3 days. Wu Sen came over with a bundle. Zhou Huai said that the general has woken up, and he must remember to change the medicine. I will change the medicine for the general. General Xiao shook his head again. No. You take the medicine and give it to the soldiers. Wu San hesitated, but this is a military order, General Xiao said weakly. But he could not argue. Wu San glanced at Yu Shaoqing, who nodded, and he took the bundle to the big cave. Gozi had just pulled out the arrow, and Xiao Yu had to amputate. Both of them urgently needed medicine. Forgive him for not having the awareness of General Zhao's subordinates, who would rather die or watch their companions die than touch General Zhao's medicine. Looking at Wu San's departing back, General Zhao's pale face showed a gratified smile. You have trained your subordinates very well. You are? Centurion. Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing replied. General Xiao was surprised. You are Yu Shaoqing. I have heard of you. Killing the enemy is the most desperate, and promotion is the most distant. The people he offended are more than the enemies he killed. If it were not for his great military achievements, he would have been pulled down dozens of times. General Xiao suddenly felt a little happy, accidentally touched the wound, and started coughing softly. Fearing that he would wake up Zhou Huai, he quickly drank a mouthful of hot soup to suppress the cough. Yu Shaoqing did not ask him what he was laughing at, but said, General, why don't you take medicine? General Xiao smiled faintly and said, no need. Yu Shaoqing's eyes fell on the bandage on General Zhao's abdomen. Don't look at it. Zhou Huai is wrapped tightly. You can't see the wound, but the inside is already rotten, General Xiao said with a calm smile. Of course. Yu Shaoqing knew that he was not lying. When he was unconscious, Yu Shaoqing checked his wounds. The wounds had already festered and even rotted. The inflammation made his whole body extremely hot. It was a miracle that he could still talk to Yu Shaoqing logically. Or maybe he was. Yu Shaoqing tried not to think about those 4 words. General Xiao stopped laughing. His condition suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, and his breathing became short. Yu Shaoqing's eyes trembled. General. General Xiao trembled and reached his right hand into his arms. After a long while, he took out something the size of an index finger. The Huns have planted spies in Yuzhou. This is the list of spies. General. Yu Shaoqing. Listen to my orders. Yu Shaoqing looked solemn. General Xiao used his remaining strength to stabilize his body that was about to fall at any time. General. I appoint you as the captain of the Northwest Army. Beacon Camp. 1,000 men. Go to Yuzhou today. And be sure to deliver the list to General Pangren before the Xiongnu send troops. Yu Shaoqing took the list solemnly. Yu Shaoqing obeys the order. General Xiao seemed to be relieved, leaning against the stone wall behind him, and said, You are from the capital. Right? Yu Shaoqing said, From Lotus Village. Right at the foot of the capital. Then it must be very close to the marshal's mansion. General Xiao looked at the empty stone wall, as if he saw something else through the stone wall. The young general smiled with satisfaction. If you can go back alive, remember to tell the marshal of the army. Xiao Yan died for a good cause. Xiao Yan was lucky to have fulfilled his mission. Chapter 83 New Neighbors. Lotus Village has a special terrain. It is built on the mountain and surrounded by mountains. It can be regarded as a place with beautiful scenery. The only drawback is that water has always been a big problem for Lotus Village. The whole village currently has only one old well. The villagers rely on it for water on weekdays. But the old well is a few years old, and the water surface is getting deeper and deeper. It may dry up completely one day. There is a reservoir upstream, but it is not privately owned by Lotus Village, but shared with several nearby towns. However, In recent years, the water in the reservoir has not been enough. The government still attaches great importance to it and allocated a sum of money to rebuild the reservoir. However, there were continuous wars at the border and the treasury was empty. The silver allocated was less than half of the required amount, which made the excavated river channel much smaller than expected. After the plan changed, one of the river channels had to pass through the fields of a village. There are a total of 17 villages under Lotus Town. Xinghua Village was originally the most qualified, but Xinghua Village refused to obey. And finally this hard job fell on Lotus Village. Although the two villages differ by only one character, their situations are worlds apart. Lianhua Village is a well-known rundown village with less than 20 to 30 households. Xinghua Village is different. They have nearly 100 households, and every household grows good farmland. It is one of the few rich villages that can eat white flour. They are naturally unwilling to give up their own fields. Although Lianhua Village is also unwilling, the people of Lianhua Village have little influence. So how can they be the opponent of Xinghua Village? The head of the village was so worried that he couldn't eat after hearing the news on the 5th day of the first lunar month. He asked the county government's master. Their village is small. If they really want to dig a canal, it will destroy more than half of the good farmland, and several houses, including Yuan's house. Of course, he didn't make it public for the time being. He planned to try to solve it first. If it can't be solved, he will notify everyone after the new year. Xuanzi's cow had recovered. Xuanzi always drove the ox cart to take the village chief to the county government office. This matter was not hidden from him, nor from Aunt Bai, who would occasionally sneak into the village head's house. On the 11th day of the first lunar month, the village head went to the county government office again, and Aunt Bai also went with him. As expected, they had another argument with the people of Xinghua Village. The people of Xinghua Village said, "How many people are there in your village? How many people are there in our village? Could it be that with just a few dozen of you, you don't care about the lives of hundreds of people in our village? This is really heartbreaking. Hundreds of people are people, but dozens of people are not? Everything is based on first come first served. If Lianhua Village was chosen at the beginning, the head of the village would never have a single complaint. But it was thrown to them when they clearly shouldn't have to bear it. The head of the village couldn't swallow this breath. The head of the village was filled with indignation and said, "If they attack your village, the worst they will do is occupy a few acres of land. If they attack our village, they will destroy half of the village. It's destroyed." The people of Xinghua Village whispered. The voice was very small, but it happened to be heard by Aunt Bai, who had sharp ears. Aunt Bai put her hands on her waist and cursed, "You damn bastard. What did you say? Say it again." The people of Xinghua Village straightened their backs. "I said what's wrong. Your broken village is gone. It's gone. Hack you." Aunt Bai took off her size 39 shoes and swung the soles of her shoes that were covered with cow dung at his head. Xuanzi was trying to stop the fight at first, but they also started fighting. But how could they resist the large number of people in Xinghua Village? In the end, the head of the village, Aunt Bai, Xuanzi, and the confused old cow all returned to the village with bruises and swollen faces. "Oh! What happened? How did you guys become like this?" As soon as the three of them arrived at the entrance of the village, they met Aunt Zhang, who was carrying a wooden bucket to the entrance of the village to fetch water. Aunt Zhang looked them up and down and said in amazement, "Have you a fight with someone?" Xuanzi and the head of the village felt ashamed and returned to the house in shame. Aunt Bai took Aunt Zhang's bucket and ladle, drew a bucket of water, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. "Little bastard. I'll hack him." "Sister Bai, what happened?" Aunt Zhang asked worriedly. Aunt Bai told Aunt Zhang about the reconstruction of the reservoir, your family's fields, Xuanzi's land, Awan's house, and Wang's ancestral tombs will all be dug up by those bastards. After hearing this, Aunt Zhang was also furious for a while. She was about to curse a few times to vent her anger. But suddenly she glanced. "Huh? What is that?" On the path outside the village, an ox cart drove slowly. It was not Xuanzi's car. The body of the car looked very old, but there was a shed built on it. The wheels were bumpy and uneven. It was squeaky on the relatively flat path, but it seemed that it could fall apart at any time. The ox was in a very miserable state, skinny as a stick, with several large bandages wrapped around its horns. The ox cart stopped at the door of the village head's house, and the driver, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, entered the village head's house. Soon, The village head with a bruised face and swollen nose came out with the driver and led a group of people to a deeper place in the village. "Who is it?" Aunt Zhang muttered. "Newly moved in." Little Chen came over at some point. She seemed to know about the fight. And seeing Aunt Bai's honor, she didn't ask a single word. "I heard that he is a gentleman. And he is knowledgeable," Little Chen said, while cracking the melon seeds in her hand. "Why did you come to our village? Looking for Zhao Heng?" Zhao Heng was the only one in the village who studied. And when Aunt Bai heard that he was knowledgeable, she couldn't help but connect the two together. Little Chen now disliked Zhao Heng. She felt impatient when his name was mentioned. She said lightly, "No. He bought a house in our village and wants to live in our village." Aunt Bai looked as if she had seen a ghost. How can someone move here to live in a place where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't shit? Little Chen glared at her. Aunt Zhang changed the subject and said, "What house did you buy? Are there any empty houses in our village?" Little Chen said, "Why not? Didn't the family next door move away a long time ago?" "They moved away many years ago. It was a family surnamed Ding. There was one son and 2 daughters in the family. The son was unfortunately conscripted, but the 2 daughters had good marriages. The eldest daughter found a son-in-law and married a diligent and honest husband. The second daughter married far away and married a concubine son from a wealthy family. The Ding family has 2 houses. The new house was built by the second son-in-law. Later, the second son-in-law got his share of the family property from the man. He had no one to trust, so he asked the old Ding family to help run the business. After Awan made a fuss about the separation of the family, she bought the old house of the Ding family. But the new house has been empty, and no one has ever moved in. Some people say that the house is haunted." The slow ox cart stopped in front of the haunted house. "Awan will have neighbors now," Xiaochen said while eating melon seeds. Chapter 84 Blushing. Yuan didn't know that several neighbors had come to her house. She was busy working in the fields with a hoe. After the beginning of spring, the weather became warmer day by day. Although the warmth was not great, there was no snow after all. After enduring 1 or 2 cold snaps, spring sowing could begin. Before spring sowing, she had to turn the land over. She thought about it. Since she didn't have much land, she would not plant millet and soybeans. She would plant vegetables instead. She would plant pumpkins and celery first. When the weather got warmer, she would plant peppers, rapeseed and bean sprouts. She didn't really know how to farm. She followed her aunt when she was a child and watched her do it. But after so many years, she had forgotten most of it. It was not good for the villagers to find out. So she had to do what others did. Her land was adjacent to the Bai families. In the past, Aunt Bai and Uncle Bai were working in the fields at this time. She wanted to plant celery because she heard Aunt Bai and Uncle Bai say that after the Lantern Festival, it was time to grow celery seedlings. Pumpkins were planted when she passed by Aunt Zhang's field, and Aunt Zhang asked her when she would go to town and asked her to help buy some high-quality pumpkin seeds. Yuan looked at the Bai family's land, and then looked at the Zhang families not far away, blinking in confusion. Did everyone make an appointment today? Why didn't they go to the fields? Yuan waved the hoe a few more times, and suddenly heard the sound of wheels. The sound stopped near her home. She tiptoed and looked from a distance. She could only vaguely see a car shadow across a small fish pond, and a row of large locust trees planted in front of her house. There is a shed. This is not Xuanzi's car. Could it be that there is another business? However, it was almost time for dinner, so Yuan simply stopped here and took the hoe and basket back to the house. When she was close to her house, she found that the ox cart was not parked at the gate of her house, but next door. Yuan had heard Jiang mention that a family surnamed Ding lived next door a few years ago, and then the Ding family moved away, and the house became idle. The house they live in now is also the Ding family's, but it is an old house, not only broken and small, but also leaking. Awan only separated from the old house after returning from her cousin's mother-in-law's house. At that time, Awan had several hundred taels of silver in her pocket, and she was not short of money for a house. But she abandoned the new house and bought the old house. In the final analysis, it was because this house was haunted. The Ding family said that it was the second son-in-law who asked them to go and take care of the business. In fact, they were so scared that they couldn't live in the house. So they went to the second son-in-law who was far away. People in this village would never dare to buy this haunted house. They thought it was from outside and was fooled by Xiaochen. Yuan guessed correctly. Xiaochen not only didn't tell the other party that this was a haunted house, but also concealed that his neighbor was about to be demolished. Yuan looked at the house with sympathy and thought to herself, I really don't know where this sucker came from. The door of the house was closed, and the house, which had been in disrepair for many years, was so messy that it was unsightly. In this messy scene, a dust-free red carpet was particularly eye-catching. Yin Jiuqiu sat on a chair on the red carpet, his long legs crossed, his cold eyes wandering up and down, saying, wipe this, and this, 100 times for this young master. Uncle Wan, who had driven a bullock cart all the way and not only had no rest, but also had to do odd jobs for this little ancestor, supported his old waist and panted, we agreed to follow the local customs. Young master, you are so particular that people will find out your flaws. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu, who were wiping the floor to death, nodded in agreement. Oh! Yin Jiuqiu nodded and rubbed the little snow fox on his legs. That makes sense. Then 99 times. The three of them were full of black lines. Here, while Uncle Wan, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu were cleaning up, the three little kids took advantage of the chaos and slipped away through the back door. The Ding family has 2 houses, which are not far from each other. After exiting the back door of the new house and entering the bamboo forest, turn left to the back door of the old house. The back door of the old house was wide open, and Yuan was cooking inside. Today, my uncle brought his 3 brothers and sisters to accompany my aunt to her parents' home, so they had to cook for themselves. The braised meat was ready, and it could be eaten after being heated in the pot. But eating only meat was not nutritionally balanced, so Yuan still cut a bag of juicy cabbage from the field, washed it, cut it into slices, and stir-fried it with smoked bacon. There were also a few yuan xiao that she had just learned to make, but Xiao Taidan and Jiangshi didn't like boiled ones, so she decided to fry them. Yuan xiao has meat filling and bean paste filling. She heated the oil pan and put the yuan xiao with 2 fillings in together, and the oil pan immediately made a sizzling sound. The sound was so loud that it even covered the footsteps of Xiao Naibao. The little kids came to the back door and poked their heads in one by one, standing in a row on the door frame from bottom to top. The 3 of them opened their big black eyes and looked at Yuan without blinking. They watched Yuan cooking. They watched Yuan cutting vegetables. They watched Yuan frying meatballs. They were almost crying, but they didn't dare to go forward. The yuan xiao was almost burnt, so Yuan opened the cupboard, took out a big bowl, rinsed it with clean water, walked to the back door, and poured out the rinsed water. The 3 little guys retracted their heads in time, fearing that they would be discovered. The moment Yuan turned around, the skirt lifted by the wind brushed past the 3 little foreheads, with a hint of gentle whispering. Oh my! The 3 of them blushed. Chapter 85 Come to the door. In the evening, the people of Xinghua village came to the door. It turned out that the 2 sides had a fight during the day. Although the people of Xinghua village won, they paid a huge price for it. Ant by a size 39 shoe soles directly hit a man to the door panel, knocking out a front tooth on the spot. The man's wife came to settle the score with her, and was hit by her 9 white bone claws full of mud, which made the woman's head half bald. Xuanzi was thin and small, and didn't look so mighty and majestic, but he was all cunning. He hugged the man's thigh and pinched it to death. He didn't feel it when he was in the mood to fight. When he went back to the house and took off his pants, he saw it. Half of his leg was swollen like a stick. The people of Xinghua village became more and more angry, and they gathered at the door of each house, picked up their weapons, and went to Lianhua village in a mighty manner. Some of them carried hoes, some carried shovels, and they looked like they would kill any god or Buddha they met. Several aunts and young wives were chatting by the old well at the entrance of the village, when they saw a group of ferocious villagers rushing down the path. They were all shocked. What's going on? Asked Suihua, the hunter's wife. Who is it? She had just married and saw that the group of people were unfamiliar. But Aunt Zhang recognized the leader of the gangsters at a glance. Gao Sihai, the village tyrant of Xinghua village. My goodness! Why did this evil star come? Combined with what she heard during the day, Aunt Zhang immediately realized that something was wrong and said to the hunter's wife, Quick! Go and call the head of the village. Hey! The young wife ran away. When the head of the village and Xiaochen rushed over, Aunt Bai and several villagers also heard the noise and came over. Afterwards, the villagers noticed Aunt Bai, the head of the village, and the wound on Xuanzi's face. But before they could ask, the head of the village spoke coldly, Gao Sihai. What are you going to do? Gao Sihai stabbed the shovel in his hand into the ground fiercely, and said fearlessly, What? Of course. Digging a river. Digging a river? What is he talking about? Yes? Is our village going to dig a river? The people in Lianhua village were all confused. The head of the village looked very ugly. But Gao Sihai laughed. So, you haven't told them that Lianhua village is going to be turned into a river? What? Our village is going to be turned into a river? Who said that? Xuanzi's father asked in surprise. Xuanzi lowered his head. Xuanzi's father realized something and slapped him on the head. You knew it earlier, didn't you? When I asked you who you had a fight with, you said you fell down? You didn't say a word about such a big thing. You want to make me anxious to death. The village head tried to stop the fight. Xuanzi's father. I didn't let him say anything. The villagers were all abuzz about the fact that Lianhua village was going to be turned into a river. This was where their ancestors had lived for generations. Although they were poor, it was their home. Now Gao Sihai told them that their home was going to be lost just because it was going to be turned into a river. Bullshit! Aunt Bai put her hands on her hips and spat. It's obviously your Xinghua village that is using the river. Who knows what dirty tricks you shameless people use to screw our village? Aunt Zhang explained to everyone. Originally, they wanted to go to Xinghua village and dig away a few acres of their land. But they refused and forced the government to change it to our village. Our village is small. Once the river passes through, the land and houses will be gone. And even the ancestral graves will be dug up. Too much. Yes, our village only has this little land. And it has all been turned into a river. Where will everyone live in the future? Oh, isn't it? Lianhu village is small, and has been the least popular village in Lianhua town over the years. Almost every village can ride on the head of Lianhua village. Good things don't happen to them. But bad things are not left behind. For example, when it came to conscription, it was said that Xinghua village kept all the young and strong men on the grounds of vigorously developing farming and animal husbandry. Their village was not enough, so they had to get more from other villages. It is said that the surrounding villages took away a lot more. The worst was Lianhua village. Originally, they only had to hand over 10. But almost every household took one. The eldest son of the head of the village died in the second year. Xiao Heng was the only son in the family, and he was not supposed to be conscripted. But if he had not passed the examination, he would have been taken to the war. Gao Sihai snorted coldly. I knew you would not accept it. Well, look at what this is. He waved to the people behind him. That person was Li Guizi, whose front teeth were broken by Aunt Bai's shoe sole. His nickname was Guizi. But he was not really Guizi. He just broke his leg when he was a child, and always used a cane. So he got this nickname. Li Guizi took out a document from his sleeve, and said with his broken teeth, Did you see it clearly? It's written in black and white. And the government has stamped it. The matter of digging the river in Lianhua village will be handed over to us. He was illiterate, and even held the document upside down. The village head didn't know many words, but he managed to recognize the words Lotus Village and River. It seemed that if they really wanted to build a river, there would be no room for negotiation. When everyone saw that the village head didn't say anything, their hearts sank to the bottom. Just when everyone was almost desperate, someone shouted, Hey! Doesn't the scholar Zhao know the county magistrate? Zhao Heng was very talented, and was highly regarded by the teacher in the academy. The teacher recommended him to the county magistrate's youngest son as an enlightenment teacher. Of course, the villagers didn't know about this. Everyone turned around and looked at the hunter who had just spoken. The hunter cleared his throat and said, I went to the town on the first day of the new year and saw him enter the county magistrate's mansion. No wonder he didn't go to visit his father's grave. It turned out that he went to the county magistrate's mansion. He can even enter the mansion of the county magistrate. So he must have a good relationship with him. Let him help to talk. The hunter didn't say the rest, but everyone knew it. Zhao Heng committed a crime, and was despised by the whole village. The head of the village even threatened to expel the Zhao family from Lianhua village if they didn't pay off the debt owed by Yuan's family within 3 months. At this critical juncture, asking Zhao Heng to help, wouldn't it make the whole village owe him a favor? It's still a bigger favor than curing the only cow in the village. Zhao family. Zhao Baomei said proudly, Brother, are you sure you can convince the county magistrate? Zhao Heng is of course sure. He didn't read books for so many years in vain. A mere river channel is not a problem for him. He has a way to satisfy Xinghua village, and save Lianhua village from losses. Zhao Baomei said proudly, We can't help the village for nothing. After the matter is done, let the village head drive the Yu family out. Young Master Yin, he. Little milk bag, he. Chapter 86. Young Master takes action. Yuan's home is too far from the village entrance, so she didn't hear any noise from the other side. Her ears were filled with the sizzling sound of glutinous rice dumplings being fried in the frying pan. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that there was someone outside the back door. She paused while fiddling with the chopsticks that were frying glutinous rice dumplings, raised her head, and looked toward the back door. Little Milk Bag shrunk his head back. Yuan continued to fry glutinous rice dumplings. Little Milk Bag poked his head out again. Yuan raised her head again. Little Milk Bag shrunk his head back again. Yuan raised her eyebrows in confusion. And just when she decided that she was overthinking, there was a crisp snap outside the back door. It turned out that the third child accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. The third child's body froze. Yuan frowned warily. Who? The little kid's hair stood on end. Yuan put down her chopsticks, picked up a wooden stick, and was about to go find out what was going on. But suddenly, Xiao Taidian rushed in. Sister. Sister. It's not good. Something big happened in the village. Yuan's attention was successfully attracted by Xiao Taidian. She put down the wooden stick, grabbed him who almost hit the stove, and said, How many times have I told you? There's a fire in the kitchen. Don't make a fuss. I know. But I'm anxious. Aren't I? Xiao Taidian said, scratching his ears. Yuan took out a handkerchief and wiped the mud on his face. Even if you are anxious, you should speak slowly. Little Taidian was so anxious that he stamped his feet. I can't slow down. It's really urgent. This child. Has he learned to be in a hurry? Why does it sound so funny when a child speaks like an adult? Yuan wiped his face again and said, Okay. You speak. Sister is listening. People from Xinghua village are coming. They are going to dig up our village. Little Taidian overheard the quarrels while playing with children from the same village. He didn't hear much, but adding up all the details, even a fool could piece together the truth. I didn't expect that such a worrying thing would happen before the end of the year. Little Taidian was anxious to inform Yuan, but he didn't hear the end, so he missed the discussion of asking Zhao Heng to come forward. He was so anxious that he almost cried. Sister, what should I do? There are so many people coming to Xinghua village. Is our village really going to be dug up? You stay at home. Sister will go and take a look. Yuan turned off the fire in the stove and walked towards the village entrance. On the other side, 3 little kids walked back to the house with their short legs. As soon as they entered the door, they bumped into Uncle Wan, who was holding a basin of plant ash. Uncle Wan was busy cleaning the house, and he didn't expect these 3 little things to suddenly pop out. He didn't stop for a moment and bumped into them. His hand shook and the copper basin overturned. The plant ash fell down and poured all over the little kids. The white and tender little kids instantly became gray and dirty. The dirty kids opened their little mouths expressionlessly and spit out a mouthful of plant ash. Oh! After realizing that he had caused a big disaster, Uncle Wan was so shocked that his heart almost stopped beating. Why did he water these 3 little bastards when he could water anyone else? Uncle Wan was ready for the 3 to make trouble in the heavenly palace. But the 3 did not even look at him and walked past him. Uncle Wan was confused. Is he dreaming? The 3 came to Yin Jiuqiao without saying anything. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the 3 little guys, who seemed to have crawled out of the mound of dirt, his temples throbbing, and said with disgust, Don't come over. Come over. Not only did the 3 come over, but they also stretched out their dirty little hands without saying anything and grabbed Yin Jiuqiao's fingers. Each person grabbed one. The size was just right. Young Master Yin, who was held by his son's hand for the first time, tried very hard to resist the urge to throw his son into the wooden barrel to wash him 100 times. And a faint arc appeared at the corner of his lips. The 3 of them pulled him out with all their might. This was his son, and he knew what they were going to say when he stuck out his little butt. Yin Jiuqiao raised his eyebrows leisurely and said to Ying Lu, who was wiping the floor until he vomited blood, Okay. Don't wipe it yet. Go see what happened outside. Ying Lu felt relieved. Under the jealous and hateful eyes of Ying Shisan and Uncle Wan, he went there triumphantly. Ying Lu wanted to find out slowly, but his strength did not allow it. After a while, he found out the whole story of the incident. Young Master, someone broke into the village and tried to dig a canal. They shouldn't dig this village. But the documents have come down. And I'm afraid the village can't be saved. Young master, your neighbors in the future will no longer be miss you. But a few fish in the river. The little kids cried out. Yin Jiuchao glanced at the heartbroken kids and said slowly, let Zhu Xuanyan roll over here for me. Uncle Wan stumbled and almost fell. Zhu Xuanyan. Lord Zhu. He is the Minister of Works. A third-rank official of the court. Isn't it too much of a sledgehammer to ask him to roll over for such a small matter? But soon, Uncle Wan remembered that when his young master was 16 years old, he had someone take the token of the Prince of Yan's mansion and rush 800 miles to summon the Grand Tutor from the capital to Yanqing. Young master, why are you so anxious to summon me? The Grand Tutor was out of breath, as if something urgent had happened. But Yin Jiuchou turned over a book of romantic stories bought from a market, and asked seriously, oh, Grand Tutor, how do you pronounce this word? Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was so angry that he lay in bed for 3 whole months. And when he was 17, 18, 19, 20, so many that Uncle Wan couldn't count them. In short, if he didn't do something crazy, he wouldn't be his young master. Uncle Wan took a deep breath, suppressed the impulse to slap Hu Fei, the little snake-like lunatic, and said slowly, this is easy to say. Why go so far? Young master, can you bear to let the little boy cry for so long? The little milk bag nodded. Uncle Wan sighed and said, I think the county magistrate has the final say on this matter. Well, I'll use my old bones to find the county magistrate. Are you trying to take this opportunity to escape? Ing Shersan said pointedly. Uncle Wan, who was exposed in a second. Secret guards are so unlovable. Uncle Wan has a secret that no one knows. That is, in countless quiet nights, he covers himself with a quilt and complains about Brother Nine to death. Chapter 87, The Top Scholar from a Poor Family. At nightfall, Zhao Heng arrived at Lianhua town. Most of the shops in the town were closed. The road was deserted, with only a few people passing by occasionally. He came here in the ox cart of Xuanzi's family. Is it here? Xuanzi asked indifferently. Yeah. Zhao Heng nodded, not caring about Xuanzi's indifference. After all, after today, everyone in Lianhua village will owe him a favor. He got off the ox cart and walked to the Vermilion Gate. He had just been to this mansion on the first day of the new year, and he didn't expect to visit it again so soon. He was the teacher of the young master, and the county magistrate treated him politely. He was sure that he could convince the county magistrate about the river. But what he never expected was that the county magistrate was not there. Huh? I just saw the master in the backyard. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? The servant scratched his head. Puzzled, he asked other people, but they all said they didn't see him. Did the county magistrate go out? Zhao Heng asked disappointedly. The servant frowned and said, I have been guarding the gate, but I didn't see the master go out. It's really strange. Where did he go? Did he grow wings and fly away? Although the servant didn't guess all of it right. He was almost right. The county magistrate didn't grow wings, but he really disappeared. The county magistrate was originally sitting in the study, admiring the good gifts that Xinghua village used to bribe him. He was only halfway through admiring it when he suddenly felt his collar tighten suddenly. And then, he was lifted up. Before he could react to what happened, he flew out of the window. The cold wind was like a knife. The sky was spinning, and he almost fainted instantly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on an ox cart with a broken shed. The driver was a burly man. His first reaction was that he was kidnapped. He sat up quickly, looked at the man's back vigilantly, and said with authority, Who is this little thief? You kidnapped me? Why don't you surrender? Stop the ox cart for me. Ing Lu ignored him, and drove the ox cart very fast. The county magistrate swayed left and right, and his head was dizzy. He shouted angrily, I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Do you know who I am? I am the 7th-ranked county magistrate of Lianhua town. Ing Lu's disgusted face. He has assassinated the highest-ranked royal relatives. The county magistrate was cursing and swearing, and Ing Lu was so annoyed that he hit him with a stick and fainted. On the way, Ing Lu drove the cart too fast and shook the cowshed. The county magistrate fainted, woke up from the cold, woke up, and fainted again. This repeated process made him almost have a stroke, and finally arrived at Lianhua village. Because there was no shed, the head of the village and the people of Xinghua village recognized the county magistrate who was shivering with cold and rolling his eyes. It was the scholar from the Zhao family who invited the county magistrate, said an old lady in great surprise. But soon, everyone realized that it was not the ox cart of Xuanzi's family. That is the new family, Aunt Bai said in amazement. When they entered the village, Yinglu and Yingshisen were sitting in the carriage and did not show up. Aunt Bai did not recognize him, but she recognized the old cow with bandages on its horns. When did he go out? Aunt Bai asked in confusion. Not to mention Aunt Bai, even Gao Sihai, who boasted of his martial arts, did not see how the other party drove out a bullock cart under his nose. Compared to how he went out, everyone was more curious about how he invited the county magistrate. I heard that the newcomer is a gentleman, Aunt John said. He has great knowledge, even more than Zhao Xiaocai. Aunt Bai said. Who is it? Gao Sihai, the village tyrant of Xinghua village, asked with a frown. A little follower hurriedly said, they said they are new. Yuan was also standing in the crowd at this time. She looked at the carriage that was gradually approaching. She took a closer look and was stunned for a moment. Yinglu drove the ox cart all the way to the gate of Ding's house and grabbed the county magistrate and entered the house. The county magistrate thought he was a powerful bandit who dared to kidnap an official of the court in broad daylight. But it turned out that he was a villager of Lianhua village. The county magistrate's back straightened instantly, and he looked down at the man shrouded in shadows and emitting an invisible aura. Who are you? Tell me your name quickly. The man opened his thin lips lightly. Yin Jiuchu. The county magistrate knelt down with a plop. The county magistrate stayed in the Ding's house for a full hour. When he came out, his lips were pale because of fear. His face was red because of twitching. His forehead was blood red because of knocking. His fingers were swollen like a dumpling. Uncle Wan accidentally stepped on them while mopping the floor. In short, the once robust county magistrate was in a state of disgrace when he came out. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. He casually brushed off his torn sleeves and smiled. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I never said I would dig a canal in Lianhua village. One of you must have misunderstood my intention. Right? It would be strange if he misunderstood me. Wasn't it the day before he went to the county government? Is the document in Gao Sihai's hand made of dog shit? The county magistrate looked at Gao Sihai and his group again and said in an official tone, Oh, you people from Xinghua village came at the right time. I was just about to talk to you about the canal. I suddenly felt that one canal is not enough. Your Xinghua village is so big. It's no problem to dig 3 or 4 more. What? 3 or 4 canals? Do you want to dig the entire Xinghua village into a reservoir? County magistrate. County magistrate. County magistrate. The county magistrate waved his sleeves and left without taking a cloud with him. The people from Xinghua village cried and screamed. Lotus village was overjoyed. The county magistrate had spoken publicly. The village was saved, and there was no need to worry about it being dug into a river someday. This was truly a great joyous event. It was much greater than having a scholar or a cow alive. Everyone remembered who had done the work. The new gentleman is really amazing. He persuaded the county magistrate. He must be very knowledgeable. Even better than the scholar of the Zhao family, said Suihua, the young wife of the Hunter family. Of course. He is a scholar, said Chen as a matter of course. Everyone exclaimed. A scholar. No wonder he could persuade the county magistrate. It's not easy. He persuaded him for an hour. I heard it all, said Aunt John seriously. I heard it too. Suihua followed suit. One person spread 10. 10 people spread 20. And in one night, the whole village knew that the new young man was a very knowledgeable gentleman. The reason he moved here was to study hard and take the top prize. To take the top prize. I can't even pass the open book exam. Ha ha ha. Chapter 88 3 Little Guys. After the River Channel issue was perfectly resolved, the whole village was full of gratitude to the new quasi-top scholar. Originally, Zhao Heng could have done it, but they were disgusted by Zhao Heng's personality and were unwilling to owe Zhao Heng a favor. Now, the village was saved and they didn't owe Zhao's scholar anything. They sent a thank you gift to the quasi-top scholar overnight. Is Mr. Wan here? Xiaochen sent an old hen from her home. Although Li Zheng was a village official, the village was so poor. How could their family's life be rich? The old hen was originally intended to be kept for the eldest daughter-in-law to be slaughtered for confinement. Not long after, Aunt John came to the door with a basket. She sent 10 eggs, which she had saved for a long time and planned to sell at the market after the Lantern Festival to exchange for some seeds for spring farming. Mr. One worked hard to take the imperial examination, so this egg will nourish him. Aunt John smiled naively, put the egg on the table and left. The Hunter's family sent half a pickled wild rabbit. Schwanzi's family brought a bowl of cornmeal steamed bread. The Chin family brought 2 bags of juicy cabbage. The Wang family brought a few white and tender radishes. The Huang family, the Li family, the Lu family, almost every household sent their own thank you gifts. Although they were not valuable, they were their most generous gifts. Yin Jiuqiao was the young master of Yinqing. He had received many gifts from others since he was a child. There was no gift more shabby than this one, and there was no gift more pure than this one. They did not do it to curry favor with him, nor out of fear of him, nor to show off to anyone. They were just sincerely grateful to him for saving a village that was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Yin Jiuqiao, who was known as the Ghost, became a good man in the eyes of others for the first time. That night, Uncle One bolted the door again, covered himself with a quilt, and started to complain crazily. Crazy. Crazy. Going crazy. This is obviously a big devil who has no knowledge of the world. Sir? Number 1 scholar? Are you blind? Yuan was the last one to come to thank him. As early as when the county magistrate came to Lianhua village in a bullock cart. She recognized Ying Lu, who was driving the car. She was shocked at the time, and everyone was shocked. So no one noticed that the object of her shock was not the same as theirs. Since Ying Lu was the one driving the bullock cart, it was self-evident who the owner of the new house was. Although it was strange why the young master moved here and happened to be her neighbor, it was an indisputable fact that he saved Lianhua village. Counting the time when he drove Yu Zigui away, she owed him a lot of favors. After Yuan prepared dinner for Taidan and Jiang, she carefully prepared several kilograms of bacon and braised meat made by her uncle, and brought them to the door to thank a certain young master. The villagers had been gone for a long time, and perhaps they thought that no one would come, so they closed the door. Yuan knocked on the door politely. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door was opened from the inside. The people who opened the door were none other than 3 little kids who had just taken a bath. When the little kids saw that it was Yuan, they were all shocked. Yuan didn't expect it was them. Not only did this guy move here by himself, but he also kidnapped his son? Yuan was delighted, curled her lips, and subconsciously reached out to touch the heads of the 3 children. However, the 3 of them seemed to be electrocuted, shrank in fear, and then ran away without looking back. Yuan, whose arms were frozen in midair. What happened? How come the children who loved her so much ran away when they saw her today? Humph. Ing Shursen came over with an old hen and glanced at Yuan coldly. You broke your promise. Breaking your promise? When did she? Wei Mansion's affairs. Yuan remembered that on the night when she was attacked by the assassins of Qianji Pavilion, she had promised the 3 little guys that she would visit them next time she went to Beijing. On the birthday of Mrs. Wei, she went to Beijing, but changed her mind on the way to the young master's mansion. Do they know that I'm in Beijing? Yuan looked at Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan said coldly, Humph. Is there anything in the world that the young master's mansion doesn't know? Yuan didn't care about his sarcastic tone. Her mind was full of the 3 little guys turning around and running away. She really didn't expect them to know that she was in Beijing. She thought that if she didn't show up, they would forget about her after a while. Now, they know everything. Yuan's first reaction was that they were angry and blamed her for not going to see them. Can I go see them? At this moment, Yin Jiuqiao and Uncle Wan were not there, so Yuan could only ask Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan rolled his eyes, didn't say yes or no, and took the old hen to the backyard. Yuan took this as consent, put the bacon and braised meat on the table, and walked to the bedroom where the 3 children had just run in. The door was closed, but not locked. That's right. The little guy was too short to lock it. Yuan pushed the door gently, and it opened. The 3 little guys were sticking their butts out and rummaging in a big box. Seeing Yuan come in, the 3 of them quickly straightened up and hid the things they found behind their backs. None of the 3 spoke, looking nervous and awkward. Yuan vaguely felt that this look didn't seem like they were angry. But other than being angry, Yuan couldn't think of why they were hiding from her. The closer Yuan got, the more tense the little bodies of the 3 people became. Was it an illusion? She actually felt a hint of fear and panic from them. Yuan squatted down in front of the three people and looked them in the eyes gently. That day, she was about to explain what happened that day to them. But they suddenly took out something hidden behind their backs. It was 3 wrinkled white papers, each with a crooked word written on it. Yuan spent a long time identifying them. Man. Of. Knife. Is it the beginning of man? Such a young child can actually write? Although he made one mistake, it is already very impressive. You know, Xiao Taidan is 6 years old, but he can't even hold a brush steadily. What Yuan didn't know was that Yan Ryu hired teachers for them early in order to raise a few world-famous prodigies. Children less than 2 years old were forced to practice calligraphy in the severe winter and hot summer, and they were not given food until they finished writing. But the 3 of them were so stubborn that they refused to eat and refused to write no matter what. Teachers were replaced one after another, and Yan Ryu was so angry that her eyes were about to burst and her blood was boiling. Although she couldn't beat them in the end, her angry words were inevitably hurtful. Therefore, at a young age, she vaguely understood that they were children that even their own mothers hated. No one liked them. The 3 little guys carefully handed the words they finally wrote after practicing countless times to Yuan. They are good babies. They can write. Don't dislike them. Chapter 89, Clearing Up Past Grudges. Although they couldn't speak, Yuan understood what they meant from their innocent and anxious eyes. They were not angry, but they misunderstood that she didn't like them and didn't want to see them again. What she saw that night was not her illusion. They really cried in the arms of Ying Lu and Ying Shersan. Perhaps from that moment on, they misunderstood that she didn't want them. Until she went to the capital and didn't keep her promise with them. They completely felt that she didn't like them anymore. And the reason for not liking them anymore was that they disliked them for not being well behaved. Yuan's heart was in pain. How could they think so? How could they take all the faults on themselves out of inferiority? Has anyone ever blamed them for not being well behaved? How can there be such a naughty child? If you do this again, I won't want you. Yuan automatically imagined the scene of the 3 little guys bowing their heads and being scolded, and couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. I hope she is overthinking. Such a cute child will not be unlovable. She likes them, whether they are well-behaved or not. Whether they are quiet and well-behaved like Xiao Zhenzhen, or running around the village like Xiao Taidan. As long as they are the way she likes. Yuan accepted their letters and touched their heads one by one. She had clearly promised Yufeng and herself not to have anything to do with the young master's mansion. But she found that she had no resistance to these little guys. As soon as she saw them, she wanted to take them home. If they were wronged a little, her heart would be soft. This is totally unlike her. Perhaps they felt the kindness in Yuan's eyes, and the 3 little guys no longer avoided her touch. Yuan didn't know how to explain why she didn't visit them. So she changed the subject and asked, I went to the capital that day, but I didn't visit you. Are you angry with me? The 3 little guys shook their heads. Yuan curled her lips and said, You are not angry with me. Then, can I come to see you often in the future? The 3 little guys' eyes opened wide. Yuan was secretly happy in her heart, but her face was disappointed. Can't? Then, I'd better leave. After that, she really stood up and turned to leave. The 3 little guys hugged her legs. Yuan continued to act. Her acting skills were simply eye-catching. But the 3 little kids couldn't see it at all. The little kids who were hiding from her a second ago for fear of being disliked by her hugged her tightly now, wishing they could hang on her legs. Oh, these little darlings. Yuan was so happy. But she still tried to take advantage of the little ones. You all don't like me, and don't want to see me. The little ones were so anxious that their faces turned red, and they opened their mouths as if they wanted to speak. Yuan's eyes lit up. And it would be nice if she could take this opportunity to let the little ones speak. But the 3 of them held back for a long time. And in the end, nothing came out. Yuan secretly sighed. She was impatient. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Besides, 2 years old is not too old. If you guide them slowly, they will be able to speak one day. Yuan thought that the 3 little guys were at their wits' end. But they suddenly pulled her sleeves. Yuan leaned down. The 3 of them stood on tiptoes with difficulty and kissed her face gently. That night, the 3 little guys fell asleep with Yuan. After resolving the past grudges, Yuan brushed the 3 little teeth and carried them to the soft bed with a thick mattress. The 3 of them lay obediently in the quilt, opened their big black eyes, and looked at Yuan without blinking. I'll wait until you fall asleep before leaving. Yuan said while sitting on the edge of the bed. The three of them tried hard to hold on at first. But Yuan stroked their bellies again and again. And they probably felt so comfortable that their eyelids sank. And soon, they began to snore evenly. Apart from the time when they were drugged and fell unconscious. This was the first time that Yuan carefully observed the sleeping postures of the little ones. The three of them did not sleep well. They usually couldn't talk. But they would make slight humming sounds in their sleep. And sometimes they would startle. As if they were frightened by something. Did you have a nightmare? Yuan touched the foreheads of the three of them. Did she scare them by acting too much just now? Or did they have been frightened before? Yuan was not sure. So she had to stay with them for a while longer. Until Uncle Wan finished his private affairs and went into the house to guard the three little kids. And then Yuan left reluctantly. Uncle Wan was very surprised. The little bastards all slept during the day. But Miss Yu could actually coax them to sleep at night. She was really capable. Perhaps she didn't know that Yuan hadn't left yet. The bolt on the front door of Ding's house was inserted. Seeing that the back door was still open, Yuan turned around and walked towards the back door. As soon as she left the main room, she ran into the elusive Yin Jiuqiao. Young Master Yin was wearing a silver-white cloak and holding a natural hand warmer. A small snow fox. In the dark night, he was as bright as a white moonlight. Yuan had a slightly complicated impression of him. She had been saved by him and tormented by him. It would be a lie to say that she was not grateful. And it would be a lie to say that she was not angry. However, considering that he was the father of the three little kids and that he had saved the entire Lotus village, she reluctantly became a good neighbor. Young Master Yin. Yuan greeted him with a normal expression. The little snow fox pounced at Yuan with its claws, but was cruelly held down by Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at her indifferently. It's the middle of the night. Why are you running to my house instead of staying at home? What do you want from me again? Yuan always felt that his tone was a bit annoying. But she was a good neighbor after all? Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, I should ask Master Yin this question. Why did Master Yin run to this remote place instead of staying in the capital? Yin Jiuqiao raised his eyebrows. I am happy to. Yuan. You have money. You are willful. Yuan said calmly. The thank you gift is on the table. I'll leave first if I have nothing else to do. Wait. You're leaving just like that? Yin Jiuqiao stopped her calmly. At least heat up the dishes. They are all asleep. Do you want me to cook by myself? So you have seen my thank you gift and know why I came to your house. So why are you asking me even though you know the answer? Yin Jiuqiao raised his chin and pointed to the direction of the kitchen with his eyes. Here. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. She is a good neighbor. Yuan picked up a piece of raw bacon on the table and a bowl of cold braised meat and walked towards the kitchen. But just as she crossed the threshold of the back door of the main hall, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if the mountain was shaking and the ground was collapsing. She tripped and fell straight down. There was a large blue stone in front of her, and she was about to fall headfirst when suddenly, a strong arm reached out and grasped her waist in time, pulling her into his arms. There was no time to push her out, so he had to hold her and turn her around, using his body as a cushion, and fell heavily on the edge of the large blue stone with his back to the ground. Chapter 90 The Proud Young Master. Yuan was stunned by this sudden situation for a moment, until a muffled groan flowed out from Yin Jiuqiao's lips and teeth. Yuan regained consciousness and noticed that she fell on Yin Jiuqiao, and Yin Jiuqiao knocked on the angular blue stone instead of her. Yin Jiuqiao's handsome face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. However, everything did not end there. Another round of earthquakes shook the entire shed in the backyard. With a loud bang, the two were buried in a ruin. Yuan lay on Yin Jiuqiao's body, and the shed above her head collapsed. Logically, she should be the first to bear the weight of the shed. But the imagined pain did not come. Yuan calmed down and found that Yin Jiuqiao had supported the shed with his hands for a long time. Whether it was the pain from her back or the pressure from the shed, Yuan felt his arm tightening around her. Yuan was so tight that it hurt. But Yuan said nothing. Yuan's face was pressed against his chest, and she could clearly feel his rapid breathing and the strong heartbeat through the clothes. His breath was pervasive, and the faint cold fragrance was mixed with a hint of medicinal fragrance, which was somewhat fascinating. Yuan tilted her head uncomfortably, trying to avoid this seductive breath, but accidentally touched his chin. Yuan felt a chill on her lips, and after realizing that she had probably touched something she shouldn't have touched, She felt embarrassed. Yuan tried not to press so hard on him. But as soon as she moved, she heard him say, "Don't move." The deep voice made Yuan's eardrums numb. And she really didn't move. The feeling Yin Jiuqiao brought to her at this time was slightly different from the past. If you really want to find a word to describe it, it would probably be strange. But this strangeness not only did not scare her, but instead gave her a sense of security. She actually felt a sense of security in the arms of a lunatic who had annoyed her to death a second ago. She was afraid that her brain was broken. In the dark, Yuan blinked. The arm that Yin Jiuqiao was holding her moved slightly, and his big hand touched the back of her head, gently holding her in his arms. Perhaps because he could not see, the remaining senses were infinitely magnified. His movements were gentle, with a hint of comfort, making people feel gentle and affectionate. Yuan's cold forehead pressed against his slightly hot cheek. At the age of blood and vigor, they were buried together like this, and the night became ambiguous as their breaths intertwined. However, this ambiguity did not last long, as it was broken by Ying Shi-san and Ying Lu, who came over. Young master, are you okay?" It was Ying Shi-san's voice. The atmosphere under the ruins suddenly stagnated. Yin Jiuqiao cleared his throat and said calmly, "It's okay. It's not good to be seen in this posture, and who knows what misunderstandings will arise." Yuan hurriedly sat up from him. At this moment, Ying Shi-san moved the shed above the two people's heads. Yuan didn't expect him to move so quickly. Before she could completely get off Yin Jiuqiao, she was seen by Ying Shi-san and Ying Lu. Ying Shi-san covered his eyes. "I didn't see anything. The young master actually likes to be down there." The abalone turned over. The originally quiet village became panicked because of the sudden accident. Everyone ran out of their houses, wrapped in quilts, holding their children, and ran to the old well at the entrance of the village. "What's going on? What's going on?" Aunt Zhang asked in a panic. She also felt the shaking just now, but she thought she was dreaming. "It's the abalone turning over," Aunt Bai said in shock, holding her sleeping grandson. "Oh, how did the abalone turn over?" Xuanzi's mother said, while leading her injured old cow. "It's not the turning over of the giant abalone. It's the earthquake." Zhao Heng corrected everyone. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. "What's wrong with the earthquake? Isn't it the turning over of the giant abalone? If the giant abalone doesn't turn over, can the earth move?" "Just love to show off." Zhao Heng was bored, touched his nose in dismay, and said nothing more. There are many natural disasters in Lianhua village, but most of them are droughts and floods. The turning over of the giant abalone is really the first time. Fortunately, the loss is not big, except for the roofs of several families collapsed and the walls cracked. The people are safe and sound. Yuan didn't expect to encounter such a thing in ancient times. It seems that natural disasters and man-made disasters are equally difficult to avoid, no matter in ancient and modern times. Fortunately, the children are fine, and Jiang is also fine. Yin Jiuqiao's back hit the corners and suffered abrasions and contusions. This is not the most serious. The serious thing is his leg. When he fell down holding Yuan, the impact was too strong and dislocated. After the village head learned of the bad news, he hurriedly took Xuanzi to the next village to ask for help from old Shui. Yuan did not forget what happened before the earthquake. She quietly went to the kitchen, cooked a pot of pork belly, fried a plate of bacon and cabbage, and heated up a few corn-steamed buns. She brought the food to Yin Jiuqiao's house. Yin Jiuqiao sat on the bunk bed that looked like a dragon couch, and glanced at Yuan, who left after putting down the food. "Just leaving like that?" Yuan paused. The food was ready. "Could she stay here all the time?" Yin Jiuqiao said in a slapping tone. "This young master was injured because of you. Why don't you serve this young master a meal?" The corner of Yuan's mouth twitched. It was really just an illusion that she was in the ruins just now. How could this guy be mature and gentle? He was clearly a naughty and unruly second-generation ancestor. "You injured your leg. What's wrong with your hand?" Yuan asked. "My hand hurts," Yin Jiuqiao said proudly. "I'll quietly add an update. Let's see who finds it first." Chapter 91. Wanwan's medical skills. Yuan is not someone who loses control of her emotions easily. No matter what she faces, she can maintain a calmness and composure that is rare for her age. But for some reason, when she is in front of Yin Jiuqiao, her self-control fails completely. She is irritated several times and really wants to beat him up. Yin Jiuqiao ignored her angry expression, raised his chin, and pointed to the food on the table with his eyes. It is true that he was injured for her, and she should repay her. But isn't it a bit shameless to repay her kindness to this extent? Yuan felt that she didn't slap him because his face was too good-looking. Yin Jiocha stretched out his tone. Yuan clenched her fist, picked up the dishes on the table, and sat down by the bed. The ingredients for this meal were all sent by the villagers. The bacon and braised meat were from her family. The cabbage was from Chen's family. And the steamed buns were from Xuanzi's family. I wonder if a noble man like him can swallow such common people's food. Yuan picked up a corn-steamed bun and fed it to him. Yin Jiocha turned his face away in disdain. How can you eat such a big one? Yuan said. Can't you bite it? Young Master Yin snorted. How ugly it is to eat. I can't bear it. I can bear it. Yuan pursed her lips and broke the steamed bread into several pieces with chopsticks. She picked up the smallest one that best matched the young master's elegant eating style. Is this okay? Yin Jiocha ate it. It's really unpalatable. Yuan. What's the matter with this impulse to cut him off with a knife? Although she said it was unpalatable, she almost licked the plate in the end. When there was only half of the steamed bread left, Yuan's hand shook accidentally, and the steamed bread fell to the ground and got dirty. The young master gave up indifferently. Yuan looked at the empty plate on the table, her face full of black lines. Is this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? She cooked enough for 4 people. Yuan put down her bowl and chopsticks, moved the table aside, and said to the burping Master Yin, Master Yin, can I leave now? If she didn't leave, it would be dawn. To round it off, she would have spent the night in a strange man's house. Yin Jiocha said lightly, this master wants to drink water. Yuan's back teeth itched for a while, and she glanced at him coldly, then turned around to pour him some water. But this is really not an easy master to serve. Too hot. Too cold. No taste. What taste can water have? Just when Yuan was about to lose control of the power of the wildness in her body and transform into Yunhulu Wan, the head of the village came to the door in a hurry. Mr. Wan, you haven't slept yet? Before he finished speaking, Uncle Wan opened the door in a second. Yuan looked at Yin Jiocha coldly. Is this what you said about Uncle Wan already sleeping? The village head went straight to Yin Jiocha's room. As soon as she heard the noise, Yuan retreated from the bed and kept an insurmountable distance from Yin Jiocha. But she was in his room after all. So when he saw her, the village head was very surprised. Ah Wan? Why are you here? Do you have something to do with Master Wan? The village head didn't think much about it. First, he believed in Ah Wan's character. Second, the whole village was greatly frightened by the fish turning over tonight. Except for the children. No one went to bed. They were gathered outside in groups of 3 or 4. Yuan was thinking about what excuse to use to get out of it. And then she heard Yin Jiocha said calmly, she came to see me. The village head was stunned. Yin Jiocha said slowly, I broke my leg because of her. She was so grateful that she came to cook for me. She cooked a bowl of braised meat, fried bacon and cabbage, heated a few steamed buns, and boiled a pot of water. The corners of Yuan's mouth twitched. Is it necessary to explain it in such detail? Also, are you sure I took the initiative? Ah. The village head's focus was on the first half of the sentence. Master Wan saved Ah Wan. Master Wan is really brave. Very brave. Yin Jiocha said without any modesty. How should he respond? The village head coughed lightly and said awkwardly, under such a crisis, Master Wan was able to sacrifice himself to save others. It's not easy. Yin Jiocha snorted lightly. Isn't it? She is heavy. Village head. I'm just flattering her. You don't have to take it so seriously. Also, what does she as heavy mean? The village head seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Yin Jiocha continued to say in a slapping tone, still not honest. Keep pressing. Yuan's temples throbbed. And she grabbed the half of the steamed bread she picked up from the ground and stuffed it into Yin Jiocha's mouth. If this guy keeps talking, she won't have to go out to see people tomorrow. Just at this time, Uncle Wan brought tea into the room. Village head. Please have tea. After being interrupted by Uncle Wan, the head of the village finally remembered what he was doing. He put down his teacup, looked at Yin Jiocha, and said with great guilt, I just went to invite old Chui, but he was not there. I guess he went out to drink again, and won't be back for 3 or 5 days. I have asked Xuanzi to go to the town to invite a doctor, but I don't know whether the doctors are all there. However, Xuanzi said that if the doctor in the town is not there, He will definitely invite one for Master Wan even if he goes to the capital. But Master Wan will have to wait for a few more hours. Yin Jiuchu spit out the steamed bread in his mouth, thinking of something. Yuan's eyes suddenly moved, and she stepped forward and said, Master Wan is so seriously injured, and I don't know how long the doctor will have to wait. If the best time for treatment is delayed, it will be bad. Why don't you let me try? Uncle Wan on the side said in surprise, Miss Yu, do you know medical skills? Yes. Veterinary skills. Uncle Wan was excited. Then, have you treated this kind of injury? Yuan smiled, yes. For the pig. Chapter 92, Excellent Medical Skills. The whole village gathered around the old well at the entrance of the village, and lit a big fire to resist the severe cold of early spring and calm the panic caused by the earthquake. As a result, they heard the screams of ghosts and wolves coming from the new house of the Ding family. Ah! 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 The whole village. If you scream again, I can't give you acupuncture. Yuan put down the long needle that was half roasted by the fire and said, Uncle Wan shut up and stopped screaming. Yuan roasted the needle again, and Uncle Wan was ready to scream again. Yuan said without thinking, drag him out. When it comes to treating illnesses, he doesn't recognize any relatives. Ing Lu and Ing Shisan received a signal from their young master and dragged Uncle Wan, who was scared and weak, out. To be honest, it's not Uncle Wan's fault that he got mad. They were also weak in the face of such a scary long needle. The two looked at their young master with sympathy. It was all your own fault that you got into this mess. May you be blessed. The three of them went out. The head of the village opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Although he never knew that Alwan could heal people. Master Wan was Alwan's savior. Alwan would never joke about Master Wan's life. She must have been sure of it. Thinking of this, the head of the village was relieved. He didn't reveal that Alwan was actually a veterinarian, and followed the three people out. After everyone went out, only Yuan and Yin Jiuchu were left in the room. Yuan burned the long needle in her hand red over the candle flame, and said lightly, if you feel pain later, it's okay to scream. Don't hold on. Yin Jiuchu raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Without waiting for Yuan to speak, he stared at Yuan's face, and curled his lips evilly. No matter how many times this young master screams tonight, I will make you scream back twice as much. Why does this sound a bit strange? Yuan walked to the bedside and looked down at him. You can't save yourself when you cross the river, and you still want to torture me? If you have the ability, you should heal your leg first. After that, with lightning speed, he restored his dislocated right leg with a click. Yin Jiuqiao groaned, and beads of sweat fell. Dislocation and repositioning are both very painful, but this guy managed not to scream. It seems that her technique is too good. Young Master Yin, who had already cramped in pain, said, Is this girl treating a human or a pig? She was so heavy-handed. It went so smoothly that there was no need for a needle. I had planned to knock him out with one needle if he was too noisy. Yuan packed up her things. I've eaten. I've cured my illness. Uncle Wan, Ing Lu, and Ing Shisan are all awake, so I'm not needed now. Goodbye. Yin Jiuqiao didn't make any more trouble, and Yuan left the house smoothly. However, the moment she stepped over the threshold, a light voice came from behind her. Yuan didn't react, and even if she did, she wouldn't take it to heart. She rolled her eyes and went home with the medical tools. The village head was worried, so he went into the house to look at Master Wan a few more times, and confirmed that Master Wan had some feeling in his legs. And then he put his heart back in his stomach. Oh, Master Wan encountered a giant fish turning over on the first day he moved in. It's really... Yin Jiuqiao corrected him. It's not a giant fish turning over. It's an earthquake. After dawn, the villagers who didn't wait for the subsequent earthquake gradually put their minds at ease, and left the old well one by one, and returned to their own houses. Zhao Heng said earnestly, Everyone, don't go back to the house yet. The book says that aftershocks will occur when the giant tuna turns over. Before he finished the word shock, Aunt Bai interrupted him coldly. It's not a giant tuna turning over. It's an earthquake. You are a scholar. How come you don't even know about earthquakes? And a giant tuna turning over? You have read so much that you have gone to the cow's stomach. Where are there giant tuna in the ground? Zhao Heng, who was confused, said, That's what he said last night. In ancient times, information was not well developed, and Yuan didn't know where the epicenter of this earthquake was. but aftershocks were generally not bigger than earthquakes. And if they were lighter than last night, there was no need to be afraid, although there was no significant property loss or casualties at home. The pheasants in the chicken coop were greatly frightened and said that they didn't want to lay eggs today or in the next 2 days. It was almost dawn when Yuan returned home. She washed up and went to bed, but she was awakened by a furry warmth not long after she slept. She opened her eyes and saw 3 cute little kids rubbing their heads against her chest. The sun shone through the window paper and fell on the heads of the little ones, making their soft hair shine. Yuan felt her heart light up and smiled. Good morning. The little ones, who didn't intend to wake Yuan up, opened their eyes wide and were startled. Yuan laughed. Seeing these little ones early in the morning really made her mood very good. She didn't understand. How could such a slapping man give birth to such a cute child? Soon, Yuan found that the 3 of them were holding a piece of paper in their hands. What are you holding? The 3 handed the white paper in their hands to Yuan. There were 3 big characters again, but they were not Ren Zi Dao, but Sheng Mu Ko. It was still crooked, but smoother than yesterday. Could it be that these little guys thought that she made peace with them yesterday because they saw that they could write? So, children's brain circuits are still different from adults. She thought she had expressed it clearly enough, but in their eyes, they still felt that her love for them came at a price. Yuan didn't know what to say for a while. Perhaps, only after a long time, she could make them believe that she liked them just because of themselves, regardless of what they could or could not do. Don't practice calligraphy anymore in the future, Yuan said softly. Practicing calligraphy at such a young age is not good for the development of the hand bones, spine and eyes. Chapter 93. A really heavy hand. After hearing that they no longer had to write for Yuan, the 3 of them were not relieved, but showed nervous and uneasy expressions. Yuan was still a little bit unable to decipher the little expressions of the few people at first, but the more they got along, the more tacit understanding they seemed to have. When the 3 of them pouted, she guessed what they were worried about. She hurriedly explained softly, "It's not that you write badly, nor that you are not well behaved." Yuan didn't know if the little guys could understand what she said. The 3 of them opened their eyes wide and looked at her innocently. Yuan sighed secretly. It seems that they don't understand it very well. Never mind. This matter can't be rushed. Just like they are unwilling to speak. It takes time to polish. And it also needs a suitable opportunity. Yuan accepted the 3 people's calligraphy. This time, she didn't dare to show too much love. She was afraid that if she showed it, it would encourage the few people to practice calligraphy. The 3 little kids looked at Yuan, then at the words Yuan had casually put on the table, and their faces showed a thoughtful look. At noon, Xuanzi invited the doctor from the town. The town clinic was not open yet, so Xuanzi asked people where the doctor lived and dragged him over. The doctor thought he was a peasant and was reluctant to see a doctor, but when he saw Yan Jiuchu's noble face, he was stunned and speechless. How could such a godlike person appear in this poor and remote place? What are you doing? Uncle Wan urged him. The doctor came back to his senses awkwardly and immediately examined Yan Jiuchu. When Xuanzi went to see him, he said that the patient was dislocated, and after entering the door, the head of the village told him that the injured leg had been repositioned. He examined it carefully. The wound was restored. But why was the handprint on the leg so deep? The doctor muttered, "Where is this doctor? He was so harsh." The village head. "Do you know the beast doctor in Lianhua village?" The doctor prescribed a prescription to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis to promote wound recovery, and left after giving it to Uncle Wan. Young Master Yin began his long and helpless journey of recovery. The villagers returned home one by one and began to sort out the damage caused by the earthquake. They didn't look carefully at night, and thought they only needed to repair the roofs and walls. But when they looked again and again in the daytime, they found that cracks appeared on the ground in many people's houses. The worst thing is that most of the good fields in the village collapsed, and the stalks were destroyed. Their crops were gone overnight, and they couldn't plant the land this year. Oh! And John collapsed outside the ridge and cried, "The land is gone. How can we live?" Now the winter vegetables planted in the fields can't be sold for much money. But their village is poor. Every household eats these vegetables every day. What's more, next year, they still hope to plant some valuable crops in the fields. Now there is an earthquake and everything is gone. Just now they said that there is no need to rebuild the river channel. And I was happy. The land is gone. It's better to rebuild the river channel. At least we can keep an acre and 3 mu of land. Schwanzi squatted on the ground and secretly wiped his eyes. This was of course just a rant. Reconstructing the river and earthquakes are two completely unrelated things. What is going to happen will happen sooner or later. People just didn't expect that they escaped man-made disasters. But they couldn't escape natural disasters. This year is another year of famine. However, compared with the droughts and floods in previous years, having no land to farm is the most terrible. In their village, they don't know how many people will starve to death. Many villagers burst into tears outside the ridges. The head of the village was confused and said, "I'll go to the county government and report the situation in the village to see if the government has any solution." The head of the village went there without stopping. The land was gone. The only family in the village that was not greatly affected was probably the Zhao family. The Zhao family didn't have much land, and Alwan had always helped to farm. After Yuan stopped helping the Zhao family to farm, the Zhao mother and daughter were lazy and had abandoned the fields. "Brother, look! Their land is gone!" Zhao Baomei glanced at the crying villagers from the window, and her smugness could not be concealed. "It's better that they are gone. Who made them vent their anger on the Yu family and wanted to drive us out of the village? Now it's retribution. Right? They deserve it." Zhao Heng frowned. "What nonsense you said. You are also from Lianhua village. If something happened in the village, how can you gloat over it?" Zhao Baomei pouted. "What's wrong with me gloating over it? Who hurt my mother like this? Who made them not seek justice for us? They deserve it. In my opinion, it's better for them to starve to death." Since Zhao Heng became a teacher in the county magistrate's house, he has a generous salary every month. After paying his own tuition, he can still save some money. Their family's life is not much worse than before. Of course, if the debt of 300 taels of silver is ignored. Thinking of the debt, Zhao Baomei gritted her teeth and said, "They are all Ding's houses. How come the new one collapsed but the old one didn't? I heard that the newly moved in family had their legs broken by the collapsed roof last night. How come the Yu guy wasn't crushed to death?" Zhao Heng glanced at his sister coldly. Zhao Baomei was still afraid of her eldest brother after all. Seeing that he was really angry, she stuck out her tongue and turned around to leave. The cause and effect of Yan Jiuchao's injury were not spread by the head of the village, so people didn't know that the shed had almost crushed Yuan to death. But Zhao Heng knew it. Yesterday he went to the town to find the county magistrate, but he came up empty-handed. When he returned to the village and heard people talking, he learned that the county magistrate had come to Lianhua village. He was invited by the newly moved in Master Wan. And after meeting Master Wan, the county magistrate immediately changed his mind and stopped digging the river in the village. People in the village said that Mr. Wan was more knowledgeable than him and was a new top scholar. He was not convinced and wanted to meet Mr. Wan. Of course, he also offered a thank you gift. He deliberately avoided the villagers who came to thank him, so he went a little late. Unexpectedly, he saw Yuan and the young man in white being buried under the ruins. The figure who rushed to Alwan lingered in his mind. Chapter 94 Relatives Visit. Towards evening, the Yu family hurried back to Lianhua village. They were always frugal, but they actually took a horse-drawn carriage hired from another village at a high price. The horses ran so fast that the carriage shed was almost thrown off. It was not until they arrived at the door of Yuan's house that the driver finally tightened the reins. "Alwan!" The uncle opened the curtain. Yu Feng was afraid that he would jump down directly, so he hurried to support him. "Dad, don't worry. We're here." After saying that, he jumped down and helped his father down. As soon as the uncle got off the car, he leaned on his crutches and limped in. "Alwan, sister-in-law. Tai Dan, are you there?" The villagers were digging vegetables in the field. Jiang and little Tai Dan also went there. Only Yuan was at home. She had just coaxed 3 sticky little kids to sleep and took them back to the next door. The uncle was worried and didn't notice that Yuan entered the kitchen from the back door of the house next door. So he didn't notice that new residents had moved in next door. Before entering Alwan, Yu Feng took a look at the new house of the Ding family and felt that it was cleaner than before. Of course, the father and son were more concerned about Yuan's family. It turned out that they accompanied their aunt to her parents' home yesterday and stayed in Yaoshui village, the aunt's mother's home. In the middle of the night, Yaoshui village suffered an earthquake. The two villages were not too far apart. The uncle was worried that Lianhua village had also suffered an earthquake. At dawn, he hired a bullock cart from Yaoshui village to drive back. Unexpectedly, the bullock cart broke down halfway. Yu Feng and the driver repaired it for half a day without success. So they went to the nearest village and rented a rare horse carriage at double the price. Yuan looked at the two panicked people in surprise. Uncle. Brother. Why are you back? Didn't you say you would stay at the Gua family for 2 more days? My aunt's brother celebrated his birthday on the Lantern Festival. And the Yu family went to visit relatives and help. Thinking of something. Yuan said again, could it be that there was an earthquake over there? Where are my aunt and second brother? Are they okay? Xiao Song was slightly injured. It's okay. But you? Are you okay? Uncle's words were considered to confirm that Yaoshui village also suffered an earthquake. Yu Feng said, my father was worried about you. So he came back to see you first. And my mother and others are on their way back. Yuan's heart was moved. We are fine. I went to see the old house. The roof that was repaired last time was broken again. And the beam in my brother's room was broken. It was also fortunate that several people were not there last night. Otherwise the beams would fall down. And Yu Feng would be in danger. The father and son sighed helplessly. It's broken. So be it. It's good that the people are fine. You won't know if you don't experience it. In the face of natural disasters. Human power is so insignificant. By the way, Alwan, I have something to discuss with you. The uncle suddenly spoke. Yuan looked at him. Uncle, please go ahead. The uncle said, it's your aunt's family. The Gua family. The earthquake collapsed the house. They want to stay in our house for a few days first. The our home in the uncle's mouth is actually the old house. Although Yuan has been separated, in the uncle's heart, the old house is always her home. Yuan smiled. Okay. You're welcome anytime. At night, the aunt held Jinjin and returned to Lianhua village with Yu Song and Guadayo. To say that the relationship between the Gua family and the Yu family is not close. Although Yaoshui village is not as rich as Xinghua village, it is also one of the largest villages in Lianhua town. When Mr. Gua was alive, he was the head of Yaoshui village. The Gua family felt superior and looked down on the poor family like the Yu family, and did not pay much attention to the aunt. When the aunt returned to her parents' home, the Gua family basically had no good face, let alone entertaining her with good food and drink. In comparison, the second daughter of the Gua family, who married into a rich family, was treated much better. Every time she returned home, Guadayo would kill chickens and ducks, for fear of neglecting his sister and brother-in-law in the city. The house of Gua's family collapsed in this earthquake. Originally, he wanted to go to his brother-in-law's house to bother him for a few days. But his brother-in-law sent a message saying that his house was also damaged, and he was trying to repair it. He would definitely take him over when it was repaired. In desperation, Guadayo had to settle for the second best and settle down at his brother-in-law's house. As soon as he entered the village, Guadayo showed a look of disgust on his face. After so many years, your village has really not changed at all. It's still so broken. Yu Song's face fell. The little girl looked at her uncle in astonishment. Guadayo came to Lianhua village once, when Mr. Yu passed away 10 years ago. When Mrs. Yu passed away, it happened to be the time when his second brother-in-law's family was celebrating. Guadayo decisively took his family to the city. Today's Lianhua village has naturally changed a lot from 10 years ago. But in Guadayo's eyes, it is still the same. The aunt held her daughter and didn't answer. The ox cart stopped in front of the old house. Guadayo's wife and children were also on their way. But the mother and daughter did not take the ox cart. They asked someone to hire a horse carriage in the town. It was estimated that it would take half an hour to arrive. Yu Song was hit on the forehead by the fallen tiles. But it was just a skin injury. The skull was fine. But it was still very painful. Yu Song got off the carriage and took his sister from his aunt. Xiao Jinjin had already seen Xiao Taidian lying behind the door and looking around. She shook off her second brother's hand and went to find brother Taidian. Go call your eldest brother, said the aunt. As soon as she finished speaking, Guadayo shouted, Xiao Song, take the baggage on the cart. Don't forget the boxes of your aunt and your cousin. The aunt closed her eyes. Yu Song looked at his mother, said nothing, endured the severe pain of the wound, and walked towards the ox cart. Just as he was about to move the boxes on the cart, a slender hand reached out. Let me do it. Yu Song paused. Yuan pushed him aside and moved the big boxes on the ox cart. The eldest aunt is not a brother-supporting demon. No. 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 Chapter 95, Suturing the Wound. Yuan carried the large and heavy boxes inside. Guadayo didn't pay attention at first, until he caught a slender figure passing by in front of his eyes. He raised his head and saw Yuan had already crossed the threshold with the boxes. "That is?" he asked in confusion. Yu Song grabbed the remaining large bundles and went into the house without answering him. The aunt said, "The third child's daughter." "A Wan. Ah. It's her." Guadallo suddenly realized. "The last time I saw her, she was about the same age as Chiao. Right? In a blink of an eye. She is almost as old as you are." The Chiao he was talking about was his youngest daughter, Guosian Chiao, who was 8 years old this year. And Yer was his eldest daughter, Guosian Yu, who just turned 16 a while ago and was 1 year younger than Yuan. Guadallo stepped into the house without paying the taxi fare. The driver stood at the door waiting in a daze. But the eldest aunt went in and took out her waist bag and gave him all the money. The driver drove the ox cart away. Yuan moved the boxes into a bright room. This room was the wedding room of Yu Shaoqing and Jiang before the separation. It had been empty since the separation. The earthquake had little impact on it. The cracked walls had been filled with mud by Yuan and Yufeng. When Guadallo entered the room, Yuan was putting the boxes on the table. Yuan turned around and saw Guadallo. Although she didn't remember this person, it didn't affect her guessing his identity. She greeted him politely, "Uncle." She followed the way Yufeng and the others addressed him. Previously, it was just a back view. But now seeing this face, Guadallo couldn't help but be stunned. This girl has not only grown up, but also become so beautiful. She doesn't look like the skinny little girl at all. Yufeng was repairing the beams in the house. Uncle brewed the imperial Longjing tea sent by Uncle Wan to entertain Guadallo. Guadallo didn't know the value of the tea and said that the tea was not as good as the one from his brother-in-law's house. Uncle didn't get angry and just smiled and followed his lead. But Andy went to the kitchen with a stern face. Yuan pulled Yusong into his own room. "What are you doing?" Yusong looked at the bare hand that was holding his wrist and frowned. "I heard from uncle and brother that you were injured." After Yuan entered the house, she let go of his hand, opened the bundle, and took out the golden wound medicine and several simple bandaging tools. The bandaging tools were added one after another when she treated the horses at the post station and the cows for Xuanzi's family. The golden wound medicine was given by Uncle Wan, mainly to facilitate her treatment of Yin Jiuqiao. Everything that can be used on Yin Jiuqiao is good stuff. Am I using public power for personal gain? Yuan thought secretly. Yu Song said with a nonchalant look, "It's just a minor injury." "It's still an injury. Not to mention it's on your head." "Let me take a look." Yuan lit a candle. Yu Song refused. Yu Song held him down and forcibly turned his head over. Yu Song tried to struggle, but found that this girl was surprisingly strong. Yuan untied the gauze that was randomly wrapped around his head. Yufeng said it was a minor injury. And she really thought it was a minor injury. But she didn't expect the wound to be so big that his forehead was swollen. "I'm going to sew you up." She pulled her hand back and said. When he heard about sew, Yu Song got angry and jumped up from the chair. "I don't want it." Yuan looked at him with a half smile. "What? Are you afraid?" Yu Song choked. No matter how big a man he was, he would be afraid of someone stitching on his body. Right? But there was no need to let this girl know about this. Who knows if you can sew?" Yu Song jumped 3 meters away and said. Yuan took out a new embroidery needle, roasted it back and forth over the flame, and said slowly, "Don't worry. I have sewed this kind of flesh wound many times. It's just not for sewing." In terms of deception, Yu Song is no match for Yuan. And in terms of strength, he is even worse. Yu Song finally sat obediently on the chair and let Yuan sew 5 or 6 stitches. It really hurts. He almost suspected that the girl did it on purpose. After all, how could a doctor be so harsh? Just as he was about to vent his complaints, a cold hand touched his forehead. "Don't move. It's not healed yet," Yuan said softly. The two were close to each other. He could feel her warm breath falling on his painful wound, leaving a hint of warm fragrance. When Yuan finished stitching Yu Song, the women of the Guo family also arrived. As usual, it was the uncle's family who paid for the car fare. When she saw the uncle smiled and took the initiative to pay for it. The aunt of the Guo family finally looked better. The aunt of the Guo family was surnamed Du, and her name was Jinhua. She was the first wife of Guodao. The Du family was also a big family in Yaoshui village. After Du Jinhua married into the Guo family, she had many problems with her offspring. She only gave birth to 2 daughters for Guodao, and never had any more children. Not to mention in the countryside. Even in the city, It was a taboo for women not to give birth to sons. But who let the Du family be so tough? Du Jinhua was still arrogant in the Gua family. Du Jinhua wore a pair of brown cotton trousers, a pair of white satin embroidered velvet shoes, a royal blue peep of buckle floral long coat. Her hair was combed brightly, and she wore a gilded Xinhua pearl hairpin. Not only that, she also put on makeup and painted her eyebrows, which was not uncommon in the city, but it was extremely rare in the countryside where people worked on the farm all day. On the left and right sides of Du Jinhua were 16-year-old Gua Xianyu and 8-year-old Gua Xianxiao. Gua Xianyu has a slender figure and beautiful face, and is one of the most beautiful women in Yaoshui village. In comparison, the second daughter, Gua Xianxiao, is much plainer looking. She is fatter than the two Gua Xianyus combined, and her facial features are not satisfactory. She did not call anyone when she entered the house, but just kept eating the brown sugar crisp in her hand. Chapter 96. Reincarnation of a starving ghost. Little Jinjin has been craving for this brown sugar pastry, but Gua Xianxiao is a lone eater and refuses to give it to her. Fortunately, there is brother Taidan. Little Jinjin ran to find Taidan for a moment, and Taidan stuffed the crab rope pastry in his hand into his sister's mouth. My own sister. I pamper her myself. Alwan, aunt and cousin are here. Uncle shouted to Yusong's room. Several children were at home, but Uncle only called Yuan, which shows how much he values Yuan. Hey, here she is. Yuan wrapped the last round of gauze around Yusong and tied a knot tightly, so tight that Yusong gasped. Yuan packed her bag and went to the main hall to greet Du Jinhua and her daughter, aunt, cousin Yu, cousin Qiaoer. Gua Xianxiao ate the brown sugar pastry in her hand by herself and ignored Yuan at all. Du Jinhua and Gua Xianyu looked over at Yuan. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked, but when they did, they almost popped their eyes out. Yuan had been cleaning up the mess after the earthquake all day. She wore the simplest clothes and the most ordinary hair bun. She didn't even have any decent jewelry. She only used a wooden hairpin that cost 4 or 10 cents on the street stall. This outfit was so tacky that it was almost falling apart. If it was worn by any other village girl, no one would want to look at it. But it was on Yuan. Tranquility, elegance, and good times. Du Jinhua used all the fancy words she learned from her brother-in-law and brother-in-law, but found that they were not enough to describe the beauty of the girl in front of her. How could this be a village girl? She was clearly a girl who walked out of a painting. Du Jinhua claimed to have seen the world, but she had never seen such an extraordinary girl. Yuan's facial features were not impeccable, but on that fair and flawless face, she looked comfortable no matter how you looked at her. Gua Xianyu had long forgotten Yuan, but Du Jinhua had an impression of her. However, the timid, dark and thin girl in her memory was not so eye-catching. Is it true that girls change a lot when they grow up? Du Jinhua always said this only about her own daughter, thinking that her daughter was just like the ladies in the city. At this moment, Du Jinhua was not sure, although she was reluctant to admit it. In front of Yuan, Gua Xianyu was really compared to nothing. It had nothing to do with clothes or jewelry, just a calm look, and temperament in every gesture. Aunt, Yuan smiled and greeted again. Du Jinhua came back to her senses, and seeing Yuan looking at her generously, she was in a trance again. This girl didn't even call out to anyone 10 years ago. It's really different now. Alwan and John came to the house. I'm out of jars at home, and I want to pickle some vegetables. Do you have more? All the vegetables that can be dug out of the field have been dug out. Although there are not many, they can't be eaten in a day or two, and Zhang is afraid that they will go bad, so she pickles them instead. Yes, Aunt Zhang. Please sit for a while. I'll go get them. Yuan went to the kitchen and brought out 2 clean large jars. Aunt Zhang, do you think it's enough? If not, we have more at home. Enough? Enough. Aunt Zhang took the jar and glanced at Mrs. Du beside her. This is... Gua Xianyu and Gua Xianxiao had already gone into the house to pack up their things, leaving Mrs. Du alone in the main room. Yuan said, My aunt? Aunt Zhang was about to say, Isn't your mother from another place? Didn't everyone in your family die? Where did your aunt come from? After a closer look, Aunt Zhang recognized the other person, Xiang's sister-in-law. Xiang is the nickname of my aunt. After so many years, how come you haven't changed at all? You're still so young, Aunt Zhang said politely. Du Jinhua had no intention of paying attention to her, but when she heard the compliment, she smiled and said, Is it Sister Zhang? Why do you look so familiar? Come in and sit down. Aunt Zhang smiled and waved her hand. No. No. I'm waiting for the pickled vegetables at home. I'm leaving first. After that, several aunts and sisters came to the house to borrow kitchen utensils or tools. When they saw Du Jinhua, they couldn't help but praise her like Aunt Zhang. It's true that she was polite, but it's also true that Du Jinhua took good care of herself. When she had nothing to do, she would go to the city to get a bottle of second-hand snow cream, apply it on her face, and her skin was as tender as a peeled egg. She wasn't bragging. There was no woman in this area who looked younger and more beautiful than her. It wasn't until Jiang came to the door that Du Jinhua was slapped in the face again. Jiang sure was the same as she was 10 years ago. She is still as beautiful as a fairy, standing side by side with Yuan. No one would believe that they are sisters. Du Jinhua's sense of superiority, which she had accumulated for more than 10 years, was instantly shattered in front of Jiang Shi and her daughter. After nightfall, the family sat around the table to eat dinner. Jiang Shi and Yuan's looks were indeed stunning, but their clothes were still shabby. So no one in the Guo family thought that the Yu family had become rich, thinking that the Yu family was so poor that they probably ate pickled vegetables. But when they saw a table full of meaty dishes, they were all dumbfounded. Red oil shining braised pork elbows, deep-colored braised lamb, shiny and oily steamed bacon, braised fish with soup, and several side dishes fried with things they couldn't recognize. Goo! Several people swallowed their saliva together. Even at my brother-in-law's house, I didn't eat such a sumptuous meal. Maybe it's dead pork, bought at a low price. Du Jinhua whispered to Guodao. Guodao didn't care whether the pig was dead or alive. The smell made him drool, and he immediately picked up a chopstick. But before he put his chopsticks down, Guo Xianxiao thought the chopsticks were troublesome and directly grabbed the big piece of mutton that he had taken a fancy to. Guodao glared at his little daughter and stretched his chopsticks to another piece of greasy mutton. Seeing that both father and daughter were eating, Du Jinhua didn't care about being arrogant. She stretched out her arms and quickly put a few pieces of the fattest and tenderest mutton and pork elbows into the bowl. After that, she didn't forget to pick up the belly of the braised fish with a chopstick and gave the tenderest piece to Guo Xianxiao. The family always left the belly of the fish for little Jinjin, who couldn't spit out the bones. Little Jinjin always thought that the belly of the fish belonged to her. Now that her own food was gone, she felt a little sad. But she didn't cry or make a fuss. She waited obediently for her parents to come to the table. Yes, before the uncle and aunt came to the table, the 3 members of the Guo family had already started eating like starving ghosts. Chapter 97 Mutual Support. Guodao may not understand tea, but he must know the taste. He has lived for most of his life and has never eaten meat fresher than the meat on the table. If it is dead pork, there is no restaurant in the world that is not good. The taste is really damn good. Guodao was so engrossed in eating that he forgot to wonder how the extremely poor Yu family could afford such a large table of meat dishes. Du Jinhua was also so engrossed in eating that she chewed it in her mouth, held it in her hands, and used chopsticks to pick it up from time to time. A bowl of beautiful dishes was poked here and there by her chopsticks, and rice grains were poked into it. Yu Song was so angry that his face turned green. When the uncle and aunt finally finished the last egg custard and served it to the table, the plates on the table had become horrible. The aunt clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Egg custard? I want to eat it. Give it to me quickly. Guo Xianxiao saw the yellow egg custard in her aunt's hand. This egg custard was filled with dried scallops, which not only had the freshness of eggs, but also the salty fragrance of seafood, with a little chopped green onions and sesame oil. It was simply delicious. Xiao Jinjin looked at the egg custard that night eagerly. Guo Xianxiao couldn't wait for her aunt to give it to her, so she reached out to grab it. At this moment, Xiao Taidian stood up, grabbed the egg custard, scooped the largest and most dried scallops, and put it into Xiao Jinjin's bowl. Xiao Jinjin got the egg custard and ate it with relish. Guo Xianxiao was not very happy. She took the almost hollowed-out egg custard and glared at Xiao Taidian with resentment. Xiao Taidian ignored her, grabbed the chopsticks, and picked up the fish bones for Xiao Jinjin. Except for Guo Xianyu, the other 3 members of the Guo family were quite reserved. The way they ate was ugly. After the meal, the Yu family hardly ate any vegetables, and all of them went into the stomachs of the 3 Guo family members. If it weren't for the uncle saying that there was still a lot of meat at home and they would continue to cook tomorrow, The Yu family seriously suspected that they would burst their stomachs at the table. The Gua family was just poor and noble. In fact, they didn't live a very good life. Any money they had was spent by Du Jinhua on clothes and dressing up. How could they have spare money to buy fish and meat for the family? Several people ate until their stomachs were fat and round, and they leaned against the wall to return to their respective rooms. Gua Xianyua's face was a little embarrassed. She put down her chopsticks reservedly, whispered softly, "I'm full too," and then stood up gracefully and returned to her room like a lady from a noble family. The Yu family looked at the leftovers on the table, and all of them showed an expression that was difficult to describe. The eldest aunt closed her eyes and said, "I see you haven't eaten much." In the kitchen, halfway through her words, Du Jinhua's voice came from the Gua couple's room. "Are there any dishes that haven't been served yet?" The eldest aunt's nails almost dug into her flesh, and she said calmly, "All have been served. There are no hot dishes in the kitchen. We will make new ones tomorrow." Du Jinhua muttered a few words in dissatisfaction. No one in the Yu family said anything, and they finished the rice in their bowls. "Sister-in-law, let Jinjin go to my place," Jiang said to the eldest aunt. There was a Gua Xianqiao who was snatching food at home, so Jinjin couldn't eat anything. It wasn't that the aunt was stingy, but that Gua Xianqiao was really a bag that could never be fed. She was too greedy, and she only ate alone. The aunt nodded and asked Jiang to take Xiao Taidian and Jinjin back to the house. Yuan stayed to help the aunt clean up the kitchen. The aunt boiled a large pot of hot water, and Yuan sat in front of the stove, adding firewood to it. The uncle walked in with a cane and limped. The aunt ignored him with a dark face. The uncle walked around her side and poked her waist quietly with his finger. This little action was inadvertently seen by Yuan, and Yuan suddenly felt that the uncle was cowardly and a little funny. The aunt impatiently slapped his hand away. Still angry, the uncle whispered. The aunt threw the rag on the stove, turned around and glared at him. "It's all your fault. Why did you invite them? Why not let them go to the city?" "Shhhhhh. Keep your voice down." The uncle made a gesture to silence and said in a low voice, "We are all brothers. His family is in trouble. Can I just stand by and watch? Besides, isn't my brother-in-law's house under renovation? Can't it be lived in?" The aunt said unhappily, "You are the only one who is honest and would believe this. Our house is not damaged. The beams are broken. Xiaofeng is still repairing it. Luo Dongyang knows how to get rid of the burden. But you rushed to take it?" The aunt got angry. So fierce. Yuan silently reduced her presence. "I am heir. I am heir. I am heir." The uncle glanced at Yuan, who wanted to shrink into the stove, and cleared his throat awkwardly. He moved closer to the aunt and said in a voice that he thought only the two of them could hear, "You have suffered with me for so many years, and you can never raise your head in your mother's family. Now our life is not difficult. I don't want you to be looked down upon anymore. You have someone to support you. You can make the decision in the Yu family. You can bring your mother's family over if you want, and let them live as long as you want." The uncle has never been to school, and he can't say a single nice word on weekdays. But once he does, it warms people's hearts. The aunt turned her back, and her eyes were red. "Yuan, why is she eating dog food here? This is the feeling of mutual support. Right? It's great." She never met him in her previous life, and she didn't know if she would be so lucky in this life to meet someone who knows and stays with her. After cleaning up the kitchen, Yuan got up and went back to the house. Yu Feng was about to send her off, but was called away by Guadayo. "Wait for me. I'll send you off." Yu Feng turned around and said. Yuan smiled and shook her head. The village was so small. Was there any need to send her off? Yuan opened the door. Yu Song, who was forced into bed by his aunt to recover from his injuries, heard the sound of the bolt. His eyes moved, and he lifted the quilt and got off the ground. It was already the beginning of spring, but for some reason the weather suddenly became cold, and a light snow fell. Yuan tightened her cotton jacket and stepped out of the old house. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, she caught a glimpse of a moonlight-like figure under the locust tree not far away. Yuan took a closer look. Young Master Yin? She took a few steps forward to make sure she was not mistaken, and couldn't help but be more surprised. "Why are you here? Have you been here for a long time?" Yin Jiucha was leaning on a cane in one hand and holding a cloak in the other. After hearing what Yuan said, he snorted and threw the cloak to Yuan coldly. The disgusted action seemed to be throwing something he didn't want, but it was thrown very accurately, and covered Yuan just right. Yuan felt warmed up instantly. The cloak was left with his body temperature, as well as a faint fragrance and medicinal fragrance that belonged to him. It seemed that more than just the body was warmed up. Yuan looked around and speculated uncertainly. Are you waiting for me? Yin Jiocha said angrily. This young master wants to change the medicine. Don't you know? This? Didn't I say to ask Uncle Wan to change it? Yuan said. Is he a doctor? Yin Jiocha's tone became even colder. In the past, Yuan would have been angry if he had been so mean to her. But tonight, Yuan just slightly curled her lips. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? No. Chu. Young Master Yan's sneeze betrayed him very unceremoniously. Yuan's eyes fell on his frozen arms and the empty space that was about to be dented by his repeated steps. And she raised her hand to touch the cloak on her body. Yin Jiuchao thought she was going to return the cloak to her, snorted disdainfully, took his crutches, left her behind, and limped away. But Yuan just tied the ribbon of the cloak. Then she caught up with him and gently held his hand. Chapter 98. Dreaming of that night. On a pitch-dark night, Yuan was lying on the messy hay, sweating profusely. She didn't know why, but she had a severe headache and a burning sensation. How could this happen? What happened to her? Uncomfortable. Her consciousness was a little fuzzy, but she was startled by the hoarse voice. How could she? This voice was not hers. The man's face was close at hand. Who is this? Where am I? Yuan's mind was in a mess, and she heard the man laugh softly in a trance. Laugh? What was he laughing at? Yuan wanted to glare at him, but found that she couldn't use any strength. Yuan was so angry that she simply raised her hand to lift him up. But suddenly there was a thump, and she rolled off the bed and fell heavily to the ground. Yuan suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes with a violent heartbeat, and her face flushed with blood. At this time, the sky was already dim. After realizing that she had just had an indescribable dream, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That feeling was too real. So real that even now that she woke up, the tip of her nose seemed to be lingering with the man's breath, and even her fingertips. Yuan looked at her hands. The touch in the dream was so real. She dreamed like this, as if she had experienced it herself. It must have been caused by last night. A single dog for 2 lifetimes, holding a man's hand for the first time in history, and dreaming about a man at night. It was so shameful. She shouldn't have held the guy's hand. She must have eaten too much dog food at her uncle's house, which made her fall in love. But then you have to choose a partner. How can it be Yin Jiuchu? Yuan patted her head. I'm really too excited. Click. While thinking, there was a small noise outside the door. Yuan suddenly remembered that an order received at the birthday party of Mrs. Wei would expire soon. It was probably Yufeng who came to her to fill the order. But didn't Yufeng always go through the back door for fear of waking up Xiao Taidian and Jiang? Yuan opened the door in confusion, and found that it was not Yufeng, but Zhao Heng, who had not seen for many days. It snowed in the middle of the night, and stopped after a while. But today's weather was affected after all. It was gloomy, and the biting cold wind was blowing. Zhao Heng wore a thick cloak, and stood at the door with a cold face. Yuan glanced at him indifferently. It's so early in the morning. What's the matter? Zhao Heng can now accept Yuan's indifference, but he is still not used to it. He frowned and said seriously, I have something to tell you. Yuan said concisely, if you are here to pay your debt, leave the silver. If you are here to bargain, turn around and get out. Although he knew that she had no feelings for him, he did not expect her to speak so harshly. Zhao Heng blushed immediately. Yuan interrupted him. What do you mean by me? Doesn't Mr. Zhao understand human words? If you are not here to pay your debt, you can get out. Zhao Heng clenched his fists and forced himself to suppress the humiliation and anger in his heart. I didn't come here to quarrel with you recently. I came to warn you that girls should respect themselves and don't bring the bad habits you learned from the brothel into the village. Yuan looked at him as if he was a fool. No matter how many inexplicable phenomena appeared on Yuan, Zhao Heng never believed that she had never been to a brothel, because everyone in the world could deceive him, but that person would not. Of course, Zhao Heng would not expose this matter. Although he wanted to divorce Yuan, he did not intend to destroy Yuan. He was a gentleman, and a gentleman would not be ashamed of the deeds of evil people. Zhao Heng, who found the aura of a gentleman, suddenly felt that he was very great. He straightened his back and said, You know what you have done. I advise you to be more restrained. Don't flirt with any man in the village. I saw it last night. You and Mr. One had a private affair. It's not decent. Yuan suddenly laughed. What does it have to do with you whether I am decent or not? Don't forget that the head of the village has already decided to cancel our engagement. What identity are you questioning me now? Former fiancé? Good neighbor? Or the only scholar in the village? This statement hit Zhao Heng's sore spot. Zhao Heng's eyes turned red, and he said, You don't have no shame. If that gentleman knew that you were not a virgin, would he still want you? Chapter 99 revitalized the village. As soon as Zhao Heng finished speaking, a basin of cold water was poured down. It was Jiang, who never got up early, who came out with a bucket of swill and poured it all over Zhao Heng's head and face. Zhao Heng instantly became smelly, cold and dirty. He pinched his nose in disgust and looked at the sick Jiang in disbelief. Jiang snorted, What are you looking at? Didn't you hear Yuan tell you to get out? You are still a scholar, but you can't even understand what people say. After being ridiculed by Yuan, he was ridiculed by Jiang again. Zhao Heng was really angry. But a scholar met a soldier and couldn't make his point. What else could he do? He had to leave in anger with swill all over his body. Mother! Yuan took the heavy swill bucket from Jiang's hand and asked in confusion. I didn't really go to a brothel. Did I? It would have been fine if Xiao had spit on her once. But twice. 3 times. And he really didn't look like he was lying. Which made Yuan confused. Jiang said without thinking, Of course not. How could you go to that kind of place? I don't know where that bastard heard the rumors from. Don't pay attention to him. Then did I have sex with other men? Yuan thought of the outrageous dream that was so real, and cleared her throat awkwardly. It was just a dream. Why did she take it seriously? Yuan curved her lips and said, Nothing. Mother, I'm going to cook. You sleep a little longer. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Jiang stretched lazily, yawned, and went back to the house sickly, holding the warm tied-in and Jinjin, and continued to sleep. The episode brought by Zhao Heng did not cause much ripples in Yuan's heart. She didn't care about this person. So how could she care too much about his words? Yuan finished breakfast, and it was just dawn. She didn't wake up her mother and brother. After heating the steamed buns in the pot, she went to the old house to find Yufeng and her uncle. The first batch of goods will be delivered on the Lantern Festival. They have to go to the town to buy tofu today. In fact, they can make old tofu themselves. But they don't have enough manpower. They can't even push the mill. In order to save time and manpower costs, they have to go to the town to purchase. As soon as Yuan entered the yard of the old house, she heard a deafening howl of ghosts and wolves. I don't care. I don't care. I want it. I want it. It was the sound of Guxianxia crying and making a fuss. Yuan pressed her ears. At this moment, Yufeng, who was not disturbed, came out to take a breath. He turned his head and saw Yuan. He hurried forward and said, You were busy so late last night. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Yuan was embarrassed to tell him that she had a wet dream and fell off the bed. So she had to say seriously, Aren't we going to the town to buy tofu today? I got up early. Yufeng opened his mouth and said, I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. With the earthquake and the whole family, Yufeng was spitting like a top. He was so busy that he didn't stop even during the busy farming season. Yuan smiled and said, It's okay. I remember it. After a pause, she pointed to the direction of the main hall with her eyes. What happened? Why is Chiao crying so hard? Alas, Yufeng sighed helplessly and told the whole story. It turned out that it was the aunt who felt sorry for the injured Yusong and got up early to steam a bowl of egg custard for him. It happened that Guxianxiao, who went to the toilet, saw it. Guxianxiao was immediately unhappy and said that the aunt hid the egg custard and only gave it to Yusong. Not her. In all conscience, the aunt never thought of being stingy with such a bowl of egg custard. It was just that she saw that she was not awake. So she planned to wait until she woke up before making it. After all, egg custard is better to eat while it is hot. Okay, Chiao, don't cry. The egg custard is here. It was the tolerant and gentle voice of the uncle. Yufeng sighed again. My father is a good man. Yuan agreed. If he was not a good man, he would not have forgiven me at the beginning. Yufeng was speechless. Yuan likes such an uncle. There are many evil people in the world, and maybe she is one of them. But she is willing to protect the kindness in her uncle's heart. As for the evil things, just leave it to her. Brother, Let's go to the town, Yuan said with a smile. Yes. Yufeng nodded. The brother and sister greeted their uncle and aunt, and then walked to the village entrance together. When they passed by the old well, they ran into the head of the village, who had returned from the county government. In just one night, the head of the village had aged 10 years, and the whole person was in a mess. The brother and sister came forward to greet him. You didn't stay in the county government for a night, and just came back now? Yufeng looked at the red bloodshot in his eyes, and asked speculatively. The head of the village nodded dejectedly. What's wrong? Is it our village's matter, not settled? Doesn't the county government care? Yufeng asked. The village head shook his head. It's not that we don't care. It's that we can't care. The village head also went to the county government office to find out that many villages were affected by the earthquake, and Lianhua village was the one with the least damage. In the remaining villages, not only were houses and fields destroyed, but there were also many casualties. There was a war at the border, and the treasury was tight, so it was difficult to allocate money for disaster relief for a while. This was not an excuse by the county magistrate, since he knew that young Master Yin had moved into Lianhua village. The county magistrate dared not neglect his duties in the slightest. He even emptied his own pocket to appease the victims. But there were tens of thousands of victims, and his usual small bribes could not fill this gap at all. Then the court will not care? Yufeng asked indignantly. The village head sighed and said, the county magistrate said that the imperial court would take care of it. But whether it can reach our village is another matter. This is the truth. With so many more serious disaster areas to be rescued, Lianhua village may not be able to get a place. What should we do? Yufeng asked worriedly. Yuan suddenly said, Brother, village head, I have an idea. What idea? The two asked in unison. Yuan smiled and said, we have too many orders on hand to handle. Why don't we ask the villagers to come and help us? We will settle the wages for the villagers. Continue to spoil. No problem. Chapter 100 Teach you how to be a man. The village head heard this, and thought it was a good idea. The villagers were worried about how to make a living without their land. If they could have something to do and get paid, it would be great. Wait, Alwan. I'll go talk to the villagers. After he said this, he really went to call the villagers. He was so excited that he forgot to ring the bell on the ancient well. He went from house to house, and called the villagers out. Seeing Yufeng frowning, Yuan asked softly, what are you thinking about? Brother? Yufeng said truthfully. I'm thinking, will our business be affected by the earthquake? It's okay to make less money. But what if the promised villagers don't have so many errands to assign to them in the end? Yuan had expected this. She curled her lips and said, don't worry, brother. We are doing business with the rich families in Beijing, and the disaster is the people's business. It has nothing to do with them. This is cruel, but every word hits the point. Yes, no matter what disaster or danger happens, it is the people who are unlucky. If not, the third uncle would not have been arrested and conscripted. Yufeng didn't know whether he should be sad about everyone's situation or be glad that this cruel national situation saved their business. The head of the village acted quickly and called everyone to the village entrance in a short while. When the villagers heard that there was something to do, they ran faster than when there was an earthquake. Aunt Bai was the first to arrive. She shouted loudly, Xiaofeng and Alwan, do you really have work for everyone? Yes, Aunt Bai, Yufeng said politely. What kind of work? Aunt Bai asked again. Everyone looked at the brother and sister, with both expectation and anxiety in their eyes. They hoped that what the head of the village said was true, and they were worried about whether the work at the Yu family was something they could do. Many able-bodied men in their village were taken away, and some families only had the elderly, weak and sick left. It was okay for them to farm, but if they really did some complicated work, they would be helpless. Yufeng didn't know how Yuan had arranged it, so he said to her, Alwan, you tell me. Yuan told her the current plan. We have received several orders in Beijing, and need to make a lot of old tofu. We originally planned to buy it in the town, but with the help of the villagers, we can make it at home. The process of making tofu seems complicated, but if it is mass-produced, it can be refined to one process per person, so it is not difficult to operate. I understand. Those who wash beans only wash beans, and those who push the mill only push the mill. Right. Alwan, the head of the village said energetically. Yuan nodded with a smile. That's right. Then I can do this. I'm strong. I push the mill. Xuanzi jumped out and said, too excited, stepped on the air, and fell flat on his face. Everyone laughed. The haze brought by the disaster was thus dispersed a lot. Thinking about the villagers who were sitting on the ridge of the field crying yesterday, and looking at the smiles on everyone's faces today, the village had felt that all the depression in his chest was swept away. He felt like he was back to the first day of taking office. And his whole body was full of energy. How is the salary calculated? The hunter asked in a low voice. After asking this, the village entrance suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Yuan again. Yuan wanted to say, I don't make money from national disasters. But when the words came to her lips, Suehua, the daughter-in-law of the hunter's family, ran over in shock. Oh no! Xiafeng. Awan. Your children are fighting. Their children? Aren't there only Taidan and Jinjin in their family? How can these two little guys fight? In a trance, Yu Feng thought of something and his face changed. It's bad. There is an open space near the ridge of the field in Lianhua village. It was originally used for the villagers to dry millet. Occasionally, passing artists would set up a shadow play here. During the non-busy farming season, the children in the village loved to come here to play. After the earthquake, the open space was not as flat as before, but the bumps and potholes made the children like it more. When Yuan and her group followed Suehua to the open space, 8-year-old Guxianxia was riding on Xiao Taidan. She was fat and pressed Xiao Taidan so hard that his face turned red. Xiao Taidan was not to be outdone. He grabbed her hair and refused to let go, twisting her fat body into a weird arc. In the past, if there were people working in the fields, the children's fights would not escape the eyes of adults. But now there were no people in the fields. If Suehua hadn't happened to pass by, the two might have fought until a long time. Let go! Guxianxiao said in pain and anger. Taidan. Yuan walked over quickly. Let go. Xiao Taidan didn't let go. Yu Feng also walked over. When Guxianxiao saw him, she immediately felt confident and cried. Big cousin! He bullied me. Help me beat him up. You only remember that I am your cousin. But do you remember that I am his cousin? Yu Feng said solemnly. Get up. Guxianxiao shouted. I won't. Let him let go first. Yuan grabbed Tiadan's little fist. And on the other side, Yu Feng also grabbed Guxianxi's shoulder. And the two of them worked together to separate the two children. Little Jinjin also ran over with red eyes, and threw herself into Yu Feng's arms. Yu Feng picked up his tearful sister, and looked at Guxianxiao and said, You are a sister. Why do you bully Taidan? He beat me. Guxianxiao pointed at little Taidan and said. Little Taidan said angrily, It's you who stole Jinjin's things. Yu Feng looked at little Jinjin. Little Jinjin cried so hard, robbed. Cousin, you are bad. I didn't rob. Guxianxiao refused to admit it. I saw it. She robbed it, said Shirtu, the 10-year-old son of the hunter and Suehua. I saw it too. She also pushed her sister Jinjin. Jinjin fell and cried. Then, more children jumped out to testify against Guxianxiao. Guxianxiao didn't rob anything at all. She was just venting her anger on Jinjin, who was less than 3 years old. Seeing that everyone was blaming her, Guxianxia's face turned green and red. And she threw the candy in her hand on the ground. Give it back to you. Little Jinjin buried her head and cried. Yu Feng's face became very ugly. Yuan let go of the angry little Taidan, walked up to Guxianxiao, and looked at her calmly. Are you very proud? Guxianxiao hugged her arms and rolled her eyes. What do you care? Yuan patted her arms lightly, and pulled her to the ground. If your parents don't teach you how to behave, you will naturally be taught when you go out. Chapter 101. A very good beating. This time, there was no mercy at all, and Guxianxiao fell flat on her face. Guxianxiao had always been the only one who bullied others. So how could anyone bully her? This was not to say that everyone in Yaoshui village was afraid of her, but that she bullied the weak and feared the strong, and would stay away from the strong. Little guys like Jinjin couldn't speak clearly, so they couldn't complain to her if they suffered a loss. And if they did, what would happen? She was just a child. At most, she could be twisted in front of her parents and let them teach her a lesson. And her parents would not beat her. It was because of this experience that Guxianxiao became more and more unreasonable. She was sure that Yuan would not beat her. But who would have thought that Yuan would not only beat her, but also beat her so hard? Yuan didn't just stretch her to the ground and be done with it. Although Yuan was slender, it was effortless for her to grab a fat person like Guxianxiao. She grabbed her and pulled her down. She grabbed her again and pulled her down again. Guo fell and cried loudly. At first, Guo was just in pain and angry. But later, Yuan's cold eyes and her aura of wanting to crush her to death actually frightened her. She cried and cursed, while shouting for her cousin Yufeng to save her. Aunt Bai picked her teeth and said, "Why save her? She should learn a lesson. Jinjin is such a good little girl. She only walked at the age of 2 and talked at the age of 3. She is weaker than other children. The most naughty children in the village know to protect her. But this little girl picks on the weakest ones. If she has the ability, go and fight with stones." Aunt Bai rolled her eyes in her heart. After listening to the children's description, the rest of the villagers also felt that this girl from the Guo family was a piece of shit. Jinjin and Taidan were her cousins. She lived in their house, ate their food, and finally beat them up. How could she be so heartless? Oh! Stop beating Alwan. Her parents are here. Aunt Zhang discovered the movement at the west end of the village. Aunt Bai said to Yufeng, "Pull them apart. Pull them apart. Please help me hold them." Auntie. Yufeng handed little Jinjin to Aunt Bai, stepped forward to hold Yuan, and pulled Guo over with his other hand. Guo was already like a bag of bitter vegetables shivering in the cold wind, hanging on Yufeng's body, crying breathlessly. Guo and Du Jinhua rushed over after hearing their daughter's pig-like screams. The uncle also came, but he was far behind because of his inconvenience. Xiaoer. Du Jinhua rushed over as soon as she saw her daughter crying loudly, and took her from Yufeng's hands. Seeing that she was dirty, her hair was messy, and she seemed to have a bruised face, she was immediately angry. "Who beat you like this?" Guo was really scared, and she didn't even have the courage to complain. Guo said angrily, "Tell me, who bullied you? As a father, don't you know what kind of character your daughter is? Why don't you ask her why she was bullied?" The villagers clicked their tongues, and it seemed easy to understand how she got into this kind of character. "Did you beat Xiaoer like this?" Du Jinhua couldn't pry her daughter's mouth open, so she turned to look at Yufeng, who had rudely dragged Xiaoer over. Yufeng wanted to say, "It's not me." Uncle arrived, looked at Guo, then looked at Yuan and Yufeng beside him. "What's wrong?" Yufeng said, "She bullied Jinjin and Taidan." Halfway through his words, Uncle slapped him on the back of the head. "So you beat Xiaoer? She's so young. What does she know? How can you be a big brother? You're in your 20s, and you still care about a child." After taking the blame for Jiang, Yufeng took the blame for Yuan again. "It's not him." Uncle swung his crutches and hit him fiercely. "I gave birth to you and raised you, just to let you bully your cousin. What are you? A grown man, meddling in the affairs of children. You're capable, aren't you?" Yufeng had no desire to live. Did he have an honest face for nothing? Why was he always the first to be suspected every time something went wrong? "I said it wasn't me." Yufeng ran away with his head in his hands. The uncle chased him and beat him. "You still dare to quibble? If it's not you, then who is it? How can you be so cruel to such a young child? She is ignorant. Don't you understand it either?" "Uncle, it's not my brother. It's me." Yuan stepped forward and said. The uncle raised his cane and said, "You?" Yuan nodded. "Yes, it was me. She bullied Jinjin and Taidan. I was so angry that I started fighting." "Uncle, if you want to punish her, punish me." The uncle's face changed in a second. "Well done. Yuan. Yufeng?" Everyone. The villagers spit out blood. Guo and his wife almost thought they had heard it wrong. The girl admitted that she beat their Xiaoer. But what did Yu Kaiyang say? "Well done." He didn't say that in front of his son, who is his biological child. "Brother-in-law, you must give us an explanation today." Guo stepped forward. Du Jinhua echoed, "Yes. She bullied Xiaoer like this. You must teach her a lesson today." The uncle, who was so angry that he wanted to kill his own son a second ago, has become very calm this second. "Then your daughter bullied my daughter. Did you explain to me?" Du Jinhua choked hard. Xiaoer, isn't she still young?" The uncle said shamelessly. "Miaowan is also still young." Du Jinhua is about to vomit blood. Guo was also very angry. This brother-in-law has always been soft-hearted and never said a word to him. What happened today? He actually sang against him. Guo said arrogantly, "You? I came to your house because I respect you. Don't think I really care. If you don't solve this matter today, we will never be done. The uncle said indifferently, actually, you don't have to live in my house. The Gua couple were shocked and startled again. What's going on? Were they ordered to leave? Chapter 102 Business comes to the door. Guadayo and his wife had never expected that things would develop in such a strange trend. Is this still the silly brother-in-law who fawned on them everywhere and tried to please them? Fearing that they would be dissatisfied even a little? Something is not right. Uncle didn't care how dumb the Gua family was, and turned to Yuan and whispered, "Are you okay? Does your hand hurt?" The couple's jaws dropped. Shouldn't they be concerned about Xiao's injury at this time? Why would they worry about the girl's hand hurting? Uncle suddenly became unmovable, and looking at the villagers around. All of them looked like they were watching a good show. Guadayo and his wife felt a burning sensation on their faces, ashamed and embarrassed. In the end, the two took Guxianqiao away. Of course, they didn't give up, but found the aunt. They knew that their eldest sister was the one who made the decisions in the Yu family. Although this eldest sister was not particularly partial to him. Her brother-in-law beat up his own son, but was partial to the third room's girl. Didn't the eldest sister have any thoughts in her mind? Besides, they were not at fault in today's matter. At least not after that stinky girl took action. All these things together are enough to make Yu Kaiyang and that girl drink a pot. On the way back to the old house, Guadayo decisively thought of the lines. But as soon as he entered the door and hadn't opened his mouth to complain, he saw his aunt pointing to the boxes in the main room. The things are packed. See if you have missed anything? Guadayo instantly. The other couple is one of the good cop and the other is the bad cop. But his sister and brother-in-law are different. One said to drive people away, and the other immediately packed all the luggage. Guadayo, who has lived for decades, feels that his outlook on life has been overturned. Du Jinhua, who was standing aside, originally planned to howl a few times, but was stunned by the scene in front of her. If the brother-in-law was just threatening them in anger, then the eldest sister really wanted them to pack up and leave. Thanks to Guxianqiao, the Gua family, who originally came here with their tails up and planned to show off for a month, became honest the second day after entering the Yu family. The Yu family is professional in curing all kinds of dissatisfaction. After everyone dispersed, Yuan took Jinjin and Xiao Taiden back to her house, and Yufeng followed. Yuan carefully checked the bodies of the two. Jinjin fell a few times and her little butt was bruised, but the rest was not serious. As for Xiao Taiden, he was the one who confronted Guxianqiao head-on. Guxianqiao pinched a scratch on his neck, and his palm was scratched on the ground. Of course, Guxianqiao was not much better than Xiao Taiden. Xiao Taiden scratched her hair bald. Xiao Taiden hit her like a bullet, and she fell flat on her face. It was so embarrassing. Yuan gave Jinjin a piece of soft osmanthus cake, and Jinjin ate it happily. Afterwards, Yuan used the special medicinal wine given by Uncle Wan to clean Xiao Tian's wound. It was just a minor scratch. No stitches were needed, and a thin layer of golden wound medicine was enough. Yuan took out the golden wound medicine and applied it while saying, "She is so big, and you can't beat her." Little Taiden puffed up his chest and said, "Who said that? Wait 2 more years. I'll grow up." "You haven't grown up yet?" Yuan interrupted him sharply. The chatterbox instantly wilted. Yuan said earnestly, "Don't fight with others anymore. Okay?" Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. This is what an elder sister should say. The next second, Yuan said, "Tell your sister to beat him up." Yufeng shuddered. Can he still teach his children well? After such a delay, they forgot about going shopping. Although they can make tofu with their fellow villagers now, tofu also needs raw materials. It was not until the head of the village came to ask when the work would start that the two remembered the ingredients. "Let's go after lunch," said the uncle. Yuan grabbed a hot steamed bun. "It's too late. I'm afraid I can't buy beans." "Take a few more." The uncle opened a clean food bag and put a few big fragrant steamed buns. This was made of the milk skin from the New Year gift. It didn't taste sweet, but had a strong milky aroma. Xuanzi's ox cart was waiting outside the door. Yuan walked over and took out a big steamed bun with milky aroma. "You haven't eaten it yet, have you?" Xuanzi scratched his head. "Take it." Yuan stuffed the steamed bun into his hand, turned around and said to the house, "Brother, here I am." Yufeng brought out the basket and the cloth bag and put them on the carriage. Xuanzi took a bite of the steamed bun, and the soft milky flavor melted in his mouth. It was so delicious that he was stunned. "What are you standing there for? Let's go! Yufeng patted the back of his head. Xuanzi ate a steamed bun while leading the cow, and walked steadily towards the village entrance. However, Yuan was unable to go to the town in the end. They met Lao Tzuyo, who had not been seen for many days, at the village entrance. Behind Lao Tzuyo followed a burly man. The man wore a black cloak and a hat, covering most of his face. In his right hand, the man held a box wrapped in black cloth. Lao Tzuyo came to see Yuan. Miss you. This Mr. Su is my friend. The little thing he raised at home is sick. I was thinking that you can treat the cow. Right? Can you take a look at it? Lao Tzuyo said expectantly. Friend? Yuan glanced at Mr. Su, but the man did not look at her. Lao Tzuyo coughed lightly. Miss you? Yuan said. I have to charge for the consultation. And it is not cheap. Chapter 103 Sky-High Medical Fee. When he heard that Yuan wanted to collect medical fees, Old Chui was relieved. It seemed that the friend he mentioned was not a person who would cut back on food and clothing. The man sneered disdainfully. The voice was very light, but it was enough for Yuan to hear. Yuan didn't mind that he treated her as a petty person who was greedy for money. After all, how he looked at her was his business, and getting the money was her business. Yuan turned to look at Yufeng. Brother, you go first. I'll come later. Yufeng shook his head. No. You stay at home. Xuanzi and I are enough. Xuanzi straightened his chest, stuffed his mouth with milky steamed buns, and said vaguely, Don't worry, Sister Awan. I will definitely buy beans with Brother Xiaofeng. Yuan nodded with a smile. Then thank you for your hard work. No problem. Xuanzi stuffed the last bite of steamed bun into his mouth. Yuan handed the food bag with steamed buns to the two. You can eat on the way. Xuanzi glanced at Yufeng and accepted it embarrassedly. You come with me. This was said to Old Chui and the man. The two followed Yuan. Yuan walked towards her own house. Along the way, she was thinking wildly whether she should also build a separate pharmacy. Jiang, Xiao Tai Dan, and Jinjin went to the old house for dinner. The house was empty, although it was shabby and simple. Every corner was clean. Yuan pointed to the table in the main room. Put the cage on it. The man paused and put it there as he said. Yuan lifted the black cloth outside the box and cage, and found that the cat inside was actually a snow-white cat. It was not big, with a green left eye and a deep blue right eye. At first glance, it looked like the Persian cat she had seen in her previous life. But it didn't have as long hair as a Persian cat. With Yuan's experience, she couldn't recognize the breed of this cat. But this did not affect Yuan's diagnosis and treatment. Yuan opened the cage and reached out to hug the chubby little white ball. The man at the side stared at her hand. His thin lips slightly parted, as if he wanted to remind her of something. But in the end, he didn't say a word. Yuan took the little fat ball out. Meow. The little fat ball lay in Yuan's arms, rubbing Yuan's small chest, and made a meow of enjoyment. Old Chui didn't know this cat, and didn't know that it would not get close to anyone except its owner. So he didn't think it was abnormal that it was so docile in Yuan's hands. But there was a trace of strong surprise in the man's eyes. But that was all. Even the imperial doctor was helpless with this cat. A wild girl from the countryside. It would be a miracle if there was any way. This little fat ball doesn't look big, but it's heavy to hold. After the examination, Yuan was sweating. How is it? Did you find anything wrong? Old Chui asked anxiously. Yuan stroked her little fat ball and said, There are many problems. If I really treat it, the consultation fee will have to be doubled. Old Chui's mouth twitched. When you treated Xuanzi's cow, you didn't charge a penny. Now you are raising the price. Isn't it too unfair? The man took out a silver ingot from his arms and put it on the table coldly. If it is cured, it is yours. If it is not cured. The man did not say the rest. But Old Chui shuddered suddenly. Yuan took in Old Chui's strangeness and wondered what the man's background was. How did he know Old Chui? And why was he so difficult to deal with? Looking at the man's attitude, he knew that he would either be cured or die. Then it was no wonder that she asked for a high price. You are sending beggars. And you want to ask this divine doctor to treat your illness with this little money? Divine veterinarian. Yuan added silently in her heart. Yuan heard the sound of fists clacking. Bang! The man took out 2 more gold ingots. This was the largest denomination currency Yuan had seen in ancient times. 5 taels per ingot, which together amounted to 10 taels. 10 taels of gold. It's definitely enough for Uncle to treat his leg. And it's also enough to cover the expenses of her new workshop that has not yet opened. What's wrong with it? Miss you? Old Shui was most concerned about the cat's condition. Yuan said, it has pneumonia and eczema. It coughs, has a fever, and has unstable breathing. Old Shui guessed that it might be pneumonia. But eczema? Old Shui stroked his beard. How did Miss you see that? Yuan turned over the cat's hair on its lower limbs and back and said, look. Here. Here. And here. The cat's hair is falling off severely. And there are millet-shaped rashes on the epidermis. After being scratched and bitten, the skin thickened. And now scabs have begun to form. This is a typical sign of allergic eczema. Old Shui suddenly realized. Is there a cure? He asked. Yuan nodded. 6 chien of Nidium mondieri. 12 chien of Sephora flavescens. 3 chien of Xanthoxylum bungianum. 3 chien of alum. Decoct in water to extract the juice. Apply it to the affected area once in the morning and evening. What about pneumonia? Old Shui asked. Yuan rubbed the little fat ball in his arms and said, this is not difficult. 1 chien of Radix isatitis. Half a chien of Semen lepidii. Licorice. Platycodon grandiflorum. And Fritillaria thunbergi. Decoct in water to extract the juice. Add 20 chien of honey. Mix well. Take 1 dose a day. And you will see the effect in 3 to 5 days. Old Shui pondered for a while. Pounded his palm and said, wonderful. 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 3 consecutive wonderful words finally made the man look at this rural girl. It's okay if he doesn't look. But when he looks, the man's whole body tenses up. It's you? The man blurted out. Yuan blinked and looked at the man wearing a veil. Do you know me? The man did not answer her, but lowered his eyes to her flat belly. Frowning, where is your child? Chapter 104 Life-Saving Grace. Just at this moment, Xiao Taidan ran in holding Xiao Xinjin's hand. Sister, sister, look what we found. It was Xiao Tian's clear and loud voice, which instantly drowned out the man's voice. Yuan didn't hear it. Xiao Taidan took his sister into the house, spread out his other hand, and revealed a smooth and round yellow stone. Sister, do you think it's jade? Is it worth a lot of money? This little guy even knows about jade. And I don't know where he heard it from. It's a pity that this is just an ordinary pebble. Yuan would be surprised by Xiao Tian's new cognition every time. This feeling is very similar to that of parents. But she has never given birth in her 2 lives. And I don't know if this maternal aura is the nature of all women. Xinjin still has a lot in her pocket. Right. Xinjin. Xiao Taidan shook his sister's hand. Xiao Xinjin nodded and used the other hand that was not held to open her little pocket, which was filled with colorful stones. Yuan finally saw Xiao Tian's intention. Xiao Xinjin was bullied by Guo Xianqiao and became timid. She didn't dare to go out. So Xiao Taidan thought of a way to coax her out. Is it her? The man wearing a bamboo hat on the side suddenly spoke. Xinjin grew slowly, and was only as big as a 2-year-old child. The 2 little guys didn't understand what the man said, but they looked at him at the same time. He was dressed in black, and had a cold temperament. Xiao Xinjin was a little scared, and shrank behind brother Taidan. Little Taidan puffed up his chest. Don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. Yuan was puzzled by the question. It's her. Why did this man speak so incoherently? You? It's her? What logic? Yuan missed that sentence, so she couldn't connect the man's questions together. However, since the 2 little guys came, Yuan still introduced them, my brother and sister. After that, she asked the 2 little guys to call someone, took their pebbles, and asked them to find new ones. There were only 3 people left in the room, and the little fat ball, who went back to the cage to sleep. Yuan took out a pen and paper, and while writing the prescription, she said, by the way, Mr. Su, do you know me? The man looked at Yuan with an expression that he didn't know him at all, and looked away lightly. I recognized the wrong person. Oh! Yuan nodded, without any doubt, and finished writing the prescription. While he was hesitating about who to give it to, the man spoke again. Have you been to Sanhui Pavilion? Yuan asked. Where is Sanhui Pavilion? The last glimmer of hope in the man's eyes faded. He took the prescription from Yuan's hand, picked up the cage, and said goodbye. Just as he closed the cage door, the little fat ball jumped out and jumped into Yuan's arms. The man was shocked again. He didn't expect that a little thing who didn't recognize his relatives would throw himself into the arms of a wild girl he had only met once. The little fat ball refused to leave, but it had no choice. The man patted the box and cage, Come in. The little fat ball looked up at the sky. Humph! Do you want me to do it by force? The man threatened. The little fat ball waved its claws and bared its teeth. Yuan touched its little back soothingly and said to it, Okay. It's time to go back. Come back for a follow-up visit in 5 days. The last sentence was said to the man. The man hummed solemnly, I know. The little fat ball then reluctantly jumped out of Yuan's arms and landed gracefully and lightly on the table where the cage was placed. The man opened the cage door. The little fat ball entered the cage with a stinky face. Although he entered, he bit off the iron of the cage one by one with a few clicks. It can be said that he has a very bad temper. The man left with the box and cage. Old Chui saw him off to the carriage parked 2 miles outside the village. Your Highness. Please. Old Chui lifted the curtain for the man. The man stepped into the carriage, sat down, and placed the box next to him. Seeing that he was silent, Old Chui thought he was dissatisfied with him. But he couldn't remember what he did wrong today. So he guessed and said, Your Highness. Please rest assured. Since I have promised not to practice medicine, I will keep my word. But the man didn't listen to his words at all, and just asked lightly, What is the origin of the woman surnamed Yu? Old Chui thought he was surprised by Yuan's medical skills. So he explained, Miss Yu is from Lianhua village. Her father is from the village, and her mother married from another place. She has a cousin in Nantian City. She learned veterinary skills from her cousin's house. It seems it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago? The man murmured. But soon. He shook his head in disappointment. Nantian City is too far away from Sanhuiying. Your Highness. What did you say? Old Chui didn't hear clearly. Nothing. The man regained his indifferent look. Keep your duty. I can give you this life. And I can take it back at any time. Yes. Old Chui bowed his head respectfully. The man lowered the curtain. The driver raised the whip in his hand, and the carriage drove away. The man's swaying figure was shrouded in a huge shadow. He closed his eyes lightly, and his thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. On a rainy night, he was stabbed several times, and lay dying in the mud stained red by blood. A pregnant woman came over with an oil paper umbrella. There is a person here. Girl. Don't go. A 50-year-old maid chased after him. Grandma. Look. He's still alive. The woman squatted down with difficulty with her belly about to give birth, and held the umbrella over his head. She has a pair of childish eyes. At such a young age, she was already pregnant. The woman called her girl. The man didn't remember much about what happened after that. He fainted, and when he woke up, he was lying in a meditation room in a temple, and the maid and the woman who sent him there had disappeared. Chapter 1053 Big Demons. Yufeng and Xuanzi came back quickly. They bought 200 kilograms of soybeans. They wanted to buy more, but they left too late. Only 200 kilograms were left. Since ancient times, disasters have been accompanied by plague and price increases. The casualties of this earthquake were not serious, and the epidemic was largely avoided. But many houses and farmlands were damaged, and the price of food should have risen. Unexpectedly, the price rose, but it was quickly brought under control. Oh! How could this happen? Yuan asked in confusion, and helped Xuanzi carry a basket of soybeans. Did the court open the warehouse to provide relief food? Yufeng took a large basket of soybeans off the ox cart. It's not the court. It's concubine Su's people. Her mother's family's business dispatched materials from all over the place overnight to stabilize the grain price in the town. The concubine Su mentioned by Yufeng is the concubine that the current emperor values very much. She is one of the 4 concubines and the virtuous concubine. In terms of favor, concubine Su is not as good as concubine Wan, but she holds the seal of the wind on behalf of the queen, and is the real master of the 6 palaces. She has an adult prince and a young princess. The eldest prince born to the queen is uneducated and unskilled. There are rumors among the people that concubine Su's second prince is very likely to inherit the throne. Master Su. Concubine Su. Yuan was thoughtful. What's wrong? Yufeng asked, without waiting for Yuan to answer. He continued, I forgot to ask how the doctor that old Chui brought with you is doing. It's finished. Yuan paused, and then said, that young man is also surnamed Su. Could he be a member of the Su family? There are many people surnamed Su. Yufeng said. The Su family is in Nantian City, hundreds of miles away from the capital. How could old Chui know someone so far away? Besides, That's the Su family. Old Shui can't get close to them. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Su is a big surname. There are countless people surnamed Su in the world. It's just that she thinks that Mr. Su's temperament is too outstanding. Not like the son of an ordinary rich family. So she asked this question. But this is none of her business. He is the son of concubine Su. So what? Can she still benefit from him? Yuan no longer obsessed with the other party's identity, and went to the backyard to prepare water to soak soybeans. The dungeon was pitch black, with no sunlight, along with the sound of the chain shaking. The jailer's voice sounded solemnly, Gao Yuan. Someone is here to see you. Gao Yuan, who had fallen asleep against the wall, slowly opened his eyes. A ray of firelight shone in front of him. Gao Yuan, who had not seen the light for a long time, could not stand such strong light, and could not help but raise his hand to block it. Just as he blocked it, the man stepped forward. Uncle! It was Qi Lin. Gao Yuan put down his hand that was blocking his forehead and looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? Gao Yuan was personally thrown into the Dali Temple's prison by His Majesty, without His Majesty's oral order. The Dali Temple did not dare to let anyone in to visit. Over the past 10 days, Qi Lin had thought of countless ways, and used all the connections he could find. The only thing left was to go to the young master's mansion to block Yin Jiuqiu. What Qi Lin himself did not expect was that on the way to block Yin Jiuqiu, he would run into concubine Su's palace servants. Qi Lin knelt on one knee, put the food box on the ground and said, It was the concubine Xian who pleaded for me. She asked His Majesty for an oral order. I can come to visit my uncle every day in the future. Concubine Xian. Gao Yuan was in a trance. He hadn't heard this name for a long time. For a moment, he couldn't remember which face it was. Qi Lin looked at the dirty and messy cell, and then at his uncle's embarrassed appearance. His eyes were red with heartache. Uncle, why did His Majesty lock you up? What did you do wrong? Gao Yuan didn't answer, but sighed helplessly. Seeing that his uncle didn't want to talk, Qi Lin tactfully stopped asking. He brought out the dishes and snacks in the food box. I heard that the food in prison is not delicious. I asked the chef in the mansion to make a few side dishes that you like. Please try them while they are hot. Gao Yuan looked at the chestnut cake and 3 dishes and a soup in front of him. Just as he raised his chopsticks, he thought of something and asked Qi Lin, the concubine. The concubine with the surname Xing? Or the concubine with the surname Su? Qi Lin widened his eyes and said, Of course the concubine's surname is Su. You taught her son. And you even forgot her surname? Gao Yuan pressed his eyebrows. I am confused. Concubine Zeng was 10 years later. Qi Lin had a resentful face. Uncle, you are talking nonsense again. Gao Yuan laughed dryly. Qi Lin scooped a bowl of soup and said, Uncle, the virtuous concubine is so good to me. Is she trying to win you over and support the second prince? No, Gao Yuan said. Why? Uncle, don't you like the second prince? Qi Lin asked doubtfully. Gao Yuan shook his head. It's not that he doesn't like him. On the contrary, the second prince is a genius, proficient in both civil and military strategies, and has a broad mind. If he can ascend the throne, he will surely become a wise ruler. It's a pity that this prince was killed before he ascended the throne. He didn't die at the hands of his brothers who were fighting for the throne, nor at the hands of Yin Jiuqiu, but at the hands of 3 great demons. Gao Yuan didn't know until he died that the 3 great demons who slaughtered the dynasty were the long-lost flesh and blood of Yin Jiuqiu. The soybeans had to be soaked until night. Yuan had nothing to do, so she decided to go up the mountain to try her luck. She went back to the house, took her fishing rod, a small shovel, and a backpack to go up the mountain. But when she went out the back door, she saw 3 little kids who came to see her. Ever since Yuan showed no interest in their calligraphy, the 3 stopped practicing calligraphy and gave her small flowers instead. Uncle Wan asked Ing Lu to move the flowers from the young master's house to decorate the backyard. Uncle Wan carefully cultivated them in the greenhouse for a winter, and each flower is worth 100 gold. The little kid picked the 3 largest and brightest peony flowers without hesitation. The 3 handed the small flowers they picked to Yuan. Yuan didn't know how valuable the flowers were, and seeing that they were the intentions of the 3 little guys, she was very happy to accept them. Unexpectedly, the first time she received flowers, they were sent by 3 little kids. You know how to give flowers to girls at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? Yuan squinted her eyes and said, and kissed the little faces of the 3 people one by one. The three of them blushed in embarrassment. Gao Yuan, give me back the great devil. Chapter 106 Tiang Xianglu. After the beginning of spring, good things from the mountains gradually emerged. Yuan found several kinds of wild vegetables, but they had just sprouted and would take some time to be harvested. Yuan secretly noted the location of the wild vegetables. In terms of taste, these wild vegetables may not be better than the green vegetables in the field, but now their land is gone. Right? Besides, wild vegetables are rich in nutritional value and are good for the body. The spring bamboo shoots are still small now, so Yuan came to the stream. The earthquake also had a slight impact on the topography of the mountain forest, but it was not big. Yuan caught 3 fish in the stream, 2 of which were too thin, so she let them go, and only carried the fat Christian carp back to the yard. Originally, she was still thinking about what to do with the fish on the way, but as soon as she arrived at the door of the backyard, she turned around and knocked on the back door next door. It was Uncle Wan who opened the door. Uncle Wan looked unhappy. The peony king he had raised for a whole winter was destroyed by someone. It was obvious that it was done by 3 little bastards. Uncle Wan. Yuan greeted politely. Miss you. Uncle Wan suppressed his displeasure. He liked Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Not only was she a good cook, but she was also kind and good at medicine. She was also considerate and hardworking. Especially, she could tolerate her own lunatic master and 3 little bastards. Such a girl is really rare in the world. Yuan was embarrassed to say that it was for the 3 little kids. So she said, I caught a fish. You can use it to make soup. She also took out the spring bamboo shoots from the basket. The bamboo shoots are not big, but they are very fresh. They are very nourishing when stewed in fish soup. How can I do this? Uncle Wan declined. Yuan said, it's not worth much. There are still a lot of them on the mountain. Then I'll be disrespectful to refuse it. Uncle Wan accepted it with a smile. Miss you. Come in and sit for a while. Yuan shook her head. No. I have to go to work. This is not a polite remark. But the soybeans are almost soaked, and it's time to start working. Uncle Wan also knew that the Yu family was busy with business, so he didn't try to keep her. He thanked her carefully, and after Yuan left, he carried the fat big Christian carp to the kitchen. As soon as he turned around, he was startled by Yin Jioch, who came behind him without knowing when. Master, why aren't you lying in the room? What are you doing out here? Even with a cane, Yin Jiochao could still exude an air of dominance. He glanced at Uncle Wan indifferently. She is here to secretly inquire about me again. She didn't mention you at all. Yin Jiochao snorted sarcastically. She has taken advantage of me all night. What else does she want? Uncle Wan was very upset. Didn't I just see that you were a cripple? So I held your hand, walked from the east end of the village to the west end, and kindly helped you. A cripple? Back to the house? You said it as if Miss Yu had eaten you up. Is it really okay to be so shameless? Yuan didn't realize that she had sent Gain to Little Milk Bag and set a unique fantasy. She was now in the old house, helping to light the fire and cook bean juice. There are 3 stone mills in the village, all of which are in use now, with a steady stream of soybean juice flowing out from under the millstone. Xuanzi, Yufeng, the hunter and other strong men took turns pushing the millstone, while Aunt Zhang and Aunt Bai helped put the beans in and collect the soybean juice. Suihua and several young wives were not idle either. Under Yuan's allocation, they scooped out the soybean juice from the pot 1 spoonful at a time and poured it into the prepared jar. Making tofu is by no means an easy task. Otherwise, how can we say that the 3 most painful things in the world are rowing a boat, forging iron, and selling tofu? To make tofu, a bag of fresh soybeans must be soaked for several hours until it is 2 to 3 times larger. After soaking, it is ground, and the soybean juice is put into the pot and boiled over high heat. Up to this point, it is just a simple physical work. But once it comes out of the pot, it has to be slurried, and there is a lot of knowledge in it. If you slurp well, it will be tofu brain. If you slurp badly, it will be yellow slurry. The skill of making tofu paste determines the quality of tofu, and the materials used for making tofu paste determine the yield of tofu. Generally speaking, the yield of lactone tofu is the highest. 1 pound of soybeans can produce 4 pounds of tofu, followed by gypsum and brine, which are about 2.5 pounds to 3 or 4 pounds. It's a pity that there was no lactone in ancient times, and gypsum was not popular among the people. Brine was the choice of most tofu makers. Yuan also planned to use brine. After tasting the newly made acidic tofu made by her uncle, she decisively changed to acidic tofu. The acidic juice is the juice drained from making tofu the day before. After acidification, it becomes acidic juice. The yield of tofu made by acidic juice is half a pound less than that of brine. But its taste is more mellow and harder than brine tofu. And the bean fragrance it exudes is more original and simple. Correspondingly, the requirements for the paste making process are more stringent. You should do this. Under the shed in the backyard, Yu Feng was patiently teaching Xuanzi to make tofu paste. Many hands make light work. The tofu that took the Yu family 3 days to make was made by the villagers overnight. After that, they just had to wait for it to ferment, and then make it into stinky tofu and fermented bean curd. All one. After finishing work, Yu Feng called Yuan. Yuan put the last piece of cut tofu into the jar. What's wrong? Brother? I want to talk to you about something. Is it about the order volume? You found out too? Yeah. Yuan nodded. We can't handle the orders we received. And the whole village can't handle them together. To put it bluntly, they can't support so many laborers. Otherwise they will run at a loss. Loss for 1 or 2 days is fine. But if it lasts for a long time, they will collapse sooner or later. Yuan thought for a moment and said, We need to expand the market. My eldest brother and I will go to the town tomorrow. Okay. Yu Feng was a little worried that Yuan would reduce the labor force. Hearing her say that she wanted to expand the market, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I'll take you home. The two left the old house. Thinking of something, Yuan suddenly said, How is my second brother? I haven't seen him all day. Yu Feng frowned. I don't know what's wrong with him. He stays in his room even when he eats. By the way, this time it was Yu Feng's turn to ask her. I heard that a new family moved in next door to you. They are scholars. On the day when Xinghua village came to the door, the Yu family accompanied the eldest aunt back to her parents' home. It was only when he heard the villagers mention it by chance while working today. Otherwise Yu Feng would not have known that there was a powerful gentleman in their village. Yuan thought to herself. What gentleman? Just a second-generation ancestor who is bored. The next day, early in the morning, Yuan and Yu Feng went to the town with 2 jars of stinky tofu and fermented tofu that they made at home. The market outside the town was not open, but the market inside the town had already started business. As Yu Feng said, due to the intervention of Su's business, the price was very stable. The brother and sister walked around the market and observed the flow of customers. They felt that it could not meet their current needs. It would be good to sell salt, Yu Feng said inexplicably. Salt is a huge profit. They know how to make salt, and can turn the astringent cheap salt into high-quality snowflake salt. In this way, even if they don't sell in large quantities, it is enough for them to make a lot of money. Yuan smiled. Not everyone is as tight-lipped as Miss Bai. This is the truth. In the Great Zhou dynasty, selling private salt is illegal. Once it gets out, their whole family will go to jail. Yu Feng sighed. I just said it casually. Miss Yu. The two heard a familiar voice and turned around at the same time, and saw shopkeeper Cui jumping off a carriage that stopped suddenly. Shopkeeper Cui said in surprise, It's really you. I thought I made a mistake. Brother Yu Feng is here too. Shopkeeper Cui. The two greeted him. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Shopkeeper Cui said. Yuan smiled and shook her head. No. We just came to the town to see if there is any place to sell stinky tofu. Shopkeeper Cui said, Are you worried about not being able to sell your stinky tofu? Master Xiao Wu said that your family is in short supply. Yuan said, Now we make more than before. How much more? Shopkeeper Cui asked. Yuan gestured. Shopkeeper Cui was shocked. He originally wanted to say that you should supply Bai Yulu. Bai Yula's business has been very good recently. But when he saw the output of the Yu family, he was speechless. A restaurant in a small town would not need so much. Got it. He slapped his thigh. You can go to Tianxi Anglo. Tianxi Anglo is the largest restaurant in the capital, with a total of 7 branches. In addition to the restaurant industry, they also have their own businesses in various parts of Dazhou. If you can supply Tianxi Anglo, you will not worry about not making money. But what? Yuan asked. Shopkeeper Cui made up his mind and said, His family is very picky about ingredients. Although I have confidence in your cooking skills. But you have heard of Madame Du. Right? Her cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. Do you know that she actually learned from Taixiangla? Madame Du is famous. And what kind of temple of culinary gods should be the place where Madame Du learned to cook? Yuan nodded, and saw Yu Feng's thoughtful face from the corner of her eye. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yu Feng said with a complicated expression. My father used to work in Taixianglu. Chapter 107 Reunion of Old Friends. From what shopkeeper Chui said, Taixianglu seemed to be a business giant. Although I always knew that my uncle worked in a restaurant in Beijing, I didn't expect it to be such a powerful restaurant. At this moment, shopkeeper Chui was more shocked than Yuan. What? Master, you worked in Taixiangla? Yu Feng hummed. For 2 years. Every day. Every day. Oh my god. They actually invited the chef of Taixiangla to the Bai mansion to prepare a banquet? Shopkeeper Chui must be dizzy now. Okay. The lady said that she spent 5 taels of silver to invite the Yu family to come and make braised dishes. He also blamed the lady for asking too much. A country chef, no matter how good his cooking skills are, 1 tael of silver is enough. After all, the ingredients are ready, and they are just doing some work. But when he heard about the identity of the Yu family chef, shopkeeper Chui wanted to kneel down. The chef of Taixiangla cannot be hired without 100 taels of silver. Yuan certainly didn't know the price of the chef of Taixianglu, but she knew that there was a great chef in her previous life who cut ham for 300,000 yuan an hour, which was equivalent to about 30 taels of silver. I don't know whether it is true or not, but at least it shows that great chefs are popular in any era. If the Taixiangla where my uncle used to stay is the business giant that Chui said, then their tofu will have an extra gimmick that can be blown up. The tofu made by the chef of Taixianglu. It's so amazing just to think about it. Yuan's eyes sparkled. Brother, why don't we go to Taixiangla to take a look? Now? Yu Feng was stunned. Yuan nodded and weighed the jar in her hand. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Besides, we have brought the ingredients with us. This is too swift. Okay. Yu Feng was a little confused for a moment. But Chui, the shopkeeper next to him, said, it just so happens that I'm going to Beijing to find a lady. Let me give you a ride. Yuan, find a lady. Why does this sound a bit strange? Taixiangla is a century-old brand. It has really grown in recent years. It is said that the owner has changed, abandoned the old rules, and started large-scale operation. The news of the 7th restaurant was a year ago. After entering Beijing, several people found a Taixiangla that was being decorated near the south gate. The 8th one. Chui, the shopkeeper, said with envy. His Baiula did not even have the qualifications to enter Beijing. In the carriage, Chui, the shopkeeper, and the brother and sister talked heart to heart. You are friends with my young lady, so I will not treat you as outsiders. I will never admit that I was deeply bribed by Yuan's good tea and calligraphy. Through Chui's explanation, Yuan had a new understanding of the catering industry in Dezhou for the first time. It turned out that Madame Du was only highly respected among the people, but not so respected in the eyes of real experts. The reason why Madame Du was famous was first, because she was a female cook. Even in modern times, there are not many female cooks. Moreover, in ancient times, as long as Madame Du's cooking skills were not so bad that they were unpalatable, she deserved her fame just because she dared to cook among men. Secondly, Madame Du is a pretty female cook. After seeing fat, greasy-faced cooks, seeing Madame Du, who is as pretty as an orchid, is enough to make people feel happy. Finally, and this is the point that shopkeeper Chui emphasized, Madame Du's cooking skills are indeed very good. How good? How is her ranking in Taixiangla? Yuan asked. Shopkeeper Chui frowned and thought for a while. It's just SOSO. Maybe 11 or 12? She can't even make it into the top 10? Yuan is getting more and more interested in Taixiangla. The more ingredients she sells to such places, the more sense of accomplishment she will have. Isn't it? Unlike Yuan's ambition, Yu Feng has backed down a bit. But once Yuan makes up her mind, no one can stop her. The headquarters of Taixiangla is on Chang'an Street, and they went to the branch on Xuanwu Street, which is convenient for Bai Mansion. Shopkeeper Chui decided to be a good person and went into Taixiangla with them. A young waiter greeted them. Yuan and Yu Feng were dressed in shabby clothes, but shopkeeper Chui was dressed in silk, wearing a jade ring and a gold pendant, with 3 words written all over his face, I have money. Yuan did not rush to sell the ingredients, but first found a table in the lobby and sat down. "Waiter, what dishes do you have here?" The waiter reported the names of 7 or 8 dishes in one breath, and then put the small bamboo tube on the table in front of the 3 people. "The menu is here." It was the first time that Yuan saw a menu made like a fortune, with the name of the dish on the front and the price on the back, which was quite ingenious. "Order whatever you want. I'll treat you this meal," shopkeeper Cui said generously. Yuan thought that according to Yu Feng's personality, he would definitely say, "How can I let manager Cui spend money?" But she didn't wait for Yu Feng's response for half a day. When she turned around, she saw him staring at the menus in his hand in a daze. "What's wrong, brother?" Yu Feng's face was full of disbelief. "These dishes." Before he finished speaking, there was a commotion outside the door. The waiter turned his head and said in surprise, "Our chef is here." Yuan and the other 2 looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the waiters, who were originally doing their own jobs, were now all gathered at the door, respectfully welcoming a dashing middle-aged man. The man was a little fat, but he had an outstanding temperament and a very good complexion. In Tianxianglu, those who can be called chefs are all head chefs of the area. No wonder these waiters admire him so much. He stepped into the house and walked towards his own house, with a crowd of people following him. Yu Feng stood up in a daze. "Uncle Yang?" Yuan and shopkeeper Cui were stunned, and the waiter was also stunned. "Who is this kid calling Uncle Yang? Is he their chef Yang?" "Impossible." The man seemed to have heard the name, paused, and looked at Yu Feng. Yu Feng saw the familiar yet strange face. "Uncle Yang. It's really you. You kid. Don't recognize relatives randomly. This is our chef Yang of Tianxianglu." The waiter in the crowd shouted angrily. Chef Yang stared at Yu Feng for a while, his eyelashes trembling, and then he walked forward with big strides. Under the surprised attention of everyone, he shook Yu Feng's hand with excitement. "Are you my nephew? I can hardly recognize you after not seeing you for a few years." Shopkeeper Cui was confused. "What's going on? Can you find out that you are related just by eating?" Yuan blinked and looked at Yu Feng. Yu Feng's tense body relaxed when he recognized Chef Yang. He introduced, "Uncle Yang. This is my sister Awan. And this is Uncle Cui." The word Uncle Cui stunned shopkeeper Cui. Chef Yang nodded with a pleasant face, without questioning shopkeeper Cui's background, but only looked at Yuan's face. "This is the one from earlier." Yu Feng cleared his throat. "Yes. She went to my cousin's mother-in-law's house." "Ah." Chef Yang showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Yuan knew without any guessing that the chef also knew about her disappearance. Yu Feng looked at Yuan and said, "Awan. Uncle Yang is my father's friend. My father broke his leg and had no medical help. It was Uncle Yang who asked the doctor to treat my father's injury. Otherwise, my father's leg might not be saved." Yu Feng said this without any intention of blaming Yuan. He simply told Yuan that it was Chef Yang who helped them when they were desperate. However, the best time for treatment had been missed, and it was impossible to cure it. If it was not treated, the leg would most likely be necrotic and even have to be amputated in the end. Yuan did not hear Jiang mention this matter. Perhaps Jiang did not know about it. Or perhaps Jiang did not want her to blame herself too much. Yuan felt a chill on her back when she thought that her uncle was almost amputated. Fortunately, she came. She will definitely cure the uncle's leg. Chef Yang took a few people to Tianxiang Tower and gave it to him. The room for him to rest on weekdays was decorated very elegantly. It didn't look like a bedroom, but more like a scholar's study. Chef Yang asked the waiter to brew the best Longjing tea. "Nephew, why did you go to Tianxiang Tower? Are you here to see me? How is your father's health?" Chef Yang was very concerned. Yuan was wondering in her heart. He kept calling them nephews and nephews. They were so close. Why didn't he come to see them? It was okay on weekdays, but he didn't come to visit during the new year. "Isn't tomorrow the Lantern Festival? I was just saying I would go to your house to see you," Chef Yang said to Yu Feng. Yuan glanced at him. Yu Feng said respectfully, "My father is in good health. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for thinking about him. You are so busy. You don't have to make a special trip." Yuan had never seen Yu Feng speak to anyone so respectfully. It seemed that he respected Uncle Yang sincerely. Chef Yang said slowly, "Alas, a cook injured his hand before the new year and has not been able to work since then. I am really a little busy. Otherwise, I would not have waited until the Lantern Festival to visit you." "Really? Uncle Yang? By the way, Uncle Yang." Yu Feng suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? Chef Yang looked at him puzzledly. Yu Feng was puzzled and said, I just looked at the menu of Taiangxianglu and found that some dishes are very similar to those made by my father. Chef Yang was stunned for a moment. Then laughed. Aren't all dishes similar? The braised pork made by our Taiangxianglu is also made by other restaurants. Yu Feng frowned and said, Uncle Yang, you don't understand. Those dishes are not home-cooked dishes. They are new dishes invented by my father. He hasn't cooked them outside yet. Chapter 108 Plagiarism Craftsmanship. After Yu Feng's detailed explanation, Yuan and shopkeeper Cui sorted out the whole story. It turned out that those dishes were made by the uncle at home when he was a cook at Taiangxianglu. But he was not satisfied with the taste, and had not put them on the table for a long time. But when the uncle finally adjusted the taste to his satisfaction, Yuan got into trouble again. In view of the presence of shopkeeper Cui, Yu Feng vaguely passed over the last sentence, saying that the family had changed and the uncle had to leave Taiangxianglu. Dishes that have not been publicly promoted have become the hot signature dishes of Taiangxianglu. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Manager Cui is in this business, and he understands Yu Feng's feelings. If the new dishes invented by Yulu are served on other people's tables before they are publicly sold, he will definitely vomit blood. Vomit blood hard. Of course, there is another question here. That is, are those new dishes really unthinkable and impossible for ordinary people to make? Is it just a coincidence? How many dishes are the same? Yuan asked. There are 5 in total, Yu Feng said. They are 1 leaf nose autumn, 2 dragons playing with pearls, 3 stars shining, 4 seas prosperous, and 5 goats bring good luck. 5 goats bring good luck is a stew made of sheep bones, mutton, sheep heart, sheep lungs and sheep intestines. The selection of materials and workmanship are very particular. The sheep selected are 8 to 9 months old. Such mutton is tender and fat, and has an excellent taste. After being marinated, stewed, and stir-fried, the taste is a bit spicy and overbearing. But because of the addition of appropriate amount of medicinal materials, it is spicy but not dry. 4 seas a piece is not that complicated, but the ingredients are more picky. It is a soup made from shark fins, scallops, fresh shrimps, and crab shipped from thousands of miles away. Its deliciousness cannot be imagined by those who have not tasted it. 3 stars shining is a dessert made of lotus seeds, red dates and longans. It is soft, fragrant and sticky. Sweet but not greasy, because a little hawthorn vinegar is added. There is a hint of sweet and sour in the aftertaste. 2 dragons playing with pearls is a dish of steamed lion heads with green vegetables. The lion heads are added with special sauces. The taste is completely different from other restaurants. With the fragrance of gardenia. The last dish, 1 leaf nose autumn, is the only one that Yu Feng has not eaten. And it is also the one that his uncle has been pondering for the longest time. However, even without the details of this dish, the previous ones are enough to convince Manager Cui. He had eaten these dishes before, and they were exactly the same as Yu Feng's description. Other restaurants have also made these dishes, including Yulu, but none of them have made the taste of Taiangxianglu, such as the gardenia fragrance in the lion's head, and the sweet and slightly sour aftertaste in the 3-star highlight. Of course, now shopkeeper Cui knows that the slightly sour taste is due to the hawthorn vinegar. But what about the gardenia fragrance? Ahem. Shopkeeper Cui cleared his throat. Sin. If he continued to inquire, he would be stealing the secret recipe of his peers. If it were someone else, shopkeeper Cui would ask him if he deliberately came to touch porcelain after eating. But the target was Yu Feng. After several times of getting along, he saw all the character of the brother and sister. Yu Feng was definitely not a person who made trouble out of nothing. And Yu Feng's father did have a cooking skill that was not inferior to Taiangxianglu. Shopkeeper Cui said, I have eaten these dishes. The taste and ingredients are indeed similar to what you said. Yu Feng originally thought that maybe it was just a coincidence of the name. The workmanship and taste were different. But after hearing what shopkeeper Cui said, the last bit of luck in his heart was shattered. Yuan looked at Chef Yang, who was thinking, and said, if it was just the method, it would be fine. But even the names of the dishes are exactly the same. Uncle Yang, this should not be a simple coincidence. I wonder when these dishes were launched. If it was before Uncle left Taiangxianglu, then Uncle stole the skills from Taiangxianglu. If it was after Uncle left Taiangxianglu, there is no doubt that Uncle's skills were plagiarized. Chef Yang took a deep breath and was about to answer when shopkeeper Cui spoke up. I remember. It seemed to be 2 years ago? It was talked about in Beijing for a long time. And I even took my young lady to eat there. My uncle left Tianxianglu 3 years ago. Yuan straightened her face and said, Uncle Yang. Which chef invented these dishes? Can you introduce him to us? We want to ask him some questions in person. This? Chef Yang sighed helplessly. To be honest, these dishes were invented by a chef named Tang. But you may not see him today. Do you remember the chef who is recuperating at home that I mentioned to you just now? Is it him? Yu Feng frowned. Chef Yang nodded. He did work with your father before. But, nephew, although your words are very convincing, I must also investigate the whole incident. It is hard to say that it was done by Master Tang based on your one-sided statement. Yu Feng suddenly became excited. If it's not him, then is it my father? Did my father plagiarize Master Tang's skills? How is it possible? My father would never do such a thing. Yuan pulled Yu Feng's wrist and said calmly, Uncle Yang is right. It is not easy to convict anyone before the matter is investigated clearly. Chef Yang held Yu Feng's hand and said earnestly, Nephew, if you trust me, just leave this matter to me. I will definitely find out the truth. If it is indeed the fault of Tianxianglu, I will definitely persuade the owner to apologize and restore your father's reputation. Yu Feng nodded solemnly. Uncle Yang, I believe you. After such a thing, it is not easy to do business with Tianxianglu for the time being. Chef Yang repeatedly asked the three of them to stay. Although Yu Feng was not in the mood, he could not refuse the hospitality and had lunch before leaving. He specifically requested the dishes he wanted to eat, and Chef Yang had them served one by one. The taste was indeed similar to that of his father's, and he was more and more certain that his father's skills were plagiarized. After leaving Tianxianglu, Manager Cui went to buy his house, and the two of them rented a carriage to return to the village. Yu Feng was in a bad mood all the way. Yuan suddenly said, I didn't expect that uncle is good at naming dishes. Especially the dish One Leaf Knows Autumn, which really won her heart. Yu Feng wanted to say that his father had not studied and was illiterate, but he had worked in the capital for several years, so he had been influenced by his father. But before he could open his mouth, the carriage stopped urgently. The driver screamed. Yuan quickly lifted the curtain and saw a group of masked men holding swords blocking their way on the bare path. Yu Feng's temples throbbed under the feet of the emperor. We actually encountered robbers? Robbery? Yuan looked at the group of people deeply and said meaningfully, Robbery? I will give you the silver, Rob. I will go with you and let my eldest brother go. Yu Feng's face changed. All one. Yuan didn't look at him, but stared at the 8 masked men. What? The other party ignored her words, and one of them waved his sword and ordered, Brothers, go! Why? How could this happen? Yu Feng frowned. Yuan stared and said, It's not robbery. Nor is it robbery. It seems to be murder to silence people. Before Yu Feng could react to the meaning of his sister's words, the group rushed up murderously. The driver was so scared that he abandoned the carriage and fled. The masked men ignored him, but swarmed up and slashed at the 2 people in the carriage with their knives. Yuan kicked the wrist of the man who was facing her, knocking him over with his knife on the shaft. Then she grabbed Yu Feng's wrist and jumped off the carriage. Brother! Run! The brother and sister ran quickly towards the capital. The masked man caught up with the knife. Yu Feng ran hard and couldn't help looking back at the group of masked men. The group of people were ferocious and looked like they were determined to kill them. Finally, even Yu Feng realized that something was wrong. After all, he had been in the town for many years and had seen some hooligans, but no one rushed up to kill people. Why do they want to kill us? Yu Feng asked breathlessly. We are blocking their way to wealth. Brother, Yuan said coldly. Blocking someone's money path? Yu Feng frowned. Yuan said, Brother, don't you understand yet? We exposed Tianxianglu just now, and then we were chased. Do you think it's a coincidence? You mean Tianxianglu wants to kill us? Yu Feng's eyebrows were almost twisted into a shape. This stupid brother. He is so smart on weekdays, but he can't escape the word relative at the critical moment. She didn't say it too clearly just now, hoping that he would feel guilty. Tianxianglu may not know about this matter. It is because they can't let Tianxianglu know that the 2 of them must die. A masked man chased them. Yuan turned around, swung the jar in her hand, and smashed it hard on his head. The masked man was knocked down. He struggled to get up, but was fainted by the stinky tofu in the jar. But when one masked man fell, countless masked men caught up. Even if the brother and sister used the speed of reincarnation, the masked men were still getting closer and closer. Chapter 109 God-level teammates. The masked man chose a great place to kill. It was the most deserted path after leaving the capital. This path was originally an official road, but there was no village or shop in front and behind. It was between two lakes, and there was no place to hide. Yu Feng wanted to say, "I will lead them away. You run first." But after looking at the surrounding terrain, he felt that he could only hold them back. He suddenly stopped. "One. You go first. We can't run faster than him." The main reason is that Yu Feng can't run faster. Yuan has not shown her strength yet. But Yuan can't really leave Yu Feng here. Since she can't run, she can only fight hard. Yuan threw the bag behind her to her chest and took out a sickle wrapped in white cloth. Yu Feng was stunned. "Is there such a thing?" "Here." Yuan put the sickle in Yu Feng's hand. Yu Feng's expression changed immediately. "Give it to me?" Yuan said. "I don't need a sickle." She learned close combat in her previous life, and weapons were not her strong point. Weapons could not play the greatest role in her hands. More importantly, Yu Feng was unarmed and did not even have anything to defend himself. Of the two brothers, Yu Song had more fights with others, while Yu Feng was a good boy. He had always been prudent when he grew up. Even if he occasionally encountered unpleasant things, he would resolve them one by one with his brain. He really did not expect that there would be a day when he would fight with others with a sickle. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. But it was impossible for him to wash his neck and kill. Not to mention that his sister was beside him. He would not let her get hurt even if he died. "One. Hide behind me. I'll hold them back later." Yu Feng clenched his sickle before he could finish his words. Yuan, who was beside him, rushed out with a whoosh. Yu Feng. The brother and sister fought with the masked man. The martial arts of this group of people were not weak. Although they were not as good as the killers of Yuzigui and Qianji Pavilion, they were more numerous, and their goal was not anything else but the lives of the two brothers and sisters. They were fearless and ruthless when they attacked. A big knife chopped at Yuan's neck head-on. Yuan was blocked by the masked man on both sides. She had no choice but to bend back to avoid the opponent's knife. The next moment, the knives from three sides were swung at her. She put her hands over her head to support the ground, used the force to support herself, and turned back to avoid the attack. When she stood up, she grabbed 2 handfuls of mud and sand on the ground and threw them at the 3 people. The moment the 3 subconsciously raised their hands to block the mud and sand, Yuan kicked them 3 times in a row, knocking them to the ground, and then stepped on their arms in a lightning speed, breaking them neatly. This wave of counterattack was amazingly perfect. However, these were only the weakest 3, and the remaining 5 were not so easy to deal with. "Ah!" was Yu Feng's cry of pain. A masked man attacked Yuan, and Yu Feng rushed over to block a knife for her. Fortunately, the knife hit his sickle, but even so, he was knocked to the ground by the huge internal force. Yuan suddenly turned around, and 3 big knives were placed on her neck. The masked man in the lead snorted coldly. "Girl, you are quite skilled. But unfortunately you met us brothers. Now, let's see where you can escape." "Brother, this girl is pretty. Why not let her serve the brothers first?" The masked man on his left rubbed his hands in a wretched manner. "You bastards!" Yu Feng was filled with anger, and just as he was about to grab the sickle on the ground, he was kicked in the chest by a masked man, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Yuan looked at them coldly. "Brother?" The wretched masked man smiled inquiringly. The masked man in the lead looked at Yuan deeply, raised his hand and pressed her acupuncture points, and pushed her forward roughly. "I'll give it to you." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, big brother. Brothers, we can finally have a good time today." The wretched man was so excited that his mouth was drooling, and he did not forget to stretch out his dirty hands towards Yuan. But just when he was about to touch Yuan's attack, something so fast that only the afterimage could be seen flew over like lightning. The wretched man didn't react at all, and fell down with a scream. My hand, my hand, my hand, on the bare palm. There were no fingers. The scene was so cruel that the masked men who took human lives lightly were all terrified. "Who did it? Who?" the masked man next to the wretched man asked. There were 3 people who had evil thoughts about Yuan just now, and he was one of them. As soon as he finished speaking, The white afterimage flew towards him. He swung his knife and slashed. Bang! He fell down. A pair of eyeballs were gone. 2 brothers were killed in succession. And in such a cruel way. The terrible thing is that they didn't even see what it was. All the masked men were terrified. Even so, the third masked man who had planned to kill Yuan still fell down unbelievably. He lay on the ground in pain. And everyone didn't even dare to see what injuries he had suffered. That thing was too scary. They no longer had time to care about their companions, and only thought about how to escape. Ah! A masked man threw away the knife in his hand first and ran away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The afterimage was past, and the remaining 5 people all fell to the ground, living a life worse than death. Until then, the mysterious afterimage jumped onto Yuan's shoulder, and the masked men who had not fainted from the pain saw its appearance clearly. Hack! Why is it a little fat cat? And a sick cat with alopecia. All the masked men are in trouble. Yuan's eyes moved. Little fatty ball? The little fat ball hung on Yuan's body with its claws, and buried its head to rub Yuan's small chest. Yufeng covered his painful chest and stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked towards Yuan, looking at the little fat cat in surprise. Ah, one. This is... The little fat ball turned its head, and bared its teeth fiercely. There was still blood on its teeth. Yufeng thought of its atrocities just now, and stepped back in fear. The little fat ball snorted, and lay back softly on Yuan's chest. Soon, a high-quality carriage drove over. A man wearing a bamboo hat got off the carriage. There was a circle of translucent gauze under the bamboo hat, covering the man's face. But the unconventional figure and temperament still made Yuan recognize him at a glance. Mr. Su. Yufeng also recognized him as the man who went to Lianhua village with old Chui to see Yuan for a consultation that day. And his vigilance disappeared. The man walked to Yuan, stretched out his slender jade-like fingers, and untied Yuan's acupoints. Little fatty, he is sick. That's why his fighting ability is so weak. Masked people collectively. Chapter 110, Finding Out the Truth. Yuan was free, raised her hand to hug the little fat ball hanging on her body, and said to the man in front of her, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Yufeng, who was standing by, also thanked him. Then, Yufeng looked at the little fat ball in Yuan's arms. The little fat ball had some bald spots on its body, and suddenly coughed a few times. Yufeng realized that this was the little thing that Mr. Su had carried in the box last time. It's amazing, Yufeng thought, to be able to raise such an amazing little thing. Mr. Su must be rich or noble. But he still didn't associate the other party's identity with the Su family. After all, there are too many people with the surname Su in the world. Mr. Su, why are you here? Yuan looked at the carriage not far away and saw the direction, as if it had just come out of the capital. Master Su looked at the little fat ball in Yuan's arms and said in a low voice, "It doesn't take medicine properly, and it doesn't let people apply medicine." The implication is that he came to ask Yuan for help. The little fat ball, who was accused, rolled his eyes at Master Su and continued to lie in Yuan's arms and rub his chest. Yuan touched its little back. "You must take medicine and apply medicine. The disease will be cured." The little fat ball whimpered coquettishly. Yuan originally wanted to say a few more words, but if the little fat ball hadn't been upset, it wouldn't have saved her by accident. Thinking of this, Yuan felt that she should be grateful for it for not being obedient. The man seemed to have little interest in how Yuan got involved with this group of robbers. He only glanced back and said lightly, "Chang'an, go report to the police." "Yes." Next to the carriage, a long-term follower riding a horse waved his whip and left in a cloud of dust. Yuan came to the group of masked men with a little fat ball in her arms. Among them, the 3 who tried to molest her were the most seriously injured and had fainted due to excessive blood loss. The leader seemed to be the calmest. Yuan did not forget that it was he who pressed her acupuncture points and pushed her to those people. Yuan walked in front of him and looked down at him. "Who asked you to kill people?" The masked leader lay on the ground with cold sweat, stubbornly refusing to speak. The little fat ball jumped down, raised his little fat claws like a discus, and aimed at his crotch, with a domineering aura of "Speak or not. If you don't speak, I will crush your balls." The masked man trembled. Is this really a sick little cat? With a king painted on his head. He can think it is a tiger. The little fat ball was about to slap his paws, and the masked man in the lead was so scared that he lost all his strength and shouted at the top of his lungs, I said, it's a young man. About the same age as him. Square face. Short stature. With an authentic Beijing accent. Yuan was thoughtful. Square face. Short stature. It seems that he is just an errand boy. That's right. The owner is so smart. How could he hire a murderer himself? If you see him, can you still recognize him? Yuan asked. Yes. Yes. The masked man in the lead nodded like pounding garlic. And his desire to survive couldn't be stronger. Yuan hummed in satisfaction. And then left him alone. The masked man in the lead finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was still useful, and his life should be safe. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the little fat ball slapped him with his paw. Anyway, you don't need to identify people here. Right? The little fat ball proudly puffed up his chest, took an elegant and charming cat step, and lightly jumped back into Yuan's arms. When the officials heard that there were vicious people killing innocent people, they hurriedly picked up knives and swords and rushed over without stopping. But when they arrived, they saw, who is killing whom? The masked men had never been so eager for the officials. They rushed over with snot and tears, begging the officials to put them in jail quickly. The officials were all in a mess. The little fat ball didn't stay in the end. After Yuan applied ointment and fed it pills, it was put into a cage by Master Su and taken away. As soon as he got on the carriage, the little fat ball bit off the iron cage and jumped out, grabbed the priceless jade and ink stone on the carriage, and smashed several of them. What a violent little fat ball. The driver who escaped came back in disgrace, and continued to drive the brother and sister. He was innocent, and the two didn't say anything. After getting off the car, Yuan and Yufeng mentioned the masked man. Although there was a witness, Yuan didn't think the government could find the whereabouts of the young man so easily. If she guessed correctly, the man had been sent out of the capital and hid in a hidden place. For a while, the government would not find him. Brother, what do you think? What? Yufeng was obviously distracted. Yuan asked, have you thought of who is the mastermind behind this incident? Yufeng lowered his eyes. Are you suspecting Tianxi Anglo? Yuan looked at his evasive eyes without blinking. Brother, you know I don't suspect Tianxi Anglo. Yufeng is not stupid. He may not understand it once, but Yuan has reminded him again and again. Even if he is stupid, he should know who Yuan is referring to. But he really doesn't want to suspect that person. After all, when he was most desperate, it was that person who appeared like a god and saved his father. His great kindness to the Yu family is definitely not comparable to a few recipes. If he wants it, just ask my father directly. My father will not refuse to give it to him. He doesn't have to steal it, Yufeng said, given the character of the uncle. If the benefactor asked, he might really give out a few recipes. But since Yuan had already suspected him, she would not let anything else dispel the suspicion she had built up with great difficulty. How about this, brother? Yuan said. Let's test the uncle's mouth first, in order to prevent the uncle from suspecting that person. We will not tell him about the recipes and the pursuit for the time being. What do you think? Yufeng pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. Are you talking about Uncle Yang? Did you meet him? In the main room, the uncle, who was holding his little girl and roasting sweet potatoes, looked at Yuan and Yufeng in surprise. Yuan said calmly, yes, we passed by Tianxi Anglu and happened to meet him. It was my eldest brother who recognized him. My uncle suddenly realized and said, that's right. You were not here when he came to our house. By the way, uncle, we also saw a master named Tang with Uncle Yang. They seem to have a good relationship. Tang? Tang Ping? Yuan didn't know the other person's name, so she just said, Master Tang said that he worked with my uncle before. That's him. It's strange. How did these two get together? What happened? Did they not get along with each other before? My uncle frowned and thought for a while. It's not that we didn't get along. In the early years, the three of us were all in Tianxi Anglu. Tang Ping was from Beijing, and his family background seemed to be pretty good. Your Uncle Yang and I are from other places, and we don't have as much experience as Tang Ping. Tang Ping always looked down on us and disdained to associate with us. Yuan paused, then, after the accident, Tang Ping never came to visit Uncle? Uncle smiled. How could he come to see me? Yuan ruled out Tang Ping's suspicion. It was very unlikely that a person who could not talk to Uncle would steal the recipe from Uncle. Besides, Tang was arrogant. How could he look down on Uncle's recipe? What about Uncle Yang? Who is he? Yuan asked. Uncle was always very patient to satisfy Yuan's curiosity. He said kindly, he is a good man. Although he is not very talented, he is very hardworking. To put it bluntly, in Tianxianglu, where there are many masters, Chef Yang is just an inconspicuous spare chef. All the chefs there look down on him and use him as an apprentice when they are busy. Only Uncle is kind-hearted and calls him Master Yang politely. Perhaps for this reason, Chef Yang became close to Uncle. Although Uncle did not say it explicitly, Yuan guessed that Uncle had a very high status in Tianxianglu. Since Uncle came to interact with him, Chef Yang not only became more popular, but also improved his cooking skills. Chapter 111 Face-to-Face Confrontation. Yuan didn't know that Chef Yang had such a shameful past. It was hard for her to combine the spare chef, who was ordered around, with the top chef of Tianxianglu, who is now surrounded by stars. However, this also confirmed Yuan's guess from another perspective. Afterwards, Yuan asked Chef Yang how he knew about the injury of the uncle, but who knew that it was Chef Yang who took the initiative to come to the door. It is said that the uncle was seeing a doctor in the town, and was accidentally seen by a waiter of Tianxianglu. The waiter was not familiar with the uncle, and did not greet him. But after returning to Tianxianglu, he told Chef Yang about it. The uncle was close to Chef Yang when he was in Tianxianglu, so it was completely reasonable for the waiter to tell him. After Chef Yang arrived, he first cried bitterly, and then scolded the uncle. Why don't you go to me? No matter how poor I am, I will borrow money from others, and send you to treat your leg. The uncle sighed slowly. His family is not doing well either. He has a seriously ill mother. So even if the uncle was desperate, he didn't want to bother Chef Yang. But Chef Yang was a righteous man. After learning about the uncle's injury, he spent a lot of money to invite a famous doctor from the capital. Yuan thought to herself, how can this be righteous? It's obvious that he has other intentions. I don't know how he got in touch with the uncle's secret recipe. Yuan thought about it again, and decided not to tell the uncle first to make him worry. It's not too late to tell the uncle when he really needs him to come forward. The uncle did not express any doubt about Yuan's curiosity. In his opinion, Yuan's initiative to care about people and things related to him was a manifestation of closeness to him. The uncle went to cook happily. Little Jinjin squatted alone in front of the fire, holding her cheek, staring at the sweet potatoes in the fire. Yuan whispered, brother, do you believe it now? Little Jinjin was attracted by the way Yuan deliberately lowered her voice, and blinked her eyes, and looked at her. Yuan rubbed her little head. Yufeng remained silent, and after a long while, he squeezed out a little sound with difficulty. He wanted to say something but stopped, as if it was difficult to start. Little Jinjin blinked her big eyes, and looked at her brother again. Such a reaction was expected by Yuan. After all, if someone suddenly came to her and told her that her uncle wanted to harm her, she would not believe it easily even if there was irrefutable evidence. The trust of the Yu family in that person was no less than her trust in her uncle. Yuan took out the baked sweet potato with tongs and said calmly, then, there is only one last way. To confront him in person. You don't have to make a decision now. Come and tell me when you have made up your mind. Yuan thought about it. If Yufeng even rejected this proposal, then she would do it herself and seek justice for her uncle. In the backyard, the villagers were working hard. At this rate, they would soon be able to complete all the orders they received from the Wei mansion. She had to sell the stinky tofu to Tianxianglu quickly. But if she didn't deal with that person, she would not even be qualified to enter Tianxianglu. So not only for her uncle, but also for future business, she had to expose that person. When I returned to the house, Jian was washing Xiao Tian's hair. Xiao Tian was caught and screamed. Yuan was about to say, why are you screaming when I'm washing your hair? But when she saw Xiao Tian's hair all over the floor, she pretended to be deaf and dumb and walked past. It was dawn, and Yuan steamed the buns, which were still hot in the pot, and turned to go out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yufeng standing outside with a gloomy face. Even his hair was cold, and she didn't know how long he had been waiting outside. I'm here. Yuan didn't ask much, but just greeted him quietly, and then went out with Yufeng. Today is the Lantern Festival, the last day of the town's closure. Tomorrow, the streets will usher in the prosperity of the past. But today, there are still only a few shops. The two walked to the post station and rented a carriage to go to Beijing. Yufeng was very silent along the way. After entering the capital, Yuan suddenly said, "Brother, how do you plan to deal with him? I will have a better idea later." "It's not that I will deal with him." Yufeng paused. "After all, he has helped my father. As long as he is willing to admit his mistake, I think my father will not pursue him with his personality." "What about your personality?" Yuan asked. "Your father's hard work was plagiarized. And you, as a son, are indifferent?" Yufeng clenched his fingers. "Don't you understand what the situation of our family was at that time? If he hadn't been willing to help, my father's leg would have been." Yuan nodded lightly. "I understand what you mean. Your idea is good, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed." As expected, when the two of them went to Tianxianglu again and told Chef Yang their intentions, Chef Yang immediately turned hostile. "What did you say? I plagiarized your father's cooking skills?" Yufeng was stunned by this sudden anger. In his impression, this uncle was always gentle and kind, and had never been so harsh. The other party was too confident, which made Yufeng begin to doubt himself. Was he too suspicious? Chef Yang shook his sleeves coldly. "Humph! Nephew, I treat your Yu family well, and I don't expect you to repay me. But you shouldn't slander me like this." Yufeng was choked and speechless. Yuan on the side spoke up, "But we have already inquired about it just now. Those 5 dishes are not from Chef Tang, but from you, Chef Yang. If you don't feel guilty, why do you lie to us?" It's not that Yuan deliberately deceived him, but on the way here, Yuan had already inquired about other Tianxianglu. Not only did she know that these dishes were from Chef Yang, but she also knew that he, who was inconspicuous at the beginning, was appreciated by the owner with these signature dishes and became the head chef of this branch. Chef Yang's eyes flashed. "I got the inspiration from Chef Tang. After all, the inspiration for these dishes all originated from him. So it's not wrong for me to give him the credit." He began to make specious arguments. He refused to admit that he plagiarized his uncle, but would rather admit that he plagiarized Chef Tang. "Brother, are you giving up now?" Yuan looked at Yufeng and asked. A strong disappointment flashed across Yufeng's eyes. "Uncle Yang, I thought that as long as you were willing to admit it, my father and I would not pursue you for anything, nor would we tell anyone." Chef Yang interrupted him without thinking. "What should I admit? How can you ask me to admit something I didn't do? If you are having a hard time, just tell me how much money you have, and I will give you. Just because you call me Uncle Yang, I don't treat you as an outsider. But you came up with such a despicable way to blackmail me." Chapter 112 Awesome Boss. This guy is so shameless. He forgot how his uncle helped him in the beginning. In the end, he not only plagiarized his uncle's cooking skills, but also bit back and blamed his uncle's family for blackmailing him. Before coming, he even forgot about the pursuit. Yufeng, who wanted to forgive Chef Yang, was so angry that his veins jumped, as if he wanted to pounce on Chef Yang and knock him to the ground. Yuan murmured. He refused to admit that he even plagiarized the cooking skills. So I don't think he would admit to hiring a killer. Chef Yang immediately got angry. "I tolerated you once or twice. And you think I'm easy to bully, right? You actually wrongly accused me of hiring a killer to kill someone." Many waiters came to the door of the house to watch the fun. The waiters didn't believe a word of what Yufeng and Yuan said. Now they heard them slandering Chef Yang for killing people, and they couldn't help but stand up for Chef Yang. When Old Yu was injured, it was Chef Yang who asked people to raise money for her leg treatment. Chef Yang is a good person. Yes, but it's a pity that good intentions are not rewarded. Now, the Yu family is blackmailing him. What a bunch of ungrateful people. Ginger-eyed wolves? In this day and age, people who do evil things are so arrogant, while honest people have a bad ending. Have these people forgotten who Yang relied on to climb up from the dust step by step? He is glorious. He became a chef, and he wiped out the credit of his uncle. Even if there was no plagiarism, his uncle would be considered half his master. He really has a bad conscience to treat his master like this. Yuan glanced at Chef Yang calmly. "Mr. Yang, I'll ask you one last time. Did you plagiarize my uncle's skills?" Chef Yang raised his chin and said righteously, "I don't know whether this is your own idea or Yu Kai Yang's. I will just assume that he doesn't know. For the sake of our acquaintance, I will pretend that I haven't seen you today. But if you continue to make trouble, don't worry about me being rude. Chef Yang, report to the police. Why are you being polite to such a rogue? Yes, you are too soft-hearted. Why are you being polite to such an ungrateful person?" The guys cursed and almost threw rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at the brother and sister. Yu Feng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I want to see your boss. The boss is not here. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper said nonchalantly. He didn't even look at the two of them. He just lowered his head and fiddled with the abacus in his hand. He didn't really have any accounts to settle, but just didn't want to pay attention to the two of them. Yu Feng was so angry that his chest was heaving. Is this how you do business at Taixiangla? That guy plagiarized my father's craftsmanship. Your father's craftsmanship? Do you have any evidence? Yu Feng choked. I've seen a lot of people like you. There are at least 3 or 4 people like you in a month. If everyone throws dirty water at Taixianglu, what will become of Taixianglu? I didn't throw dirty water. What I said is true. Call your boss out. While Yu Feng was arguing with the shopkeeper, Yuan felt 2 gazes coming from behind that could not be ignored. She turned her head and looked at a room at the corner of the 2nd floor based on her intuition. The window of the wing room was half closed. Yuan stared at it for 2 seconds. Let's go. Big brother. The boss already knows. What? Yu Feng was stunned. Taixianglu will not seek justice for Uncle. Uncle is no longer a member of Taixianglu. If they admit that Yang plagiarized, they will lose not only a chef, but also the reputation that Taixianglu has worked hard to build for many years. They will become the laughing stock of their peers and suffer huge losses. In comparison, what is the grievance of an out-of-date chef? Yuan looked deeply at the window, as if she was talking to the shopkeeper, or as if she was talking to someone else. I hope Taixianglu will not regret today's decision. TSK. The shopkeeper sneered disdainfully. Yuan grabbed the furious Yu Feng and walked out calmly. When she stepped over the threshold, she suddenly stopped and said, 1 month. The shopkeeper looked at her back with disdain. What? You still want to come after 1 month? Yuan turned around, looked at the golden sign above her head, raised her hand and pointed. I will take it down. After leaving Taixianglu, Yu Feng followed Yuan in disbelief. Alwan. Do you really have a way to take down Taixianglu? No. Yuan said honestly. Yu Feng instantly. Then you still say harsh words? Yu Feng is going crazy. Yuan said innocently. It's better to lose the battle than the battle. Yu Feng's face was full of black lines. The two walked towards the carriage parked in the alley. And suddenly, a figure caught up with them. You wait, the man said. The two turned to look at him. He was a handyman of Taixianglu. He was a little old, with gray hair, but he was energetic and in good health. Old uncle, are you calling us? Yuan asked. The old man walked up to the two, looked around, and whispered, my surname is Hu, and I am a cleaner in Taixianglu. Taixianglu didn't want me back then, and it was Master Yu who pleaded for me and kept me. It turned out that there were still people who remembered the good things about the uncle. Yuan asked him, what do you want to talk to us about? The old man looked around again and made sure that no one was passing by. Then he said with courage, don't go against Taixianglu. You can't do it. Don't come again in the future. And don't mention Master Yu's matter again. These words seemed to be trusting of the uncle. For this reason, Yuan was a little more friendly to him. I will get justice back sooner or later. The old man waved his hands hurriedly. It's impossible to get it back. It's impossible to get it back. You must have heard that Taixianglu has changed its owner. Right? Shopkeeper Cui mentioned that it was because of the change of new owner that Taixianglu flourished everywhere. And in just a few years, it opened 8 branches. But listening to the tone of the old man, could it be that the new owner is not young? The new owner of Taixianglu is the Su family. The old man said fearfully. Which Su family? Yu Feng asked. The old man exclaimed. Which Su family is it? The Su family of concubine Su. A luxurious carriage stopped at the door of Tianxiang Tower. The shopkeeper took a look, greeted him respectfully, and personally lifted the curtain for him. Not long after, a young man in royal blue brocade clothes came over with high spirits. Cousin, why are you here? The little fat ball fell asleep. The man left it in the carriage and entered Tianxiang Tower alone. The young man took his arm and chattered. If cousin doesn't come again, I will ask to enter the palace myself. The phoenix pastry for the queen is ready. It is made by Chef Yang himself. The queen will definitely like it. The man frowned. I just heard a lot of noise here. What happened? The young man waved his hand and said, nothing. 2 stinky beggars. Chapter 113 Little milk bag is here. The room exudes a hint of rouge fragrance. Elegant and unique. A large screen with the moonlight on the lotus pond divides the room into two. A handsome young man sits behind the desk on the left. The young man looks only 16 or 17 years old, with delicate skin like cream, narrow eyes, and red lips without makeup. He looks romantic and amorous. He is Su Chengxian, the young master of Tianxiang Tower. Although Su Chengxian is young and has a face that is too feminine, he is decisive and has very ruthless means. Almost everyone in Tianxiang Tower is very afraid of him. Behind Su Chengxian stood two fat and strong men with indifferent expressions. In front of Su Chengxian was Chef Yang, who lowered his head, bent over, and sweated. This is what happened. Chef Yang confessed honestly and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No matter how he tried to hide it from others, he dared not lie in front of the young master. Waste. Su Chengxian slammed his fist on the table. Chef Yang felt that the atmosphere in the room was more depressing, and even the guards behind Su Chengxian seemed to be ready to fight. Chef Yang shuddered. The next second, he heard Su Chengxian say, "If you can't even deal with two country bumpkins, what's the use of you?" Chef Yang was stunned when he heard this. The young master didn't blame him for plagiarizing Yu Kaiyang's skills, but was annoyed that he didn't handle the matter properly. Chef Yang was overjoyed and wanted to kneel down to the young master on the spot. "Boss, they came 3 people yesterday, and only 2 are left today." Chef Yang didn't see shopkeeper Cui, and thought he had been killed by the killers. He didn't know that he had parted ways with Yuan and Yufeng as soon as he left Tianxianglu. What's the use of a dead outsider? Su Chengxian was not comforted at all. Chef Yang lowered his head again. "I didn't expect that they were so skilled that they beat those people into the government office. But don't worry, young master. I did it very cleanly, and we can't be traced back to you." Su Chengxian looked at him dangerously. "You are also a damn person. Do you know that if this matter gets out, it will not only affect the reputation of Tianxianglu, but also my cousin and aunt?" The cousin and aunt he mentioned are the second prince and concubine Su. Chef Yang knelt down with a plop. Su Chengxian said angrily, "If it weren't for my aunt's willingness to eat your snacks, I would have dealt with you long ago." Chef Yang shuddered again, this time only on the surface. Since the young master said that concubine Su valued his skills, he would be saved by the young master no matter what. Of course, the mistakes that should be made up should still be made up. "Young master, please give me another chance. I will not fail this time," Su Chengxian said coldly. "With your little ability, what can you achieve?" "Be new." At his command, a thin man covered in a black cloak came from behind the screen. On the way out of Beijing, Yuan saw a man selling candied haws and jumped off the carriage to buy a few strings. Yufeng shook his head in confusion. "What time is it? Are you still in the mood to buy this?" Yuan Wei curved her lips. "Life has to go on, big brother." The carriage only went to the post station, and then the two walked back to the village. The journey was not short, but it was not difficult for the two. When it was close to Shenshur 3 p.m., the two arrived at the entrance of the village. From a distance, I saw a homeless old man holding a wooden stick and carrying a rice bag. Today, the work was over early, and the villagers returned to their homes. The women gathered around the old well to wash vegetables and clothes. The homeless old man seemed to be unable to speak, but he hunched over and asked them for rice one by one. Aunt Bai frowned and said, "The land is gone. I am starving. Where can I get rice for you?" "Go to Xinghua village. Do you see that road? Go east and keep going. You will be there." The homeless old man continued to beg for rice. Aunt Zhang patted Aunt Bai's hand. "He is a deaf man." Aunt Bai rolled her eyes and hit the clothes in the basin with a mallet. "I don't have rice to give him." The homeless old man begged for Aunt Bai for a long time without getting any. So he turned to Aunt Zhang for more. Aunt Zhang turned her back. He reached out to Suehua, who was standing beside him with the rice bag. Suehua picked up a basin of washed clothes and went back to the house without looking back. It's not that they are hard-hearted, but their own rice jars are almost empty. Although they get paid for their work, they have no land. So what do they eat? They have money to help him. It's better to be helped. The homeless old man begged around the well, but to no avail. So he started to go door to door. No one noticed that when the staggering old man turned his back, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. 1 string of candied haws was given to Xiao Shenzhen, 1 string to Xiao Taidan, and the remaining 4 strings were taken to the next door by Yuan. Uncle Wan was feeding a few little kids. The little kids sat on their own stools with their own small bowls in front of them. The three of them clumsily grabbed the golden spoons and poked around in the rice soaked in mincemeat, shrimp and bone soup, scattering the rice grains, but they just didn't feed it into their own mouths. Uncle Juan was in a state of panic. You guys should at least eat something. Uncle Juan. Yuan walked in. Uncle Juan greeted her as if he had been pardoned. Miss you. You came at the right time. The little master refused to eat. You helped me. As Uncle Juan said this, he looked back and saw that the little master, who he had coaxed for half an hour but refused to eat a single bite of rice, now opened his mouth and bit the rice grains on the spoon. They had never eaten by themselves before, so their movements were a bit clumsy, and one of them even held the spoon upside down. Uncle Juan was stunned for a moment. This. Yuan nodded and said, let me do it. Uncle Juan. Oh. Okay. Uncle Juan was more than happy to do it, and left with a sense of relief. Yuan walked in front of the three little guys. The three little guys buried their heads in eating. Yuan tapped the little foreheads of the three people. Don't pretend. I saw it all. Oh. They were caught. The three little guys lowered their heads in shame. I don't mean to blame you, but you should know that food is a very precious thing. There are natural disasters and man-made disasters outside, and many people can't fill their stomachs. You have to eat well. Understand? The three little guys nodded sensibly. Yuan looked at the rice grains spilled on the table and made 3 rules with the 3 of them. Don't waste food. The 3 picked up the rice grains on the table one by one. The eldest and the second child ate very well, but the third child slyly threw the rice grains into the bowls of his 2 brothers. Yuan said seriously, eat your own food. The third child then picked out the rice grains that had been thrown into his brother's bowl with his sticky fingers. The eldest who wanted to vomit. The second who lost his appetite instantly. Don't leave any soup. Under Yuan's strict supervision, the 3 of them finished their meal obediently. Yuan rewarded each of them with a string of candied haws, and gave the last string to the little snow fox. After that, Yuan went back to the house to cook. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the front door. While Yuan was frying the vegetables in the pot, she said to the main room, Little Titan, look who's here. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Where did this kid go again? Yuan hurried to the main room, only to see that it was the homeless old man who had begged at the entrance of the village before. The homeless old man bowed to Yuan and held out his rice bag to beg. Yuan went to the kitchen and took 2 steamed buns for him. The homeless old man put the steamed bread into the rice bag, but did not leave. Instead, he gestured. Do you want some water? Yuan asked. The homeless old man shook his head and tremblingly took out a portrait from his arms. Are you looking for someone? Yuan looked at the portrait and felt that the person in the portrait looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. There was a burnt aroma coming from the kitchen. Yuan hurriedly said, I'm still cooking in the pot. Please sit down for a while. I think I've seen the person in the portrait. I need to think about it. The homeless old man bowed gratefully. Yuan went to the kitchen to cook. Binu looked at her gradually disappearing back, and his hunched back straightened up instantly. He sat down at the dining table. There were 2 fragrant steamed buns on the table. The buns were made by my uncle. They looked and tasted great. Just smelling them made Binu almost drool. But he didn't forget what he was doing. He took out a medicine bottle from his arms, pulled out the stopper, and was about to pour the poison on the buns. Suddenly, Xiao Taidan ran in. Sister! Sister! I'm so hungry! Hey! Sister? Are there guests at our house? The appearance of Xiao Taidan made Binu stop his movements, and he withdrew his hand. Xiao Taidan sat down beside him and looked at him curiously. Yu Washeng brought out 3 bowls of porridge. This is an old man passing by. He's here to look for someone. Oh! Xiao Taidan pushed a bowl of porridge in front of Binu. Grandpa, have some porridge. Where's my mother? Yuan asked. Xiao Taidan held the bowl of porridge and said, I'm helping at Grandma Zhang's house. She said she won't be back for dinner. Sister, did you burn the vegetables again? Meat in the pot. Yuan turned around and went to the kitchen. Xiao Taidan ate the porridge in a hurry. Then he went out with his feet. The 3 little kids took a bubble bath, smelled delicious, picked small flowers, and came to find Yuan. At this time, Binu sprinkled poison into the bowl of porridge in front of him. This poison is colorless and odorless, but the effect is very strong. 1 spoonful is enough to poison a cow, and half a spoonful is enough to deal with a slender little girl. After he poisoned, He swapped his porridge with Yuan's bowl. As soon as they put it down, Xiao Taidan came over with Shirtu and another 10-year-old child. Grandpa. Who are you looking for? Asked Shirtu and Haizi. They know a lot of people. Bai Nu was so frightened that his hands trembled, and the medicine bottle fell under the table. Xiao Taidan pulled him out. Ask them. Ask them. Bai Nu was entangled by Xiao Taidan, and didn't know that he had poisoned the porridge. The action of changing the porridge was seen by the little milk bag. The 3 little milk bags entered the house. And Yuan's instructions were still vivid in their minds. Don't waste food. The eldest picked up the medicine bottle. Eat your own food. The second changed the porridge bowls of the 2 people. Don't leave any soup. The third opened the medicine bottle, and poured the highly toxic soup into Binu's bowl. Chapter 114 Southern Xinjiang Ghost Tribe. Bai Nu met Su Chengxian, by chance, at the Lantern Festival a year ago. At that time, Su Chengxian was just a child who looked a little immature. But Bai Nu fell in love with him at first sight, because there was a murderous look in the child's eyes. It was not easy to get Su Chengxian's appreciation. But it was not difficult for Bai Nu. He just used a little trick to teach Su Chengxian a lesson for a thief who stole his purse. And then he caught Su Chengxian's eye. In fact, anyone can teach a thief a lesson, but it takes some effort to do it in a way that Su Chengxian appreciates. All along, Bai Nu has been obedient to Su Chengxian. Not only did he help him clear many obstacles, but he also taught him some poisoning skills. Su Chengxian thought he was loyal to him, but he didn't know that Bai Nu had a purpose from the beginning. Of course, his purpose was not Su Chengxian, nor the Su family, but Su Chengxian's identity as the young master could greatly facilitate his actions. They need each other, so it is not a betrayal of Su Chengxian's trust. However, Bai Nu never expected that Su Chengxian would let him take action against a country girl. Su Chengxian is really getting more and more perverted. What is there to be afraid of a girl? Maybe it will be time for him to move to a new place soon. Bai Nu watched Yuan drink up the coarse-grained porridge in the bowl. He curled his lips, picked up the bowl, and ate his bowl. That kid is not to be feared. As long as this girl dies, everything will be over. Bai Nu said goodbye to Yuan in a good mood, because he was too proud. He didn't even notice that the medicine bottle that was put back on the table by the little milk bag had become lighter. It's over. He smiled evilly. Bang! He fell to the ground. How? How could this happen? This kind of severe pain that made all his internal organs twist. Could it be he was also poisoned? Impossible. Didn't he swap the 2 bowls of porridge? Without giving Binu time to think, the poison spread throughout his body, and he hurriedly took out a small gourd from his arms. Antidote. However, the poison was too strong, and his hand shook, and the small gourd fell to the ground, rolling around and rolling to the side of the small fish pond that had long since stopped raising fish. Binu struggled to crawl over, trembling as he reached out to pick it up. Just as he was about to touch the small gourd, an embroidered shoe suddenly came and stepped on the small gourd. Binu looked up along the embroidered shoe, and was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he see this person here? Isn't this person already? You. Binu tried his best, but found that he could no longer make a complete sound in his throat. The owner of the embroidered shoes slightly raised the corners of his lips that looked bloodless, but revealed a bright and moving smile. Pa! The small gourd was stepped on by the embroidered shoes, and the antidote rolled into the water one by one. Binu's veins jumped, and he rushed over like crazy. The owner of the embroidered shoes gathered his sleeves lightly, and left without taking a cloud with him. Anyang is back. Did Aunt Zhang finish her work so quickly? Yuan put down the half-eaten dinner and said. Jiang nodded with a smile. I'm done. Yuan asked, didn't you eat? I thought you would eat at Aunt Zhang's house, so I didn't wait for you. Please sit down first, and I'll go get some food. I'm going out. A1 is very happy, Jiang said. Yuan nodded. Well, Anyang should walk around the village more often, and not stay at home all day. In fact, Anyang doesn't need to do much, but it's good for Anyang to go out and talk to people and relax. Jiang smiled gently. A1 is such a caring child. The next morning, a male corpse floated in the abandoned fish pond. Ing Lu was the first to discover the body. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with the body. After fishing it out, he moved it directly to his backyard. Uncle Wan covered his nose in disgust. Why did you move this thing back to the yard? Isn't it unlucky? Master, This is the homeless man who came to the village to beg yesterday. He was fine when he came. But now? Ing Lu turned over Binu's blackened nails. He was poisoned. Ing Shursen also came over to check. He was poisoned before drowning. Uncle Wan suddenly said, I remember. Didn't he go to Miss Yu's house to beg yesterday? Miss Yu even welcomed him in. The careless Yan Jiuchao took a straight look at the corpse. And he didn't know what he noticed. His eyes tightened slightly and said, check his chest. Yes. Ing Shursen tore his clothes, revealing his chest that had been bleached by water. But on that bleak skin, there was a dark blue ghost fire totem. Ing Shursen was stunned. This is... Ing Lu frowned and said, Sao Xinjiang Ghost Tribe. Ghost? Uncle Wan's old face turned pale with fear. Ing Lu explained, it's not that there are real ghosts. They are just elusive and hidden. And they are called Ghost Tribe. Uncle Wan quickly patted his chest. I was scared to death. I really thought I saw a ghost. Ing Shursen asked in confusion, Young master, why did the people of the Sao Xinjiang Ghost Tribe appear here? What does he want to see Miss Yu? Ing Lu said, shall I go and investigate? Yes. Yan Jiuchao nodded thoughtfully, turned his head, and gestured to Ing Shursen. And Ing Shursen dragged the body out to deal with it. In terms of martial arts, Ing Lu is not as good as Ing Shursen. But in terms of gathering information, few people can match Ing Lu. It is not difficult to guess why Yuan and Yu Feng went to the capital. The brother and sister left the village early and returned in the evening. This means that they went to a very far place. And they did not take Xuanzi's ox cart, which means that the ox cart could not reach the place. Ing Lu thought about Yuan's interpersonal relationships and business. And the only place left was the capital. To go to the capital, you have to rent a horse carriage. The carriage company was closed yesterday, and only the post station was open. Ing Lu went to the post station to inquire, and found out that the two went to Tianxiang Tower on Xuanwu Street. Young master. Ing Lu returned before noon. It was Tianxiang Tower who did it. It was the young master of Tianxiang Tower who sent them to kill and silence them. Chapter 115 Brother 9 bullies people. Why hasn't Bai Nu come back yet? A day and a night have passed. In Tianxiang Tower, Su Chengxian stood in front of the window, looking at the endless stream of people on the street with annoyance. He rarely felt so uneasy. After all, he had many capable people under him. But none of them could defeat Bai Nu. Bai Nu had never let him down. But somehow, as Bai Nu was late to return, he became more and more uneasy. Sir, this is not the first time that Bai Nu has run away. A fat and strong man behind him said that as Su Qingshuan's subordinates, they had followed Su Chengxian for even longer. But they were not as respected as Bai Nu. It would be a lie to say that they were not jealous. But his complaints were true. Bai Nu would often disappear, and then come back intact after a while, and then do things for Su Chengxian. It's not that Su Chengxian hasn't been curious before, but if Bai Nu doesn't say it, he can't do anything about it. He is always very tolerant of capable subordinates. But this time, he couldn't tell why. But he felt that Bai Nu didn't disappear again. He really, as soon as the words can't come back appeared in his mind. Su Chengxian shook his head. No, Bai Nu won't let him down. Young master. Young master. Shopkeeper Wang stumbled upstairs, holding up his clothes. Su Chengxian was upset. And when he was yelled at, he immediately became angry. What's the matter? Manager Wang didn't care how ugly the young master's face was at this moment. Young master. Something big has happened. Go downstairs and take a look. Su Chengxian said impatiently. What can't you handle by yourselves? Do you have to let me go and see it myself? Manager Wang said with cold sweat. Really? It's really a big deal. Before he finished speaking, there were several loud bangs in the lobby. A trace of anger flashed across Su Qingshuan's overly feminine face, and he went downstairs with a cold look. All the guests in the lobby had been scared away, and some who were not scared also ran away. After all, it was quite nice to escape a bill. Ing Lu and Ing Shursen smashed the hall to pieces. The thugs and waiters who came forward to teach them a lesson were all beaten to a pulp. Su Chengxian clenched his fists. Who are you? How dare you make trouble in Tianxiangla? Bang! Ing Shursen kicked a wine jar away, which happened to hit the beam above Su Qingshuan's head, pouring all over Su Chengxian. The two big men behind Su Chengxian rushed over fiercely. You are just two young boys, and you dare to make trouble in Tianxiangla. I will beat you. One of the big men was kicked away by Ing Shursen halfway through his words. He hit the other big man, and both of them were blown away by a huge force and fell heavily on the stairs, breaking the stairs. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Chengxian secretly clenched his fists and asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name. Would you dare to listen if I told you?" Yin Jiuqiu walked in with his hands behind his back. He wore a silver cape. His hair was black. His skin was jade-like, and he was like a stream of clear moonlight, shining into the hall full of ruins. His facial features were 3 points more delicate than Su Qingshuan's, but he didn't have Su Qingshuan's femininity, but instead exuded a fascinating heroic spirit. A trace of extreme surprise flashed across Su Qingshuan's eyes. "You are," Yin Jiuqiu said arrogantly. "You are not worthy of knowing the name of this young master." Young master? Su Chengxian instinctively thought of the young master Yin, who gave the whole capital a headache. But then he thought it was impossible. He had no grudges against the young master Yin. So how could he come to smash his restaurant? Su Chengxian calmed down and thought to himself that with his current status, unless it was really the young master Yin who came, no one in the whole capital would dare to touch him. Humph. Su Chengxian felt confident and even straightened his back. "Do you know who I am?" "Ah." Young Master Yin raised his eyebrows nonchalantly, indicating that of course he knew. But he didn't know he would come. "If you cut off one of your arms, I will spare your life." Dog life? Su Chengxian was so angry that his face turned red. How unreasonable. "Well, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My cousin is the current second prince, and my aunt is concubine Su, who is in charge of the harem. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If I'm happy, I might forgive you." "Ah." Ing Shursan slapped him away with a slap. "Young master kowtows to you. I'm afraid you will shorten your life." After he finished speaking, he slapped him again. However, this time, Ing Shursan's slap did not fall on Su Qingshuan's face. A dark figure flashed over, quickly grabbed Su Chengxian, and landed in front of the counter on tiptoe. "Jun Chanan?" Ing Shursan recognized the identity of the person. Jun Chanan put Su Chengxian down, turned his head, and bowed in the direction of the door. "Your Highness." It was the second prince of the dynasty, Yin Huaijing. Yin Huaijing's hat was gone, revealing his noble face. He stepped over the threshold and asked dignifiedly, "I wonder what the young master of the Su family did to make cousin Yin do such a cruel thing." Young Master Yin said arrogantly, "Does this young master need a reason to bully people?" Su Chengxian was dumbfounded. His cousin called him cousin, and he called himself young master. Could it be that he really dared to beat even the prince as rumored? Yin, the only son of King Yin? Cousin! Su Chengxian rushed to Yin Huaijing with a strong desire to survive. Yin Jiuqiu said, "This young master still says the same thing. If you cut off one of your arms, I will spare your dog life." Su Chengxian said boldly, You are so bold. My cousin is here. I am not afraid of you. You call me a dog, then what is the concubine Su who is related to me by blood? Dog concubine? Yin Jiuqiu thought seriously. Puff. It was shopkeeper Wang who was hiding nearby who couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Chengxian didn't have time to deal with him at the moment. So he turned to Yin Huaijing and said, Cousin, he insulted my aunt like this? He simply didn't take you and my aunt seriously. Yin Huaijing glanced at him coldly, and Su Chengxian lowered his head in dismay and said no more. Yin Huaijing looked at Yin Jiuqiu and said, If he makes a mistake, I will take him back and discipline him. Cousin Yin, don't do it. Yin Jiuqiu raised his eyebrows and said, That won't do. This young master always does things from beginning to end. He never lets people go halfway through bullying. Yin Huaijing tightened his eyes and said, It seems that you will not give Huaijing this face today no matter what. Yin Jiuqiu laughed sarcastically. I didn't give your father face, but I gave it to you suddenly. Isn't it saying that you have a bigger face than the emperor? I am willing to give it. But can you afford it? Yin Huaijing has always been calm, but he was really angry. Do it, Yin Jiuqiu said lightly. Shadow 13th Dynasty Su Chengxian rushed over. Chang'an! Yin Huaijing gave an order, and Jun Chang'an drew his sword. The two men fought fiercely. Jun Chang'an was Yin Huaijing's #1 swordsman, and his martial arts were almost the same as Ing Shursan's. However, wasn't there Ing Lu? Ing Lu took advantage of Jun Chang'an being entangled and attacked Su Chengxian strangely. Yin Huaijing's eyes turned cold, and he slapped Ing Lu hard. In a flash, a silver light shot out from Yin Jiuqiu's hand. Yin Huijing instinctively pulled his hand back. Whoosh! The silver light passed through the wall beside Yin Huijing and circled around the pillar of another room. Yin Jiocha gently pulled it and cut the thick pillar off at the waist. The silver light returned to Yin Jiocha's hand. In a palm-sized box. 1,000 machine box? Yin Huijing was shocked. Did you destroy the 1,000 machine pavilion? This trophy is not bad. Yin Jiocha weighed the treasure in his hand, which was regarded as tacitly agreeing with Yin Huijing's guess. Yin Huijing didn't expect that he destroyed the 1,000 machine pavilion, let alone that he admitted it so easily and so frankly. Yin Huijing no longer had the mind to think about why he did this. The rumors were true. Yin Jiocha was a madman. Does a madman need a reason to do things? But then again, the 1,000 machine box is the treasure of the 1,000 machine pavilion. And it has the most powerful and strange mechanism in the world. The silver thread just now is the silk of the silkworm from the snowy land, which is indestructible and can cut iron like mud. If I was a step slower just now, my hand would have been cut off on the spot. Yin, Jio, Chow, Ah. As soon as Yin Huijing finished speaking, Su Qingxuan's shrill scream came from the side. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that Su Chengxian had been caught by Ing Lu. Ing Lu moved very quickly, and broke his right arm, and crippled his right leg in the blink of an eye. Isn't it just one arm? Yin Huijing asked angrily. Yin Jiocha spread his hands innocently. My original words were to cut off one arm. If he cut it himself, it would be one arm. If I cut it, I will naturally charge some interest. After calling out cousin, Su Chengxian fainted from the pain. Yin Jiocha nodded with satisfaction, turned around gracefully, and walked out of Tianxiang Tower. Ing Shursan withdrew his hand in time, and followed his young master with Ing Lu. Yin Huijing looked at Yin Jiocha's back. His fists clenched and creaked. You smashed Tianxiang Tower and hurt Mr. Su. And you just leave like this? That's right. You can't leave like this. Yin Jiocha paused and gestured to Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan slashed back with a palm wind. The golden signboard of Tianxiang Tower was split in the middle, and dust fell down. Yin Huijing. Shopkeeper Wang. Chapter 116. Face the enemy head-on. Swish. The cold arrow flew from the sky and quickly nailed on the snow-covered branches. The huge force made the branches tremble, and the snowflakes fell down. The warmth of early spring did not care for the northwest, and the great snow mountain was still shrouded in ice and snow. Swish. Another arrow flew over. But this time it did not nail on the tree, but fell into the snow, only an inch away from a soldier lying in the snow. The soldier did not move or make a sound, just standing there stiffly. Old you. Old you. Wu Sen hunched over and passed through the rain of arrows shot by the Huns, and jumped into a newly dug bunker. The bunker was not big, and the top was covered with a row of interlaced branches. Yu Shaoqing sat cross-legged inside. A stray arrow shot into the branches behind him, and almost shot over and hit his head. But he didn't even blink, and raced against time to make weapons. These weapons were modified from the stray arrows shot by the Huns, and loaded into several simple small crossbows. The range of this small crossbow is not far, and the attack power is not as good as that of experienced archers. But it is convenient. It can load 5 arrows at a time, saving the process of drawing the bow and loading arrows. If necessary, it can trigger 5 arrows to be fired at the same time, which is also a means of saving life. Old you. Hack. As soon as Wu San sat in, a stray arrow shot through the branches that were used for cover. Wu San hurriedly covered his head and hid, and the stray arrow was nailed to the ice wall behind him. Yu Shaoqing took the stray arrow down very calmly. Wu San, however, could not remain calm in the face of danger. He could be killed by the arrows of the Huns at any time, but he could still enter into meditation like an old monk. It has been half a month since New Year's Eve. Today is the Lantern Festival. However, there are no glutinous rice balls or reunions on the Lantern Festival. There are only waves of Huns chasing and killing them, and rounds of arrows. After General Shao came, Lao Yu took them out of the cave and headed southeast, fearing that the fire would attract the Huns. General Zhao's body could not be cremated and taken back. Like everyone else, he could only be buried in the vast snow-capped mountains. Maybe no one in this life will know that he was buried under the silent mountain. Wu Sen murmured, "You said that we can find General Zhao's grave when we come back? It's called a grave, but it's just a pit flush with the ground. In order to prevent the Huns from digging up the grave and whipping the corpse, they didn't even dare to pile up a grave mound. let alone erect a tombstone. Wu San always felt sad when he thought of how many enemies he had killed in his lifetime, but ended up being buried in the wilderness. Heizi. Changmao. Ai. Wu San counted the brothers he had buried with his own hands in a daze. What do you want to talk to me about? Yu Shaoqing interrupted his thoughts. Wu San was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered what he was here for. He cheered up and said, Dania asked me to tell you that the Huns have set up camp at the foot of the mountain and will cross the river tonight to wipe us out. Their current terrain is not very good. I don't know what General Xiao said to Lao Yu at the beginning. Lao Yu did not wait for rescue on the spot, but began to lead them over the snow-capped mountains. The first 2 days were relatively quiet, but on the third day, they encountered Hun soldiers. They were forced to cross the river. They thought that dismantling the wooden bridge would delay the process for a while. But the canyon ahead suddenly encountered an avalanche, blocking their way. How long will it take to dig through the canyon? Yu Shaoqing asked. Wu San sighed and said, It will be tomorrow morning at the earliest. But tonight, the Huns will cross the river. Yu Shaoqing paused while cutting arrows. Who is coming? Wu San repeated Dania's words word for word. I didn't see the specific appearance, but it was probably like this. It's King Wuheng. I've seen General Xiao fight with him. Yu Shaoqing said. Is he powerful? Wu San asked. Yu Shaoqing nodded. No one has ever survived under General Xiao's sword. He is the first one. Wu San was shocked. Then, what should we do? Yu Shaoqing said coldly, Kill him. Wu San was dumbfounded. It was easy to say, but how to kill him? There are 100 archers, and we have not rushed to King Wuheng, but we have been shot to death by arrows. What should we do now? Wu San asked. Wait. Wait for what? Yu Shaoqing stared and said, Cross the river. The reason why the Huns chose to cross the river at night was because the ice was not thick enough during the day, not because they were afraid of the Northwest Army. After nightfall, the ice became unbreakable, and the Huns began to cross the river unscrupulously. Of course, they were not sure that General Xiao was in the team, and it was not King Wuheng's turn to deal with a few remnants. It was not until Yu Shaoqing put on General Xiao's battle robe, picked up General Xiao's sword, and stood on the steep cliff that King Wuheng finally couldn't hold back. He wanted to defeat this Han Chinese. He wanted to avenge his previous shame. King Wuheng rushed to the front, and was the first to land. However, Yu Shaoqing did not face the enemy head-on, but turned his footsteps and led him into the forest. Several archers were ambushed in the forest, but unfortunately no one shot them. Seeing King Wuheng running into the net bag, Dun Yo, who was ambushing on the side, pulled hard. In a flash, King Wuheng swung his sword and cut the net bag in half. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of King Wuheng is this? Isn't it too powerful? Captain of the 1,000. Captain of the 1,000 is in danger. Oh no! The Huns are coming! A soldier shouted. Dun Yo and others drew their swords and killed them. All was the scream of Xiao Yu. He had just had his left foot amputated on New Year's Eve, and had used General Xiao's medicine to save his life. Unexpectedly, he was stabbed by the Huns again. Dania rushed over, killed the Huns who had stabbed Xiao Yu, and reached out to help Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu screamed in fear, Be careful! An arrow hit Dania's back and pierced his heart. Dania lowered his head, looked at the arrowhead that came out of his left chest, opened his mouth, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell on Xiao Yu. Chapter 117 Victory. King Wuheng chased Yu Shaoqing into the forest. They had already set traps in the forest, but they still underestimated King Wuheng's strength. This brother of the Xiongnu Khan did not rise to the position of commander step by blood relationship. His courage, strategy, and even martial arts were all impressive. If he had no weaknesses, it was probably because he hated Xiao Yan too much. Otherwise, he would not have personally gone into the mountains to capture General Xiao, and he would not have been so impatient when he saw General Xiao. Xiao! Come out! King Wuheng raised his scimitar and roared in broken Chinese. I must defeat you today. I want you to know. I, Wu Hengqiu, am the hero on the battlefield. Yu Shaoqing sat behind a hidden tree, leaning against the cold tree trunk, trying his best to hide his breath. There was a faint pain in his chest. He reached out and touched it, and found a bloody hand. This was the stray arrow that hit him when burying General Xiao. He didn't let anyone find it. Yu Shaoqing endured the severe pain in his chest, and clenched the crossbow in his hand. King Wuhan was too powerful. The seriously injured Yu Shaoqing was not sure that he could beat him. Yu Shaoqing was waiting for an opportunity to defeat the enemy with one move. Soon, the opportunity came. There was a sparse movement from behind the bushes in the east. I see where you run this time. King Wu Hung used his internal strength and chopped towards the bushes viciously. All his attention was focused on the bushes, and he never expected that someone would attack from behind. Yu Shaoqing seized the opportunity, raised the crossbow in his hand, aimed at the direction of King Wu Hung, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 5 arrows were fired at once, whizzing towards King Wu Hung. King Wu Hang's knife had already fallen on the bushes, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back. His ears moved, and he changed his knife skills in time, pulled back, and split the sharp arrow. But in the end, he was hit by an arrow in the chest. Yu Shaoqing didn't give him a chance to breathe, and raised his sword. Yu Shaoqing didn't have any poison in his hand, but the arrow was smeared with Ma Fei San. Although Ma Fei San can't kill people, it can make people feel dizzy and fall into sleep for a short time. There are many wounded soldiers, and the Ma Fei San left by General Shao is a very precious thing. However, in order to defeat King Wu Hung, Yu Shaoqing applied double the dose. If it were someone else, he would have fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. But King Wu Hung still had the strength to swing his knife to block. King Wu Hung knocked away Yu Shaoqing's sword, and Yu Shaoqing also kicked down his scimitar. You are not Xiao Yin. King Wu Hung saw Yu Shaoqing's face clearly. Why do you pretend to be him? Of course, to lure you out, to kill you. Yu Shaoqing said calmly. You Han people are all sly. He wanted to say that he was cunning, but unfortunately his Chinese was not good enough. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he threw Yu Shaoqing into the snow. However, after rolling a few times, he was pressed into the snow by Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing rode on him and pulled out the dagger from his leather boots. King Wu Hung quickly grabbed Yu Shaoqing's hand. Even after being poisoned by Ma Fei powder, he still had such magical power. No wonder he could save his life from General Zhao's knife. Of course, Yu Shaoqing couldn't use all his strength. His wound was completely torn open, and blood penetrated the gauze and armor, dripping on King Wu Hung. King Wu Hung's morale was immediately high when he saw that he was seriously injured. He sneered and pried his wrists apart. At this moment, the people behind the bushes came out. It was Yin Songming who had disappeared for a long time. It was him who was frightened by King Wu Hung and made a noise just now. After not seeing each other for many days, Yin Songming had lost weight and his face was covered with stubble. The food in his hands had been spent long ago, and all his men were shot to death by stray arrows. Now he was the only one left. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. Yin Songming looked at King Wu Hung and Yu Shaoqing tremblingly. Yu Shaoqing glanced at the scimitar and sword on the ground and said angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him!" Yin Songming was so scared that he didn't realize that a 1,000-man commander was yelling at him. He just picked up Yu Shaoqing's sword tremblingly. "Go ahead," Yu Shaoqing shouted. He was losing too much blood and was about to collapse. "I recognize you," Wu Hung said. "The guide Langjiang appointed by the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty." How do you recognize me?" Yin Songming asked in surprise. King Wu Hung said, "I have heard about you and seen your portrait. You should know that you can't kill me, even if I am hit by the sword. I have a way to make you die before me. If you don't believe it, come over and try." Yin Songming was frightened instantly. Yu Shaoqing said coldly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I have held down his hands and feet. How can he hurt you?" Oh. Yin Songming nodded suddenly and took a few steps forward. King Wu Hung failed in one plan, and then he came up with another one. "Why don't we make a deal? If you kill this man, I will let you go. The emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty will appoint you as the Langjiang of Guide, and our king can appoint you as the general. I swear in the name of the Xiongnu royal court that I will never deceive you." General? Yin Songming blinked. King Wu Hung persuaded, "Yes. A general who is greater than Xiao Yin. Are you interested? You want me to betray the country?" Yin Songming was stunned. King Wu Hung said, "I remember you Han people have a saying, good birds choose trees to deceive. It is a good bird that chooses a tree to live in." Yin Songming corrected. King Wu Hung said, "It's the same idea. You've seen it too. We, the Xiongnu, will win this battle, as long as you are willing to surrender. I promise you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in your next life." Yin Songming came over with a long sword, gritted his teeth, and stabbed with a sword. You? King Wuheng opened his eyes in disbelief. Yin Songming thrust his hands forward and stabbed the sword deeper. Tempted me to betray the country? Go to H.L. King Wuheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell down with his eyes rolled back. Yu Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Songming was a jerk on weekdays, but he resisted the temptation at the critical moment. Yin Songming kicked the corpse of King Wuheng. Humph. When my daughter becomes the princess of Yin, I will be a royal relative. Who the H.L. cares about a general like you? Yu Shaoqing. At this moment, the dead King Wuheng suddenly opened his eyes, snatched the sword from Yin Songming's hand, and stabbed Yu Shaoqing fiercely. This scene happened too fast. No one could react. The arrow penetrated the armor, pierced the clothes, and pierced Yu Shaoqing's heart. Clang! The end of the sword was blocked by something. King Wuheng was startled. Yu Shaoqing kicked King Wuheng away, threw the dagger in his hand, and nailed King Wuheng to the tree. King Wuheng's head tilted, and he died completely. Yin Songming was so scared that he almost peed himself. Are you pretending to be dead? Mr. Yu. Are you okay? Yu Shaoqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a red amulet from his arms, and took out the jade inside. This jade has saved him many times. I don't know what it is made of, but it is invulnerable to swords and guns, and harder than steel. What is it? Yin Songming came over to take a look, but he only saw a piece of stone that looked like jade but was not jade, with a ball of green flame engraved on the stone. Where did you pick it up? Yu Shaoqing put the jade back to his heart with care. Someone gave it to me. Chapter 118 Reinstatement. After King Wuheng was killed, the morale of the Xiongnu army plummeted. Yu Shaoqing used King Wuheng's body to lure them back hundreds of miles. But we can't let our guard down, because there are 100,000 Xiongnu troops stationed in the northwest camp. It's easy for them to counterattack. Although King Wuheng's death temporarily solved the urgent problem, it also brought a greater crisis. The Xiongnu will definitely avenge King Wuheng at all costs. We can't face the Xiongnu again. How long will it take to dig through the canyon? Yu Shaoqing asked sternly. It's almost time. Captain, said a soldier named Guer. After Yin Songming returned, he became the highest-ranking general here. But for some reason, everyone still consciously obeyed Yu Shaoqing. Yin Songming curled his lips and was about to take back the command. But Yu Shaoqing gave him a cold look. Shut up. Yin Songming shut up in grievance. Yu Shaoqing wanted to complete General Zhao's last wish, and there would be no room for error. Although everyone didn't know this, they all followed him without distraction. Yin Songming was like an isolated individual. If he wanted to stay in the team, he'd better keep his tail between his legs. Dania died, and 2 new recruits, who joined the army 2 days earlier than him, died under the sword of the Huns. New recruits lacked battlefield experience, and were most likely to be cannon fodder under the sword of the enemy. Dania died to save me. Xiao Yu cried breathlessly. I'm a useless person. Why did he save me? Wu San didn't say anything, patted his shoulder, and buried the bodies of Daniu and the other 2 with his brothers. Daniu was a very good recruit. He even surpassed many old scouts who had received intensive training. He should not die here. If he is trained, he will play a greater role in the battlefield in the future. Wu San sighed and handed the 3 iron plates to Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing put the iron plates into a wooden box wrapped in white cloth. Inside were all the iron plates of deceased soldiers. On the top was General Zhao's. Maybe one day, his iron plate will also be placed here for the surviving soldiers to take back to his hometown. Captain, we have dug through, Guer said. Let's go. Yu Shaoqing closed the wooden box. Daniu was dead, and an old soldier who had recovered from frostbite took over the responsibility of scout and explored the way ahead. Everyone supported each other and followed. A young and strong figure followed the team not too far away. He was the only soldier who did not listen to Yu Shaoqing's orders, and the only one who did not fit in. He held a sword in his arms. His eyes were sad and dull, like an abandoned orphan. Look, old Yu. Wu San pulled Yu Shaoqing's arm. Yu Shaoqing looked back and said helplessly, General Zhao's death was a big blow to him. I heard that he was picked up by General Xiao. Did you see the sword? It was General Zhao's personal sword, which was given to him, Wu San whispered. When the Huns rushed over just now, he was so angry that he killed them. But he also saved the lives of many brothers. If not, they would not have survived until old Yu came back. and would have all died under the swords of the Huns. What's his name? Yu Shaoqing couldn't remember his name for a moment. Wu Sen said, Zhou Huai. The bad news from the northwest camp reached the capital half a month after the incident. The urgent military information of 800 miles was presented to the imperial study. The emperor was shocked and froze. The military ministers looked at each other. The emperor's face was not right. Shouldn't he be furious after such a big thing? Why did he look like he was shocked? To say that this incident, they were also wronged. There was news coming from the border that the 100,000 Huns troops were advancing to Yuzhou at full speed, preparing to launch a general attack on Yuzhou on New Year's Eve. Who would have expected that the intelligence was wrong and the real Huns army changed its route to the northwest camp? The northwest camp was completely wiped out, with no one alive. So naturally there was no way to spread the news. Or the nearby camps were out of food and grass, and they wanted to go to the northwest camp to borrow food and grass, only to accidentally discover that the camp had been captured by the Huns. According to the soldier who borrowed food and grass, the Huns all changed into the armor of the Northwest Army, and some of them spoke fluent Chinese. If it weren't for the fact that the person a Hun pretended to be was his fellow villager, he wouldn't have noticed that this group of people were fake. He didn't show any abnormality, and took the food and grass and left. First, the military intelligence was wrong, and then the Northwest camp was massacred. But the court had no news at all. If it wasn't for someone interfering, it would be unacceptable. It was also because this soldier was lucky that his camp was not under the jurisdiction of Yuzhou. So there was no need to send news to Yuzhou. Otherwise, after going back and forth, the spies of Yuzhou would have taken advantage of the opportunity. Not to mention sending military intelligence. He would have lost his life. The emperor's face turned ugly. The military ministers knelt on the ground when they saw the bad situation. Just when they were waiting to bear the emperor's wrath, the emperor suddenly stood up and left without looking back. The ministers. The emperor went to the dungeon and met Gao Yuan in person. Gao Yuan had been locked up for half a month and had become very weak. He knew why the emperor came, and it was because he knew that he'd burst into tears. The emperor clenched his fists and said with forbearance, "Is it true that no one survived?" "There is one person alive," Gao Yuan said with difficulty. "Who?" the emperor asked. Gao Yuan was about to say the name that had accumulated in his chest, but he was exhausted and fainted. "Mr. Gao." Eunuch Wang stepped forward and pinched Gao Yuan's philtrum. But it was no use. "There are still people alive," the emperor murmured thoughtfully. "Who could it be?" Eunuch Wang thought. "Could it be General Shao? General Shao is brave. If there is anyone who can break through the siege, I think it is only him." The emperor nodded in agreement. Eunuch Wang did not dare to say anything about state affairs. He just looked at Gao Yuan and said, "Your Majesty." Mr. Gao fainted. "I will ask for a doctor." The emperor waved his hand. "Send the chief priest back to the palace and tell the doctor to treat him well. Make sure he is safe and sound." With a toast, Gao Yuan was reinstated. Eunuch Wang thought that Gao Yuan was really amazing. He offended the emperor and was deposed and reinstated twice. He was the first person in history. The emperor called the commander of the imperial guards. "Go tell Xiao Jinting that his nephew escaped from the northwest camp alive and is on his way to Yuzhou. Let him go to meet him in person." "In person?" The commander of the imperial guards was stunned. "Your Majesty." The emperor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I know what I am doing." "You go." "Yes." The imperial guards clasped their fists and accepted the order, and went to the Xiao mansion with a complicated look. Chapter 119 Sensible Ninth Brother. When Gao Yuan woke up again, he had returned to his own house. He slowly opened his sore eyes, and a young face entered his blurred vision. "Uncle! Uncle! Are you awake?" Qilin said excitedly. Gao Yuan raised his weak arm and rubbed his dizzy head. "What happened to me?" "You fainted in the prison, and it was Eunuch Wang who sent you back. Eunuch Wang also brought the imperial physician to treat you. Is His Majesty no longer angry with you?" "Uncle?" Qilin said a lot of words in one breath. Gao Yuan supported his dizzy head and sat up. "Oh, Uncle, Marshal Xiao has left the capital. Most young men like Qilin have a heroic dream. They want to be heroes and pay attention to the most powerful heroes in the world. Xiao Jinting is undoubtedly the legend in his mind. He went with his soldiers. Uncle, do you think he is going to fight again? He has already handed over his military power. How could he go to fight?" Gao Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered the conversation he had with the emperor before he fainted. He seemed to have not had time to tell the emperor who that person was. The emperor dispatched Xiao Jinting at this critical moment. Could it be that he thought the only survivor was Xiao Yan? The Xiao family has been a single-line family for 9 generations. It was not until the generation of Xiao Jinting's father that the family finally expanded. Xiao Jinting has an older brother. Xiao Yan is his brother's only legitimate son in the world. Xiao Jinting has no children. If Xiao Yan is gone, the direct line of the Xiao family will probably be cut off. No wonder the emperor was so nervous that even Xiao Jinting was dispatched. Unfortunately, Gao Yuan closed his eyes and stopped the thoughts rolling in his mind. Uncle! Uncle! Qi Lin waved his hand in front of him. I'll go get the imperial physician. Dr. Zhang is waiting in the lobby. He said that if you wake up, let me go and call him. Wait. Gao Yuan grabbed Qi Lin's hand. I'm tired. Don't tell anyone that I woke up. Huh? Qi Lin blinked in confusion. Why? Uncle? Gao Yuan said no more and lay down slowly. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, after Yan Jiucha left, the news that Taiangxiangla had someone smashed the place spread like wildfire. Many scared guests that day saw Yan Jiucha's true appearance with their own eyes, while sighing that this person should only exist in heaven. They also heard the guards calling him the young master. There is no other young master who can be so domineering in the capital except the one in Yanqing. As expected, the following conversation in Taiangxiangla verified everyone's guess. What shocked everyone was that young Master Yin not only beat up the young master of Taiangxianglu, but also offended the second prince. How bold is this to not even give the face of the prince? You didn't see that the second prince's face was as black as charcoal. In a tea house, a middle-aged man vividly described what he saw that day. Hey, was the young master of Taiangxianglu really beaten to a pulp? Asked a young scholar who was listening to the excitement. The middle-aged man put one foot on the stool and slapped the table with his other hand, gesturing at his own body and said, Isn't it? Here. It's all broken. If he breaks it himself, it's just an arm. If I break it, I will charge some interest. After he finished gesturing, he did not forget to imitate it vividly. Although he didn't even imitate the tone, it didn't stop everyone from imitating it. Everyone imagined the scene at that time and couldn't help but applaud. It is said that Yan Jiuchu's reputation in the capital is not very good. The people who have been beaten by him can fill the entire Tianxiang building. However, the surname Su is not a good person either. The only difference is that Yan Jiuchao bullies people of status, while Su Chengxian uses fierce means to suppress his peers and retaliate against the thorn in his side. Many merchants, common people, and even poor scholars have suffered from his vicious hands. Therefore, as soon as the incident fermented, 2 completely different voices appeared in the capital. Some people cursed Yan Jiucha for being a worthless person, while others laughed at Su Chengxian for bringing trouble upon himself. On the way back in the carriage, Yan Jiucha stroked the little snow fox and said slowly, Do more people curse me? Or do more people curse Taiangxiangla? Ing Lu said, Of course. More people curse that kid. That kid relied on the power of the second prince and concubine Su. And he also had the southern Xinjiang ghost clan in his hands. And he bullied many people openly and secretly. You mean? Those who curse him have been bullied by him. Then those who curse me have also been bullied by me. Yan Jiuchao frowned his handsome eyebrows. Damn it! The people I have bullied are not as many as those with the surname Su. Ing Lu. Young master. Are you missing the point? Yan Jiuchao snorted coldly and asked Ing San to drive the carriage back to the capital. He pulled out all the second-generation descendants, bullied them, and those who had not been bullied, and bullied them one by one. The second-generation descendants cried and complained. And then the young master Yan returned to the village with satisfaction. Yan Jiuchao bullied everyone he could, so no one associated his personal grudge with the Yu family, and just thought that this little lunatic had gone crazy again. After all, it was not the first time that he went crazy. Once he beat up a minister in the Golden Palace, and once he pushed the 4th prince into the water at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. The most ridiculous thing was that he got drunk and fell asleep on the emperor's dragon robe. All these things, one by one, which one is not a capital crime punishable by beheading? In comparison, just blindly beating up dozens of second-generation descendants is nothing at all. When the news reached the emperor's ears, the emperor nodded with relief. You are still sensible. You know that I am worried about the border, and you are more obedient than before. Su Xianfei, who had just walked to the door of the imperial study and was about to file a complaint for her nephew, heard this and wished she could spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 120 Caught on the Spot. Lianhua Village is a poor and remote place with little information. So whether it is military intelligence at the border or anecdotes in the capital, it will not be transmitted here for a while. Yuan was still rubbing her hands and thinking about how to give Tang Xianglu a warning. But she didn't know that Tang Xianglu, which she had been dismantling all night in her dream and exhausted, had no place to set foot. Alwan. The amaranth has been collected, but not much, and it may not be enough to cook. Yufeng, who went to various villages to collect soybeans, collected a basket of amaranth. He took the amaranth and 2 large sacks of soybeans off the ox cart and stopped Yuan, who was helping the hunters and others to rebuild the greenhouse in the backyard. In order to make the tofu ferment faster, they needed to provide a higher room temperature. So Yuan proposed to convert half of the firewood room into a greenhouse. She said that her uncle had no objection to anything, and immediately cleaned up the firewood room with the villagers. The firewood shed had not been built when Yufeng left, so he was quite surprised to see the construction. What's going on? Can't the firewood shed be used? Yuan curled her lips. No, brother. I want to build a greenhouse so that the tofu can ferment faster. Ah. Yufeng nodded knowingly and talked about the amaranth just now. It's still early. I'll go to the town to see if there is any for sale. Yuan handed the wooden board in her hand to the hunter. No need, brother. I went up the mountain that day and found a large area of wild amaranth near the bamboo forest. The mother liquor fermented from wild amaranth is greener in color and smells worse. I will go to pick it later. Yufeng just thought casually, and it seemed that he had already smelled the stench that made people go to heaven and earth, and even held his breath. Since Yufeng has returned, Yuan is no longer needed here. Yuan packed up her things and prepared to go up the mountain to pick amaranth. Not long after they walked out of the old house, Yufeng caught up with them. Alwan. Yuan turned around. What's wrong, brother? Yufeng looked around, took her arm and walked towards the less crowded place at the entrance of the village. This is the last order. After we finish 200 kilograms of soybeans, the business we got from Wei Mansion will be gone. The implication is that they really have to find another way out. Yuan thought for a moment and said, there will always be a way out. Don't worry, brother. Just let the villagers continue to work. Yufeng said worriedly. What if we can't sell it? We will lose everything. Yuan suddenly exclaimed. The Lantern Festival is over, and the pharmacy in Beijing is open. It's time to take Uncle to Beijing to treat his leg. What does this have to do with that? Are we talking about business? How did it get to my father? Yuan smiled and said, brother, continue to collect soybeans for those that can be sold, and don't stop production. You said the same thing when you went to Tang Xianglu earlier. But what was the result? Yufeng was a very cautious person and never did anything he was not sure of. In his opinion, Yuan's willingness to help the villagers was good, but they had to do it within their means. If they couldn't sell it, they shouldn't waste manpower and food. The money they had was enough for the villagers to eat for a year or 2. But if they lost money, they might not be able to support it for a month. Yuan is different from Yufeng. She is born with the courage to burn her boats. She does everything first, and then talks about it. She throws her hat over before climbing over the wall. In short, she doesn't leave herself any way out. Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, Tang Xianglu is an accident. Even if Tang Xianglu is unwilling to buy, there are other restaurants. There are so many restaurants in Beijing, and there will always be one that can be sold. Besides, I don't think the Tang Xianglu incident is a bad thing. Yufeng looked at her strangely. Yuan curled her lips and said, the signature dish of Tang Xianglu is made by my uncle. As long as we clear my uncle's name, why should we worry about not being able to sell our products? By then, I'm afraid that my brother and the villagers will be too busy to handle it. Yufeng sighed. You said it lightly, but how can I clear my father's name? You also heard what the old man said. The Su family is a royal family. How can we fight them? The little girl is still too young. Can people who are related to the palace be provoked by them? Although he felt unfair for his father, he felt lucky to be able to leave Tang Xianglu alive. Don't mention this matter again. We can never fight in this life. Brother Yu. Miss Yu. Yufeng's words were drowned in the hearty laughter of shopkeeper Cui. A carriage slowly drove into the village, and shopkeeper Cui couldn't wait to get off. Shopkeeper Cui. The brother and sister greeted each other. Yuan asked, "What wine brought shopkeeper Cui here?" Shopkeeper Cui said with a red face, "Of course, it was the fragrant wind from Tianxianglu. Something big happened in Tianxianglu. You don't know." "Ha ha." Shopkeeper Cui, who was always prudent, smiled like a fool in front of the two juniors. The two looked at him in confusion. He put his hands on his waist, supported the old well at the entrance of the village, and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. The brother and sister's eyebrows jumped. "Don't drip your saliva into this well. We still need to eat. Let him plagiarize the craft. Let him suppress his peers. Retribution has come. Let's smash it today. Smash it to pieces. Not even a bench is left." The young master was also beaten. His arms and legs are broken. You will never guess who did it. Shopkeeper Cui was so absorbed in laughing that he didn't notice a carriage slowly driving over. Shopkeeper Cui put his hands on his waist and laughed up to the sky. "Ha ha ha. It's Yin Jiuqiao. The madman." Yin Jiuqiao, who was called a madman, stood behind him. His face darkened. "Jiugu, tell me, how do you want to die?" Chapter 121 Hug the Ninth Brother. Shopkeeper Cui was not a native of Lianhua town. He moved here from the south. His grandfather passed the imperial examination in the capital, and his grandmother moved the family there. They thought he would be able to become a scholar's wife in the future. However, his grandfather failed the exam the next year and became ill in anger. He died a few years later. He was in his mother's belly at that time. His family was in a difficult situation. He started helping his father when he was very young. His father had an ancestral craft of making candied haws. But unfortunately, he died before he could teach him all the skills. It's not that he didn't try to study, but he was not cut out for it. How to become the shopkeeper of Baiulu was a difficult task. No one taught him. He gained all his experience by suffering. He had already developed a personality of knowing what to say and what not to say. He was really proud today. In addition, Lianhua village was a remote place, so he didn't worry about what he said being spread. How could he have expected that he would end up in such a big mess after just one indulgence? Yin Jiuqiao had been to Baiyu Tower, and shopkeeper Cui happened to be there, and had the honor of witnessing the true appearance of this legendary young master. Therefore, when he turned his head and found that the madman he mentioned was standing behind him, his legs softened on the spot, and he almost fell into the well. Yu Feng had been to the young master's mansion, but had only seen Uncle Wan. Yu Feng had also been to Baiyu Tower, but had passed by young Master Yin. So Yu Feng did not recognize Yin Jiuqiu. Even if he did not recognize him, Yin Jiuqiu's overly handsome face and unusually noble temperament still startled Yu Feng slightly. Seeing him scare shopkeeper Cui like this, Yu Feng could vaguely guess the other party's identity. Yin Jiuqiao was a madman, and everyone in the world knew it. But no one dared to call him a little madman in front of him. Shopkeeper Cui was completely limp, slumped over the wellhead, so spineless. Ah! How could this happen? How could this little lunatic come to such a place? It was so scary. Yin Jiuqiao looked at Shopkeeper Cui with a look of looking at a dead person. Shopkeeper Cui felt that his end was coming without turning back. Woo! Excessive joy leads to sorrow. It's really too miserable. Young Master Yin. Yuan spoke softly. It's useless to plead, Yin Jiuqiao said arrogantly. Shopkeeper Cui trembled even more. Miss Yu was his son's lifesaver, and her pleading was useless. His life was over. His life was over. Yuan glanced at the cold and arrogant Yin Jiuqiao, and suddenly reached out her hand, grabbed Yin Jiuqiao's wrist, and dragged him away without saying anything. The little dandy who wanted to have sex with the world just a second ago was taken away like a good baby? Shopkeeper Cui said that he was shocked. Yu Feng was no less shocked than Shopkeeper Cui. Hearing his sister's address to him, he was sure that the man was the legendary young Master Yin. But this was not the point. The point was why the young master of a city came to their village. Wait! How did my sister bring him into the new Ding family house? Isn't that Master Wan's house? Wan. Uncle Wan came out. Yu Feng was in a terrible state. Young Master Yin's favor is not so easy to sell. Change the medicine. Yuan changed the medicine for Yin Jiuqiao, who was already walking steadily. Make tea. Yuan made a new pot of Longjing tea for Yin Jiuqiao, who had a cup of hot tea at hand. Peel the orange. Yuan picked up an orange and peeled it. Pick the orange peel too. Orange peels can reduce internal heat. Yuan took a deep breath and patiently picked every orange peel. At this time, It was not him who needed to eat the orange peel, but herself. After a while, it was getting late, and she still had amaranth to pick. Yuan was peeling the orange halfway, and when she turned her head, she saw Yin Jiuqiao had closed his eyes at some point, and it seemed that he had fallen asleep. When he was awake, his eyes were full of brilliance, and he was noble and unparalleled. When he was asleep, he was still beautiful, and even without that bit of hostility, his whole body exuded a hint of quiet tenderness. Outsiders had never seen Yin Jiuqiao like this. It was a pity that he had to pick leafy vegetables. Otherwise, just based on his appearance, he could be admired for an entire afternoon. Yuan gently put the orange back on the fruit plate and tiptoed out. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, Yin Jiuqiao, who hadn't even opened his eyelids, lazily said, "Ing Lu, kill that Chui guy." Yuan obediently sat back on the bed and peeled the orange again. The room was warm, and the incense burner emitted a comfortable warm fragrance. Yuan felt sleepy while peeling the orange, and her little head tilted, and she fell asleep leaning against the bedpost. The man on the bed slowly opened his eyes, and with his slender jade-like fingers, he picked up the orange that Yuan had peeled half of, and put it back into the fruit bowl on the small table beside him. Few girls of this age work as hard as she does. She gets up before dawn, falls asleep in the middle of the night, and is so busy during the day that she probably never even thinks about taking a break. Yin Jiuqiao came down from the ground, gently carried her to the bed, and took off the patched shoes on her feet. No matter how shameless Yin Jiuqiao was, he never really thought of taking advantage of a girl in this way. He stuffed her into the quilt, tucked in the corners, and planned to leave. Yuan suddenly turned over and hugged his waist. Chapter 122: The Mystery of Life. Yin Jiuqiao's body froze. He raised his hand to pry open her arms that were wrapped around his waist, but he couldn't do it. She really is a girl who grew up doing farm work. Young Master Yin simply stopped prying and looked at her coldly, to see what trick she could come up with. Who knew that after bending over and waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Young Master Yin tried to pry open her arms again, and this time he pried them open easily. But before he could stand up, Yuan threw him hard, and he fell directly onto the mattress. Yin Jiuqiao? Yuan's hairpin fell off, and her black hair slowly fell out, as black and shiny as satin, which made her skin look amazingly white. She lay beside him, her black hair half covered. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings. Yin Jiuqiao's gaze stopped here in time. He coughed lightly, looked away, and looked at the strings of plump and smooth colorful jade hanging on the top of the tent. In each jade, she vaguely reflected her figure hugging him. Yin Jiuqiao never thought that such a scene would appear in his life. It seemed not so annoying. Yin Jiuqiao blinked and lay stiffly. Yuan slept for a while and turned over again. This time, she took her hands away from him, but habitually pulled the quilt and covered him. This is treating him as a little Taidan. Yin Jiuqiao, who didn't know the truth. Yin Jiuqiao turned his head and glanced at her. In fact, not only Yin Jiuqiao was much cuter than usual after falling asleep, but Yuan was the same. She closed her overly calm eyes, and her face had the immaturity and childishness of this age. Yin Jiuqiao moved closer for some reason. Just as they were getting closer and closer, suddenly, with a smack, Yuan's face was kissed hard. Yin Jiuqiao raised his eyes and saw that the three little guys had climbed onto the bed without knowing when, and kissed Yuan on the face one by one. The three little guys twisted their little butts and came in panting, and their father was squeezed out of the house. His face was as black as charcoal. Shopkeeper Chui's life was barely saved. After today, Shopkeeper Chui did not dare to come to Lianhua village for a long time. The turmoil of Taixianglu is not so easy to expose. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. Taixianglu has developed so rapidly in recent years that I don't know how many peers are jealous of it. Even if it is a conscientious business, I don't know how many people hope it will fall. Not to mention that it is not conscientious. Su Xiao was a principled person, but he had a son who held him back. Su Xiao was blamed for everything Su Chengxian did, both overtly and covertly. The branch on Xuanwu Street went bankrupt, and the business of the remaining 6 branches also suffered a blow. At the same time, the news that Chef Yang plagiarized the skills of his peers spread widely. It was impossible to verify who spread the news, but overnight, the whole capital knew about the scandal of Taixianglu. The old past between Chef Yang and his uncle was dug up. I heard that they were in the same kitchen, And Chef Yu took good care of him at that time. He was not good at cooking at first. And Chef Yu taught him everything. How could he have the heart to plagiarize Chef Yu's dishes? Why else would he be called an ungrateful person? I also heard that Yang hired someone to kill someone in order to silence him. Yang is such a jerk. He was kind to someone, but he just turned his back on them? Soon, word spread that my uncle had broken his leg. And after Chef Yang was accused of turning his back on him, everyone started to speculate about him. Have you heard? Chef Yu's leg was broken by a man named Yang. Afterwards, he pretended to be a good person and brought a doctor to treat Chef Yu's leg. But he actually wanted to steal the skills. Chef Yu's leg could have been healed. He asked the doctor to give him medicine and crippled Chef Yu's leg. When the news reached my uncle, Chef Yang had been arrested by the government. The reason was not plagiarism, but hiring a killer. The young man who sent him out of the capital was caught by Ing Lu and thrown directly at the gate of Jingzhou Mansion. The gang recognized at a glance that this was the young man who hired them to kill. And under torture, the young man confessed the mastermind behind the scenes. Chef Yang. Chef Yang was officially expelled from Tianxianglu. And the 5 signature dishes he invented would not be sold in any Tianxianglu. However, Tianxianglu did not clear my uncle's name. Su Xiao also has a temper. His son was beaten and disabled. The restaurant was smashed. And his reputation in the industry plummeted. Why should he be asked to clear the name of a chef who caused this disaster? Yu Feng sat in the house and sulked. Yuan comforted him. Forget it, big brother. They are a group of scoundrels. They will never admit that they are wrong. They will only think that we are aggressive and hinder their financial path. It will hurt your body to argue with them. Yu Feng didn't really care about it. He felt sorry for his father. When his father worked in Tianxianglu, Tianxianglu praised his father so much. Now that his father is lame and can't go back. It's just like this. Alwan. Sifeng. Come here. I have something to tell you. The uncle suddenly walked to the door of Yufeng's house with a cane. Yuan, I seriously suspect that this is a martial arts secret book. But the uncle took it as a recipe. Chapter 123 Ninth Brother's Gift. Yuan and Yufeng went to the town. Seeing that his sister was tired, Yufeng planned to send her back to the house to rest. Seeing that his father seemed to have something to say, he took his sister into the house. Uncle sat down at the table and pointed to the box next to the wardrobe. Alwan. There's a mahogany box inside. Take it out. Hey. Yuan nodded. Opened the box. And found an old mahogany box at the bottom of the box. Uncle. Here. Open it and take a look. Uncle said. Yuan opened the mahogany box. The thing at the bottom of the box. Yuan thought it was very valuable. But it was just a tattered book. The book looked quite old. The paper was yellow. And the handwriting was blurred. But the pictures next to the handwriting were still clearly visible. Yuan turned the pages over and over for a long time. This is... Uncle turned to the last few pages. Look. These pages have words. 5 goats bring good luck. Peace and prosperity in the 4 seas. 3 stars shining high. 2 dragons playing with pearls. 1 leaf tells autumn. However, the pictures are not complete. Especially the picture of 1 leaf tells autumn is almost all blurred. This booklet is really strange. There are no words where there are pictures. And no pictures where there are words. Uncle sighed. I know what you were worried about. Thinking that Tianxianglu did not give me a good name. Which made me suffer a great injustice. But in fact, these 5 dishes were not originally thought of by me. Yuan looked at the uncle in confusion. The uncle said, This is your father's stuff. When he was found on the roadside. This booklet was in his swaddling clothes. Other abandoned babies' swaddling clothes were filled with jade pendants. Secret books? Or at least a letter written in blood. But his father's swaddling clothes were a rotten recipe book. Could it be that my grandfather was a cook? Yuan thought seriously. Her father grew up in the Yu family. So he was a member of the Yu family. She was also a member of the Yu family. As for other things, she didn't care much. Yuan returned the booklet to the uncle. The uncle paused. This? Yuan smiled slightly. Uncle. Keep it. I'm not good at cooking. So it's useless for me to take it. The uncle hesitated and finally took the booklet back. At this point, Yu Feng finally stopped dwelling on the fact that Tianxianglu had not given his father a good name. But he also completely lost his good impression of Tianxianglu. With such a big business, I thought he was a very decent person. When sending Yuan out, Yu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Yuan smiled and said, Brother, Haven't you heard that there is no business without fraud? Yu Feng immediately straightened his back and said, we must not be fraudulent merchants. Yuan was amused by his serious look. Okay. Okay. I won't do it. But even if you don't want to be a fraudulent merchant, you can't be an honest person. In this world, honest people are always easy to suffer losses. But there is no need to argue with Yu Feng about these. Yuan took the cornmeal buns made by her aunt and went back to the house. As soon as she left, Yu Feng called her parents and Yu Song together. By the way, I want to ask if you know the new Mr. Wan. Yu Song rested his chin on the table and said listlessly, I don't know him. He has been recuperating at home these days and has not even left the courtyard, let alone the teacher at the other end of the village. The aunt also shook her head. Why do you suddenly ask this? Did something happen to that Mr. Wan? I heard that he knows the county magistrate, and he is a very powerful person. Know him? Isn't that too flattering of the county magistrate? Nothing. I just asked casually. Yu Feng wanted to tell his family about Yin Jiuchao's identity, but after thinking about it, he thought it would be better not to tell them for the time being, so as not to upset that second-generation ancestor and cause trouble for his family, which would be a worrying thing. Why did you call him for nothing? Yu Song rolled his eyes and went back to the house. Yu Feng frowned. Why is he so angry recently? The aunt said calmly, it has been like this since the Guo family moved in. The Guo family. Yu Feng didn't say anything. Even as calm as he was, he didn't like the Guo family very much. Fortunately, the Guo family had been honest recently and didn't continue to make trouble. In the next room, Guo Xianqiao had gone to bed, but the Guo couple were still awake. After dinner, Guo Dao sat on a stool and picked his teeth. Du Jinhua untied the purse tied in the cotton coat, poured out the copper coins and silver, and counted them one by one. Suddenly, Du Jinhua thought of something and said, You said that the Yu family is really different from before. We have been here for a few days and can eat meat every meal. It is much better than the life in our house. As early as this time when the aunt came back and brought a lot of bacon and braised meat, Du Jinhua guessed that the Yu family was not as poor as before. Otherwise, how could a family that couldn't even afford porridge bring so much meat to her mother's house? But she didn't expect that the Yu family was not only not poor, but also richer than her family. Why? Are you jealous? Guo Dao pursed his lips and leaned on his chair. Okay. When our father was alive, didn't he always talk about Xiaofeng and the eldest daughter's marriage? Old man Yu also agreed. Du Jinhua rolled his eyes at him. How can you take what is said at the wine table seriously? Guo Dao said proudly, if you want this marriage, I will naturally find a way to make it come true. I don't want it. Du Jinhua put the copper coins and silver coins into the money bag and tied it tightly around himself. My daughter is so beautiful. She will be the grandmother of a wealthy family in the future. How can a country bumpkin be worthy of her? Guo Dao laughed and said, she is doing business, and all the people in the village have been hired. Du Jinhua suddenly raised her voice. You call that business? Don't you see what they sell? I feel sick even if they give away stinky tofu for free. I know they just want to learn from the Luo family to make a lot of money. But can they learn it? They are so rude. They don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. The faces of Zhang's mother and daughter flashed in Guo Dao's mind. They are prettier than the Luo family. Du Jinhua picked up the broom beside her and threw it over. Guo Dao raised his hand to block it. You woman. Are you looking for death? Humph. Du Jinhua rolled her eyes. Guo Dao coughed lightly and said, otherwise, our daughter can marry into the Luo family. I see that the two sons of the Luo family are both very fond of our daughter. Du Jinhua stopped talking. Guo Dao said with a dark face, why? You don't like the Luo family either? Yuri is already 17. Du Jinhua was too picky, so she delayed her daughter's marriage. Although girls in this dynasty did not marry as early as those in the previous dynasty, it was rare for a girl to not get married after 17. Mom, do you have colored thread? While Du Jinhua was thinking, Guo Xianyu knocked on the door outside. Du Jinhua said loudly, no. Ask your aunt. Guo Xianyu paused helplessly and turned away. I just ran out of it here. Wait. I'll ask Xiaofeng to go to your third aunt's house to ask. The only member of the Guo family that the aunt didn't dislike was Guo Xianyu. Just as she was about to ask Yu Feng to ask for colored thread, Guo Xianyu said softly, don't bother, big brother. I'll go ask myself. Do you know which family it is? The aunt asked worriedly. Guo Xianyu smiled and nodded. I know. The one at the far west. Guo Xianyu went there. but her aunt had to clean up the kitchen, so she didn't follow her. On the way to Yuan's house, Zhao Heng happened to come back from school and ran into Guxianyu near the fish pond. Zhao Heng glanced at her lightly and saw that it was a strange woman, so he walked past without looking away. Guxianyu was really surprised. Even when Zhao Heng had gone far away, she couldn't help but look back. Soon, she realized her loss of composure, looked around, and saw that there was no one. She breathed a sigh of relief and went to Yuan's house. But she didn't know what luck she had today. Just as she was about to walk to Yuan's door, she saw another man. The man was tall and wore a silver-white cloak. In the night, he was like a cold and beautiful moonlight. If Zhao Heng's appearance was amazing, then the person in front of him was simply surprising. This is not the man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. But this person should only exist in heaven. How many times can we see him in the world? Guxianyu's face flushed, and even her breathing stagnated. Yuan came out with a basin of Xiao Tietan's bath water. When she looked up, she saw Guxianyu not far away. Guxianyu was coming in this direction, so she should be going to their house. Yuan poured out the bath water and greeted, "Cousin Yu." Guxianyu didn't hear it. Yuan blinked strangely and called twice. Guxianyu finally came back to her senses, embarrassed and shy. Her cheeks were red and almost bloody. She lowered her head and walked forward. "Cousin." Yuan looked at her red face. "Are you hot?" Guxianyu touched her face with the back of her cold hand, lowered her eyes and said, "Yes, yes. I got hot after walking here." Yuan said "Oh," and was about to ask her if there was anything wrong. But suddenly, Mr. Wan from the next door said, "Come here." The tone was not to be refused, but the voice was really nice, low and magnetic. Guxianyu felt her heart beat hard again. Is he calling her? As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, she saw Yuan put down the wooden basin and walked over. "What?" Yuan looked up at Yin Jiuqiao, who was a head taller than her. Yin Jiuqiao handed her the brocade box in his hand. "What is this?" "Humph." Yin Jiuqiao seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to her. He snorted and went into the house, slamming the door. Yes, it fell, and the sound was particularly loud. Looking at the door panel that was only an inch away from denting her nose, Yuan's mouth twitched. What on earth was this little snake-like lunatic doing? Forget it. Forget it. She still owed him the life of shopkeeper Cui. She would endure it. She would endure it. Yuan returned to the room with the brocade box in her arms. "Cousin, come in and sit down." Guxianyu glanced at the tightly closed door next door, and then looked at the brocade box in Yuan's hand. Who was that person just now? Why, so rude? He is Mr. Wan, the new gentleman who moved in. Yuan paused and said, "He has a bad temper. Don't mess with him." "Ah." Guxianyu nodded thoughtfully. Her eyes fell on the brocade box that Yin Jiuqiao handed to Yuan, and she opened her mouth. "Cousin, do you have something to talk to me about?" Yuan put the brocade box on the table and turned to make a cup of tea for Guxianyu. "Thank you, cousin." Guxianyu took the teacup, retracted her gaze, and said embarrassedly, "I came to borrow colored thread from cousin." "Colored thread? What color do you want?" Yuan asked. "Red and silver." "Does cousin have any?" Guxianyu said softly. "Yes, I'll get it." Yuan went into the house to find colored thread. The conversation between the brother and sister came from inside. Sister, are there any guests in our house? Your cousin Yu is here. Put on your clothes quickly." "Oh, these pants are too tight. I can't pull them up." "You have gained weight, and I made you pants last month." No, I don't have any. I'm not fat." Guxianyu listened to the conversation between the brother and sister, and suddenly felt a little envious. She and her sister could not be so close. But she didn't envy for long, and her eyes were attracted by the brocade box on the table again. Chapter 124 Thoughtful Ninth Brother. Guxianyu was very curious about what was in the brocade box. And why was it given to Cousin Wan? Does Cousin Wan know Mr. Wan? Guxianyu knew that it was not good to peek at other people's things, but she didn't take them herself, so it shouldn't be a problem to just take a look. Sister, you heard me." Xiao Tietan's resentful voice came from the inner room. "Take a breath and hold your little fat belly in." "I don't have a little fat belly." "You do. Look. Don't poke me." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Tietan was ticklish and laughed in pain. But when Yuan really stopped, He stopped again. Come again. Sister. Come again. Gui Xianyu looked in the direction of the inner room, gently reached out her hand, and opened the brocade box. But she didn't know that there was still a brocade box in the brocade box. Stop it. You are sweating again. Hurry up. Put on your shoes yourself, Yuan said, turning around and getting the colored thread. Gui Xianyu closed the box in time. Yuan took out 2 balls of colored thread. Cousin Yu, do you think this color is okay? Gui Xianyu's mind was no longer on the colored thread. She wanted to accept it casually. But when she saw the colored thread, she was still shocked. The color of the colored thread was very bright, and the texture was indescribably smooth. 3 points better than the best silk thread she had seen in the Luo family. Seeing her stunned, Yuan asked, What's wrong? Cousin Yu, is this thread wrong? No. Gui Xianyu hurriedly shook her head. Which shop did you buy the thread from? I'll go buy some later. She didn't ask the price. In her opinion, if Yuan could afford the silk thread, she could afford it. How could Gui Xianyu know that this kind of colored thread was a tribute from the palace, made of top-grade ice silk, and only the emperor and empress were qualified to enjoy it? She couldn't even see it, let alone buy it. Of course, Yuan didn't know that these colored threads were part of the New Year's gift from Yan Jiuqiao to Xiao Taidan. Although Yuan guessed that it was a good product, she didn't guess it was such a good product. This was not bought, but given by someone else, Yuan said evasively. Who? Gui Xianyu asked. Yan Jiuqiao. But it was not easy to tell Gui Xianyu this name. So Yuan smiled politely. A friend. Yuan stopped talking. Gui Xianyu was not stupid, and knew that she should not ask any more questions. So she stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, Gui Xianyu could not help but take another look at the brocade box on the table. Even she herself did not understand why she was so curious about what Cousin Wan received. Maybe it was because of the person who gave the things? Sister. Sister. I'm dressed. Where's Cousin Yu? When Xiao Taidan ran out, Gui Xianyu had already left with the colored thread. Gone. Xiao Taidan said disappointedly. Yuan laughed. Why? Like Cousin Yu? Xiao Taidan hugged Yuan's arm. How could I like someone else? I only like sister. Yuan poked his little forehead. What a little rascal. Dinner was braised lotus root vermicelli soup, cornmeal steamed buns, and a plate of spring bamboo shoots fried with bacon. The braised lotus root and steamed buns were cooked and brought over by my uncle's family. The spring bamboo shoots were dug from my own backyard. They were not as big as those from the back mountain. 3 spring bamboo shoots were cut into slices, rinsed with water, and barely made a plate of stir-fried ones. Spring bamboo shoots are sweeter and juicier than winter bamboo shoots, and have a crisper taste. Yuan thought that when she went up the mountain to pick amaranth another day, she would dig more spring bamboo shoots. At night, Xiao Taidan rested. After the beginning of spring, the weather improved, and there was no need to squeeze into a big bed for warmth. So Yuan moved back to her own room. Yuan lit an oil lamp. Thinking of when she first came here, she was so poor that she couldn't even buy lamp oil. And Yuan couldn't help sighing. Since when? She thought of her aunt and her past life less often, as if those were all dreams. And now was the reality. She was all one of the Yu family. Yuan opened the brocade box that Yan Jiuqiao gave her, and inside it were 2 smaller brocade boxes, each about 4 inches wide and 8 inches long. Yuan opened the left one first, and the things inside made her eyes light up. It was a pair of embroidered shoes. The sole was white. The body was tender pink. The fabric of the body was smooth like brocade, and there was no extra embroidery on the sides. Only a graceful lotus was hooked on the upper with colored thread. In the center of the lotus was a stamen made of yellow gemstones, which was bright and translucent, like a finishing touch, making this pair of embroidered shoes instantly more lively and graceful. Yuan's aesthetics have always been very tough, but now she was also fascinated by this pair of embroidered shoes. She put them on. The size was just right. The soles were soft, and it was indescribably comfortable to walk. In comparison, the pair of patched cloth shoes next to her looked shabby and pitiful. She vaguely remembered that she was wearing this pair of cloth shoes when she went to Yan Jiuqiao's house that day. She fell asleep while peeling oranges, and woke up lying on Yan Jiuqiao's bed. She was really shocked. But because she had 3 little kids in her arms, she didn't think too much about it. Now thinking about it again. Who took off her shoes, and who covered her with a blanket? I thought I did it myself. It turned out not to be. Did you find out that her shoes were broken that time? And you measured the size? She didn't have no good shoes. She just didn't want to wear them when she was working. Yuan looked down at the new shoes on her feet, and the corners of her lips curled up in a happy arc. I didn't expect the guy to be so moody, but his thoughtfulness was a bit overwhelming. Yuan began to look forward to the contents of the second brocade box. She opened the brocade box with a slight curve in her lips. And this time there were 3 books. It must be a good book, Yuan thought. Yuan took it with joy, and took a closer look. Secret book 1, 2, 3. Yuan's face turned black like charcoal. Brother 9. Isn't it good to live a good life? Chapter 125. Her thoughts. That guy actually gave her this kind of thing. Why? Does he dislike her for being young? How did he know she? Yuan realized something. First looked at the shoes on her feet. Then looked at her collar. Did he measure the size of this place? What did he use to measure? Eyes or? Yuan's fists clenched and creaked. A hooligan. But after Guosianyu returned to the old house with the colored thread, she ran into Du Jinhua coming out of the kitchen. Du Jinhua was originally a greedy person. After eating at Yu's house, she couldn't stop eating and went to the kitchen to walk around. Look! She found another bowl of pickled vegetable steamed bread. Do you want to eat? Du Jinhua took a bite of the steamed bread in her hand and handed the bowl in the other hand to Guosianyu. Guosianyu looked at Du Jinhua's utterly disheveled appearance and said helplessly, Mom, didn't you have enough for dinner? I'm hungry again. Can I? Du Jinhua would certainly not admit that the food at the Yu family was too delicious. They had to leave after the house was repaired, and she had to eat enough before leaving. Right? Mom, you are like this. Guosianyu hesitated. What's wrong with me like this? Du Jinhua looked at her with displeasure. Guosianyu lowered her eyes. Nothing. I'll go back to the house first. She walked past Du Jinhua, and Du Jinhua stopped her. Wait! What are you holding in your hand? Cousin Wan's colored thread, Guosianyu said, spreading her palm. Du Jinhua took it and looked at it, and was immediately surprised. Such a good thread. Don't return it after use. Take it to Mother's room? How can she not return it? She still has to go to Cousin Wan, and it's not appropriate to do so. Guosianyu said earnestly, Mother, have you forgotten Cousin Wan's temper? If you take her things, aren't you afraid that she will beat you? Does she dare? Having said that, Du Jinhua thought of Guosianyi's miserable appearance, and finally did not mention the matter of taking the colored thread again. Don't leave yet. Mother has something to tell you. What else? Guosianyu asked. Du Jinhua said, I have discussed with your father, and when the weather warms up, we will go to Luo's house to arrange your marriage with your cousin. Mother! Guosianyu's face turned pale. Du Jinhua took a bite of the steamed bread and said, You can choose between the eldest and second cousins. But your eldest cousin is the eldest son, and will inherit the family business in the future. He will definitely be more promising than your second cousin. But your second cousin is good at studying. If he can pass the imperial examination in the future, you will be the grandmother of an official. What is going on? The idiot of the Luo family can't even pass the examination for a scholar, let alone a jurin. The eldest cousin of the Luo family is even less of a good man. Every time she goes to his house, he looks at her with those lecherous eyes. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she might have been done to by him. But she didn't dare to say these things. Her mother wouldn't believe it if she did, and it would make her aunt furious. A figure as elegant and graceful as the moonlight suddenly appeared in Guosianyu's mind. Even the scholarly young man she met by chance beside the fish soup couldn't help but look at her. But Mr. Wan never looked at her without permission from beginning to end. He was truly a first-class gentleman. Besides, didn't Cousin Wan say that he was well-educated? In her opinion, Mr. Wan is the one who has the destiny to be a jurin. If I marry him. Guosianyu's cheeks became hot again. It was really embarrassing to think about this kind of thing. But no matter what, with her talent and appearance, she should be matched with a good man like Mr. Wan. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Du Jinhua felt that something was wrong when she saw her daughter's love-struck appearance. Du Jinhua narrowed her eyes. Do you have a crush on someone? It's better not to be that poor boy Yufeng. Otherwise she will break his legs. Guosianyu pulled her mother into the house, and whispered to Du Jinhua about her encounter with Mr. Wan. You mean the new scholar? Du Jinhua had heard of this gentleman. He not only knew the county magistrate, but also read well. His family could afford servants, and he seemed to be a wealthy family. I don't know how he compares to the Luo family. Guisienyu said confidently. How can the Luo brothers compare with Mr. Wan? Mother has never seen him. If she had, she would never care about the Luo cousin again. Du Jinhua trusted her daughter's vision. Moreover, the villagers who came to the Yu family to help mentioned Mr. Wan as prospective champion. Since Mr. Wan was going to be the champion, wouldn't my daughter be the wife of the champion if she married him? But Du Jinhua suddenly remembered something. Mr. Wan seems to have a child. Du Jinhua had nothing to do, so she always wandered around the village. Once, she happened to see 3 little guys coming out of the Ding family's old house. I haven't heard the villagers mention it. Maybe they are other people's children. The 3 little guys didn't walk around the village, so Du Jinhua was the only one who saw them by chance. And no one else knew about it. If they were his, he would be a widower. Du Jinhua said. A man with a child. His wife would either run away or die. Guisienyu turned her back and whispered, I don't care. It's okay to raise a child for a man like Mr. Wan. Du Jinhua didn't take the 3 children seriously at all. Not to mention that they might not be Mr. Wan's flesh and blood. Even if they were, what would it matter? Her daughter was so smart. And she couldn't control the 3 little ones? When her daughter had her own flesh and blood, she would find a reason to get rid of the 3 little ones. What's the problem? Du Jinhua just felt that it was a pity for her daughter to marry a widower with such beauty. But if the other party could really pass the imperial examination, this grievance would not be a big deal. But mother, we don't know him. How can we get married? It's not good for a woman like her to go to the man's house to ask for marriage. Du Jinhua said, My silly girl. Don't you look at your face? Who else in the surrounding area looks more like a daughter of a wealthy family than you? He is a scholar. If he doesn't marry you, will he marry a rustic village girl? Guisienyu blushed and lowered her head. Cousin Wan. Cousin Wan is also beautiful. Du Jinhua rolled her eyes. Humph. A slut who was cancelled by someone. What's the use of being beautiful? Which man dares to want her? Besides, I heard that she is not clean for a long time. How can she be as innocent as my girl? Just put your heart back in your stomach. Master Wan will definitely come to marry you. Chapter 126. Marriage arrives. The next day, the aunt got up early to make breakfast for the family. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she saw Du Jinhua busying herself in front of the stove. The aunt thought she was dazzled. Since Du Jinhua came to the Yu family, she would not help with any work. She would only look for food in the kitchen, not cook. You? The aunt opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Sister, you got up? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Breakfast will be ready soon. Du Jinhua greeted with a smile, put the chopped garlic sprouts into an empty bowl beside her, and took a piece of ginger to continue cutting. Seeing that she didn't seem to be polite to her, the aunt couldn't help but feel more puzzled. Was it her or Du Jinhua who was possessed by a ghost? Du Jinhua actually got up early to help the whole family make breakfast? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe it. It's not that Du Jinhua is as lazy as Zhao, but Du Jinhua likes to put on airs, especially in front of Guo Pingxiang. She is like a big lady. It's good enough that she doesn't wait for her to serve, but she also helps her make breakfast? Du Jinhua not only made breakfast, she also filled the water tank, swept the chicken manure in the chicken coop, and even carefully collected the 2 hot eggs that the pheasant had just laid. She didn't keep any of them for herself. The eldest aunt was almost scared. Do you want to borrow money? Du Jinhua glared at her. Look at what elder sister said. Do I look like the kind of person who asks for money? Living in your house and eating at your house is already bad enough. And if I ask you for money again? What kind of person am I? You still know that you are a person. Du Jinhua fried 2 dishes, steamed a large basket of cabbage buns and cornmeal steamed buns. She filled a basket of buns and steamed buns, and smiled. I will send some to Sister Zhang's house. Are you going to send it to the 3rd brother's house? Have you forgotten how all one big was Xianxiao? After Du Jinhua left, the eldest aunt hurried back to the house and woke up the sleepy uncle. It's bad. Du Jinhua is crazy. But after Du Jinhua went out with a basket of buns and steamed buns, she went straight to Yuan's house. But in fact she stopped before she reached Yuan's house. The eldest aunt was right. Unless Du Jinhua was crazy, she would never send anything to Yuan's family. Du Jinhua had made her wishful thinking last night. First of all, isn't this Mr. Wan, the top scholar, a rare talent? So is her daughter? As the saying goes, a man of equal status and a woman of talent and beauty. There is no better match than this. Although she couldn't directly propose marriage, she could hint at the news. If Mr. One knew that she had a beautiful daughter, wouldn't he marry her wholeheartedly? While she was full of pride, Du Jinhua had already arrived at the door of the Ding family's new house. As expected of a wealthy family, even the door was painted red. Du Jinhua adjusted the pearl hairpin on her temples and raised her hand to knock on the door. Who is it? It was Uncle Wan who opened the door. In order to impress the Wan family, Du Jinhua dressed up, put on her best clothes and jewelry, and put on makeup, thinking she could outshine anyone in the area. But when Uncle Wan saw her for the first time, his eyebrows jumped. Where did this ugly woman come from? Uncle Wan had seen many beauties, including Jiang and the princess. Even worse, the little lunatic at home also had a fairy-like appearance. So Du Jinhua's appearance was really not in his eyes. Du Jinhua didn't notice Uncle Wan's disdain, and thought he was amazed by her appearance. So she smiled even more brightly. Excuse me, is Mr. Wan here? What do you want to see my young nephew? Uncle Wan was halfway through answering when he remembered that he was Mr. Wan's uncle. And this inspiration came from Miss Yu's family. So it's Mr. Wan's uncle. Du Jinhua smiled and handed the basket forward. Homemade buns, steamed bread, braised meat filling. Uncle Wan, who is not rare for abalone, shark's fin and bird's nest. I put it on the table. Du Jinhua came into the house uninvited, and while looking at the environment inside the house, she put the basket on the 8 immortal table in the main hall. She was quite satisfied with the environment of the Wan family. At least it was clean and tidy. It was a decent and elegant family at first glance. But there were no gold, silver and jade. It was estimated that they were not as rich as the Luo family. Why don't I see Mr. Wan's parents? Du Jinhua asked. Not here, Uncle Wan said. Du Jinhua's eyes flashed. His parents were not there, but his uncle was. Could he be dead? Who are you? What do you want to see my nephew? Uncle Wan asked for the second time. He was a little uncomfortable with the other party's style, and his tone was not very good. Du Jinhua didn't hear it, and smiled and replied, I am Ah Xiang's sister-in-law. I have nothing else to do with Master Wan. My brother-in-law also has a son who is going to take the imperial examination. I heard that Master Wan is well educated, so I want to learn from him. If it were someone else, they would believe this. But who is Uncle Wan? Wouldn't the invincible young old eunuch who accompanied the young Prince of Yin and the young Emperor to fight a bloody road in the cold palace not see that she has ulterior motives? Sure enough, Du Jinhua didn't ask for long before a beautiful girl came to the door. The girl looked 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as Miss Yu, but more pampered than Miss Yu. She wore silk and satin, gold and silver jewelry, and her every frown and smile showed her youthfulness and tenderness. Mom, are you here? Everyone is waiting for you to have breakfast, Xian Yu said nervously, as soon as she approached the house. Her heart was pounding, but her mother insisted that she show her face at the door. Du Jinhua looked at her daughter with satisfaction. You come in and say hello. This is Mr. Wan's uncle. Xian Yu lowered her head and walked forward, kneeling and saluted, Uncle Wan. My daughter? You're? Du Jinhua said proudly. Next, she should ask how old her daughter is, and whether she is married. At that time, she will go with the flow and say that she is 17 years old, and she can't bear to leave her daughter. So she has stayed with her. But now it is time to consider her lifelong affairs. Uncle Wan smiled and said, he looks about the same age as Miss Yu. Has he already agreed to get married? Please invite me to the wedding. He refused outright. Du Jinhua was so angry that she dragged her daughter out of the Ding family mansion. What a blind old man. Du Jinhua was so angry that she was the only one who looked down on others, and no one else wanted to marry her daughter. Mom. Xian Yu was about to cry, not knowing whether she was crying because it was too embarrassing or because her hopes were dashed. Du Jinhua snorted. What does that old man know? He is not Mr. Wan's biological father. How can his words count? Today, it was my mother's mistake. I didn't expect that Mr. Wan didn't meet me. And his uncle intervened. Don't worry. As long as Mr. Wan sees you, he will definitely be moved by you. Du Jinhua coaxed Xian Yu again, and finally stopped her tears. Du Jinhua asked Xian Yu to go back to the old house of the Yu family first, while she wandered around nearby. Back then, the Gua family did not agree to Guadayo marrying her, saying that she was too aggressive and not easy to get along with. But she made Guadayo dizzy and Guadayo insisted on marrying her. And the marriage was finally completed. Now she planned to use the same trick again and start with Mr. One. She wandered to the bamboo forest outside the back door. Coincidentally, at this time, Yuan came out of the kitchen with a basket on her back. "Miss Yu." It was Uncle Wan's voice. Du Jinhua hurriedly hid behind a big tree. "Good morning, Uncle Wan." Yuan turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Where are you going?" Uncle Wan asked, looking at the basket on her back. Yuan said, "I'll go up the mountain to dig some spring bamboo shoots and wild vegetables." Uncle Wan smiled and handed her a covered blue and white porcelain bowl in his hand, a Ju cake, to nourish your mother. Without waiting for Yuan to refuse, Uncle Wan said again, "There are only men in our house. We can't eat this. Please accept it." Du Jinhua frowned immediately. This blind old man, in front of them, looked so noble, and was so nice to this stinky girl. She had never eaten a Ju cake. But the old man gave it to this girl. The Wan family is still rich. The two said something else. Du Jinhua was distracted and didn't listen. When she came back to her senses, Uncle Wan had left. Yuan was holding the bowl of the Ju cake in her hand and was about to go back to the house. But another figure came out from the back door of Ding's house. This is a back figure like a banished immortal, wearing a silver-white cloak that trails on the ground. Tall, black hair like ink, and a jade crown. The whole green bamboo forest seems to be lit up by this person's back. Needless to say, Du Jinhua also guessed the other party's identity. He is indeed a man who made her daughter fall in love with him. Just this back figure is so handsome. Du Jinhua saw Master One walking towards Yuan, and didn't know what he said to Yuan. Yuan's cheeks turned red, and she stared at him in anger. He moved his shoulders slightly, and seemed to laugh out loud. "Why should I eat their dog food so early in the morning?" Chapter 127. A big mistake. Yan Jiuchu spoke softly and slowly, and Du Jinhua pricked up her ears, but couldn't hear what he said. But Du Jinhua could see that Master Wan was teasing the girl from the Yu family. Judging from the reaction of the girl from the Yu family, it seemed that it was not the first time. Master Wan had only moved in for a few days, and the two of them had hooked up. This stinky girl is really shameless. Yuan hurried up the mountain, and didn't deal with Yan Jiuchu for too long. The main reason was that this guy was too shameless. If she argued with him, she would be the one who got angry in the end. Yuan decisively ignored him. And in Yan Jiuchu's extremely slapping eyes, she carried the basket up the mountain. Yan Jiuchu kept looking at Yuan's back until he completely disappeared at the end of the mountain road and then walked back to the house. Du Jinhua fell into deep thought. Master One seemed to have really taken a fancy to the girl from the Yu family. If it was any other village girl, Du Jinhua would not have thought it was anything to be afraid of. But it was Yuan. The daughter was right. Yuan was also pretty, even more beautiful than her daughter, and she could seduce men. In comparison, the daughter's chances of winning were much smaller. Master One probably didn't know that the girl had a bad reputation. If he knew that she was having an affair outside and asked the scholar Xiao to cancel the marriage, I'm afraid he wouldn't want her. Du Jinhua decided to find a suitable opportunity to spread Yuan's bad reputation to the uncle and nephew of the Wan family. What happened before the plan was that another thing happened. Guxianyu returned to the old house. She didn't see Du Jinhua coming back for a long time. She was worried that she would do something out of the ordinary, so she turned around to look for her. When she passed by the deserted fish pond, her purse accidentally fell into it. She went to pick it up and got her sleeves wet. Du Jinhua passed by a small fish pond and happened to see her daughter squatting by the water, wringing the water out of her sleeves. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Du Jinhua's mind. What time should she look for? Isn't this the best time? There are risks in making a complaint. What if the whole village speaks well of that girl? Wouldn't Master One not believe it? But if the two of them had physical contact, Master One would not be able to not marry her even if he wanted to. Du Jinhua walked over with a smile. Mother. Guxianyu stood up aggrievedly. My sleeves are wet. It's just right that it's wet. Du Jinhua grabbed her daughter's hand and pulled her towards Owen's house. Guxianyu didn't understand what her mother was saying. She looked at the direction in front of her and frowned, saying, Mother, we went the wrong way. We're in the east. Yes, this way. Du Jinhua pulled her daughter all the way to Yuan's house. Jiang and Xiao Taidan were still sleeping soundly. The front door was closed, but the back door was unlocked. Mother, what are you doing? Come in. Du Jinhua took her daughter from the kitchen to the inner house and whispered to Zhang's room, "Sister Jiang, yours clothes are wet. I'll find Alwan's clothes for her to change into." She had said low, and whether she heard it or not was Zhang's business. "It's just a wet sleeve. You don't need to change your cousin's clothes." Guosian would not admit that Yuan's clothes were too shabby. She looked down on them. Du Jinhua glared at her, went into Yuan's room, opened the closet, and randomly picked out a small cotton jacket with floral patterns that had been washed yellow. "So rustic." Guosian frowned. Du Jinhua put it on for her without saying anything. Guosian really didn't understand what her mother was thinking. Why would she let her wear such old-fashioned clothes? If Master Wan saw it later, he would probably look down on her even more. Du Jinhua didn't tell her daughter about her plan. She just wanted her daughter to look silly and stupid, so that she wouldn't be exposed and would be more loved. Du Jinhua looked at her daughter several times, let her daughter's hair down, and then took her daughter to the small fish pond. She let go of her daughter's hand and carefully searched on the shore. "Mom, what are you looking for?" Guosian asked in confusion. "Found it. Come here." Du Jinhua waved to her daughter. Guosian walked over strangely and saw Du Jinhua squatting, grabbing a bunch of thick weeds. "Come, grab it," Du Jinhua said to her daughter. Guosian squatted slowly and grabbed it in confusion. Just as she was about to ask her mother, she suddenly felt her shoulder sink. It turned out that Du Jinhua pushed her into the water. Guosian had never expected such a change. Although she grabbed the weeds, she was still caught off guard and choked on the water. Seeing that the time was ripe, Du Jinhua ran towards the Ding family. Before anyone entered the house, a voice shouted, "Master Wan! Master Wan! It's not good." Alwan fell into the water. "It's over there in the small fish pond." Du Jinhua only shouted once, and Yin Jiuchu's figure flashed out. Seeing him so flustered and anxious, Du Jinhua raised the corners of her lips proudly. She really did not bet on the wrong chips. Mr. Wan cared so much about the little vixen that he would definitely save her at all costs. When he rescued the person, it would be too late to find out that it was not a little vixen. There is a saying that men and women should not touch each other. He touched her daughter's body, and her daughter was his. He would never get away with it in this life. However, in case he refused to admit it, she needed some witnesses. Du Jinhua shouted louder than Aunt Bai, saying that someone fell into the water, which almost scared the whole village. Aunt Bai was the first to rush to the fish pond. Someone had a louder voice than her, and she was not convinced. Then came Suehua and Aunt Zhang, who were washing clothes by the old well at the entrance of the village. Uncle had difficulty walking and missed the trip. The Yufeng brothers fell down early, and this time even the eldest aunt, who usually didn't join in the fun, dropped her washboard and ran over. The village head, Xiaochun, Xuanzi and his father, the hunter, and Widow Lu all rushed to the fish pond. The fish pond was deep but not big, and soon people gathered around the place where people could stand. Du Jinhua looked through the gap in the crowd from a distance and saw the figure of a woman floating in the middle of the water. It seemed that her daughter was so frightened after falling into the water that she accidentally let go of her hand and fell to the center of the pond. Fortunately, Master Wan was a good swimmer and was able to save her daughter. Du Jinhua was so happy. So many people saw it. This matter was inevitable. "You're..." Du Jinhua rushed into the crowd crying. Just as she was about to call out Mr. Wan, the man suddenly raised his head. After seeing his face clearly, Du Jinhua was suddenly dumbfounded. Who is this man? He is not bad looking, with jade-like eyebrows and clear eyes. Xiao Heng. Hold on. The village head handed over a bamboo pole. Xiao Heng, who was almost exhausted, grabbed the bamboo pole handed over by the village head. Du Jinhua's heart sank instantly. Wasn't it Master Wan who jumped into the water? How did it become Xiao Heng? She knew Xiao Heng, Alwan's ex-fiancé, and the only scholar in Lianhua village. If Master Wan hadn't been there, Xiao Heng would have been a good candidate. But, it's over. Her daughter was going to marry a poor scholar. Du Jinhua felt dizzy. Just when Du Jinhua thought things had gotten to the worst, the head of the village and Xuanzi's father pulled Xiao Heng and the others ashore. However, the person in Zhao Heng's arms was not Guosian, but Zhao Baomei. Ahem. Zhao Baomei choked on a pool of dirty water. Du Jinhua was really dumbfounded. It was fine that the rescuer was not Master Wan. But how come the rescued person was also changed? She rushed over and grabbed Zhao Baomei's shoulders. You, who are you? Where is my daughter? Her daughter? Guoxianyu? Or Guoxianqiao? Everyone was confused. Suddenly, the hunter and Suihua's son, the 10-year-old Shirtu, pointed at the water and shouted, Look! There is someone there. Everyone looked in the direction of Shita's finger, and saw two heads suddenly popping out from the bottom of the water. The one on the left had long hair, and had fainted. Wasn't it Du Jinawa's eldest daughter Guoxianyu? And the one on the right, who pulled Guoxianyu out of the water, was Wang Matzi, a famous bachelor in Lianhua village. I'm weekly asking for a 5-star review. Chapter 128 Jungle Encounter. Wang Matzi's real name is Wang Ergu. He was born and raised in Lianhua village. When he was about 8 or 9 years old, he had a smallpox rash. He and his family didn't pay much attention to it. After scratching it, he was left with pockmarks on his face, which gave him the nickname Wang Matzi. Wang Matzi is almost 30 years old this year, and he is still single. First, his family is poor. The kind of poverty that can't afford to eat one meal a day. When his parents were alive, life was not easy, and it was even more difficult after they passed away. Second, he is not very smart. He can't be said to be mentally retarded, but he is just stupid and easy to be deceived. A few years ago, a stranger found him a wife. He gave all the gifts, but the wife ran away. Since then, he dared not talk about a wife anymore, and lived alone in a daze. Sometimes the villagers saw that he was really pitiful and would help him a little, but everyone was poor and often couldn't take care of him. It was only when the Yu family recruited him to work as a millstone that he finally had a place to eat. Wang Matzi was ugly, but he was strong. He dragged Guoxianyu ashore by himself without the village head handing him a bamboo pole. When Du Jinawa saw her daughter being rescued by an old man with pockmarks on his face, her eyes went dark and she wanted to faint on the spot. She originally despised Zhao Heng for being a poor scholar, and thought her daughter must have had bad luck to fall into his hands. But now that she saw Wang Matzi, she realized how lucky she was to marry Zhao Heng. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Du Jinawa regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known that it was Wang Matzi who saved the girl, she would never have called the villagers over. At most, Wang Matzi and she would have different opinions, and she would deny it to death. Without other witnesses, this matter would not count. But the whole village came over because of her loud voice. What's wrong? What happened? Guidayo squeezed through the crowd and walked over. It happened that at this time, Wang Matzi put Guoxianyu on the grass. Guidayo saw that his daughter was touched by a mud-legged man, and he was immediately furious. He grabbed Wang Matzi and punched him. Stop! The head of the village shouted. Yu Song on the side quickly grabbed Guidayo's arm. Guidayo was furious. Xiao Song, let go! This beast dared to touch my daughter. I will beat this beast to death. Although Yu Song did not dislike Guoxianyu, he was most annoyed by this uncle, and said unhappily, Don't be indiscriminate. Cousin Yu fell into the water, and he rescued Cousin Yu. Guidayo choked and glanced at the villagers present. Everyone had an expression that was indeed the case. Guidayo felt a bolt of lightning flashing over his head. He grabbed Yu Song's collar and said angrily, Your cousin fell into the water, and you just watched and let an outsider rescue her? I just came too, Yu Song said innocently. When we came, your daughter had sunk. If it wasn't for Wang Matzi, she would have drowned long ago. Aunt Zhang said earnestly. Yes. Yes. Everyone nodded. When they arrived here, they first saw Zhao Heng and his sister. They had no idea that Guoxianyu had also fallen into the water. Okay. If Wang Matzi hadn't jumped into the water first and fished her out, they might have turned around and left, and Guoxianyu's body would be floating on the water tomorrow. Guidayo angrily said. Maybe he pushed my daughter into the water. Wang Matzi straightened his chest and said. I didn't. Aunt Bai pressed Guoxianyu's chest a few times, and Guoxianyu spit out a few mouthfuls of water. How strange. She is wearing Awan's clothes. Suihua whispered. No wonder I look familiar. Xiaochen said. Yu Feng frowned. At this time, Guoxianyu spit out another mouthful of water, and finally regained some consciousness. Guidayo didn't pay attention to his daughter's clothes, but just helped his daughter into his arms, and asked her what happened. Guoxianyu opened her mouth in a daze. Seeing that the situation was not good, Du Jinawa quietly got up, and was about to leave on tiptoe. Just after taking 2 steps, Guadayo grabbed her hair. Stinky bxxxh. Pa! Guadayo slapped Du Jinhua in the face, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. Everyone was confused. What was going on? Guadayo kicked over and punched and kicked Du Jinhua. Stinky bxxxh. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. The ant was shocked and said angrily, Guadayo, what are you crazy about? No matter how unhappy you are, you can't take it out on your wife. Yufeng and Yusong hurried forward to hug Guadayo. Everyone didn't know that Guadayo had learned the truth about Du Jinhua's death. They just thought, like the ant, that he was dissatisfied with Wang Matzi touching with Xianyu's body and was taking it out on Du Jinhua. Guadayo was really angry. Yufeng and the other 2 were unable to hold him back. He kicked Du Jinhua several times, making her feel like she was dying. She almost lost her life. Finally, Xuanzi and the hunter also took action. Together, they tied up the angry Guadayo. The 4 people fell into the water one after another. The village head felt something was wrong. Guxianyu fainted again, and it was inconvenient to ask questions. The village head called Zhao Heng, Zhao Baomei, and Wang Matzi to his home, and asked them about the whole story in front of all the villagers. It turned out that Zhao Heng was the first to find someone fell into the water. When Du Jinhua shouted Awan fell into the water, he happened to be nearby. He didn't know what he was thinking. His mind was blank. When he came to his senses, he was already standing by the fish pond. Of course, he didn't say that he was going after Awan. He just said that he heard someone falling into the water. So he rushed to save people. Zhao Baomei didn't hear Du Jinhua's cry. She was chasing her brother. But even she herself didn't understand why she suddenly slipped and fell into the fish pond. Zhao Heng, who was already halfway through the swim, had to turn back to save her. Wang Matzi's side was much weirder. I was sleeping. And when I woke up, I was in the water. He stuttered a little when he was nervous. According to what he said, he didn't see anyone fall into the water. And he didn't hear any noise. He sleepwalked to the fish pond by himself. If someone else said this, the villagers might not believe it. But Wang Matzi was stubborn and would not lie. Besides, there was no other explanation. He couldn't have asked someone to put it into the fish pond. What kind of expert would that be? There was no such powerful person in their village. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that Wang Matzi was so lucky. He just sleepwalked and picked up a beautiful girl. The village was in an uproar over the matter between Guxianyu and Wang Matzi. But Yuan knew nothing about it. She was squatting in a field of amaranth near the bamboo forest, picking wild amaranth by the handful. The stems of wild amaranth turn green after fermentation, and could be used as the mother liquor for black stinky tofu. But now was not the most fertile season for amaranth. So the big ones had to be picked. Yuan picked for half an hour, and her back and legs were sore. She stood up and stretched her muscles. There was more than half a frame left, which should be enough for the mother liquor of the last batch of stinky tofu. It was still early. Why not go and dig some more spring bamboo shoots? Yuan packed up her tools, put on the basket, and walked towards the bamboo forest. Passing by a few clusters of flowers, Yuan found a kind of red fruit she had eaten as a child. March bubble, which has small thorns on its stems and can easily prick your hand if you are not careful. So it is also called prickly bubble. And its scientific name is raspberry. When raspberries turn red or purple, they can be eaten. They are sweet and delicious with a slight sour taste. Yuan likes them very much. Unfortunately, most of the raspberries at present are still yellow. Yuan only found half yellow and half red ones after searching for half a day. Yuan began to dig spring bamboo shoots in the forest. Spring bamboo shoots will emerge from the ground, which is easier to find than winter bamboo shoots. Moreover, spring bamboo shoots that emerge before April are early spring bamboo shoots, and the possibility of them becoming bamboo shoots is small. They can all be dug. Therefore, Yuan's backpack became heavy in a short while. Yuan went to the stream to wash her hands, and found a broken wood that she had never seen before. It seems that the earthquake shook this big guy down from the top of the mountain. There are large pieces of fungus growing on the broken wood, as well as some plump mushrooms. The basket was full. So Yuan opened the cloth bag hanging on her waist, and picked the black fungus and mushrooms. It would be nice if there was a pheasant. Chicken stewed with mushrooms and black fungus is very delicious, and has high nutritional value, which is the best for the little ones. As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, there was a noise from the east. Yuan paused while holding the cloth bag. Could it be that a pheasant really came? Yuan, who had never encountered danger in the forest and had only picked up little snow foxes, pheasants and hares, certainly didn't think there would be any danger in this area. However, when she found the source of the noise, she found that it was a black bear. Yuan's scalp was numb. She had been to the bamboo forest many times and had basically walked around the area. According to her observation of the terrain and the wild feces along the way, there shouldn't be any ferocious beasts. Could it be that the earthquake destroyed the original residence of the ferocious beasts, and now they are starting to look for a new nest? Although the black bear has poor eyesight, its ears and nose are extremely sensitive. It sensed Yuan's presence. Black bears rarely attack people actively, but the ferocious beasts in the earthquake were greatly frightened and became extremely sensitive. Yuan's appearance made it feel dangerous. It attacked Yuan. Yuan didn't think she could beat an adult black bear, and she couldn't climb a tree. She was thinking about how to escape. Suddenly, a green figure flew over and kicked the black bear in the head. He Xiaozi was kicked into the bushes and turned and ran away. Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could finish her breath, she was choked by her words. Yu Zigui came over with a sword on his back and looked at her calmly. What? Are you surprised to see me? Do you think Yan Jiuchu's guards killed me? Yuan said calmly. How could the best swordsman in the world be killed so easily? But you must be injured. Right? I've dealt with you enough. It was a disguised acquiescence. Yuan thought to herself. You must have been seriously injured to have been away from home for so many days. If she was smart, she might have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Yu Zigui's dagger was against Yuan's neck. I advise you not to let your imagination run wild. Even if you only have one finger left to move, you are no match for me. Yuan's expression remained unchanged. What do you want? Yu Zigui said, the brocade bag. Yuan laughed angrily. What will it take for you to believe that the brocade bag is really not in my hand? I don't even know what it looks like. Whether it is black or white, big or small. Why do you always hold on to me? Aren't you afraid of wasting time on me and missing the real place of the brocade bag? Yu Zigui said expressionlessly. The brocade bag is in your hand. This man, Yu Zigui said again, don't think that you can rest easy just because Qianji Pavilion has been destroyed. Before a third person finds out about you, you'd better call out the brocade bag immediately. Otherwise, Yan Jiuchu can't protect you. Yuan said sarcastically, how do you know he can't protect me? Yu Zigui looked at Yuan deeply. With a hint of sarcasm, it seems that you still don't know. Yuan paused, and the words he had not finished that day flashed through her mind. Yu Zigui's next voice gradually overlapped with that night. But the difference was that he also said the few words that were interrupted by Yan Jiuchu. Yuan's hand suddenly clenched. So he is unreliable. Don't bring trouble to yourself again. As soon as Yu Zigui finished speaking, the shovel in Yuan's hand shoveled down to his face. Yu Zigui did not expect Yuan to react like this, and he blocked it unexpectedly, causing Yuan's shovel to scratch his arm. Yuan ran away. Yu Zigui pointed his toes, performed light skills, and landed in front of Yuan, blocking Yuan's way. Yuan turned around and ran to the north of the forest. Yu Zigui used his Qigong again to stop her. Yuan changed her route to the south again. Yu Zigui was about to use his Qigong again, but suddenly thought of something, and his eyes trembled. You can't go there. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yuan had already stepped into the air. The earthquake changed the original landform, and no one would have expected that under the mottled and intertwined weeds, there was a bottomless cliff. Yu Zigui just passed by this side, and saw a bamboo rat fall down with his own eyes. Yu Zigui reached out to grab Yuan, but he didn't even grab a piece of her sleeve. Chapter 129 Late Night Search. The Guo family and Wang Matsu's affair was a hot topic in Lianhua village. But the Yu family had no intention of paying attention to it at the moment. The reason was simple. The sun was about to set, and Yuan had not returned home yet. Yuan often went to the back mountain, and it was not that she had not returned late before, but that was always accompanied by Yufeng and Yusong. She went up the mountain alone and returned in the afternoon at the latest. In the old house, the Guo family cried and made a fuss about Guo Xianyu and Wang Matsu's affair. The Yu family was so upset that they all came to the third child's side. The family sat in the main hall, feeling uneasy. I'll go and have a look. Little Tai-Dan ran to the kitchen for the umpteenth time. But when he stuck his head out, he still couldn't see Yuan. Could something have happened? The aunt asked worriedly. Yusong stood up. I'll go look for her. Come back. Andy called him. You still have a head injury. It will only cause trouble if you go. Wait for your brother's news. Half an hour ago, Yufeng had already set out to look for Yuan. Uncle looked gloomy and said nothing. The little girl sat on the bench obediently, looking at the adults, then at brother Tidan, and was sensible enough not to make a fuss. Jian looked in the direction of the kitchen, holding her chin with one hand and scratching the table with the fingertips of the other hand. Creak. The back door of the kitchen was pushed open. Sister. Little Tidan jumped off the bench excitedly and rushed out. Soon, the disappointed voice of Xiao Tidan came from the kitchen. Brother. Yufeng entered the house and shook his head. I didn't see Alwan. She said she was going to dig amaranth. She was near the bamboo forest. But not to the bamboo forest. I looked carefully for that area. Amaranth had been picked by someone. I think Alwan must have been there. Did she say she would pick something else after picking vegetables? Asked the ant. Did you go to the stream to see? Did she go fishing again? Yusong asked anxiously. Yufeng shook his head again. I looked by the stream. More importantly, the fishing rods and buckets in the house were not touched. Alwan seemed to have no intention of going fishing. I'll look for it again, Yufeng said. The sky was getting darker and darker. It wouldn't be long before the back mountain would be pitch dark. He came back to get a torch. I'll go too, Yusong said, patting the table. This time, the ant did not stop them. The two brothers lit torches, carried kerosene, and went out. I'm going to find the village head. The uncle stood up with a cane. But unexpectedly, he bumped into the hurried village head when he arrived at the door. It turned out that not only the uncle wanted to find the village head, but the village head was also looking for the uncle. The village head just came from the old house because of Wang Matzi and Guisianyu. Alwan is missing. The uncle spoke first. The village head was stunned and swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips. Why is she missing? Did she go to the town or? She went to the back mountain, the uncle said. The village head glared. She is a little girl and dares to go to the back mountain? The uncle also just knew that this girl actually had the habit of going to the back mountain alone. He had always thought that she went with Yufeng. The uncle said regretfully. Xiaofeng and his brother went to look for her. I wanted the village head. At this point, the uncle paused. The village head raised his hand. No need to say. I understand. I will go and call people now. The back mountain is such a dangerous place. Their men dare not go alone. A little girl. Really brave. The village head did not dare to delay and went there in a hurry. He called the village men, asked the direction where Alwan left, and went with everyone in groups of 3 or 5. And the little milk bag in the new house of the Ding family, who did not wait for the little darling, sat on the threshold of the back door of the main hall with an anxious face. They would ask Yuan for a little darling every morning. But they didn't get it today. So sad. The 3 of them sat on the steps and waited for a long time. When they got scared again, they slipped into Yan Jiuchu's house, grabbed Yan Jiuchu's sleeve, and looked at him aggrievedly. Eng Lu, Yan Jiuchu said lightly. Eng Lu, who had already explored the forest, flashed in, glanced at the young master, and whispered, Miss Yu seems to have been in trouble. The little milk bag cried. Alwan. Alwan. In the forest, the villagers held torches and searched all the way, calling Yuan's name loudly. Be careful. The hunter who was leading the way suddenly raised his hand to stop the village head and others beside him. He held a torch in one hand and poked the bushes with a wooden stick in the other hand. It's true. Let's all pass. Ah. Not far away. Xuanzi screamed. The village head hurriedly asked from a distance, What's wrong? Xuanzi? Xuanzi shouted, I stepped on a bamboo shoot. The village head glared and said, What's the big deal about a bamboo shoot? Xuanzi shouted, No. This bamboo shoot is not grown in the ground. It was dug out by someone. Could it be that Alwan dug it? The village head had an idea and said to the hunter, Let's go. Go and take a look. Yufeng and Yusong were also attracted by the movement here. Yusong was about to jump down the mottled grass ditch to see what was going on, but was suddenly grabbed by the hunter's arm. However, Yusong used too much force, and his feet still slipped, and the whole person fell into the grass in the ditch, stepping into the air. Ouch! Xuanzi screamed in fear. The hunter fell to the ground due to his strength, but he held on tightly and did not let go. Yufeng didn't expect that his brother, who always hated Awan, would rush to the front. He took a step forward and pulled Yusong up. Although Yusong didn't say anything, his forehead and back were soaked with cold sweat. People who haven't stepped on it don't know that the feeling of having one foot hanging in the air and the cold wind whistling is like walking through the gates of H.L. If it weren't for the hunter, he would have fallen down and his body would be gone. Xuanzi thought about his intention to jump down and take a look. And he couldn't help but feel a little scared. The village head used a stick to push aside the messy grass. And a cold wind from the cliff blew up from the bottom. And everyone shivered. What? Awan, could she have fallen down? Xuanzi asked in a low voice while looking at the bamboo shoots in his hand. Yusong looked at the thick rope on Wang Matsu's back, took it and tied one end to himself, and handed the other end to Yufeng. I'll go down and take a look. He had never been so serious. Yufeng opened his mouth. And in a trance, he had the illusion that his younger brother had grown up. Yufeng and several strong men held the rope tightly, and Yusong resolutely went down the cliff. The hunter took Xuanzi, Wang Matsu and others to search at the bottom of the cliff. But they did not want to meet Yuan at the bottom of the cliff, because what they met at the bottom of the cliff could only be a cold corpse. On the other side, Yu Zigui also walked to the bottom of the cliff. Falling from such a high place, there was almost no chance of survival. But he had to find her alive or dead. No matter what, he had to find her. Chapter 130. He's here. He won't live past the 25th. He won't live past the 25th. The cold wind whistled past, and Yuan suddenly woke up from her coma. The crescent moon above her head had hidden in the clouds at some point, and even the stars were all hidden. It was pitch black all around, and only the sound of the whistling wind could be heard. After Yuan fell off the cliff, she was entangled by the vines of an ancient tree. But the impact was too great, so she fainted. After that, she had a nightmare. And the dream was full of Yuzigui's voice. Didn't he tell you that he wouldn't live past the 25th? You won't live past the 25th. Yuan cursed. There was a burning pain in her back and limbs, and her shoulders and waist were wrapped very tightly, which was also very painful, because she had been hanging for too long. Her legs were numb, but fortunately her arms could still move. Yuan took out a tinder from her bag and wanted to see where she was hanging. If she was not far from the ground, she would cut the vine and jump down. After searching for a long time, she didn't find the tinder, but accidentally hit something cold. A small stone rolled down. 1, 2, 3. It took 7 or 8 seconds before a dumb snap was heard. Yuan's heart tightened. How could this be far from the ground? It was clearly hanging halfway up the mountain. Yuan didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that she would accidentally break the life-saving vine. But she didn't move, which didn't mean she was safe. There was a rustling sound in the darkness, and Yuan instinctively realized that something dangerous was approaching. She looked up and was caught off guard by 2 fierce green lights. It's a poisonous snake. The poisonous snake spit out its tongue and bit towards Yuan. Instantly, a furry little ball fell from the sky and hit the poisonous snake's head with a snap. The snake's body stiffened and fell down the cliff. The little snow fox fell on Yuan's chest, wiped his eyes with his little paws, and raised his head in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Before the baby fox came back to his senses, the vines wrapped around Yuan finally couldn't bear the weight and broke with a snap. The man and the fox fell down violently. Yuan instinctively hugged the little thing in her arms tightly, reached out to grab the cliff beside her, but only grabbed a fragile rock. Snap! The rock cracked. There was nothing to hold on to this time. At the critical moment, a sturdy figure flew down from the air, hugged Yuan's waist, and shot out a sharp iron claw with the other hand, firmly grasping the tree growing on the cliff that Yuan had been hanging on earlier. Although she didn't see his face clearly, Yuan recognized the masculine scent that belonged to him, as well as the faint fragrance and the faint smell of medicine. How did he come to the cliff? How did he find out that she was missing? How did he find her? While thinking, the two of them swung back and forth under the tree like a swing, and the little snow fox was so scared that it got into Yuan's clothes. The two finally stabilized, and he said calmly, "Hold tight." As it was a matter of life and death, Yuan would not be hypocritical, and she obediently wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. He looked thin when dressed, but had muscles when undressed. This was the kind of man he was talking about. Yuan could feel the strength of each of his abdominal muscles through the fabric. He was not a big guy who looked good but was useless, but a mermaid line that was well-proportioned and full of strength. How could a man have such a good figure? You? Don't touch me, Yin Jiuqiao said in a hoarse voice. Yuan calmly retracted the little wolf claw that had acted on her own initiative. Yin Jiuqiao slowly let out the line in the Changqian machine box. Although the line was not enough for them to reach the bottom of the cliff. They found a cave hidden in the cliff on the way down. The two narrowly entered the cave. Yuan took out a fire starter from her bag. There were a few bats hanging upside down on the top of the cave, scared away by the light of the tinder. The cave was not big, and there were traces of large birds making nests. But it was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. With only a pile of messy dead branches left, Yuan picked up the dead branches, mixed them with the dead leaves on the ground, and lit a bonfire. The cold air in the cave was instantly dispelled. The two sat down by the fire. Yuan was a little hungry, but she didn't know where all the bamboo shoots and wild vegetables she dug were thrown. Fortunately, there was a water bag in her bag. Yuan took off the water bag, pulled out the bottle stopper, and was about to raise her head to drink, but suddenly thought of something and handed the water bag to Yin Jiuqiao. Here. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at her. I don't know if it was her illusion, but I always felt that this person was different from the past, and became a little, people dare not provoke. Yuan thought he disliked things she had used. So she explained, I know you wealthy families are particular about this. This water bag has been washed, and I haven't even taken a sip yet. Yin Jiuqiao took the water bag and raised his head to drink a few sips. Yuan watched his Adam's apple slide, and she muttered to herself, he must have rushed to save her and deeply moved her. Otherwise, how could she find it so pleasing to watch him drink water? Yin Jiuqiao finished drinking and returned the water bag to Yuan. Yuan suddenly felt embarrassed to drink. Do you dislike this young master? Yin Jiuqiao came towards Yuan indifferently. Yuan paused as she put the water bag into her bag. No, Yin Jiuqiao said. Then why don't you drink it? Or do you want this young master to feed you? How to feed? Mouth to mouth? Yuan choked. Yuan took out the half-filled water bag, uncorked it, and drank the water obediently under Yin Jiuqiao's domineering and strong gaze. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes darkened, and a creepy deep meaning flashed across his eyes. The little snow fox jumped out, staring at its own shadow on the ground in a daze, stretching out its little claws from time to time to scratch it. Looking so silly. The fire didn't last long before it went out, and the coldness of the cave swept over again. To make matters worse, it rained in the middle of the night. The cave became even colder. The little snow fox lay on Yuan's legs and fell asleep. But this natural small heater couldn't resist the coldness of the spring rain. Yuan unconsciously leaned towards Yin Jiuqiao. Chapter 131, Taking Advantage of Someone's Misfortune. Yin Jiuqiao didn't move. Yuan didn't know if he was asleep. The night in the forest was dark, and the heavy rain curtains fell, and there was no light at all. Yuan was not a very pampered girl, but compared to being trapped alone on this cliff, it was safer to have someone to accompany her. Yuan moved closer to Yin Jiuqiao's side. The cave was not big, so she touched Yin Jiuqiao's arm in just a few moves. There was heat coming through the layers of clothes, and Yuan felt warmer. Thinking of those secret books, Yuan was a little angry, but considering that he risked his life to save her, Yuan decided to turn the page. Young Master Yin. Her voice was not loud, but it was still abrupt in the quiet cave. However, it did not make Yin Jiuqiao react, but it woke up the little snow fox on her lap. The little snow fox looked around in confusion, with a bunch of small hairs sticking up. Without noticing anything unusual, it continued to lie back on Yuan's lap and sleep. Yuan listened to the even breathing of the man and the fox, and thought to herself, am I the only one here? The cold wind whistled over, mixed with cold drizzle from time to time. Yuan sat for a while. Her hands and feet were cold. Yuan gently touched his arm with her arm, but there was still no reaction. Yuan blinked her eyes, and slowly leaned her little head over. However, just as she was about to lean over, Yuan paused again, although it was just to keep warm. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Isn't that too shameless? The thought flashed through Yuan's mind, and she couldn't lean her head down. Just as Yuan was about to sit up, a slender jade-like hand suddenly reached out from the front and pressed her head on his shoulder. Yuan thought she would not be able to sleep, but when she woke up, it was already dawn. Yuan's cheeks burned, and just as she was about to stand up, Yin Jiuqiao woke up quietly. She fell into a pair of calm and cold eyes. like a frozen pond that had been frozen for thousands of years. Just one glance made people shudder. Yuan had never seen Yin Jiuqiu so strange before, and she was stunned unconsciously. However, the next second, the coldness in Yin Jiuqiu's eyes disappeared, replaced by a disdainful arrogance. What? Taking advantage of this young master for one night is not enough. You are still reluctant to get up? Yuan's breathing immediately stagnated. Who took advantage of you? Who is the one who suffers in this matter? And you made me? Yuan looked at the two people's current appearance and suddenly stopped. After all, this is no longer just leaning on each other, but a floor-to-floor report. I sleep very well, Yuan said confidently, indicating that she was determined not to mess around. Yin Jiuqiu raised his eyebrows and looked at her from head to toe. Hand. Yuan let go of the hand holding his son. Yin Jiuqiu, the other one. Yuan took out her left hand that was stretched close to someone. Yuan stood up. Yin Jiuqiu, belt. Yuan took out a belt with gold trim from her back and handed it to him without changing her expression. Ing Lu and Ing Shursen found the two after they woke up. Yuan also asked and found out that the cliff was too steep. It was difficult for a master like the secret guard to come down safely. I don't know how Yin Jiuqiu had the courage to take a gamble, first throwing the little snow fox down, and then jumping down himself. Although the Qinji box is easy to use, it is not omnipotent. If the iron claw hooked a loose rock, not to mention that Yuan could not be saved, Yin Jiuqiu himself would also fall to pieces. It's too difficult to go up from here. It's closer to the bottom of the cliff. Ing Shursen nailed the rope in the cave, and Ing Lu went around to the bottom of the cliff to meet him. Ing Shursen had gone down once before and cleared all the obstacles on the way. The three of them successfully reached the bottom of the cliff. Young master. Miss you. Are you all right? Ing Lu came forward. Yuan shook her head. I'm fine. Where are we now? Yin Jiuqiu asked. Ing Lu waved his hand and pointed. We are in the north of Lianhua village. Go out of this valley, cross that mountain, and follow a stream all the way south to return to the village. By the way, miss you. How did you fall off the cliff? I met you, Zigui. Yuan said truthfully. It's that guy again. He was not dead after being stabbed by Ing Shursen. He is really lucky. Ing Lu frowned as he said. But miss you. Why did he chase you again and again? Yuan said helplessly. He thinks what he wants is in my hands. Ing Lu was about to ask what it was, but suddenly stepped on something and broke it with a click. Then, a spear suddenly shot out from the woods behind. Yuan happened to be standing in the direction where the spear came from. The speed of the spear was incredibly fast, and the angle was even more tricky. It was too late for Ing Lu to fly over to intercept it, and using a hidden weapon would hurt the young master standing in the middle. Miss you. Be careful. In a flash, Yin Jiuqiu pulled Yuan away. He himself had no way to avoid it. Seeing that he was about to be pierced through the chest by the spear was suddenly bounced away by a huge force, flew in the air several times, and stuck heavily into the ground. This was not a sneak attack, but a trap set by the hunter to hunt ferocious beasts. Because of this, Ing Lu did not notice it in advance. Young master, are you okay? Ing Shursen hurried over. Ing Lu looked at him with relief. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Ing Shursen went to pick up his dart, but unexpectedly saw that there was no dart of his own on the spear, only a leaf inserted into the spear body. Could it be that it was not his dart that blocked the spear just now, but this leaf? How powerful a master must be to be able to exert such power. More importantly, he did not notice the presence of a fifth person here at all, which can only mean that the other party's martial arts is far superior to his. Who is this person? Why did he help them? This person is. Anyway, it's not difficult to guess. Chapter 132 The Terrible Master. At the third brother's house, the eldest aunt shuddered and opened her eyes. She looked at the unfamiliar beams, and was stunned for a long time before she remembered that she was in Zhang's house. Yesterday, Awan was lost, and everyone went out to look for her. She stayed here to take care of Jiang and the two children. Xiao Taidan and Xiao Xinjun were sleeping soundly without any image, but Jiang was nowhere to be found. The eldest aunt's heart was in her throat. She hurried out to look for Jiang. After just a few steps, she ran into Jiang, who came in from the back door of the main hall. The aunt said in fear, "Where have you been? I woke up and saw you were not there. I was so scared." God knows how she fell asleep. She had clearly agreed to stay up all night. Jiang smiled. "I woke up and couldn't sleep, so I just walked around. The aunt saw the broken leaves and mud on her feet, and her eyebrows jumped. You went out? Jiang smiled and said, I went to the backyard to dig 2 bamboo shoots. The aunt was relieved. The backyard. I was afraid that you would be upset and go up the mountain to find Awan. I know you are worried about Awan. But don't do anything stupid. Someone is looking for her. You are not allowed to go alone. Understand? Also, you are not in good health. So don't do these rough jobs. If you want to eat bamboo shoots, tell me and I will go to dig them. Jiang smiled. I know. Sister-in-law. The aunt was still worried that she would sneak out, so she refused to let her out of her sight. She took a few corn cobs to Jiang's house and peeled the corn kernels with Jiang. Unexpectedly, Jiang fell asleep after peeling for a while. The aunt wondered, didn't you just get up? Why did you fall asleep again? After leaving the valley, Yuan and Yin Jiuchao, the master and servant, started to head towards Lianhua village. Halfway through, they ran into the hunter, the head of the village, Xuanzi and others who had been looking for her all night. No one noticed that Aunt Bai had mixed into the team. As soon as Aunt Bai shouted loudly, the whole village knew that Yuan was found by Master Wan. Of course, this was different from the situation of Guo Xianyu and Wang Matzi. The two did not touch each other, they hugged each other all night. And they were not alone, it was set in stone. It was really innocent. The two innocent people walked to their respective doors and returned to the house calmly. After closing the door, Ying Shursen told Yin Jiuchao about Yi Zi and the master. Ying Lu was also there. After listening, he thought for a while and said, could it be Yu Zigui? He was the one who caused Miss Yu to fall off the cliff. He must be nearby. Ying Shursen shook his head. I have fought with Yu Zigui. He is indeed powerful. But not this kind of almost perverted power. It is difficult to find a second master like this in the Central Plains. And the first one is from the demon cult. Young master, do you need to investigate thoroughly? Ying Shursen asked vigilantly. Yin Jiuchao said calmly, no need. Since the other party has no ill intentions, don't disturb them. Ying Shursen hesitated. Yes. Yuan's disappearance caused quite a stir in the village. Especially the Yu family, who were all terrified. Yu Feng frowned and said, what did I tell you? Don't go up the mountain alone. Have you forgotten? The aunt said earnestly. Yes. Awan. How can you be so brave? The back mountain is so dangerous. Is it a place you can go as a girl? Yuan couldn't tell them that she fell off the cliff because she met Yu Zigui. The dangerous one was the man named Yu Zigui. Not the back mountain she had been to countless times. I will be careful next time. Yuan said. Will there be a next time? The aunt suddenly raised her voice, but then lowered it when she thought of Zhang's sleep. You guys, don't go up the mountain anymore. Yu Feng said in embarrassment. Mom, there are fish in the back mountain. The aunt said in a low voice. You are not allowed to go there either. The aunt was angry, and the brothers and sisters knew they couldn't beat her, so they all listened obediently. As for how much they heard, it was unknown. The aunt had scolded enough, and pointed to the stool beside her. Sit down and eat. Yu Feng and Yuan sat down tactfully, but Yu Song walked out with a stern face. The aunt called him. Where are you going? Come back. Yu Song stopped at the door, stubbornly refusing to come back. Yu Feng glanced at his brother and told him about Yu Song going down the cliff to look for Yuan. It was dark, and Yu Song hung alone under the cliff and searched tirelessly for most of the night. If Yu Feng hadn't pulled him up, he would still be hanging under the cliff. Yuan didn't expect that her second brother, who always ignored her on weekdays, would be so willing to give it up at the critical moment. Yuan felt a little warm in her heart. She stood up and came behind Yu Song, curled her lips and said, Second brother, how is the wound on your head? Let me see it. What's there to see? Yu Song muttered, and walked out. You? The eldest aunt thought that her youngest son was singing against her, and she was very angry. Yuan grabbed Yu Song's wrist, without much force, but Yu Song's body was frozen at once. Come in. Yuan took Yu Song into her room and gently pressed his shoulder. Yu Song was easily pressed on the stool by Yuan. Yuan removed the gauze on his head. The wound had healed well, but it must have been hit by the cliff last night, and it was a little red and swollen again. Does it hurt? Second brother? Yuan asked softly. No, Yu Song said expressionlessly. Yuan opened the medicine box, took out the sterilized scissors to remove his stitches, and applied a layer of cold ointment. Second brother, take the ointment back. once in the morning and once in the evening. If the wound is uncomfortable, it doesn't matter if you apply it a few more times. Yu Song did not move. Yuan stuffed the ointment into his hand. Yu Song looked down at the ointment with the residual warmth of her fingertips. The person that night was also him. Right? What that night? What him? Who? Yuan was confused. Yu Song said nothing, and went out with the ointment. Chapter 133 Pure Milk Bag. Yu Song recalled the night they came back from Yashui village. They worked until late at night. And suddenly it started snowing. Yuan didn't wait for Yu Feng to send him off, and left the old house alone. Yu Song chased after her with his cotton coat, and saw Yuan walking hand in hand with a man. Not to mention that Yuan didn't know about this. Even Yu Feng, her brother, didn't notice it. He and his parents thought that Yu Song became so bored in his room because he disliked the Guo family. Only the village head knew that Master One saved Yuan during the earthquake. However, thanks to Aunt Bai, the whole village knew that Master One was Yuan's savior, and the uncle was no exception. Uncle heard that Master One was a scholar from the city, and guessed that he was a very particular person. Meat buns, meatballs, and pancakes would not be in his eyes. So he used his housekeeping skills to make a large table of snacks comparable to the imperial court. To express his sincerity, he actually wanted to personally deliver it to Master One. Yu Feng did not stop him, but his father did not know Yin Jiuqiu, and he would not be able to see through him. However, he was worried that his father would fall on the way, so he accompanied his father to the door. Xiao Jinjin also came with him. She was very considerate and helped her father share a piece of soybean crisps. As she shared, she put it into her own mouth. Yu Feng thought that this thank you gift should be delivered very smoothly, but he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived in front of the Ding family's old house. He saw 3 little kids crawling over the threshold panting. Yu Feng's heart was shaking. These little guys are here too? His father knows them. Dad. Yu Feng took a step forward, turned around, and blocked his father's sight. Is our thank you gift too little? Too little? The uncle looked at the big bags of snacks in his hand. Yu Feng asked seriously, how many snacks did you make? I made. The uncle began to talk one by one. Jinjin poked her head out from behind her father, and saw the cute little milk bag. Jinjin knew these little brothers, and walked over with eyes wide open, and went into Yuan's room with the 3 of them. Yu Feng was sweating. Are these not enough? The uncle finished counting the snacks. Hey! Where's Jinjin? Yu Feng said seriously. He went to Aunt San's house. There are a lot of snacks. Let's go in. The father and son paid a visit. The little baby was frightened all night, and Uncle Wan coaxed him to sleep at dawn. The first thing he did when he woke up was to find Yuan. Yuan had just made up for a nap, and when she got out of bed, she was thrown into the arms of the 3 little balls. The 3 looked at her aggrievedly, as if to say whether she didn't want them again. Yuan's heart was about to be crushed. She raised her hand and touched the little heads of the 3 people. I went to the mountain to pick fruits. I didn't mean to stay away. The 3 people looked unconvinced. Yuan opened the bundle that was tied to her chest and was saved from being lost, and pointed to the 7 or 8 half-red and half-yellow raspberries inside and said, Look, this is called raspberries. The 3 of them opened their eyes wide and looked at the red fruits in the bag with surprise. Yuan was suddenly glad that she was itching to pick a few even though she knew they were not ripe. Otherwise, she would not know how to dispel the doubts of the little buns. Yuan picked 4 of the most ripe ones. 1 for Xiao Nai Bao and Jinjin. Jinjin refused. She did not like to eat fruits. The 3 little guys ate them, and they stuck out their tongues because they were sour. Yuan laughed out loud. She felt like a bad parent who would deliberately watch her children make a fool of themselves and then roll on the ground with laughter. The little guy who was so sour that his teeth hurt went into Yuan's arms aggrievedly and asked for a little kiss very deliberately. Jinjin saw her sister kissing, so she also kissed them one by one. Boo! 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 The little boobs kissed by another woman. The little boobs who felt that they were no longer pure. Ah! The demons ran away in a frenzy. The matter of Yuan came to an end temporarily. But the matter of the Guo family has just begun. Since ancient times, the endings of heroes saving beauties have been different. If it was Yin Jiuqiu who saved Guo Xianyu, he would probably say I have nothing to repay you, so I can only promise you my body. But it happened to be Wang Mozi, a poor bachelor. How could the Guo family promise such a beautiful daughter to him? But what else could they do? The whole village saw it, and the villagers would gossip about it. It wouldn't take long for the news to spread all over the place. Who would dare to marry her then? The Luo family can't be counted on, Du Jinhua said, covering her face swollen by Guadayo. Guadayo gets angry when he mentions this. It's all your fault. I told you that the Luo family is good. But you just don't like it. You picked and chose. And you took the Luo family as a backup. Are you satisfied now? Du Jinhua thought. What's the point of me stopping him? You, the head of the family, have to nod your head. Du Jinhua knew that Guadayo was angry with her. So she blamed herself for all the mistakes. Who made her mess up this time? She could only let Guadayo scold her obediently. Suddenly, she thought of something. And her eyes turned slyly. Dayo, didn't you say that you and Xiaofeng had a baby marriage? Do you have a way to make this happen? If it were in the past, Du Jinhua would definitely look down on Yufeng. But now she is desperate. Right? Compared with the poor bachelor Wang Matzi, Yufeng's conditions are much better. And you see Xiaofeng is so old. But he still hasn't proposed marriage. Is he waiting for our Yuer? Du Jinhua thought shamelessly. Guadayo thought about it, and seemed to think that was the case. But things were different now. Yufeng would probably mind if his daughter's body was touched by another man. Du Jinhua snorted. He has no say in this matter. The two old men decided it. What? As the younger generation? Do they still want to disobey the old man? Aren't they afraid that the old man will die? Now that there was no way out, Guadayo could only go all out, and put the marriage of Yufeng and Guxianyu on the table during lunch. Chapter 134 I'll kill you with money. The 5 people of the Yu family sat at the square table with Guadayo and his wife. Guxianxiao stayed in the room with her sister, who had fainted several times to prevent her from committing suicide. After hearing what Guadayo said, the Yu family members stopped eating. And even the 3-year-old Jinjin looked at Guadayo with wide eyes. Guadayo would not pay attention to the gaze of a 3-year-old child. But he couldn't ignore the reactions of his uncle and aunt. He glanced at the two of them, and said righteously, Sister, this is not just my empty talk. My brother-in-law was there at the time. If you don't believe me, ask my brother-in-law if the 2 old men have decided on the marriage between Xiaofeng and you. The aunt looked at her husband beside her. And the uncle was silent. If you want to say that this happened, then it did happen. It happened at Awan's full moon banquet. Yufeng was as old as Xiao Shenjin. And Du Jinhua had just gotten pregnant. The 2 old men drank too much. It happened that Yufeng pointed at Du Jinhua's belly and asked, Is it a brother or a sister? The 2 old men teased little Yufeng. If it was a sister, would you marry her? What does a 3-year-old child know? Old man, you asked him. Do you want one? Little Yufeng opened his mouth and said, Yes. The 2 old men were so happy that they drank several more glasses and teased the silly little Yufeng with a lot of childish words. This is just drunken talk. Who would really take it to heart? After sobering up, I'm afraid the 2 old men have forgotten it themselves. Uncle and Guadayo were sober. But Guadayo always looked down on the Yu family and pretended to be deaf and dumb about it. Uncle would not rush to put his warm face on others' cold butts. So he didn't say a word. After living in peace for so many years, Guxianyu has grown into a famous beauty. And the door of the Gua family is almost broken down by people who come to propose marriage. Yufeng is still a poor boy. So the Yu family has no intention of trying to marry someone of higher status. If the Gua family had proposed marriage earlier, the uncle would not have refused. Even if it was a few days ago. The Yu family had been doing well, and it was not considered marrying up. The couple would have accepted this marriage. But they had to wait until they were forced to marry Wang Matzi before they remembered Yufeng's goodness. What did they think of Yufeng? What did they think of the Yu family? Guadayo saw that the uncle did not say anything, and said with a gloomy face, Brother-in-law, are you trying to play dumb? There were not only you and me at the table at that time, but also my brother-in-law. If you don't believe me, let's call him over. Guadayo. Before her husband could speak, the aunt got angry first. She had tolerated this brother for a long time. He bullied her when they were young, and looked down on her when he grew up. Every time he came back to her parents' home, he kept all the good things hidden, for fear that she would get any benefits. He never thought of her for any good things. But when he took a shit, he had to use her son to wipe his ass. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Don't you always say that my son is inferior to the nephew of the Luo family? Your daughter is out of reach for our Yu family. So let's leave her to the Luo family. Guadayo didn't dare to tell the truth at this time. He looked at his aunt with a serious face and said, Sister, You are wronging me by saying this. When did I say that Xiaofeng is not as good as the nephew of the Luo family? The aunt was so angry at this shameless brother. You have a mouth on your face. You can say whatever you want. Big sister. Stop arguing, said the uncle in a deep voice. The aunt and Guadallo stopped arguing. The uncle looked at Yufeng and said, Do you like your? Yufeng opened his mouth. Du Jinhua said, How can I not like it? These two are so well matched. I am not bragging. There is no girl prettier than you in this area. Then can you find a man prettier than my elder brother? Yuan walked in slowly and glanced at Du Jinhua and Guadallo indifferently. Don't think about my elder brother. You didn't marry your daughter to us when we were poor, and waited until our reputation was ruined before letting my elder brother take over. Do you think we are stupid? Du Jinhua didn't understand what the word hero was, but she felt that it was not a good thing. You, how can you talk like that? Yuri is your cousin. Yufeng is still my elder brother. If she is content to be my cousin, I will treat her well. But if she wants to be my elder sister-in-law, there is no way. Yuan didn't hate Guo, but it didn't mean that she agreed to sacrifice Yufeng to fulfill the Guo family. Don't be so ungrateful. My daughter is so pretty. She would not marry into your family if she hadn't had an accident. Du Jinhua was so angry that she couldn't hold back her words. But this was what she really thought. Otherwise she wouldn't have said it so smoothly. The aunt was so angry that she felt sorry for Guo Xianyu. But after Du Jinhua's behavior, she immediately felt that she deserved it. Yuan said lightly, Whoever wants to take advantage of this can take it. Anyway, my eldest brother doesn't want it. Du Jinhua was so angry that she trembled. You really think your eldest brother can marry a good wife? He is so old and has accomplished nothing. It is his good fortune that I am willing to marry my daughter to him. If you don't believe me, try it. Any girl who is half as pretty as my Yur will not be willing to marry him. Who said that? A coquettish voice sounded at the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young girl in pink. She was wearing a pair of pearl-embroidered shoes, a gauze white skirt, a light pink pipa-collared top. Her black hair was tied into a beautiful back-heart bun, and she wore a pair of hollow purple jade hairpins. She wore a gold necklace around her neck and gold bracelets on her wrists. Even a blind man could see that this outfit was very valuable. Not to mention her appearance, which was really not inferior to Guo Xianyu. She walked in with a noble look. Du Jinhua instantly felt a strong sense of oppression. But this sense of oppression disappeared when she walked to Yufeng's side. She looked at Yufeng with resentment. I was wondering why you didn't come to propose marriage for so long. It turns out that there is a little vixen in the house. Yufeng, who looked confused. The stunned crowd? Bai Tang went to the house to take a look at the sleeping Guo Xianyu. After coming out, she stomped her feet at Yufeng and said, You thought she was a fairy. But she is just like that. First, she is not as pretty as me. And second, she is not as rich as me. Most importantly, she is older than me. You would rather have an old girl than me. Do you think my dowry is not enough? Then I will add another 1,000 taels. Then you can marry me. Yufeng spit out a mouthful of tea. Du Jinhua and Guadallo's legs softened, and they collapsed under the table. Chapter 135 Whereabouts of the Golden Bag. Miss Bai was so poor that she only had money left. She could get rid of all the men in Lianhua town by paying 1 ingot at a time. So when she called out the 1,000 taels, she really took out 10 silver notes, with a face value of 100 taels from her purse. Guadallo and his wife collapsed on the ground in fear when they saw the stack of silver notes. When had they ever seen so many silver notes in their lives? The richest family they knew was the Luo family. Not to mention the daughter of the Luo family. Even the master of the Luo family, their wealthy brother-in-law, did not spend so much money. Guadallo and his wife were so scared that their legs went weak. They did not notice that the faces of the Yu family were all more possessed than theirs. The couple wanted to say that this was not true. But the silver notes and people were in front of them, so they could not help but believe it. It seems unlikely that the Yu family deliberately found someone to stage a show in order to reject this marriage. After all, Guadallo and Du Jinhua had a sudden idea, and the Yu family did not get the news in advance. Where could they find a beautiful girl? Where could they borrow 1,000 taels of silver? The only possibility is Yufeng. This poor boy was really favored by the daughter of a wealthy family. Du Jinhua was struck by lightning. What did this girl like about Yufeng? His face? Yufeng's appearance was really outstanding in the surrounding area, and he was diligent, capable, and willing to endure hardships. Du Jinhua looked down on him. Not because of his poor conditions, but because the Yu family was poor. And she also looked down on the son of the Yu family. But suddenly Yu Feng became a hot commodity. And Du Jinhua looked at him again. And she felt that he was more pleasing to the eye. As the saying goes, that meat is not fragrant unless it is snatched. And this principle is correct. However, it was useless to like Du Jinhua. Guo Yu, let alone Wang Matzi, was involved in such a scandal. Even if she hadn't, she couldn't compare to this beautiful girl. Others spend a fortune on beauties, but Yu Feng spent a fortune on handsome men. Du Jinhua crawled under the table in disgrace and said to Guo, who was still lying there, "Is our daughter the only one who can marry Wang Matzi?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Matzi came to the door. Wang Matzi had been wandering around the Yu family for a long time. He mustered up great courage to take this step. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and shouted in the direction of the main hall, "Surname! Surname! Surname! Guo! You! Listen, all right. I won't marry your daughter. I have a lover. I won't marry anyone else." After that, he ran out of the Yu family without looking back, leaving Guo and his wife dumbfounded. Du Jinhua's jaw dropped in shock. Even Wang Matzi didn't want her daughter? Nothing could be more depressing than this. Why would an old and poor bachelor like Wang Matzi look down on her daughter? Why? Du Jinhua's blood boiled. Her breathing became rapid, and she fainted in a few seconds. Even the wife fainted. Guo was alone and had no power. He lost his temper. In the afternoon, Guo packed up his things, took his wife and children, and left in an ox cart. How arrogant she was when she came. How humiliated she was when she left. The house was finally quiet. Yuan Kai cleaned up the table and asked Bai Tang to sit down. "Why are you here? If I don't come, your elder brother will have to marry his sister-in-law back?" Bai Tang glared at her and got back to the point. "I came to see you." After hearing this, what else did the uncle and aunt not understand? This girl acted so well that for a moment, they really thought their son had secretly married someone. This girl is too bold. She said such nonsense. Isn't she afraid that it will ruin her reputation? But on second thought, she never introduced her family from beginning to end. And the Guo family had no place to throw dirty water. The uncle, Yu Feng, and Yu Song had cooked at the Bai mansion and met Bai Tang. But the aunt didn't know where this girl came from. Yuan introduced, "Aunt, this is the daughter of Bai Yu Tower. Miss Bai. This is my aunt. Hello, Aunt Yu." Bai Tang greeted politely. "Hey!" Aunt was serious and had a stern face whether she was happy or not. But she grinned when Bai Tang called her aunt. She looked Bai Tang up and down, and liked her more and more. If only this girl was really her daughter-in-law. Aunt pinched herself. What was she thinking? She was the daughter of Bai Yu Tower. How could they, a rural farmer, marry her? But this girl helped her son a lot, and she had to thank her well in the future. Bai Tang came to see Yuan. After greeting her, the Yu family went to do their own things, leaving the main room to the two of them. Yu Feng led Xiao Xinjun out, but Xiao Xinjun stared at Bai Tang without moving. Bai Tang waved at her, and Xiao Xinjun pulled her brother over. Bai Tang took out a piece of crispy candy from his purse and peeled off the candy wrapper. "Here." Xiao Xinjun looked up and looked at her brother. Yu Feng nodded. Xiao Xinjun accepted it. "Say thank you," Yuan said. Xiao Xinjun looked at Bai Tang. "Thank you. Who are you thanking?" Bai Tang teased her with a smile. Little Xinjun looked at her brother, then at Bai Tang. "Sister-in-law." Bai Tang, with a frown on his face. I didn't teach you that." Yu Feng, blushing, fled away with his sister in his arms. Little Xinjun calmly ate candy in his arms. Sweet. Children speak without restraint. Bai Tang naturally wouldn't argue with a 3-year-old kid. But thinking of Yu Feng's hasty escape, she raised her eyebrows strangely. Shouldn't she be embarrassed? A grown man, who can't take jokes so hard. Of course, Yuan understood what her brother was running away from. But she didn't need to point it out in front of Miss Bai. "Oh, I almost forgot something." Bai Tang patted his head and took out something from his wide sleeves. "I found it on the bed in the wing room of Bai Yu Tower. Is it yours?" Yuan took it and took a look. It was a light purple brocade bag. Yuan didn't remember having such a thing. She was about to shake her head when she heard Bai Tang say, "Mrs. Zhang was cleaning the room for me and shook it out from under the mattress. It was discovered years ago. But I just went to Bayou Tower today. Besides me, only you, Yin Ryu and young Master Yin have been in that room. Check to see if it's yours. If it's not yours, then it must belong to one of theirs. After saying this, Yuan remembered that after leaving the ruined temple, she went to Bayou Tower, took the 3 little babies out of the basket, and put them on Bai Tang's bed to rest. Why didn't you look for the things you dropped? Bai Tang muttered. Yuan thought to herself that she didn't look for them because she didn't know she had dropped anything. And Yin Ryu and Yin Jiuchi didn't look for them because they didn't drop anything at all. It seems that this brocade bag is hers. Or to be more precise, it was given to her by Yu Zigui. Yu Zigui probably never expected that the thing he had been looking for would end up on Bai Tang's bed by accident. Very good. She wanted to see what was in this brocade bag that had caused her so much trouble. Chapter 136, A Big Deal. Yuan opened the brocade bag and was a little disappointed when she saw what was inside. What a big iron bead. Bai Tang came over and took the iron bead from Yuan's hand. The bead was heavy, about the size of a baby's fist, with irregular textures, but nothing special. What is it for? Did you buy it for your brother to play with? It's a tool, but it doesn't look like a weapon, and it doesn't look like a toy. Yuan touched her chin. Which child has such a strong hand? Just for such a broken thing. Qianji Pavilion wanted to hunt her down, and Yu Zigui forced her off the cliff? Yuan couldn't tell Bai Tang the truth, so she followed Bai Tang's guess and said that it was for Xiao Tai Dan. Bai Tang said oh, and returned the iron bead to Yuan without interest. Yuan put the bead away. She didn't know what it was, but there must be someone who knows it. Such as Yin Jiuqiao? After Yuan decided to send this Bai away, she showed the iron bead to Yin Jiuqiao. It would be best if he wanted it. She would give it to him. With the strength of the Prince of Yin's mansion, no one should dare to die. Yuan felt relieved after finding a way out for the hot potato. She put the iron bead back into the brocade bag. But suddenly, her fingertips felt numb. Yuan took a breath. What's wrong? Bai Tang asked. Yuan looked at her fingertips, then at the iron ball in her hand, and shook her head. Nothing. Just a scratch. Bai Tang took her hand and looked at it carefully. He was relieved to make sure there was no wound. Okay. I'll give you the things. And I should leave. Miss Bai. Miss Bai. The aunt came over with a big basket. Thank you very much today. There are not many good things at home. There are pickles pickled by myself, and snacks made by Xiaofeng's father. Don't be disgusted. How can I be embarrassed? Bai Tang declined. The aunt forced the basket into her hand. I know that your rich family doesn't lack this little food. But Xiaofeng's father is a good cook. He used to be a chef in the capital. And the officials all love his cooking. The uncle and the aunt have been married for more than 20 years. And she has never been praised by her like this. He was very happy, and didn't know that the aunt was just worried that Bai Tang would refuse their thank you gift. Bai Tang couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to accept it with a wry smile. Yuan sent Bai Tang to the village entrance. When she left, Yu Feng was squatting at the door, tirelessly educating the little sister who had made trouble. Not the sister-in-law, Yu Feng said with a serious face. Sister-in-law? Xiao Xinjin said while eating candy. Yu Feng was almost going crazy. After teaching for so long, why couldn't she change her tone? Yu Feng decided to change the way she said it. Not the sister-in-law, but Miss Bai. Xiao Xinjin, Miss Bai. This girl was like that little parrot. She really only learned the last few words. Yu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yuan and Bai Tang came out. Yuan looked at Yu Feng and said, Brother, Miss Bai is leaving. Yu Feng took little Xinjin's hand and turned around, wanting Xinjin to call her Miss Bai. But he got nervous and said the opposite. Xinjin. Sister-in-law is leaving. Confused little Xinjin. Miss Bai, who was even more confused than Xinjin. Yuan, who almost laughed herself to death. Big brother, can we not be so impatient? Yu Feng was too ashamed to face anyone, and he didn't want his sister anymore. He rushed into the house with his head down, but he hit the door frame with a bang, and a big bump appeared on his head instantly. How can you hit the wall with such a big door open? Are your eyes on your butt? Oh my beans. My vegetables. Eggs. You little beast. The house was in a mess because of the panic Yu Feng, and the aunt picked up a broom. Yu Feng never expected that the first beating he received in his 20 years of life would be today. Yu Song was the only one who got beaten, while Yu Feng was watching the fight honestly. Today, The situation finally changed. Yu Song was in a good mood, eating water radish, and watching the fight with high spirits. As a result, he was also beaten badly. Yu Song, who could not avoid being beaten, said, "What did I do wrong?" Until he got on the carriage. Bai Tang was still laughing, and couldn't let it go. Yuan thought of her two brothers' bad luck and couldn't help but hold her forehead. "Miss Bai, I'm sorry to make you laugh." Bai Tang stopped laughing and showed a longing look. "How could it be? I envy you." Yuan knew Bai Tang. Her father had few children. Only one son and one daughter. And they were not born from the same mother. Her stepmother was cunning and targeted Bai Tang everywhere. How close could Bai Tang and her half-brother be? Thinking of this, Yuan felt that she was quite pitiful. No matter how much money she had, it was cold. And no matter how big the house was, it was empty. Mr. Bai was not fair. And she didn't know how much anger she had suffered from her stepmother and brother in secret. From time to time, the old house could hear the scolding of the aunt and the screams of the brothers. Bai Tang's eyes flashed with envy and loneliness. Such Bai Tang made Yuan want to pack her up and take her home. Yuan looked at Bai Tang, smiled and said, "My family likes Miss Bai very much. If you don't mind, please come and visit us often." "Yes." Bai Tang nodded, said goodbye to Yuan, lowered the curtain and left. As soon as Bai Tang left, another carriage came, which turned out to be a two-horse carriage. "Hey, who is it? Are you coming to our village? Look, look, it's coming." The aunts and daughters-in-law squatting by the well washing clothes looked at the carriage curiously. The driver did not stop at all, and drove the carriage to the gate of the old house of the Yu family without looking away. "Miss Yu, are you there?" It was Master Xiao Wu, who had not been seen for many days, who lifted the curtain and jumped down to the ground with a fierce look. The screams and curses in the house stopped abruptly. Yuan came over with a smile. "Fifth Master, I'm here." She watched the carriage go to the old house, and guessed that it was for her. But she didn't guess it was Fifth Master Xiao. Ever since he surrendered to the stinky tofu, Fifth Master Xiao's attitude towards Yuan was completely different from before. "Miss Yu, how are you?" Fifth Master Xiao greeted politely. His face was flushed, and Yuan guessed that coming to see her must not be a bad thing. As expected, Fifth Master Xiao spoke cheerfully. "I'm here today to introduce you to a big business." After that, he looked at the carriage. "Brother Qin, get off. Miss Yu's home is here." Chapter 137 Happy Cooperation. Shopkeeper Cui had taught Yuan about the details of the Wei family, such as that Xiao Wuya was the cousin of Madame Wei, and that Xiao Wuya was the sworn brother of Xiao Shinting, the Grand Marshal of the World Army. He was of noble status, and the person he called Big Brother must not be an ordinary businessman. The driver lifted the curtain, and a burly man walked down. He looked only in his early 30s, energetic and handsome, but since he was the big brother in Xiao Wuya's mouth, he was not as young as he looked. His aura was different from any businessman Yuan had ever met, and it was easy to overwhelm the other party in terms of momentum. He was a strong person, and Yuan gave the first impression in her heart. After Qin got off the car, a boy of 17 or 18 followed him. He was wearing a blue shirt, holding a folding fan, with white skin like jade, a romantic demeanor, and a pair of peach blossom eyes with clear waves. He was handsome and suave. Master Xiao Wu introduced, "Miss Yu, this is my elder brother Qin. People call him Master Qin. And this is his nephew Qin Zishu." Nephew's surname is also Qin? Although Yuan was puzzled, she did not ask much and greeted calmly, "Master Qin, young Master Qin." It is rare to see a girl who can remain calm in front of Master Qin, let alone a little village girl. But the uncle and nephew did not show much surprise. After all, someone who can be praised by Master Xiao Wu can never be an ordinary person. Master Qin smiled. "Miss Yu, please come in." Yuan welcomed the three people into the house. Master Xiao Wu was already old, walking in front with big strides, and Master Qin and Qin Zishu followed slowly. Compared with this unfathomable Master Qin, Yuan was more concerned about young Master Qin, who was smiling but silent. She always felt that this man looked too evil, staring at people with a pair of eyes, as if he wanted to see through people's hearts. Yuan turned around inadvertently, and happened to meet Qin Zishu's gaze. Has this guy been staring at her? Qin Zishu was caught, but he was not embarrassed. Instead, he raised the corners of his lips, and showed a bright smile. Yuan naturally couldn't admit defeat. After calming down, she nodded politely and took the 3 people into the house. The eldest aunt and the 2 brothers had cleaned up the mess on the ground, hid the broom, served tea and food. Your father has gone to the head of the village. I will go to call him. After that, he dragged his bruised little son away. Yu Feng stayed and dealt with business with Yuan. Through the introduction of Master Xiao Wu, the brother and sister learned about Master Qin's background and were greatly surprised. This Master Qin was actually the deputy leader of the Jiangsu Merchants Alliance. His assets were all over Jiangsu, with restaurants and tea houses being the most outstanding. Master Qin had always wanted to advance his business into the capital, but with industry giants like Taiangxianglu, it was difficult for them to survive. Now that Chef Yang and Su Chengxian had a scandal, Taiangxianglu was in turmoil, and its reputation plummeted. It was the perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of the situation. Master Qin came prepared, and had already found out about the dispute between his uncle and Taiangxianglu. He said, if Taiangxianglu doesn't clear Chef Yu's name, we at Zuixianju can. Zuixianju? This name is shameless enough. Yuan said, do you want to buy our 5 signature dishes? No. Qin Yi smiled. I only said to vindicate Chef Yu. I didn't say I wanted to buy his recipe. After all, it was sold by Taiangxianglu. If Zuixianju sells it again, wouldn't it be just reheating Taiangxianglu's leftovers? Qin Yi is a noble man. It is not enough to make money. He also wants to make money in style. Yuan began to appreciate him from this moment. Qin Yi will not vindicate my uncle in vain. I have eaten your stinky tofu. I want to buy it. I won't sell the recipe. I can supply you. Miss you. Do you want to hear the price before you refuse? Mr. Qin, do you want to try the new taste before considering the price? Qin Yi has been in the business world for many years, and this is the first time he was choked by a little girl and lost his words. Qin Zishu, who was standing by, looked at Yuan with interest and said to Mr. Qin, Uncle, I didn't go to Mrs. Wei's birthday party, and I haven't tasted Miss Yu's cooking yet. Yuan looked at Qin Zishu calmly. Was it an illusion? This guy was actually speaking for her. Mr. Qin patted his nephew's shoulder. Okay. Okay. Since you want to eat it, then Miss Yu will cook it. Yuan used to make white stinky tofu at the Wei family. Now she has changed to the mother liquor made of amaranth stems. And the fermented tofu is black stinky tofu. It not only smells stinky, but also tastes stinky. And the aftertaste is even more stinky. She made 3 flavors. One without filling. One with fermented bean curd soup as filling. And the last one with sweet and spicy radish cubes. Mr. Qin was so choked by the indescribable smell that tears came out. If he hadn't eaten white stinky tofu before, the black one would scare him away just by its appearance. Master Xiao Wu couldn't wait any longer, so he picked up a piece of stinky tofu in fermented bean curd soup. The tofu was crispy, fragrant and hot, while the fermented bean curd was salty, spicy and cold. He bit into it, and the crispy outside and tender inside were intertwined. It was so delicious that he cried out. Master Qin ate one first, and then passed it to his nephew. Qin Zishu's throat slid, as if he was very resistant to this smelly and unappetizing thing. But who asked him to do it? He wanted to eat the tofu he wanted. Even if he cried? How does it taste? Master Qin? Yuan asked with a smile. Qin Zishu had already eaten the 4th one, and his mouth was too busy to speak. Master Xiao Wu tried to pick up another piece, but Qin Zishu brought the whole plate over. Master Xiao Wu stretched out his arm to pick up another piece. Qin Zishu decisively turned his back, held the plate in his arms, and ate alone. Qin Zishu ate with sweetness. His cheeks puffed up, and he looked good, like a cute and attractive little fat squirrel. The nephew couldn't stop eating, and was afraid that Xiao Wuye would snatch the food. So he sat on the doorstep with the plate in his arms to eat. Master Qin instantly regretted bringing this embarrassing kid out. The most taboo thing in business talks is to be at a disadvantage first. There is no doubt that Qin Zishu was at a disadvantage. However, leaving Qin Zishu aside, Master Qin himself was also very satisfied with the new taste. But what did this girl say? No selling houses? Only supplying goods? Can you guarantee that you will only supply me? Mr. Qin asked. Yuan said, that depends on Mr. Qin's order quantity. It's impossible that Mr. Qin only needs a few 100 kilograms a day, and I will only supply you. If that happens, the workers in our workshop will starve to death. Mr. Qin snorted, little girl. My Xuexianju just hasn't opened in the capital. Don't think that there are only one or two. I'm afraid that you won't be able to deliver the goods and affect Xuexianju's business. Xuexianju is just not famous in the capital. If it goes to Jiangzhou, it will be all Mr. Qin's world. Chapter 138 Cooking Competition. Excuse me for being blunt. Master Qin was well informed and quickly hit the nail on the head. Although the food you cook tastes good, can you guarantee that the goods you deliver will have the same taste? Yuan smiled and said, Master Qin, don't worry. If the customer is not satisfied, you can just return all the goods to me. Yu Feng looked at Yuan. What nonsense was this girl talking about? How could you return the things you sold? There will always be someone who is not satisfied. Or Master Qin himself does not want it. So he can find any excuse to get rid of the tofu they worked so hard to make. What do you have to say, Master Yu? Master Qin is indeed a man of the Chamber of Commerce, and his ability to read people's expressions is unmatched. Yu Feng opened his mouth and looked at his sister beside him. Yuan smiled at Yu Feng, and Yu Feng swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips. Nothing. I just want to ask if you are hungry. Do you want to eat something else? I want another plate. Qin Zixu raised his hand holding the chopsticks. Yu Feng. You are so rude. There was extra food in the kitchen. So Yu Feng went to get it. Qin Zixu couldn't wait and followed him. Master Xiao Wu cleared his throat seriously. But he couldn't resist the temptation of stinky tofu after all. He risked his old face and went to the kitchen to compete with Qin Zixu for food. For a while, only Yuan and Master Qin were left in the hall. Even when facing a foreign man alone, Yuan didn't show a trace of panic. Master Qin couldn't help but look at this little village girl with a higher opinion. Excuse me for being blunt. And the catchphrase. Yuan gave a second impression of Master Qin in her heart. Please speak, Mr. Qin, Yuan said generously. Mr. Qin looked at Yuan deeply and said, Miss Yu doesn't look much like the Yu family. Yuan said, My father is not the son of my grandfather and mother. Yuan's answer was beyond Mr. Qin's expectations. Of course, Mr. Qin was not surprised that she was not a member of the Yu family, but that she told him so frankly. This little girl is really different in every way. Master Qin. This time, it was Yuan's turn to speak. We supply 1,000 jin a day. 10 won per jin. What do you think of this price? Master Qin? 10 won? Master Qin frowned. The most expensive old tofu on the market is only sold for 4 or 5 won. Aren't you asking too much? Yuan said confidently. How can the tofu on the market be compared with the tofu I sell? Just because I am an exclusive business, it is definitely worth this price. Besides, Master Qin is such a stylish person. Xuexianju must be doing big business. 10 won of stinky tofu can be bought in and sold at 1 or 2 taels of silver. Why should we care about this purchase price? You girl. Master Qin laughed inexplicably. He is a businessman, not a robber. How can he sell a 10 won thing for 100 times the price? He finally realized that this girl was tougher than him, and would rather not sell it than pay her price. Master Qin weighed the pros and cons, and neither refused nor agreed in a hurry. Yuan glanced at him and said, Master Qin, do you have any concerns? Master Qin touched his chin. Yuan paused and asked, Is it about clearing my uncle's name? What method does Master Qin plan to use? Master Qin said, Have you heard of the 3-year chef competition? Yuan shook her head. She had not been here for long, and the most news she had heard was from Bai Yulu. However, shopkeeper Cui and Miss Bai had never mentioned anything about the competition. In fact, it was not their fault that they did not mention it. But for such a competition, Bai Yulu did not even have the qualifications to watch the competition, let alone participate. Master Qin smiled and looked at Yuan and said, There is still half a month until the competition. As far as I know, the champion of the competition in previous years has always come from Tianxianglu. What do you think if it is your uncle this time? This was said lightly, as if the uncle would win as long as he went. Yuan understood that Master Qin was tempting them to participate in the competition. After all, Master Qin was really an old fox. If the uncle wanted to participate in the competition, he would probably use the name of Xuexianju. If he could beat Tianxianglu, Xuexianju would also become famous overnight. This is simply perfect publicity. Yuan said calmly, Mr. Qin, you are doing this for your Xuexianju, right? Mr. Qin admitted generously, the world is bustling. All for profit. I am for Xuexianju. You are for your uncle. We both get what we need. There is no conflict. Yuan said, that's true. But you didn't say it at the beginning. And you persuaded me for a long time before I sold the medicine in the gourd. I don't feel comfortable. And I always feel cheated. Ha ha. Mr. Qin couldn't help laughing. It's Qin's fault. I shouldn't use the tricks used in the business world on Miss Yu. I can't change my habits for many years. I hope Miss Yu will forgive me. After that, he clasped his hands and bowed to Yuan. He can call himself Qin and admit his mistakes generously, which is much better than being stubborn. Yuan paused and said bluntly, I don't like others to trick me. Business matters remain unchanged. And we will talk about the competition later. Mr. Qin was slightly stunned. Miss Yu. Yuan stood up. I have something else to do. So I won't accompany Mr. Qin. Ah! Mr. Qin didn't expect this little girl to turn hostile so quickly. Just as he was about to ask her to stay, his uncle and aunt came into the room. The aunt introduced, that's Master Qin. Master Qin turned around, leaning on a cane, and looked very unhealthy. I guess he must be the chef Yu? Master Qin came forward to greet him. After a few pleasantries, Master Qin told him about the competition. I hope Chef Yu. The uncle raised his chin and said, didn't Miaowan say we'll talk about it later? Then let's talk about it later. After that, he walked away without giving any face. Master Qin's face was full of black lines. Inside the house, Yu Feng pulled Yuan and whispered, you really don't agree? I think Master Qin is right. That is indeed a good opportunity to clear my father's name. And it is the only opportunity. Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, isn't this Xuexianju's only chance? Didn't Master Qin say that? The chef god competition is held every 3 years. If you miss this opportunity to become famous, you will have to wait for another 3 years. Although other means can gradually spread the reputation of the restaurant, how can it be as fast as the competition? Brother, they are more anxious than us about this matter. Yuan said. What do you want to do? Yu Feng asked. Yuan smiled and said, who made him a profiteer to trick me? If he makes me feel uncomfortable, I will make his wallet uncomfortable. Yu Feng's mouth twitched. Who is the profiteer? Master Qin saw that the little girl was the one who made the real decision in the Yu family's business. The Yu family really doted on this girl. But I do love that kid. Don't I? Master Qin felt that he couldn't give the little girl too much face. Otherwise, if he gave her some color, she would open a dying house. Of course, he wouldn't threaten her with the stinky tofu business. That method was too cheap and unworthy of his identity as Master Qin. Master Qin decided to leave the little girl alone for a while. He didn't believe that the little girl was so patient. The little girl would definitely come to beg her. Master Qin planned to wait for Master Xiaowu and his nephew to come out and then go back home. But he waited and waited, and they didn't come out of the kitchen. He went to the kitchen to call them, and saw that they looked like they hadn't eaten for 800 years, and they had swept the kitchen beyond recognition. We are leaving, Master Qin said, holding back his anger. Oh! Master Xiaowu got in the car very sensibly. Qin Zishu didn't leave. The tofu is really delicious. The braised pork is delicious too. The crab roe crisps are super delicious. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Eat. 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 Didn't I feed you well every day? Mr. Qin had a dark face and dragged the kid, who had embarrassed himself to his grandmother's house, onto the carriage. The kid got on, and Mr. Xiaowu slipped down. He dragged Mr. Xiaowu again, and Qin Zishu came down quietly again. Mr. Qin was almost mad at these two guys who were holding him back. When Mr. Qin left, he left his address, hoping that Yuan would come to him in person. But to Mr. Qin's disappointment, he waited for 5 days and didn't even see a hair. On the other side, news came from Tianxianglu that Bao, the chef who had won the top spot in the 3 realms and had already retired, was invited back by Tianxianglu. It seems that in order to make a comeback, Tianxianglu has invested a lot of money. Master Qin also has many good chefs, and he is not short of one more uncle. However, once the chef Bao shows up, everyone has no hope. Chapter 139, 1-1. The Dark-Hearted. On the 7th day, Master Qin finally couldn't stand it anymore and went to Yuan again. However, he didn't intend to let his uncle beat Master Bao. After all, Master Bao was a veritable cooking god. Even the imperial chef couldn't beat him. His uncle's cooking skills, which he had never learned from a famous teacher, were all based on his own exploration. He was really not good enough in front of Master Bao. Originally, he thought that even without his uncle, Zuixianju would have a chance to beat Taixianglu. Now that this chance was gone, Master Qin had to find another way. For example, he could make 5 signature dishes that were more authentic than Taixianglu in the competition. The controversy over Taixianglu's plagiarism had not passed yet, so it was just right to take advantage of the popularity. But in this way, those 5 dishes might not be removed from Zuixianju's menu. No matter how reluctant Master Qin was, he had to continue to stir-fry Taixianglu's leftovers. This was not what Master Qin wanted to see, but he had no choice due to the situation. This time, Master Qin did not try to trick Yuan, and told her the truth very sincerely. Yuan did not expect to see such shameless means of gaining popularity in ancient times. If he was born in modern times, Master Qin would have to be an ace agent. Miss you. What do you think? Master Qin did not ask what his uncle and Yu Feng meant. He knew that the real decision maker was the little girl in front of him. He used to look down on her and thought that she could make the decision only because her family spoiled her. Now it seems that she is young, but she is more cunning than him. Qin is so frank. Miss you. Don't beat around the bush with Qin. Miss you. What conditions do you want? Just make an offer. How could Master Qin not see that she was not really uninterested in the competition? It's just that in this matter, it was a competition of who could hold his temper more. In the end, he lost. He was willing to accept the loss. And it was the turn of this little girl to open her mouth. Master Qin smiled helplessly. He had lived for most of his life and cheated countless people. But in the end, he was defeated by a little girl. Yuan pointed her fingers. I want 3 shares of the profits of Zuixianju in Beijing. Master Qin took a breath of cold air. There were 13 shares on the first floor, and the owner took 10 shares. The remaining 3 shares belonged to the shopkeeper and his personal shares. The profits of the shopkeeper and his personal shares could not be touched. Where did these 3 shares come from? Of course, it came from his pocket. Besides, what did this little girl say? Zuixianju in Beijing? The implication was that if he opened a branch in Beijing, he would also have to give her 3 shares of the profits? Miss you. You are going too far. Master Qin stopped smiling. Yuan smiled and said, Master Qin, Zuixianju cannot make a breakthrough in the capital, and may not make any profit. Now you can only make 80% to 90% of the profit, and I can only give you 30%. In the end, you still make money. That's true. But who is willing to take out the money in their pockets? What if I lose money? Master Qin asked. It's yours, Yuan said. Master Qin almost choked to death. After a long while, Master Qin calmed down. Little girl, I can give you 3 shares of profit, but I have 2 conditions. First, you must make the 5 signature dishes in the competition, and they must be better than those of Taixianglu. What about the second? Yuan asked calmly. Master Qin said with a smile, you must win Taixianglu. If you lose, not only will you not make any profit, but you will also have to reduce the purchase price of stinky tofu by half. All one. Yu Feng, who heard this, could not help but run out of the house. But before he could refuse, Yuan said, okay, it's a deal. Master Qin left with satisfaction. The little girl is still too young. How could you win? Only Master Qin can win. Good. Very good. Master Qin got on the carriage with a red face. What's good? Master? The driver asked curiously. Master Qin said with a proud face, I originally planned to let Yu Kaiyang make 5 signature dishes in the competition, so that the whole capital would know that the 5 dishes are now from Zuixianju. But now, the purchase price of stinky tofu will also be reduced by half. The carriage left Lianhua village. Yuan said angrily, Awan, how could you agree to it? Do you know who Bao the chef is? He is Madame Du's master. All the chefs in the palace have learned from him. How could my father win against him? Yuan said, has my uncle competed with him? Yu Feng sighed, no. 3 years ago. What happened to him? Yuan looked at Yu Feng. Yu Feng also heard the news and was not sure. He went to find his long-lost son. And my father went to find you. But they both missed the competition. Why is his son missing too? Yuan asked. Yu Feng frowned. It is said that they were separated at birth, and they have not been found for decades. Before the competition, he suddenly got the news and left Taixianglu and went there. Taixianglu almost lost. Oh! Yuan was not interested in Bao Shinchu's family affairs. After all, he was not her grandfather. Right? Yuan blinked, since uncle has never competed with him. How does brother know that the winner will be him? Not uncle? Brother. Don't help others to be proud and destroy your own prestige. That's right. Don't help others to be proud and destroy your own prestige. Uncle walked into the hall with a cane and a haughty face. Isn't he just an old man? Do I, your father, fear him? Yu Feng was scolded by his own father again, and his face darkened with grievance. Yuan smiled and went to help her aunt. Yuan was no longer in the main room, and the uncle suddenly reached out to his son. Help me up. Yu Feng stepped forward to hold him. Dad, what's wrong with you? The uncle's legs went weak, and he said tremblingly, Is Chef Bao really coming? Yu Feng's mouth twitched. Didn't he say he wasn't afraid? Chapter 140. Yuan was very confident in her uncle. Not to mention one chef. Even 10 of them would not be her uncle's opponent. She had no idea that her uncle was already scared to the point of weakness. Is Chef Bao really that powerful? Yu Feng asked in confusion. With his father's cooking skills, he had never taken anyone seriously. The uncle stroked his chest and said, This chef is not the best at cooking the dishes on the market. What is that? Yu Feng asked. Medicinal food, said the uncle. It is said that eating a bite of his medicinal food can extend your life by 10 years. It is more effective than any panacea. Do you think your father can compare with me? Yu Feng was shocked. Is it so exaggerated? The uncle sighed helplessly. How should I know? He doesn't make medicinal food easily, and I haven't tasted it. But even if it is a home-cooked dish, not everyone can compare with it. Yu Feng began to worry about his own business. With Bao Shinchu being so powerful, wouldn't they lose? If they lose, the stinky tofu will be discounted. Good. So painful. Yuan didn't know that her stinky tofu was facing the risk of discount. She agreed to supply Qingyi, not only to Zuixianju in Beijing, but also to several branches in nearby cities. Qingyi meant that Yuan could start delivering goods at any time. He would take as much as she supplied, and he would send someone to pick up the goods. The price would be based on the previous one, and a more formal contract would be negotiated after the competition. Yuan went to the warehouse to check and found that they didn't have much stock on hand. Apart from the bad ones, there were only 700 kilograms of stinky tofu and 30 jars of fermented bean curd, which was barely enough for one day. Their production was not good enough, in addition to being novices and not skilled enough. Tools were also a problem. For example, they used blue bricks to press tofu, which was far inferior to jacks in Yuan's opinion. I don't know if there were jacks for sale in ancient times. If not, she would have to go to the iron shop to order one. Speaking of iron, Yuan remembered the iron bead that Bai Tang sent. She was so busy with the goods these days that she forgot to show the bead to Yan Jioch. It was already night, and I wondered if that guy had slept. When she was near the door, Yuan paused, but finally walked over and knocked on the door of the Ding family. But there was no response. Yuan came to the back door again. She and her 3 little kids often went in and out through the back door, so it was never closed. But when she got closer, she found that the back door was locked. Is this gone? Yan Jiuchao did leave, and he left in a hurry. The reason was that the emperor was sick. He had a cold a few days ago, but he could barely hold on to the court. After leaving the court today, his condition worsened, and he suddenly fainted on the dragon bed. The unconscious emperor kept shouting Yan Jiuchao's name. Eunuch Wang went to the young master's mansion without stopping. The guards of the young master's mansion came to Lianhua village again. At that time, Yuan was talking about business with Mr. Qin, so she didn't know that Yan Jiuchao and his group left in a hurry. Yuan raised her eyebrows strangely and turned back to the house. Little Taidan slept in her bed again without knowing when. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it good to sleep in a big bed? Must he squeeze into her small bed? Besides, she has been sleeping very hot recently, and always wakes up in the middle of the night. Yuan carried the hot little Taidan back to John's room and lay on the bed, covered with only a thin quilt. It's so hot. The spring night was cold and windy, but Yuan was so hot that she threw off the quilt. In the palace, the emperor with a high fever lay on the bright yellow dragon couch. The queen was not favored, and now the emperor was served by concubine Su, who had power in the harem, and the second prince Yan Huijing, who was born to concubine Su. Concubine Su took the imperial physician down and asked about the emperor's condition in detail. Yin Huaijing came to the dragon couch with a bowl of steaming medicine. Eunuch Wang went to pick up Yin Jiuqiao, and the palace was guarded by some trusted young palace maids and eunuchs. Jun Song. Jun Song. Jun Song is Yin Jiuqiao's pen name, which is said to be given by the emperor himself. Song means beautiful jade, and Jun's beautiful jade shows the emperor's love for Yin Jiuqiao. The palace maids and eunuchs looked at each other, as if they heard nothing. Yin Huaijing glanced at everyone and said in a dignified manner, "You guys should leave first." "Yes." Everyone left respectfully. Yin Huaijing scooped the medicine in the bowl and called softly, "Father." The emperor opened his eyes slightly, looked at Yin Huaijing on the dragon couch, and called weakly, "Jun Song." Yin Huaijing, who was mistaken, opened his mouth. "Your son is not Jun Kong." The emperor grabbed Yin Huaijing's hand. "Jun Song." The medicine in Yin Huaijing's hand spilled out. He took the medicine bowl with his other hand and put it on the stool beside him. The emperor's dry lips moved slightly. "What did you say?" Yin Huaijing leaned over to listen. The emperor mistook him for Yin Jiuqiao. "Jun Song. I want." "What do you want? Do you want to establish a crown prince?" Before Yin Huaijing could understand, Eunuch Wang came in excitedly. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Young Master Yin is here." Yin Huaijing quickly straightened up and picked up the medicine bowl on the table calmly. This action happened to be seen by Yin Jiuqiao, who entered the room. Yin Jiuqiao ignored him and walked to the dragon bed. Eunuch Wang looked at Yin Huaijing in embarrassment. "Second prince." Yin Huaijing knew that he was ordered to leave. Although he was the emperor's most valued son, he would never be as good as Yin Jiuqiao in front of his father. His mother, who was powerful in the harem, stopped his father's biological son, but could not stop Yin Jiuqiao, his nephew. Yin Huaijing put down the medicine bowl, stood up and said, "I will go to see how the imperial physician is doing first. I'll trouble my cousin to feed the medicine to my father." Yin Jiuqiao didn't even look at the medicine on the table, nor did he look at Yin Huaijing. Yin Huaijing left coldly. From behind came the earnest advice of Eunuch Wang. "Young master, why do you have to? Why? Why offend him? The prince?" Eunuch Wang had never been so open with him. Yin Huaijing went to the side hall. Concubine Su was discussing the emperor's condition with the imperial physician. She noticed that her son looked strange and asked the physician to leave. "What's wrong?" Concubine Su asked. Yin Huaijing stopped. Concubine Su smiled faintly and said, "Did your father say anything?" Yin Huaijing said, "He said it, but I didn't hear it." Concubine Su got off the chair, walked to Yin Huaijing, raised her hand to straighten Yin Huaijing's clothes. "Then what is my son worried about?" "Mother." Yin Huaijing looked at her steadily. "Is Yin Jiuqiao really the son of the emperor?" Concubine Su paused while straightening his clothes. "Where did you hear that?" Yin Huaijing said. "No one dared to say it in front of me. I guessed it myself." Concubine Su sneered. "So what if it is? So what if it isn't? A sickly person who can't live past the age of 25 is destined not to be a stumbling block for you." Chef Bao, "What? Medicinal food? I won't give you medicinal food. I only give it to my grandson-in-law." Brother 9, Grandpa. Chef Bao, 2 yen. Chapter 141 The Runaway Ninth Brother. Few people know that Yin Jiuqiao will not live past the age of 25. But as the most powerful woman in the harem, Concubine Su has her own way. Yin Huaijing did not show much shock when he heard this. He was really surprised when he first heard the news. He hated Yin Jiuqiao since he was a child. In order to be the most beloved son of his father, he studied hard, was cautious and prudent, and restrained himself. When other princes were still rolling on the ground, he could recite the 4 books and 5 classics. When his father casually said martial arts can pacify the world, he worshipped alone on something mountain and endured the pain of practicing martial arts for 10 years. His father also praised himself as his most promising son. However, he gradually discovered that this most promising son was not as good as a little lunatic who was ignorant and got into trouble every day. So when he heard that Yin Jiuqiao would not live past the age of 25, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. But it was definitely not sadness. Concubine Su patted his hand and said gently, "Don't worry about it. Why should you be afraid of a notorious Yin Jiuqiao? If he raises his arm and calls, who dares to respond? Or my son is virtuous and noble, and everyone in the court praises you as the most like the young emperor? Instead of worrying about him, you might as well worry about your brothers." Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the eldest prince. He already has a daughter. And now the concubine is pregnant. If he has a boy, it will please your father. Besides, your third brother is 1 year younger than you. And now he has several little princesses. The fourth and fifth brothers are also at the age of marriage. Concubine Jun and concubine Yu are arranging their marriages. Don't let them give birth to a legitimate grandson before you. Legitimate grandson? Yin Huaijing laughed at himself. Don't you already have one? There were so many princes, but none of them could give birth to a son. Yin Jiuqiao, on the other hand, gave birth to 3 without anyone noticing. Did the royal family really never have a legitimate grandson? The eldest prince's first son was a son, but unfortunately he died in infancy. The third prince had 2 sons, but neither of them lived past the age of 1. Only Yin Jiuqia's son lived safely until he was 2 years old. He was the longest-lived grandson in the royal family. Concubine Su said, "Why did you mention him again? Mother said he is not to be feared. So don't worry about him anymore. Think about which girl to choose as the princess. I have already selected the list. You can decide who will be the queen." Yin Huaijing, "Mother," Concubine Su said calmly, "the 3-year period has expired. There is no need to mourn for anyone anymore." Is it really just mourning? A pair of young and smart eyes appeared in Yin Huaijing's mind. 3 years have passed, and that scene has always lingered in his mind. Yin Huaijing himself didn't know whether he was willing to mourn for the deceased queen mother or resist marrying another woman as a concubine. The emperor's illness was a big deal. Many people rushed in, wishing to kneel in front of the dragon bed day and night to serve him. However, Yin Jiuqiao did not even pretend to do so. He lifted the curtain to take a look at the unconscious emperor, turned around, and walked towards the gate. Eunuch Wang chased after him in astonishment. "Young master." Yin Jiuqiao looked at him calmly. "Why? Didn't you say you were coming to see His Majesty? This young master has already seen it." Eunuch Wang was choked and speechless. Who with a normal mind would think that see really just means to see it? Yin Jiuqiao ignored him and walked out in big strides, leaving Eunuch Wang with a confused look on his face. Outside the bedroom, there were many princes, princesses, and concubines who were stopped outside by concubine Su Xian on the grounds that they must not disturb the emperor's rest. When everyone saw Yin Jiuqiao being led in by Eunuch Wang himself, they were so angry that their teeth itched. When they saw Yin Jiuqiao walking out without touching the ground, their teeth itched even more. But most people dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Only one person stood up fearlessly. Yin Jiuqiao, dressed in royal blue brocade, with a hint of childishness in his elegant face. He was the 4th prince, who was pushed into the water by Yin Jiuqiao. The 4th prince's mother was humble, just a little maid who did sweeping in Jinfei's palace. After a night of favor from the emperor, she unexpectedly became pregnant with a dragon seed. Unfortunately, she was unlucky and died of illness not long after giving birth to the 4th prince. Jinfei had no children, so she took the 4th prince back to the palace to raise him. As the son of Jinfei, the 4th prince was quite confident. Everyone looked at him. He put his hands on his waist, frowned and glared. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you?" Yin Jiuqiao paused and turned around casually. The 4th prince shouted, "You didn't even salute me when you saw me." Yin Jiuqiao walked towards him leisurely. "What? Didn't you drink enough water last time?" The 4th prince put his hands on his hips and laughed, and said arrogantly, "Ha! I can already swim. If you have the ability, throw it again. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Bang! Yin Jiuqiao really threw him down, without a word of nonsense. Everyone didn't react at all, and saw the 4th prince rolling down the steps like a big winter melon. What's the use of being able to swim? If you have the ability, you can do Qigong? Yin Jiuqiao clapped his hands lightly, and leapt calmly under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. The 4th prince, who was lying on the ground with a bruised face, dizzy and dazed, spat out a mouthful of dry grass with despair. "You forced me to swim and practice Qigong." Yin Jiuqiao, "You wait." After saying that, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Yin Jiuqiao left the palace without looking back. With every step he took, his expression became colder. Uncle One followed closely behind him, not daring to breathe. It can be said that the 4th prince was also unlucky, and he ran into the young master's gun. The young master was also eccentric on weekdays, but he had a sense of moderation. But every time he saw the emperor, the young master seemed to have eaten kerosene, wishing to burn everyone and himself to death. In this state of the young master, even Uncle Wan did not dare to easily provoke him. The hostility around Yin Jiuqiao was extremely strong. Ing Lu and Ing Shishan concealed their breath and did not speak. Yin Jiuqiao got on the carriage. His eyes were bloodshot and crazy, as if he was going to order a massacre in the next second. Ing Lu did not dare to speak, and winked at Ing Shishan, driving the carriage. Ing Shishan, where are you going? The two looked at Uncle Wan in unison. Uncle Wan felt bitter. How could he know? The young master could not be seen by the three young masters when he was about to go berserk at any time. More importantly, Uncle Wan was worried that the young master would forget that it was his own child when he went crazy. But where else could he go if not to the young master's mansion? Xiao family? Lianhua village. Uncle Wan said tentatively, glancing at Yin Jiuqiao. Ready to be killed by Yin Jiuqiao at any time. Chapter 142 Night Visit to the Boudoir. Just as Uncle Wan was trembling and washing his neck and waiting to die, a faint hum suddenly came from his ear. Hum? What? Uncle Wan looked at Yin Jiuqiao nervously, and saw that Yin Jiuqiao, who wanted to run away a second ago, had closed his eyelids gently. Without that crazy and bloodthirsty look, Uncle Wan seemed to feel that the hostility around the young master was not as strong as before. So what does this mean? Agree to go to Lotus Village? Uncle Wan wanted to ask again, but was afraid that Yin Jiuqiao would sentence him to death as soon as he opened his mouth. So he had to bite the bullet and gamble. He waved his hand to Ing Shishan, signaling him to drive the carriage to Lotus Village. When passing by the young master's mansion, Uncle Wan was scared to death. So Yin Jiuqiao didn't get angry and didn't stop the carriage. It was late at night, and the road was deserted. The carriage drove into Lianhua village unimpeded and stopped in front of the gate of the Ding family's new house. Uncle Wan got off the carriage cautiously. The front door was bolted from the inside, and they were going to enter through the back door. Just as Uncle Wan was taking out the key to open the copper lock of the back door, Yin Jiuqiao said lightly, "Did you bring the key?" Uncle Wan took the key back in a second. "No. I forgot." "Oh, I knew it." Yin Jiuqiao turned and walked towards the back door of Yuan's house. It was only 3 or 2 steps away, and he arrived in a breath. Ing Shishan thought that his young master was going to enter Miss Yu's house, so he pried open the bolt without saying a word. "Lock the door?" Yin Jiuqiao asked sinisterly. "Ah." Ing Shishan nodded honestly. After nodding, he saw his young master looking at him dangerously. His burly body trembled, and he changed his words. "Ah. No. It's open." "Is it open at ordinary times?" Yin Jiuqiao asked coldly. "How should I know? I don't live in her house." Ing Shishan said calmly, "Of course, it's not open at ordinary times. The young master left without saying goodbye today. I specially left it open to wait for the young master." Yin Jiuqiao put his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows. "So the door is left for this young master?" "It should be. It should be. Please don't ask. I can't make it up anymore. My conscience hurts. You are so eager to seduce this young master. You are shameless," Yin Jiuqiao said coldly, and walked briskly towards the house of the shameless person. In the dark little room, the moonlight was like water. Yuan was lying on her small bed. She had kicked the quilt to the side long ago. Even so, she was still sweating profusely. It was just that she was exhausted during the day and fell asleep again after a while. Yin Jiuqiao sat down beside the bed. The moonlight seemed to be afraid of him and shone brighter. He saw Yuan lying on the bed, with the pillow pressed under her belly. Her face was facing outward. On her fair face, her profile was delicate. Her eyelashes were long. There were fine beads of sweat on her forehead and nose, and her black hair was messy on her shoulders, which made her look more seductive. Yin Jiuqiao stared at her intently. Yuan was not sleeping well. She turned over in a daze and inadvertently let out a hot groan. Yin Jiuqiao's death-like eyes paused for a moment, as if he suddenly came back to his senses. Yuan lay on her back on the bed, from her fingertips to her heart, as if on fire. Her collar slipped down, revealing half of her seductive shoulders. Yin Jiuqiao stretched out his slender jade-like hand and pulled her collar, intending to pull her up. Yuan grumbled in dissatisfaction and grabbed Yin Jiuqiao's hand. Yin Jiuqiao's hand was cold, and Yuan was like an oasis in the desert, holding on tightly and unable to move. At first, she just held him honestly, but her heart was burning. She pulled the cold object over, turned over and pressed it under her body. It was more than an hour before Yin Jiuqiao came out. Ing Lu and Ing Shishan were too good at martial arts, and they were afraid that they would hear something they shouldn't hear. So they retreated 100 feet away early, leaving only Uncle Juan, the old steward who was in his twilight years, waiting in fear in the bamboo forest. After finally waiting for Yin Jiuqiao to come out, Uncle Juan almost ran over and said, "Young master." "Yes." Yin Jiuqiao responded with a refreshed look. Uncle Juan was stunned when he heard the tone, and looked at Yin Jiuqiao eagerly, and saw that the hostility on his face had faded, replaced by a smug look on his eyebrows and eyes. This was really unusual, and Uncle Juan's heart skipped a beat. Yin Jiuqiao hummed a little tune and walked towards the carriage. She even hummed a song. Could it be that Miss Yu is already? Uncle Juan took a deep breath and asked, risking being hacked to death, "Master, tell me the truth. What did you do to Miss Yu? Is Miss Yu still alive?" Yin Jiuqiao said, "What are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others?" She was hot, so I kindly helped her undress. Uncle Juan's heart trembled. Yin Jiuqiao continued, "She was thirsty again, so I kindly gave her water. Undressing is not enough. You also gave her water? How did you feed her? Did you feed her while holding her, lying down, or mouth to mouth?" Uncle Juan didn't dare to think about it anymore. "Then, what happened in the end?" Uncle Juan asked, unable to bear to look. Yin Jiuqiao said coldly, "In the end, she shamelessly flirted with me. But I was good-tempered and endured it all. So instead of pushing her away, he just laid down and let her do whatever she wanted." Uncle Juan didn't know what to say, and said with shame, That's really hard for you." The young master, who was severely hardened, got on the carriage, with a face full of spots on his neck and a proud look. Ing Lu and Ing Shersan accidentally saw the indescribable marks on their young master's neck, and they wanted to poke their eyes out. Yin Jiuqiao said proudly, "Yes. She bit him." The two of them roared in their hearts. "We don't want to know." In the past, when the young master had an attack, there were always people who died. But this time he was so easily appeased, which Uncle Juan never expected. Uncle Juan pinched himself to make sure he was not dreaming, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Juan was relieved, but at the same time he felt a little regretful, being treated like this and like that by Miss Yu. He could stop having an attack. It was more effective than a panacea. Miss Yu was so powerful. Why wasn't she the woman who had a one-night stand with the young master? Then he could take Miss Yu back to the mansion without any worries about the young master having an attack. After the heat in her body was relieved, Yuan slept until dawn and opened her eyes later than usual. She lifted the quilt and felt some soreness in her limbs, as if she had been doing something all night and her arms and legs were sore. She got up to pour tea, picked it up and found something wrong. Opened the lid of the teapot and took a look. Hey! Why is it empty? Her teeth were also sore. Did she dream of chewing duck neck? Chapter 143, $1,000 Medicinal Diet. The Chef God competition is a rare culinary event. Not everyone can participate in the competition. For example, Bayula did not get the qualification to participate. However, there are also people who are invited on their own initiative. Madame Du is one of the famous chefs invited. She does not need to represent any restaurant and participates in the competition in her personal name. Madame Du. Are you going? In the courtyard of the Yin family, Yin Ryu was chatting with Madame Du. She poured Madame Du a cup of brewed pu'er tea. Madame Du gently put the post and the competition card in her hand on the table. My mentor is gone, so I will go too. The mentor that Madame Du mentioned was naturally the chef Bao, who was hired back by Tiang Xianglu at a high price. From her tone, she respected this mentor very much. Yin Ryu could not ask Madame Du if she could surpass her mentor. Miss, do you have anything to say? Madame Du noticed that Yin Ryu was hesitant to speak. Yin Ryu smiled and said, I heard that the chef is good at medicinal food. I wonder if it is better than elixir as rumored. Mrs. Du shook her head and said, Where can there be elixir in the world? But it is true that the medicinal food of our master can prolong life. I am his most proud disciple. But unfortunately, I have not eaten it many times. Why? Yin Ryu was puzzled. Mrs. Du sighed softly. The medicinal food recipe that our master worked hard to develop has disappeared. The recipe was in the hands of Mrs. Bao. After Mrs. Bao gave birth, the recipe and the newborn son disappeared together. Since then, Chef Bao has not easily made medicinal food. It's not that he can't, but he doesn't want to be sad. Why are you asking this? Miss? Mrs. Du looked at Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu thought for a while and said truthfully, I want to ask Chef Bao to make a medicinal food. For Master Yin? Mrs. Du asked. Yin Ryu blushed slightly. Yes. Madame Du wanted to say that he didn't look sick. An herbal medicine couldn't cure a brain disease. But then she thought, her master is famous. And many people are trying their best to get a bowl of herbal medicine. Using it will definitely please Master Yin and the princess. Madame Du nodded and said, okay. I'll go and talk to him. Yin Ryu showed a hint of joy and said, Madame Du is the most proud disciple of Master Bao. If you ask, he will definitely agree. Madame Du also felt that it was not a big problem. Although the master had a strange temperament, he always loved her. He also said that if his son hadn't been lost, he would let his son marry her and pass on all his lifelong skills to her. It was just a bowl of herbal medicine, and I think the master would not be stingy with her. Madame Du took a sip of tea and muttered to herself, I wonder if I will meet the girl from last time in this competition. Last time? Yin Ryu paused. Madame Du, are you talking about the you who made stinky tofu at the Wei family banquet? That's her. It's not that Madame Du deliberately remembered her, but the stinky tofu she made was so unforgettable. Yin Ryu had never eaten the stinky tofu made by Yuan, but she didn't have a good impression of Yuan. Not only did she always ruin her good deeds, but she also looked like she was stubborn. She was just a country girl, but she was more arrogant than her, the daughter of the general's mansion. Yin Ryu suppressed her disgust and said calmly, how can she be qualified? This is not a competition that anyone can attend. Madame Du is the most proud disciple of Chef Bao. She is not even worthy of carrying Madame Du's shoes. Madame Du does not need to care about her. It will not affect her status. Even a person like Chef Yang cannot be compared with Madame Du, let alone a little country girl. But somehow, Madame Du felt that she was destined to be with that person. Yin Ryu saw that Madame Du was silent, and was about to say a few more words when Mother Lin came in behind the curtain. What happened? Yin Ryu asked. Mother Lin said happily, Miss, Madame Fong is here. Yin Jiocha stayed in someone's room for too long, and it was almost 5 o'clock when he returned to the young master's mansion. The young master's mansion was brightly lit, and a carriage more luxurious than the queen's was parked outside the gate of the young master's mansion. A handsome attendant came over and knelt on the ground. Yin Jiocha stepped on his back and walked down, glanced at the luxurious carriage lightly, and entered the mansion expressionlessly. He went to his own courtyard, and as expected, he saw Shang Wanyin wandering in the corridor. Shang Wanyin had been wandering here for most of the night, and none of the guards sent out returned. When she was worried about whether something had happened, Yin Jiocha's figure slowly walked over. Shang Wanyin's expression suddenly relaxed, and she walked down the steps a few steps and said, Where have you been? Yin Jiocha did not answer her, but said casually, Why? Are you afraid that I will commit suicide? Shang Wanyin choked. Yin Jiocha strode up the steps and past Shang Wanyin. He did not enter his house, but walked to the side room. Shang Wanyin looked at his back and said, Don't look. I sent the child away. Yin Jiocha's hand that was about to push the door paused. Shang Wanyin clenched the handkerchief in her hand, and said with complicated eyes, Wait a few days. When you feel better, I will take the child back. Yin Jiocha frowned and turned around, looking at her dissatisfiedly. He wanted to say something, but his eyes fell on her neck covered by gauze. Even in the hot summer, she had all kinds of gauze wrapped around her neck, with exquisite styles and bright colors, which once caused women in Beijing to imitate. Tonight she was a little anxious, and the gauze fell off a little, revealing a hideous scar. This was caused by Yin Jiocha during one of his attacks. He almost strangled his own mother to death. His son, Yin Jiocha's hand that was about to push the door clenched into a fist and slowly fell. Then he turned around and went back to his room without saying a word. Shang Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief. General Manager Wan, Shang Wanyin ordered, Go and clean up. I'm staying at the young master's mansion for the next few days. Uncle Wan wanted to say that the young master didn't need you to watch over him. He was fine this time. He didn't have an attack and didn't hurt anyone or himself. But when the words came to his lips, he caught a glimpse of Shang Wanyin's tears in her eyes, and swallowed them silently. Yes, I'll go and clean up the room for the princess right away. Chapter 144, Cooking God Competition. Real or fake mother? Then, the 3 young masters are handed over to you. Nanny Fong said kindly. Yin Ryu didn't expect that the child she tried every means to get back would be sent back by the princess. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, she really wanted to pinch herself to see if this was true. Nanny Fong saw her surprise. A fiancé who had lost favor suddenly gained the princess's attention again. It would be strange if she didn't react like this. Nanny Fong said with a smile, "The young master has caught a cold and is not feeling well. The princess has gone to take care of him. The young masters are young and it is inconvenient for them to recover from the illness. I will trouble Miss Yen to take care of them for the next few days." Yen Ryu said gently, "Madam, you are too polite. I am their mother. It is my duty to take care of them. I should also thank the princess for letting me take care of them." Nanny Fong said, "In that case, I will trouble Miss Yen." At the end of February, the small workshop of the Yu family completed all the orders received at the birthday banquet of Mrs. Wei, and successfully delivered the first batch of goods to Mr. Qin. 800 kilograms of black stinky tofu, and 30 jars of stinky tofu fermented. These ingredients were transported by Mr. Qin to the two Xuexianjus closest to the capital. The stinky tofu looked ugly and smelled stinky. It was thought that it would take time to open up the market, but it was sold out in less than 2 days. Although Mr. Qin wanted to urge the next batch of goods, the most important thing at the moment was the chef competition in the capital. "Take your time to make the goods. I'm not in a hurry," Qin said generously. Yuan said, "There's nothing I can do if I'm in a hurry. Without the right tools, the tofu production can't be increased." Qin pondered for a moment. "The tools you mentioned are," Yuan said, "the jack, and a few utensils I want." Qin looked thoughtful. "I haven't heard of what you said, but I know a lot of skilled craftsmen who should be able to help you make it. I'm an old acquaintance, and I won't treat you badly in terms of price. It's really a case of looking for iron shoes everywhere, but it's easy to get it. Iron tools are controlled items in the Great Zhou dynasty, and she was worried that it would be difficult to customize them from the iron shop." I thanked Qin first. Yuan went back to the house and drew a blueprint with charcoal. Mr. Qin looked at the blueprint in his hand and showed an extremely surprised expression. "Miss Yu, your handwriting is really good. The blueprint is also well drawn. Not inferior to professional craftsmen." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that it was made by a village girl. "Miss Yu, it's really impressive." He was looking forward to the competition in 3 days. Although Yu Kaiyan was the chef, he had a hunch that this little girl was definitely not an ordinary person. The day of the chef competition was set on the 3rd day of February. On this day, the Yu family got up early. The eldest aunt went to the kitchen to make breakfast. She mixed a little rice with millet porridge, firm grain steamed bread, and a few fresh green onions and homemade pickles. The family ate until they were sweating, and not even a piece of green onion was left. Yu Song ate 8 steamed breads in one breath, but he was not full and wanted to get more from the pot. "That's enough." The aunt pushed him down. "If you eat too much, you'll feel uncomfortable on the road. I've steamed some buns. You can eat them when you get there," Yu Song said. "Oh," and glanced at Yuan, who was drinking porridge quietly beside him. He hesitated and said, No, I'm full." "Second brother eats so little?" Yuan looked up and said. Yu Song glared at her. "Do you think I'm a glutton?" Yuan raised her eyebrows. 8 steamed buns are almost as good as a glutton. The venue of the competition was set at Tianxianglu on Chang'an Street in Beijing. It was said that it was the headquarters of Tianxianglu, which was 3 times larger than the one on Xuanwu Street they had been to. It was said that dozens of restaurants participated in the competition. Each restaurant could send at most 2 chefs. But Tianxianglu, as the host, sent a total of 4 chefs, one of whom was Chef Bao. Xuexianlu originally had 2 chefs participating in the competition, but the other one was so dizzy that he fell ill as soon as he entered Beijing. "Chef Yu, Miss Yu, Brother Yu." Outside the old house, Master Qin's loud voice came, and took the dishes that Yuan had half-packed. "Go." Yuan nodded, stood up and greeted him. "Master Qin." "So early?" Master Qin smiled and said, "It has to be early. If it's late, you will miss the competition. Haven't you eaten yet?" "I have prepared food in the carriage." Yuan hurriedly said, "I have eaten." "So early?" Master Qin was quite surprised. Yuan thought to herself, "What's this? When I was doing business, I also got up in the middle of the night." The competition was divided into 3 days. On the first day, I didn't need my own ingredients, so Yuan didn't pack anything and went lightly with my uncle and 2 brothers. On the way to Tianxianglu, Master Qin explained the rules of the competition to the 4 people, except for the chef Bao, who landed on the 3rd day. The remaining chefs had to go through the first 2 days of screening. In short, they had to keep defeating their opponents and advance to the finals. Master Qin didn't expect to defeat the chef Bao, but he had to advance to the 3rd day, because only on that day were the chefs allowed to make the ingredients they wanted. So what are you doing in the beginning? Yuan asked. That's right, Master Qin said. If you get ingredients that you are not good at, it will easily affect your performance. But I think this should not be difficult for Chef Yu. Uncle has been working in Taixianglu for so long, and he has basically cooked everything that flies in the sky and swims in the water. There are few things he can't make. I'm afraid that he will face the chef of Taixianglu too early. You have to know that he is not just a name. And Uncle has been idle for so long. If he really faces his former colleagues, the outcome is uncertain. The carriage drove fast and arrived at Chang'an Street in just 1 hour. The streets were crowded with people, and the front of Tianxiang Tower was even more crowded. The carriage could not pass through, so several people had to abandon the carriage and walk. When they finally squeezed to the door, Yuan saw a familiar figure, Miss Bai Tang, who was about to cross the threshold, turned around in surprise when she heard the words, and the people beside her also stopped. Yuan realized that Manager Cui was also there. Yuan greeted, Shopkeeper Cui. It's Miss Yu. When Shopkeeper Cui saw her, he remembered the incident of being caught by Yin Jiuchu earlier, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Bai Tang was much more friendly, and took Yuan's hand. Why are you here? Are you here to watch the competition too? Are you alone? The little girl was quite cold when they first met, but she became as talkative as Xiao Taidan when they got familiar with each other. Yuan laughed. I came with my family, and Mr. Qin from Zuixianju. As she said that, she turned her head and looked behind her, but only her uncle and Mr. Qin came over. Yu Song came over, and Yu Feng didn't know where he hid with a red face. Bai Yulu did not get the qualification to participate in the competition, but Miss Bai spent a lot of money and booked a room on the 2nd floor with great generosity. The room on the 3rd floor was better, but it was a pity that she couldn't book it as a merchant. Bai Tang said excitedly, didn't the Tianxiang Tower have its reputation destroyed by young Master Yin? I heard that they invited many nobles to help save face. If I'm lucky, I might be able to meet some royal relatives. That way, I won't waste all my money. By the way, you just said you were with someone from Zuixianju. Which Zuixianju? Yuan was about to answer her when there was a commotion outside the door. The servants and waiters, who were doing their jobs in the lobby, all put down their work and ran out of the door. Yuan couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, and saw a girl in a white corseted Luo skirt with a light blue ribbon around her waist, with a graceful figure and a comb over the clouds and the moon. Surrounded by the crowd, walking in like a star, she wore a light blue veil, with a sapphire on her forehead. Her eyebrows were like the moon, and her eyes were sparkling. Her waist was so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. It was tied with a translucent ice blue ribbon. When the breeze blew, her skirt slowly gathered, and the ribbon fluttered. She was extremely beautiful. Almost everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. This woman was not a mortal, but a fairy from a painting. Right? Just when everyone was amazed by the woman's appearance, the woman stretched out a pair of slender jade hands, and came over with 2 children, and another one was held by the maid behind her. The 3 of them wore the same clothes, had the same height, and had the same bun hairstyle. Twins were extremely rare these days, let alone 3 babies in one pregnancy. The 3 of them did not wear veils, and their entire faces were exposed to the public. Everyone was really dumbfounded. Were they dreaming? How could there be such a beautiful child in the world? The fairy child in the painting was not so cute. Especially the 3 of them were hanging their heads, looking dejected, but their hands were still being led forward, which almost melted everyone's hearts. Others might not recognize them, but Yuan recognized them at first sight. Needless to say, the 3 little kids, and the woman holding them, must be Yin Ryu, the eldest daughter of the general's mansion. After Yin Jiuqiao took the child away, didn't he keep him with him, but gave him back to Yin Ryu? Why? A dashing middle-aged man walked out from behind the crowd, strode forward, and bowed to Yin Ryu with a smile on his face. Someone recognized him as Su Xiao, the big boss of Tianxiang Tower. Su Xiao was the brother of concubine Su Xian, because concubine Su Xian was the most powerful in the harem. Many people secretly called Su Xiao the little uncle of the country. The big uncle of the country was the brother of the queen. Even he went to meet Yin Ryu in person. Eh? Is that Yin Ryu? Bai Tang asked. She had seen Yin Ryu before. Although she was wearing a veil. She was wearing it now. Wasn't she? It was easier to recognize her. Not to mention that there was also Mother Lin and 3 cute little babies. Bai Tang would never make a mistake. Bai Tang muttered, "Why is she here too?" Her fiancé smashed the place. And she still has the face to come? Fiancé? Yuan didn't react for a while. Yin Jiuqiao. Bai Tang whispered. Yuan said calmly. He didn't say he wanted to marry her. Bai Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "We already have a child. What else can we do if we don't marry her? Besides, didn't you see that the emperor is praising the Yin family? He overturned the case and promoted them. And he almost sent the betrothal gifts directly to the Yin family. Hey! Why did you leave? I haven't finished talking yet. Do you want to go to my wing?" Shopkeeper Cui, who had finished communicating with his uncle and Mr. Qin, came over. "Miss, let's go upstairs." Looking at Yuan's slightly lonely back, Bai Tang scratched his head. "Did I say something wrong?" "Ah. No." Shopkeeper Cui smiled. "The Yu family is here to participate in the competition. The competition is about to begin. And Miss Yu has to start preparing." I thought. Why would she care about Yin Jiuqiao's marriage? Bai Tang was relieved and went up to the second floor with Shopkeeper Cui. Yin Ryu and the 3 young masters were invited by Su Xiao to the 3rd floor, where only nobles could set foot. Yuan and Bai Tang were not the only ones who recognized Yin Ryu. Soon, the news that Master Yan's fiancé had come to Tianxiang Tower spread among the crowd. Everyone speculated that Tianxiang Tower and Master Yin had reconciled. Although there was no precedent, Miss Yin was the mother of his 3 children after all, and her words must have some weight. At the same time, the earlier news that Yin Ryu had fallen out of favor was also refuted. She had appeared in front of the public with 3 young masters. Who dared to say that Yin Jiuqiao didn't want her? I'm afraid that she will soon marry into the master's mansion. On this side, Yin Ryu was in high spirits and didn't need to retreat. Yuan also returned to her uncle and 2 brothers. She was never a person who wrote her worries on her face. Let alone what kind of worries were these. The world is big. Making money is the most important thing. The most important thing now is to win the competition, clear her uncle's name, and take the full business of Zuixianju. She didn't have the time to think about other things for the time being. Today's competition is divided into 3 rounds. Each round will get the designated ingredients. As for what dishes to cook, it all depends on performance. 10 chefs form a group, and only 3 people in a group can enter tomorrow's competition. In order to avoid suspicion, Tianxianglu invited more than 10 respected old chefs from other places to serve as judges. Our luck may not be very good. Mr. Qin, who returned from the draw, looked a little heavy. Yuan blinked. What's wrong? Are the opponents strong? Mr. Qin shed a bitter tear. Only 3 out of 10 people can advance. And all 3 are from Tianxianglu. What do you think? The chefs of Tianxianglu were naturally the most powerful. No one wanted to face them in the first round of the competition. But the Yu family not only faced them, but also 3 of them. Yu Feng and Yu Song simply didn't know what to say. Did you do it on purpose? Yu Song muttered. It really wasn't intentional. Master Qin even checked the lottery tube to make sure that he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just unlucky and encountered a decisive blow from Tianxianglu in the first round. You, wish yourself the best. Master Qin patted his uncle's shoulder and returned to the wing room dejectedly. Perhaps the old chefs were not satisfied with the lottery. After negotiating with Tianxianglu, a chef named Sun was transferred away. In this way, there were only Madame Du and a chef named Yu left. When his uncle worked at Tianxianglu, he had never seen the chef Yu, let alone Madame Du, although the 2 had heard of his uncle. They did not compare him with the lame chef of Zuixianju. The 3 of them brought their own assistant chefs and went to work in front of the stove built in the open air. The main ingredient for the first round was unbran flour, commonly known as wheat flour. The auxiliary ingredients were placed outside the stove, including chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits and vegetables. In theory, anything is fine as long as flour is used. Chef Yu of Tianxianglu was the first to start. He made soup dumplings, which is a food that every household can make. It is not easy to innovate. He personally selected a few fresh sweet potatoes, asked someone to wash them, cut them into pieces and put them in a steamer. Steam until soft and glutinous. Peel them. Mash the sweet potato meat into a paste. Pour it into the flour. Add brown sugar. And knead eggs into dough. The dumpling skin made from this dough has the fragrance and sweetness of sweet potatoes. His stuffing is also very particular. He chooses pork belly with a proper balance of fat and lean meat. 1 point less will make it hard, and 1 point more will make it greasy. Everything is just right. After the meat is chopped into minced meat, it is mixed with spring bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and mustard greens in a thick soup made from bones to make the stuffing. Original soup. Original food. The uncle nodded in appreciation. Pork originally has a meaty smell, but pouring it with thick boned soup can greatly remove the meaty smell without affecting its own taste. It can be said to be a very smart method. The sweetness of the sweet potato and the freshness and saltiness of the stuffing are completely integrated together. The soup is fragrant. The meat is tender. The skin is soft and glutinous. And the salty fragrance is permeated with a hint of sweetness, which makes people enjoy it. Mrs. Du made a dessert. She peeled the pumpkin, cut it into pieces, steamed it, and mashed it into a paste. She added sugar and milk skin to the flour. To enhance the taste, she added red dates and hawthorn paste. The steamed cake was not only soft, sweet, but also slightly sour. But there was nothing new about it, until Mrs. Du ground the stir-fried spicy mutton into powder and sprinkled it evenly on the cake. The taste of this dessert instantly changed. Good. 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 After tasting it, the old chef said 3 good words in a row, which showed his love for this dessert. After eating the cake on the plate, another dish was served. It was a bowl of orange noodles. The portion was not much, just a small ball, drizzled with a layer of bright red sauce. And there were 2 tender green leaves on the sauce. The presentation was not exquisite, but it made people's eyes light up and their appetites moved. The old chef first tasted the noodles. They were not soft and sticky, and even a little hard. He had never eaten such strange noodles before, but they were chewy. He tasted the sauce again, and the strong aroma of beef spread between his lips and teeth. He was instantly shocked. The great Zhou dynasty banned the killing of oxen. But who dared to cook beef? He hurriedly called the waiter and asked him, only to find out that the sauce was not beef, but tofu. Tofu? The old chef didn't believe it. The waiter smiled and said, I saw them make it with my own eyes. And it was indeed tofu. The old chef had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he saw tofu made to taste like beef. And this strange and chewy noodles. The old chef suddenly felt that this competition was a bit interesting. Is it this taste? Asked the uncle. Slurpy one sucked the last piece of spaghetti with meat sauce into her mouth and nodded with satisfaction. That's the taste. Exactly the same as in the previous life. The noodles were made by Yuan. No water was added during the fermentation process. Only egg liquid was used. The dough was kneaded harder and harder, but the texture was chewy and the strands were distinct. The sauce was cooked by the uncle. Yuan only mentioned it casually, but the uncle cooked it with the taste of beef. After the first round, there were 4 fewer cooks around. The second ingredient they got was half a newly slaughtered sheep and soaked soybeans. Chef Yu made a dish of lamb chops braised with soybeans. It was a standard dish, but the taste was excellent. Madame Du made noodles with lamb and soybean crisps. The taste of lamb was not as good as that of Chef Yu, but the bowl of soybean crisps was really delicious. Crispy and chewy. Sweet but not choking. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to save his stomach to try other dishes, the old chef would have asked Madame Du to fry a few more plates. The Yu family made steamed mutton rolls, and the soybeans were made into tender tofu and tofu skin. The mutton was on the outside, and the tofu skin was on the inside. It was first steamed, then fried, so that the fat on the mutton leg meat was thoroughly soaked out, and finally served with a spoonful of cold water tofu, which was refreshing and refreshing. It was delicious. But the old chef wondered, does his family sell tofu? How can everything be made with tofu? The waiter said, his family sells tofu. The old chef. After the second round, only Chef Yu, Madame Du, Uncle and Chef Jiang from Manjiang Building were left. After the last round of competition, an hour later, several people went to the back room to rest for a while. Uncle was exhausted and gasped for breath while sitting on a chair. Yuan opened the lid of the kettle. There is no water. I will go to pour some water. I will go. Yu Feng took the teapot and turned to leave the room. Yu Song sat aside and ate steamed buns. He was exhausted, He had worked for a whole day at the banquet in by mansion. But it was not as tiring as this half day. The main reason was that he was always tense and too nervous. He looked at Yuan, who was busy picking bean sprouts. Aren't you tired? Yuan shook her head. No. Continue to pick bean sprouts. Yu Song, whose fingers could hardly move. Yuan picked bean sprouts and peeled corn cobs. When she didn't see Yu Feng coming back, she stood up and said, I'll go find my brother and get some ice cubes. Uncle's legs hurt again, so he needs to apply ice. Yuan left the wing room and walked towards the lobby of Taiangxianglu. Halfway there, she saw Yu Feng being dragged into the wing room by manager Cui. It was rare for her to see Miss Bai, so Yuan didn't bother him. She asked the waiter in the lobby for a pot of hot tea. By the way, do you have ice cubes? Yes. In the ice cellar. The waiter was too busy to leave, so he pointed the way to Yuan. Go forward. Go out the back door. Enter the small garden. Turn right. And walk through the corridor to get there. Thank you. Yuan thanked him and walked towards the ice cellar with the teapot. On the other side, Yin Ryu went downstairs to get some fresh air. She was annoyed by the little guys and didn't want to stay in the room for a moment. She wanted to take a walk in the garden. And when she turned around, she saw Yuan walking towards the back door of the lobby. Yuan had already turned around and left. She was not sure if she recognized the wrong person. So she called the waiter, who had been questioned by Yuan. Come here. The waiter saw that she was dressed in extraordinary clothes, and did not dare to neglect her. He hurried forward and said, What do you want? Young lady? Yin Ryu looked at Yuan's back and said, Who is that? The waiter said, She came to participate in the competition. I don't know who it is. I will ask for you. Yin Ryu nodded lightly. The waiter put down the work at hand, went to ask his companions, and reported back, a girl named Yu, who works as an assistant at Suixianju. You? So it's her? Yin Ryu's eyes flashed with disgust. You are called the kitchen god competition. But anyone can come. The waiter was stunned. Yin Ryu originally went downstairs to relax, but she became more and more upset. All right. You can leave. Yes. Mississippi. Her personal maid stepped forward. That village girl is so ungrateful. She has repeatedly opposed you. Why don't you take this opportunity to teach her a lesson? What lesson? Yin Ryu said. The maid snorted coldly. Isn't she here to participate? Just find someone to tamper with her ingredients, and she will be eliminated. There is no need for Miss to personally come forward for such a thing. Su Dongjia intends to make friends with Miss, and I think he will be happy to help Miss solve this thorn in his side. Who said she is a thorn in my side? Yin Ryu looked at the maid coldly. The maid's forehead felt cold, and she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry for what I said. The young lady is generous and magnanimous, and she will never bother with a village girl. Yin Ryu pinched the handkerchief in her hand. I'm glad to know. The maid didn't dare to say anything more. Yin Ryu felt short of breath and was annoyed when she looked at the servants. You should also leave. No need to follow. Yes. The maid left with lingering fear. Yin Ryu walked towards the garden irritably, and when she passed by a wing room, she accidentally heard the movement inside. Is it that chef Yu? You? Yin Ryu paused. It's him. This matter has caused a sensation in the city, and the whole capital knows that the signature dish of Taiangxianglu was plagiarized by Chef Yang from him. It's just that we are new here and don't recognize the great man. So, our Manjianglu is in danger? Chef John's cooking skills are good, but against the three of them, there is almost no chance of winning. What should we do? We lost on the first day, and the people in Qinghe Pavilion will laugh at us. I have a way. You guys come over. Manjianglu was formerly a gambling house, and later I don't know how it became a good family, but the bad nature in its bones has not changed. And this kind of low-class means can be said to be easy to catch. Yin Ryu listened quietly. This group of people is not stupid. They know to choose the lame uncle and the only woman to attack. But the uncle stays in the room and is guarded by Yu Song. So Yuan, who is alone, becomes their only target. You, I am not trying to harm you. You are the one who caused the trouble. Yin Ryu adjusted the pearl hairpin on her bun and went upstairs calmly. Taiangxianglu is the largest restaurant in Beijing, and its ice cellar is also luxurious. It even uses several huge night-shining pearls for lighting. Yuan walked down the steps carrying an iron bucket. The ice cellar was gloomy and cold. The ice inside was very large. Fortunately, the tools were ready. Yuan put down the iron bucket, picked up a hammer and an ice pick, and started to chisel the ice. After just 2 chisels, the door of the ice cellar slammed shut. The light in the ice cellar dimmed, and the coldness instantly increased. Yuan frowned strangely, stepped onto the steps with the faint light of the night shining pearl, pulled the door of the ice cellar, and found that the door was locked from the outside. Who is so wicked? Can't you hear the noise she makes when she's breaking ice? Or is it intentional? Bang! Something fell from somewhere in the ice cellar, and a thick smoke hissed out. It's not enough to close the door. But he also drugged her? Yuan covered her nose, looked at the smoke getting closer and closer, and frowned coldly. Nothing will happen. Right? What can happen? Just let her out after it's over. She's a living person with hands and feet. How can she freeze to death in there? That's right. Let's go. It's about to start. The waiter of Manji Anglo left stealthily. Bastard. Dare to lock her up and drug her. Yuan held her breath and began to chisel the door with an ice pick and a hammer. After Yu Feng finally broke free from the claws of shopkeeper Cui, he returned to the wing room with a pot of hot tea. But Yuan was nowhere to be found. Where's Awan? He asked. Yu Song asked curiously. Didn't I go to look for you? Yu Feng frowned. I didn't run into her. Yu Song sat up straight. I'll go find her. Yu Feng glanced at his father, who was tired and asleep. When Dad wakes up and sees that the 3 of us are not here, he will be worried. You wait here for me. I'll go find her. Yu Song said dissatisfiedly. Why can't you stay with Dad while I go find him? Yu Feng looked at him deeply. Yu Song turned his head away guiltily. You go if you want. Yu Feng put down the teapot and left. There was only a quarter of an hour left before the 3rd round, and the chefs had already taken their positions one after another. Yu Feng asked a few waiters, but no one had seen Yuan. An ominous premonition gradually rose in Yu Feng's heart. He had just gone out because he was worried that Awan would come out to find him. So he didn't even enter the wing room and stood in the most conspicuous place in the corridor. It was impossible for Awan not to see him and didn't call him. So something must have happened. Brother. When Yu Feng was in a state of panic, Yu Song hurriedly caught up with him. Didn't I ask you to stay in the room to watch over Dad? Yu Feng said coldly. Yu Song panted and said, I forgot to tell you that Awan went to get ice cubes. Ice cubes, ice cellar? The second prince is here. As soon as Yu Feng took a step, a palace servant suddenly came from outside Tianxiang Tower. In an instant, everyone knelt down in a crowd. Yu Feng had no choice but to pull his brother to kneel down. Although Yin Huijing often traveled among the people, he mostly visited incognito. Today, he showed his identity as a prince to support Tianxiang Tower. How could the people present have ever seen a dragon? They squeezed their heads forward and squeezed Yu Feng and his brother so hard that they could not move. Su Xiao and his clansmen kowtowed to Yin Huijing. Everyone followed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Yu Song was almost dying of anxiety. What kind of prince is this? Why doesn't he leave? They want to find their sister. At this moment, on the carriage behind Yin Huijing, the little fat ball in the cage raised his head and looked at the direction of Tianxiang Tower with a vigilant look. With 2 clicks, he bit the iron cage to pieces. It rushed out. The second prince's visit to Tianxiang Tower really makes Tianxiang Tower glorious, Su Xiao said with a red face. Yin Huijing followed the little fat ball with his eyes and raised his hand to Su Xiao. Su Xiao quickly fell silent. Yin Huijing stared at him and entered Tianxianglu with a strong aura. Everyone looked at his cold eyes and made way for him in silence. Yuan inhaled too much smoke and felt dizzy. She could hardly hold the hammer. Still a little bit. Yuan smashed down with another hammer. But the ice pick fell off. Yuan fell to the ground weakly. She tried her best. But there was really no way. Her life was over. Crack! The copper lock was bitten off. The little fat ball's claws scratched the iron door anxiously. When Yin Huijing walked all the way to the ice cellar, he saw the little fat ball scratching and bumping against the door. Chanan. Yin Huijing winked. Jun Chanan picked up the little fat ball, pulled the door and opened it. The little fat ball was stupid for a while. The iron door was opened, and Yuan, who was leaning against the door, fell out without warning. Jun Chanan quickly went to help her. But unexpectedly Yin Huijing took a step over and took the half-dizzy Yuan into his arms. Yuan looked at him dazedly. Yin. Yuan wanted to finish calling out the name. But the smoke got to her head, and she tilted her head and closed her eyes. Yin Huijing also smelled the smoke. But Jun Chang'an closed the door in time, so he didn't inhale much. But it was different for Miss Yu. If she stayed like that for a long time, she might be in danger of losing her life. Chang'an, call the imperial physician. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan began to snore evenly. Hoo hoo. Jun Chang'an's mouth twitched. Yin Huijing's face was full of black lines. Yin Huijing took the snoring Yuan to the wing room. The second prince hurried to the ice cellar. And when he came out, there was a woman in his arms. Everyone didn't know what happened, so they stretched their heads one by one, wanting to see what was going on in the second prince's arms. But the second prince wrapped him tightly with a cloak, and they didn't even see a strand of hair. However, just because they couldn't see it doesn't mean Yin Ryu couldn't guess it. Who else could have come out of the ice cellar except that village girl? Yin Ryu lowered her eyes and took a sip of tea. What good luck. It's not surprising that Yin Huijing saved people. After all, he is a prince, caring about the people and helping the world. It would be strange if he didn't take action when encountering such a thing. But there is one thing Yin Ryu can't figure out. Why did the second prince personally rescue the village girl instead of asking the guards to do it? Su Xiao is to blame for what happened in Tianxiang Tower. He brought people to follow in fear and trepidation. You guys, why don't you go and serve? Several respectable maids and old women reached out to take Yuan. Yin Huijing said coldly, get out. Several people trembled and went out tremblingly. Yin Huijing put Yuan on the soft bed, waved his sleeves, hit a strong wind, and closed the door. Chang'an. Yes. Jun Chang'an has been following Yin Huijing for a long time. There are some things that Yin Huijing doesn't need to tell him. Just a glance and Jun Chang'an can understand what he means. Jun Chang'an went to the ice cellar to investigate. It is not difficult to find out that Manjianglu is responsible. As early as the moment the second prince rescued the people from the ice cellar, the waiters of Manjianglu realized that they had kicked the iron plate. Who would have expected that a little cook would have such good fortune and be rescued by the second prince himself? Several people ran away in a hurry, but they were caught by Jun Chang'an again. The three confessed their crimes, but the incident did not end there. When Jun Chang'an entered the room again, the little fat ball was rubbing his chest in Yuan's arms, and Yin Huijing was standing in front of the bed, staring at Yuan without blinking. This was the first time he exposed his appearance to her. Before she fell asleep, she called out Yin. How did she know her last name was Yin? Your Highness. Jun Chang'an spoke, interrupting his thoughts. What's the matter? Yin Huijing, who had been guarding Yuan, turned around and looked at him. Jun Chang'an told Yin Huijing about the Yu family's participation in the competition, and at the same time spread out his palm, revealing a small iron cylinder engraved with a strange totem. It's not an ordinary competition among peers. This is what I found in the cellar. It is the smoke it emits. Yin Huijing took the small iron cylinder, stroked the cold lines on it, and said thoughtfully, this is the Southern Xinjiang Ghost Clan. Jun Chang'an said. A trace of extreme surprise flashed across Yin Huijing's eyes. He had heard of the Southern Xinjiang Ghost Clan, but it was only a rumor. No one had ever seen them, those cooks. Not them. Jun Chang'an hesitated. Yin Huijing said seriously, just say whatever you want to say. Jun Chang'an said, I saw Mr. Su's attendant near the ice cellar. Su Chengxian? Yin Huijing's eyes turned cold. When Yuan woke up, Yin Huijing had already left, and the little fat ball rubbing against her chest was also very unhappy to let Jun Chang'an take it away. Yin Huijing kept the news tightly sealed, so no one knew that the person he rescued was the little cook of Zuixianju. The Yu family knew about it. Before Yin Huijing left, he sent a message to the Yu family, telling them not to worry. Yuan also returned to the wing room and learned from her uncle and two brothers that she was saved by the second prince. Her uncle said sincerely, the second prince is a really good man. Yu Feng nodded, yes. Yu Song, humph. Outside the house, the voices of several waiters were heard. Have you heard? The waiter of Manjiangla bumped into the second prince, was beaten 30 times, and was kicked out of the competition. It's what they deserve. Who made them blind? The Yu family exchanged glances, said nothing, coughed lightly, and went to prepare for the competition. Manjiangla bumped into the second prince, causing the third round of the competition to be delayed. When the competition started, Yuan woke up. The Yu family was fully engaged in the last round of the competition today. The uncle had seen Chef Jiang cook. His cooking skills were not inferior to those of Chef Yu and Madame Du, but he was not as stable as them. If he had calmed down in the third round, he might have been able to advance. However, he was disqualified because of the waiter. It was a pity. The ingredients for the third round were red beans. Chef Yu still made a standard dish. Lava porridge. Madame Du was good at sweet food and made purple rice, sweet potato, and red bean cake. The uncle beat half of the red beans into red bean paste and gave it to Yuan to make a basket of buns. The other half was boiled into a pot of thick soup with Uriel and chicken legs. The old chef ate with relish a mouthful of soft and sweet red bean paste buns and a spoonful of salty, fresh and fragrant hot chicken soup. After 3 rounds, Zuixianju advanced without any suspense. That family also advanced? Yin Ryu frowned in surprise. Even if Manjiang Tower is gone, there are still Mingyu Tower, Chi Feng Pavilion, and Wanchuan Pavilion. How could they lose to a few country cooks? The maid's eyes flashed and said, "Miss, could it be that Vixen used some tricks?" Yin Ryu paused and laughed sarcastically. "I almost forgot that she was brought back to the house by the second prince. A man and a woman alone, living in the same room. Maybe the second prince has already taken her body." Yin Ryu believed that the Yu family advanced because the second prince secretly used his connections. Although she didn't understand why the second prince was so blind that he would like a little country girl, she couldn't think of any other reason except this. It couldn't be that the Yu family really had the ability to compete with Madame Du and Chef Yu. Okay, the competition is over, and we should go back home. Go find Madame Lin and the young master. The little guys were making a lot of noise, making Yin Ryu feel overwhelmed. So Yin Ryu asked Madame Lin and the wet nurse to take them out. The maid hurried to find them, but only found Madame Lin and the wet nurse, who were in a state of panic. "Where is the young master?" the maid asked in shock. Madame Lin held the meal in one hand and supported her old waist with the other, panting, "No, I don't know." As soon as the 3 of them came out, they ran away like wild horses. The 3 who had disappeared were quietly clinging to the door frame of a wing room, sticking their little heads out, opening their big black eyes, and watching the busy one without blinking. The uncle and the brothers went to negotiate the matters of tomorrow's competition. Yuan stayed to pack up. As she was packing, she felt something was wrong. She turned around and saw 3 little heads that had not been put away in time. Her eyes lit up. "It's you?" The little baby, who was caught, lowered his head shyly. Yuan led the 3 people in. The 3 people had been making a fuss all day, sweating and dirty. Yuan fetched water and washed their faces and hands and wiped the sweat. "Have you eaten?" The 3 people's stomachs were rumbling. Yuan opened the bag and took out 3 pig buns stuffed with red bean filling. It was the 3rd round of making red bean paste buns. She secretly pinched a few pig buns for them, but she was not sure whether she could see them. "I'm so lucky, right?" Yuan smiled and touched the little heads of the 3 people. The 3 of them grabbed the pig buns and ate them in big mouthfuls. Yuan watched them eat, and an indescribable satisfaction surged in her heart. "Is it a little dry?" Yuan poured water. The 3 of them drank the water obediently and continued to nibble on the pig buns in their hands. When Yin Ryu found the wing room, what she saw was the 3 little guys eating obediently, and Yuan looked at them tenderly. Yin Ryu felt that her eyes were deeply hurt. The little guy who was restless in front of her turned out to be a good baby in the hands of this woman. What tricks did this woman use to confuse the little guys like this? "Oh, little master, you are here?" Mother Lin patted her chest with relief, walked into the house, and saw Yuan on the side. She was stunned for a moment. "Miss you?" Yuan looked at her, then looked at Yin Ryu outside the door. Her smile faded, and she slowly stood up. Yin Ryu stepped into the house, glanced at Yuan calmly, and said to the 3 little guys, "Didn't Mother tell us not to eat anything given by others? Why don't you put it down?" The 3 of them refused to put it down. "Don't make me say it a second time. I just won't put it down." Yin Ryu was furious that her own son had humiliated her in front of Yuan, but she had to endure it in front of outsiders. "Come on, carry the young master to the carriage." At her command, several strong guards flashed in and forcibly carried away the little kid who refused to surrender. Yin Ryu also left. As soon as she got on the carriage, Yin Ryu rudely snatched the buns from the 3 people and threw them out of the carriage without any hesitation. "Go back home. 1 in a million. Isn't it fat?" Chapter 145. Recovering the little milk bag. The night was as cold as water. In the Su family mansion, Su Chengxian was lying on a rattan chair covered with a mattress and tiger skin. Bored. After one arm and one leg were broken by Yin Jiuqiu's guards, he began to recover from his injuries. He was Su Xiao's legitimate son. He had 2 older brothers, but unfortunately, they were both illegitimate and not as noble as him. After learning that he was seriously injured, concubine Su invited the best imperial physician and sent the best medicine. His broken arms and legs had been connected, but it was still too early to recover. As soon as he fell ill, the 2 illegitimate brothers rushed to his father like clowns. This was because Bai Nu was no longer around. If he was, he would have made them suffer. Third young master. Third young master. A servant ran over in a panic. What happened? What did my 2 brothers do again? Su Chengxian became a little weird after he was injured. The servant said embarrassedly, "It's not the eldest and second young masters. It's... What is it?" Su Chengxian was impatient. The servant glanced at him and didn't even have the strength to report. He retreated to the side in disgrace. "Are you deaf or dumb? If you have something to say, just say it." Su Chengxian turned around and cursed, seeing the man striding towards him. He was stunned. "Cousin?" Yin Huijing's expression was cold, and his body was filled with a terrifying aura. Su Chengxian had never seen such a scary cousin before, and he was stunned to speak. Yin Huijing glanced at him. "You all retreat." The servant and the maids retreated in an orderly manner. "Why doesn't he leave?" Su Chengxian glanced at Jun Chanan, who was standing aside, and whispered. Jun Chanan didn't even look at him. Yin Huijing came to the rattan chair and looked down at Su Chengxian, who couldn't stand up to salute. "You are still not honest even after being beaten. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Cousin, didn't you come to see me? Why are you scolding me as soon as you see me like my father?" Su Chengxian said aggrievedly. Su Chengxian is the legitimate son of the family, and has a good appearance. He has been loved by concubine Su since he was a child. His relationship with Yin Huijing is much closer than that of others, so there are not so many etiquettes between the monarch and the minister when they talk. In the past, when Yin Huijing saw his cousin like this, he indulged him like an elder brother. However, after this incident, he could no longer treat Su Chengxian as that heartless child. "You still don't admit it? Well, then take a look at what this is." Yin Huijing threw the small iron tube he had been holding all the way onto Su Qingshuan's clothes. When he saw what it was, Su Qingshuan's face changed instantly. "What? Nothing to say?" Yin Huijing asked coldly. Su Qingshuan's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be crazy and stupid. "What is this? Where did my cousin come from?" Yin Huijing looked at him with regret. "Don't cry until you see the coffin." "Chang'an!" Jun Chang'an walked through the moon gate slowly, grabbed the long-time attendant sent by Su Chengxian to Tianxiang Tower on Chang'an Street, and threw him in front of Su Chengxian expressionlessly. The long servant had a bruised face and looked at Su Chengxian in fear. Young master. What did Su Chengxian not understand when he saw that he was more likely to cause trouble than to help? He was afraid that this guy couldn't stand Jun Chang'an's tricks and said everything he should and shouldn't say. "Get lost!" Su Chengxian shouted. The long servant ran away. Su Chengxian turned his face away angrily. Yin Huijing said coldly, "Why did you do this? Did Miss Yu provoke you?" "Miss Yu?" Su Chengxian turned his head strangely. "Why are you calling her so affectionately? Does your cousin know her?" Yin Huijing said sternly, "Now I am the one questioning you." Su Chengxian snorted coldly. "Why else? She broke my arms and legs. I just taught her a lesson." Yin Huijing frowned and said, "Your arms and legs were broken by Yin Jiuqiu. What does it have to do with her?" Su Chengxian said sarcastically, "I only found out a few days ago that she is Yin Jiuqiu's woman." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yin Huijing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Su Chengxian was so angry that he didn't notice his cousin's strangeness. "I'm not talking nonsense. The day before, she went to Tianxiangla to slander Chef Yang for plagiarizing her family's craftsmanship. The next day, Yin Jiuqiu came to my Tianxianglu and smashed it. Cousin, do you think this is a coincidence? At first, I didn't think it was her fault. That day, my guards went to the palace to deliver snacks to my aunt. When they saw Eunuch Wang going to pick up Yin Jiuqiu, they kept an eye on him and followed him all the way. As a result, cousin, guess what? Yin Jiuqiu actually moved to that girl's village. Cousin, if you tell me this is a coincidence again, then I will take my loss. Yin Huijing suddenly remembered the word yin that Yuan shouted before she fell asleep. So she didn't know him. And she didn't call him. But Yin Jiucha? Did she mistake him for Yin Jiucha? Or did she hope that the person who came to save her was Yin Jiucha? In any case, it means that she really knows Yin Jiucha. Did Yin Jiuchao smash Tang Xianglu and beat Su Chengxian for her? And in order not to push her to the forefront, he beat the second-generation ancestor in Beijing again. What a thought. What a thought. Cousin, don't disbelieve me. What I said is true. I was just so angry that I couldn't swallow this breath. And I learned that she also came to participate. So I asked someone to teach her a lesson. Su Chengxian didn't work hard. So he pulled Yin Huijing's sleeve and showed a pitiful look. If it weren't for the things found in the eye cellar, Yin Huijing might have been deceived by him. A lesson. You colluded with the ghost tribe in southern Xinjiang. If it gets out, I don't know who will teach whom a lesson. What ghost tribe? Su Chengxian was confused. His expression didn't seem fake. Yin Huijing pointed at the iron cylinder on his body and said, "Who gave you this?" Su Chengxian sighed sadly. "Bai knew. But he left and never came back. If it's convenient for you, please ask Jun Chanan to help me find him. Without him, I have more troubles." "How did you know him?" Yin Huijing asked. Su Chengxian told him everything about his experience of making friends with Bai Nu. He didn't know Bai Nu's identity, so he didn't think there was anything to hide. Yin Huijing looked at him without blinking. "What else did he give you?" "Hand it all over." Su Chengxian snorted. "Why?" "He's gone. And you don't allow me to keep his things for use?" Yin Huijing asked calmly. "Do you still want to find him?" Compared with the dead things left by Bai Nu, Su Chengxian wanted this living person more. Gritting his teeth, he painfully handed over Bai Nu's relics to Yin Huijing. "Don't bring any messy people back to the mansion in the future. And don't cause trouble secretly. If I find you unruly again, I will send you back to Shuzhou." After warning Su Chengxian, Yin Huijing took the box and left with Jun Chanan. Su Chengxian looked at Jun Chanan's back as he walked away, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Master Qin sent Yuan and her group back to Lotus Village. Master Qin had just used money to inquire about it. The old chef and Uncle's group praised Uncle's dishes. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, each dish would not be told in advance who the old chef was. Therefore, it was not like what Yin Ryu suspected, that the Yu family was promoted because of the second prince's connections. Of course, the old chef was also quite satisfied with the skills of the remaining two chefs. Especially Madame Du, her cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds in recent years. And she is no longer just a gimmick as rumored. There will be another tough battle tomorrow. Master Qin sighed. The first day's competition is just an appetizer. The real test will be tomorrow. So we must not take it lightly. Moreover, this kind of competition is subjective. Some people like it, such as the old chef who praises their dishes. If they meet someone who doesn't like it, they can only wish for the best. The carriage drove to the entrance of the village, and the uncle said, "Let's stop here. It's getting late, so I won't keep Mr. Qin for tea. Mr. Qin, take care." Mr. Qin said goodbye with a smile. Several people got off the carriage and returned to the old house under the stars. They had dinner, but the aunt and Jiang waited for them, so they accompanied them to eat some more. The aunt cooked a plate of fried tofu with green onions, a bowl of braised pork with bean curd, a pot of bacon and spring bamboo shoot soup, and a few side dishes bought in town. The vegetables in the field were gone, so if they wanted to eat, they had to go to town to buy them. The aunt, who was always frugal, went to town to buy side dishes to reward them with a sumptuous meal. "Aunt, please sit down. I'll do it." Yuan went to the kitchen and took the bowls and chopsticks from her hand. The aunt pushed her hand away. "Sit down. You've been tired all day." Yuan smiled. "You said it as if you were idle at home." The aunt didn't say it, but Yuan knew that she was no more relaxed than them when they were away from home. She was also busy with the housework and the business in the workshop. Yuan insisted on taking the bowl and chopsticks. "This child." The aunt glared at her. "Jinjin, take it." The little girl stood on tiptoe. The aunt also gave her a bowl, and she happily took it to the main room. "Hey, where's little Tai Dan?" Yuan asked. It was strange that she hadn't seen the little guy who was getting more and more attached to her since she entered the house. Jiang smiled but said nothing. The aunt picked up a piece of pork belly with a good balance of fat and lean meat for Jiang. "Angry at you." Yuan raised her eyebrows strangely. "Angry at me? Why?" Farmers have big appetites. Although they had eaten in Beijing, they were now on the table. Several men each had a big bowl of rice. Yusong drank 3 bowls in one breath and wanted to eat more. He glanced at Yuan and put down the bowl and chopsticks very calmly. Yuan was not very hungry. She drank some soup and went to find little Taidan. Little Taidan lay on the side of Yufeng's bed, with his little butt sticking up high and his head buried in his arms, looking like he didn't care about anyone. Yuan came behind him gently and called little Taidan. Little Taidan buried his head even tighter. Yuan patted his little buttocks. What? Are you really angry with me? Xiao Taidan buried his head with one hand and reached behind with the other hand to brush away Yuan's hand. Ouch. She is not allowed to touch. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pulled Xiao Taidan, who was sulking at her, over. Xiao Taidan struggled, but he was no match for Yuan. Soon, Yuan straightened his little body. Yuan bent down and looked at him. He turned his face away angrily. Yuan snorted and pinched his tan little face. You have learned to turn your face away from me. Do you believe me? I will spank you. Xiao Taidan said angrily. Go ahead and hit me. Yuan looked at him with a smile. Are you willing to talk? Xiao Taidan clasped his hands tightly and tilted his head. Humph. What are you angry about? You have to tell me. Otherwise I will do it again next time. And I will still be angry at you. Right? Yuan said in a persuasive way. Little Taidan felt that what his elder sister said seemed to make sense. He turned his face, put his hands on his waist, and said to Yuan with resentment, Who told you to go out without me? Just for this. Yuan forgot that this was a chatterbox who loved to hurry. Yuan smiled in her heart, but said helplessly, It's not my fault. I called you when I left, but you slept so deeply that I couldn't wake you up. How could I? Little Taidan's face turned red. The bad sister continued to blame him. Didn't you get up by yourself in the past? This time you didn't get up. And I thought you didn't want to go. Oh! I want to go. I want to go. Little Taidan stamped his feet anxiously. Yuan laughed in her heart. How could a child be so easy to fool? My brother was about to cry, and I thought it was fun to tease him. I am such a bad sister. Yuan had enough of teasing, and pointed to the main room and said, Then go ask your second brother if he can take care of you tomorrow. I will take you there. Why me? Yusong said dissatisfiedly. Because you can't help, Xiao Taidan said pointedly. Yusong, who was despised by his younger brother. It seems that there is no way to beat up such a kid. Yufeng learned some cooking skills from his father, and he was very good at cooking. Yusong was not as good as his brother in blanching and cooking, nor as good as Yuan in cutting and meat. His existence was useless, and it was not unfair for him to be assigned to look after Xiao Taidan. But how could a grown man be looked down upon by a little kid? Yusong refused to give in, and Xiao Taidan used all his skills, and he almost hung on his legs and called him daddy. Yusong was pestered to no end, and suddenly had an idea and said, Let Aunt San take you there. Aunt San is from the city, so she shouldn't get lost in the city. Sister, can I let my mother take me there? Xiao Taidan asked weakly. Yuan looked at Jiang on the side. Jiang looked at Yuan gently, and said with a smile, Alwan, do you want your mother to go? Yuan has been in Lianhua village for so long, but she has never seen her mother leave the village. The farthest place her mother has been to is the village entrance. On weekdays, she only walks around her home and the old house, and occasionally goes to Aunt Zhang's house. But not often. To be fair, Yuan really hopes that her mother can go out and relax. Yeah. Yuan nodded. Jiang smiled dotingly. Okay. Yusong felt relieved. This little burden was finally thrown away. Yuan winked at him and said, Second brother, tomorrow my mother and Taidan will be handed over to you. Yusong. Yusong? What? What? Yusong was messy in the wind. Yin Mansion. Yin Ryu brought the 3 little kids back to the mansion, and the faces of the 4 of them were not very good. The little kid whose piggy bag was thrown away was angry and aggrieved, and ignored Yin Ryu all the way. It was just a strange woman's thing, so she could just throw it away. The little ones dared to show her a bad face. Yin Ryu became more and more angry. If it wasn't for Mother Lin stopping her, she would have wanted to do it. Children can't be spoiled. They will be obedient after being beaten twice. The maid muttered. Mother Lin glared at her. The maid was called Lizzie. She was introduced by the housekeeper of the mansion. It was said that she was a distant relative, but in Mother Lin's opinion, she was shallow-eyed and uneducated, and was really not suitable to be a servant around the young lady. There are some words that the young lady can say, and some things that the young lady can do, because the young lady is the mother of the young master. But servants are always servants and must never be disrespectful to the master. The carriage arrived at Yin's mansion. Mother Lin and Lizzie helped Yin Ryu get off the carriage. Yin Ryu said to the three little guys, "Get off." The three clenched their fists and did not move. "Are you going to get off?" Yin Ryu's tone was a little colder. The three did not get off. Yin Ryu said coldly, "You are becoming more and more unruly now. Don't you remember how I taught you? Well, then you listen to me. Either get off now and go back to the house to eat obediently. Or..." Mississippi Mother Lin interrupted Yin Ryu. This was not Shujo. There were so many people watching. If the children were punished, it would not be easy to explain to the ears of the princess and Master Yin. Yin Ryu took a deep breath and pinched her fingers. "Take the person back to the yard." The guard went to pick up the child, and the three of them punched and kicked him. Yin Ryu was so angry that she walked onto the carriage, grabbed a little arm at random, and pulled it out roughly. The little baby was hurt by the pull. "You're... all of you get off." Madame Yin arrived in time, dismissed everyone, took the third child whose arm was hurt from Yin Ryu, and scolded, "What are you doing? Being angry with that village girl. Being angry with the three little things. And now even her mother is being angry with her." Yin Ryu was filled with anger, coldly left the little guys, and walked into the mansion. This child, after so many years, his temper has not changed at all. How can a mother still be so willful? Madame Yin muttered, rubbing the third child's arm. "Okay, don't be angry anymore. Go to Grandma's tonight. Grandma has prepared delicious food." Madame Yin led the three little babies to the mansion. At this moment, a carriage stopped at the house opposite the Yin mansion. The three little kids turned their heads and saw a young lady getting off the carriage. Then, she smiled and carried her 3-year-old son off the carriage. Her face was full of love for her son. The three little kids lowered their heads in dejection. Why was it that only their mother didn't like them? Chapter 146. Get Back the Little Milk Bag, Part 2. Before dawn, little Tidan threw off the quilt and jumped out of bed. Sister, get up quickly. It's dawn. It's dawn. Mother, don't sleep. You have to take me to the capital today. Sister, Mother. He ran back and forth between the two rooms, making so much noise that Yuan lost her temper. Yuan got up, put on her clothes, washed up, and went to the chicken coop to collect eggs. 3 eggs a day, except for one for little Tidan. The rest were saved. There were quite a lot of eggs saved. If she could enter the competition tomorrow, these eggs would come in handy. She wasn't bragging. Her eggs were really better than those sold on the market. Jiang rarely got up so early, and when she went to the old house to have breakfast, her eyelids were still closed. Yu Song mischievously put a piece of ginger into her bowl. The uncle hit his son's head with a chopstick. Yuan took out the ginger and replaced it with a piece of fish meat for her mother. Jiang ate the fish meat in a daze. Jiang didn't wake up until breakfast. Qinye's carriage arrived. Without waiting for Qinye to call, Jiang took the little Tidan and sat in the carriage and fell asleep. Then, "Who is that girl?" Qinye was a little dazed. "Girl?" Yuan said. "That's my mother." "Ah." Qinye was stunned. Such a young woman is already the mother of 2 children. She did wear a woman's bun, but she looked too young and beautiful. Yuan threatened, "Don't have any bad thoughts. I can sell you tofu, but not my mother." Ahem. Master Qin choked. "What are you thinking about? Qin is already married. It's just that I have never seen such a beautiful woman. In terms of appearance, the young lady in front of me is also a natural beauty. But Miss Yu is a junior, and in his eyes, she is just a beautiful child. The lady, however, has a bit more indescribable charm. Of course, he just couldn't help but admire her. If he really asked him to do something, he would not be so wicked." Yuan, Jiang, Xiao Taidan, and several old men went to Beijing in a hurry, knowing that Jiang and Xiao Taidan were going to Beijing for fun. Master Qin enthusiastically arranged for the driver and the long-term attendant to take them around the capital, and Yu Song naturally went there. Yuan and her uncle, Yu Feng, entered Tianxiangla on Chang'an Street. After 3 rounds of competition yesterday, more than half of the 100 chefs have gone, and only less than 30 people have entered today's duel. Yesterday's old chefs are no longer here, And the ones who came to taste the dishes are several imperial chefs from the palace. It's the second prince again. And it's the imperial chef from the palace. It seems that Taixianglu has really spent a lot of money to save the face that was beaten by Yin Qiuqiu. I wonder if their chefs can really have the last laugh. In the back room, Master Qin hurried into the room. His expression was a little solemn. It's a fierce battle. What do you mean? Yuan asked. Master Qin said with a headache, 3-1. In the end, only one person can enter tomorrow's competition. Why is there only one? Aren't there always 3 in previous years? Yufeng asked. He asked shopkeeper Cui a lot of common sense about the competition yesterday. Master Qin sighed, otherwise. How can it be called a fierce battle? Rules are set by people. If the organizer wants to do this, Master Qin can't do anything. Master Qin originally thought that with the strength of the Yu family, it would not be a big problem to squeeze into the top 3. But now it is not a matter of being the third or the third. It is necessary to get the first place. Otherwise, there is no qualification to compete with Chef Bao. Master Qin said again, not to mention Madame Du and Chef Yu recently. Chef Lu, who was transferred to another group yesterday, is also a cooking skill that should not be underestimated. There are also several dark horses, and none of them are easy to deal with. Master Qin patted Yufeng on the shoulder. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. This is not a polite remark. Master Qin is really scared. Master Qin, who is quite confident in the cooking skills of the Yu family, suddenly became a little uncertain after witnessing the cooking skills of others yesterday. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. The Yu family is powerful, but perhaps not the only one. They were taken to an open-air venue, where dozens of makeshift stoves were placed together, and various ingredients were lined up on both sides of the aisle. Yuan clearly noticed that the variety of ingredients that could be arbitrarily dispatched was not as rich as yesterday, which meant that their choices would be greatly limited. If they were not careful, the necessary ingredients would be missing, and the taste would be greatly reduced. Yufeng frowned. Why is this year's competition so different from the previous ones? Yuan said calmly, we must always innovate, and we are all together, not targeting anyone. The situation is not favorable to anyone, and we should suffer together. That's right. Yufeng was relieved. It was still 3 rounds, and the opponents were decided by drawing lots in each round. What Yuan didn't expect was that they encountered Chef Lu, who was feared by Mr. Qin, in the first round. Why is it him? Yufeng's face became more serious. Brother, do you know him? Yuan asked in confusion. Uncle was sharpening the knife carefully, and Yufeng whispered to Yuan, he and my father worked together in a Taixianglu, and my father said he was a good cook. Uncle seemed to be a kind person, but he was so strict in cooking that it was outrageous. If he could say good, it was not just good. Besides, 3 years have passed, and he has been practicing cooking skills every day. I think he has made great progress. Otherwise Mr. Qin would not have mentioned him specifically. I have confidence in my uncle, Yuan said confidently. Yufeng was about to open his mouth to refute something, but Yuan pulled his sleeve. Look, Madame Du and Chef Yu are competing against each other. Although Madame Du participated in the competition in her personal capacity, she was from Taixianglu after all. The fight between the 2 chefs of Taixianglu was really a wonderful drama. Yin Ryu also came. She came to support Madame Du, and of course to see Yuan lose miserably. Today, the court chefs were evaluating the dishes. The second prince would not be so stupid as to cheat with the people in the palace. He was not afraid that it would be reported to the emperor and ruin the image he had worked hard to build for many years. Yin Ryu pushed open the window and looked down at Yuan, who was busy in front of the stove. One is high above, the other is low in the dust. Yuan was fully devoted to the competition. They had another round of ingredients, but she never expected that they would be sea cucumbers and oysters. Sea cucumbers were not something that Yuan could eat. She liked oysters, but if there was nothing to remove the fishy smell, eating them with sea cucumbers would be a nightmare. The Yu family was silent. The first dish was so tricky. It was too much. Madam, our street is called Chang'an Street, the largest street in Beijing. After leaving Taixianglu, the long-serving Xiao Liuzi led Zhang's mother and son to wander around the street. The carriage was not moving fast, and Xiao Liuzi walked, introducing Jiang to the scenery along the way from time to time. Yu Song sat beside the coachman with a sullen face, his hands in his sleeves, like a standard farmer. Jiang looked at the endless streets curiously. Little Titan leaned over to the window and stuck his head out. Wow! What a big street! At first glance, he was a country bumpkin who came to the city. Everything he saw was new to him. But Little Titan perfectly inherited the looks of Jiang and Yu Shaoqing. He was very pretty, and even the rustic words coming out of his mouth made people feel very cute. Little Liuzi smiled and pointed to an empty high platform. See that platform? There are opera troupes performing operas on the 1st and 15th of every month. Ah! Little Titan was disappointed. Today was neither the 1st nor the 15th. Tangula tangula hey tangulu. The street vendor shouted in a loud voice. Slurp Little Titan sucked his saliva. Little Liuzi smiled, stopped the carriage, and called the vendor over. The vendor's straw sticks were not only filled with candied haws, but also with candied oranges and candied dates. Each string was bright red and mouth-watering. How much are they? Asked Xiao Liuzi. The vendor said, Tangulu is 10 cents. Candied oranges are 11 cents. And candied dates are 12 cents. Eggs are only 1 cent each. And a string of candied haws would take up many days of eggs. Xiao Tidan twisted his fingers in confusion. Which one do you want to eat? Asked Xiao Liuzi. Jiang said, I brought money. And all one said that I can't spend your money or take a single needle or thread from you. Xiao Liuzi smiled and said, It's okay. Mr. Qin said that he will host the party and asked me to entertain the lady and the 2 young masters. The lady should try it too. How can I do this? Jiang said shyly. Xiao Liuzi smiled and said, Nothing to be embarrassed about. Jiang said, Then take them all. Xiao Liuzi, who hadn't finished a sentence, said, You're a bit too ambitious. The whole straw and wood stick was bought, and the big and small sat in the carriage, grunting and chewing on the candied haws. Yu Song didn't eat it. He didn't like it. The carriage continued to move slowly, and Xiao Liuzi kept walking by the window. That's the largest cosmetics shop on Chang'an Street. Madam, do you want to take a look? Zhang's face was cold. That's the Zubazai, a decades-old brand. Keep a cold face. What is that? Xiao Tidan pointed to a noisy restaurant and asked. Xiao Liuzi coughed lightly. Gambling house. Zhang's eyes glowed green. Oh! I need to pee. Xiao Tidan suddenly covered Xiao Xiaodan and said. Xiao Liuzi looked around and pointed to a restaurant and said, There is a toilet over there. I'll take you there. No need. I'll take him there. Yu Song jumped off the carriage, lifted Xiao Tidan down, held Xiao Tiadan's hand, and walked in the direction Xiao Liuzi pointed. The toilet is behind the inn, and you can get there by going around the alley. Yu Song said Xiao Tidan to the toilet door. I'll wait for you at the back door. Don't run around. Xiao Tidan patted his manly chest. I won't. Don't worry. Second brother. Xiao Tidan peed, found a basin to wash his hands, and was about to go to the back door. But when he looked up, he saw 3 familiar little figures. He ran over. Little brother. It's you? I haven't seen you for a long time. Somehow, the little guys got stubborn and refused to eat or drink since last night. Madame Yen was worried that they would starve if they continued like this. And she was also worried that the princess and Master Yen would blame them for not taking good care of the children. So she took the little guys out to relax. This is the inn under Madame Yen's name. The business is not hot or cold. But thanks to Master Yen, there are more guests than before. On the table was sweet red bean soup and soft and delicious taro rolls. Slurp Little Titan sipped his saliva. Why don't you eat? The little guys were listless. Let me feed you. Sister Jinjin likes me feeding her. Little Titan picked up the bowl, scooped a spoonful of red bean soup, and was about to feed the little brothers. At this time, Mrs. Yin, who had finished negotiating with the shopkeeper, turned around and saw that the maid beside the child was gone. But there was a 5 or 6-year-old kid who was fighting for food with her little grandson. Look at the way the little thing is dressed. It is not a child from a decent family. Mrs. Yin walked over coldly. Where did this wild child come from? He stole other people's things when he saw them. Little Tian looked up blankly. I didn't steal. I just wanted to feed them. Ha! Mrs. Yin laughed sarcastically. You can't even lie. Where is your parents? Who asked you to come out to steal food? Did you steal anything else? Little Tian put down the spoon and bowl. I didn't lie. I didn't steal. The 2 maids who neglected their duties heard the noise and came over tremblingly. Madame Yin glared at the 2 of them fiercely. How did you take care of the young master? I saw it. And if you didn't see it, you wouldn't even know that the young master was kidnapped. Why don't you take the young master away quickly? The maid and the guard hurriedly took the little baby to the wing room. Madame Yen then instructed the waiter of the inn, "You guys, catch this little thief." Xiao Taidan ran away, and Madame Yen pushed him, pushing Xiao Taidan down. The waiter went to catch Xiao Taidan. "Stop!" Yu Song ran in. "Second brother." Xiao Taidan got up and threw himself into Yu Song's arms. Yu Song saw that Xiao Taidan's mouth was broken, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. "You even bully a child. Is this how you do business?" Xiao Taidan said, "Second brother, I didn't steal anything." Yu Song said angrily, "You still wrongly accuse my brother of stealing things?" Madame Yen snorted coldly. "Why did he run away if he didn't steal anything?" Yu Song said coldly, "So many of you bully a child, and you don't let him run away?" Xiao Liuzi, who couldn't wait for the two of them in the carriage, came over. Seeing that the situation was not right, he hurriedly persuaded Yu Song, and then went forward to negotiate with the innkeeper. He roughly revealed the identity of Mr. Qin. The innkeeper nodded and whispered a few words to Madame Yen's ear. Madame Yen snorted disdainfully and turned away. Yu Song gritted his teeth. "Just leave like this? I haven't settled the score for bullying my brother yet." "Brother, you calm down. This is a shop under the name of the General's Mansion. We can't afford to offend it." Xiao Liuzi persuaded Yu Song back to the carriage. Jiang saw her son's broken mouth and pinched his chin and asked, "How did it happen?" After being bumped by a few cats and dogs, Madame Yen lost the mood to stroll around. She asked the maids and guards to carry the little guys to the carriage. She went to the wing room to change her clothes and quickly got on the carriage. But just as she opened the curtain and before she walked in completely, a hand reached out from behind, grabbed her hair, and pulled her off the carriage with force. She fell to the ground with a thud, and her lips were all broken. "Ouch! Who is it?" She screamed and turned her head to see who was so bold as to attack the women of the General's Mansion in broad daylight. But before she could see the other person clearly, the hand that pulled her off the carriage grabbed her collar again, like dragging a sack. She was dragged to the alley on the side. Madame Yen was frightened. "Who are you? What are you going to do? Let go! Let go! Madam? I'm going to call someone. I'm the mistress of the General's Mansion." No matter how Madame Yen threatened, the owner of the hand didn't stop at all and dragged her deep into the alley. Madame Yen was frightened. The strong are afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of the desperate. She had even brought up her identity as a general. But the other party was still indifferent. Could it be some desperate criminal? "Let's talk it over. How much silver do you want?" Still unmoved, Madame Yen gritted her teeth and used her trump card. "Do you know who my daughter is?" "My daughter is young Master Yen's fiancée. I am young Master Yen's mother-in-law." The person behind her finally responded. Madame Yen felt that the other party's steps stopped, and her buttocks that were rubbed were finally not so hot. She thought she had successfully intimidated the other party, and her confidence soared. "Take your dirty hands away. Otherwise, the young master's mansion will not let you go." The hand let her go. However, the next second, the hand pulled her up again, held her head, and pushed her against the wall. Cool breeze. Jiang walked out of the alley in a sickly manner, holding a jade-smooth silk handkerchief and coughing. When passers-by saw her, they couldn't help but make way for her, fearing that they would accidentally knock her down. Jiang came to the carriage parked on the side of the road, lifted the curtain, and took the three much thinner little guys down. "Little black Jiang, take them home." Humph. Chapter 147. You're the one who fell. Yuan was so focused on preparing for the battle that she didn't know her mother had brought back 3 little kids for her. She had just finished selecting the ingredients for her with Yufeng. "How come there's not even soy sauce and cabbage?" Yufeng muttered. "You know, cabbage is the most common vegetable, but it's also the most versatile dish. It tastes good no matter how it's cooked, and it won't affect the taste of the main ingredients." Yuan laughed. "If my second brother was here, he would definitely ask why there's so little meat. Yesterday, there were chickens, ducks, fish and meat on the shelf, but today there was none." "You're right." Yufeng thought of something and said regretfully, "These ingredients are also good for stewing chicken soup." Yuan spread her hands. It was a pity that there was no chicken. After getting the ingredients, the group began to remove the fishy smell from the sea cucumber. Chef Lu and another chef named Zhang both chose white wine. They first blanched the sea cucumbers, then added ginger slices, white wine, and scallions and cook them thoroughly. This can remove most of the fishy smell of the sea cucumbers. But it is also easy for the irritating auxiliary ingredients to collide with the taste of the sea cucumbers themselves. Uncle used rice washing water. Soaking the sea cucumbers in rice washing water for a while can effectively remove the fishy smell of the sea cucumbers. The only drawback of this method is that it is too time-consuming. But they have other ingredients to deal with. When they finish that dish, the sea cucumbers will be soaked. Now is not the season for oysters to be the most plump and tender. It will be next month. The oysters they received are not big. If they are grilled with charcoal, they will shrink and disappear. If they are made into sashimi, they are shipped from far away, and they are not active enough. Yuan thought for a while and said, "Uncle, do what you are best at." His best dish is naturally braised meat. The uncle prepared a white brine on the spot and braised a piece of top-grade rib meat. Rib meat is also called three-line meat. It is taken from the abdomen of the pig and contains a lot of fat and a small amount of muscle. It is tender and juicy. Yuan cut the braised rib meat into slices and cut sauerkraut. Yuan tasted the sauerkraut. To be honest, the taste was not as good as the ones pickled at home. But since she was not allowed to use her own ingredients this round, she could only settle for the next best thing. The uncle made a dish of pork belly, oysters and sauerkraut stew. With the addition of pork belly, the small oysters did not seem so thin. The freshness of oysters and braised meat and the sourness of sauerkraut were completely blended together. The braised meat was not greasy, and the oysters were not fishy. The fresh and salty taste was mixed with a sour and refreshing taste. One more point would be choking, and one less point would be bland. Everything was just right. The imperial chefs tasted a piece of braised pork with seafood flavor, ate a bite of oysters with braised aroma, and finally drank a spoonful of hot sour soup. "It's wonderful. Wonderful." The imperial chefs nodded frequently and seemed very satisfied with the taste of the dishes, considering that the pork belly and oyster stewed with sauerkraut has a strong taste. The second dish made by the uncle is a lighter sea cucumber egg custard. In addition to the fishy smell, another problem of sea cucumber is that the body is too tough and it is difficult to stew it soft. Of course, if there is a knife skill like Yuan. Yu Feng recalled the scene of his sister smashing a sea cucumber alive. "Suddenly, I was worried that my sister would not be able to get married in the future." This is probably the softest sea cucumber that the imperial chefs have ever eaten. But it is not woody and blends very well with the egg custard. Chef Lu made fried sea cucumber with scallions, and oyster and chive fried egg. It seems that he has avoided the shortcoming of the oysters being too small. The chives can remove the fishy smell, and the eggs can enhance the freshness. The bottom is fried until crispy and yellow, but the surface is tender enough to absorb juice and melt in the mouth. This oyster is the most satisfactory to the imperial chefs. However, Chef Lu made a mistake when making fried sea cucumber with scallions. The fishy smell of the sea cucumber was removed well, but it was a pity that it was not stewed. After chewing for half a day, it could not be chewed. The imperial chefs could only shake their heads regretfully. Chef Lu's mistake made the uncle win without suspense. However, after tasting Chef Lu's dishes, the uncle still broke out in a cold sweat. If this sea cucumber hadn't made a mistake, the result would have been different. It's no wonder that Master Qin specifically reminded them to pay attention to Chef Lu. His strength has improved terribly compared to 3 years ago. Yuan said disapprovingly, "Where are there so many ifs in the world? Luck is also part of strength." He made a mistake because of his wrong mentality. Uncle stabilized. And this result is what Uncle deserves. Where did this fallacy come from? The uncle was helpless and funny. But it is undeniable that he was successfully comforted. For many things in the world, there is only one chance. If you catch it, you catch it. If you don't catch it, you don't catch it. You can't be forgiven for mistakes. 3-1. In the first round, Zuixinlu advanced. And after a fierce battle, the group of Madame Du and Chef Yu is the most popular with Madame Du's abalone sea cucumber. Of course, there was no real abalone sauce at the scene. Abalone sauce is a thick soup made from duck, old hen, pig's trotter, pig's dragon bone, pork skin, aged ham and scallops. It is golden in color, delicious in taste, and rich in nutritional value. Madame Du was able to make the taste of abalone sauce with a secret method without chicken and duck. This alone was enough for her to win. Didn't shopkeeper Chui say she couldn't even rank in the top 10 in Taiangxiangla? Yu Feng finally noticed Madame Du. Because if they continue to compete like this, They would sooner or later face Madame Du. Yuan smiled faintly. That was before. You have to allow people to improve. Once a woman gets ruthless, sometimes men have nothing to do. I don't know if they are in conflict with Tianxianglu. In the second round, they encountered another chef from Tianxianglu. This is the last chef from Tianxianglu who is still stubbornly surviving. Except for Madame Du and Master Bao. Yuan heard that his surname is Qin. But Yuan is sure that he has no relationship with Master Qin. This Chef Qin is a young chef. He entered Tianxianglu after Uncle left. So the two did not know each other. Tianxianglu put the weight on Chef Bao and sent Chef Yu, who is experienced in cooking, and Chef Lu, who is independent. Master Qin seems to be here to get experience in the competition. Uncle did not have much pressure against him, but his legs could not bear the 2 consecutive days of competition. When making a dish of red ginseng stewed lamb, Uncle was in so much pain that he could not stand. Uncle! Yuan put down the half-cut sweet potato and walked over to support the sweaty uncle. The uncle waved his hand. I'm fine. You're fine. But you're in so much pain. Yuan took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off the uncle's forehead. The uncle smiled and said, It will be ready soon. Yu Feng saw his father working so hard, and suddenly he had the idea of quitting the competition. But he understood that his father did this not only for the business of the workshop, but also to fight for himself. Tianxianglu did not give him a good name. He said he didn't care, but he must be sad in his heart. Right? Whether the recipe was from Uncle San or not. It was definitely not from Tianxianglu. Why did Tianxianglu steal their things without saying a word? And didn't even apologize afterwards? And let people misunderstand that they were unreasonable. When Chef Yang's limelight died down, who would still remember that those signature dishes were plagiarized from their craftsmanship? Chef Qin made red ginseng stewed with pig heart, and the taste was a little disappointing compared to Uncle and another chef. In this round, Zuixinlu advanced without any suspense. Then, the most worrying thing happened. In the last round of today, the Yu family faced Madame Du. I found out. When he took a short break in the wing room, Master Qin came in sweating. He had fought hard to win the competition, running around and spending a lot of money. Yuan poured him a cup of tea. Thank you. He drank it all in one gulp, and said after he recovered, There are only 3 of you left. Brother Yu, Madame Du, and a cook from Wei Yuan Inn. What inn? Yuan looked at him. Wei Yuan Inn, Master Qin said. Yuan. Shouldn't Wei Yuan Escort Agency be more catchy? Why did an inn get the name of an escort agency? It sounds so bad. But it made it into the top 3. Mr. Qin gulped down another cup of tea, then said, By the way, you can use one of your own ingredients this round. Have you decided what to use? Yuan took out a small jar from her bag. Yuji stinky fermented tofu. This is what they decided to keep after careful discussion. After screening out amazing ingredients such as brine, soybean paste, shark fin, and stinky tofu, compared with stinky tofu, which always occupies the center position, fermented tofu is more flexible, and it will not steal the show, but can also add fragrance and color. Of course, this is all based on high cooking skills. Mr. Qin had tasted the Yu family's fermented bean curd, but it was paired with freshly fried stinky tofu. It was salty, cool, and had a sharp stinky smell, but the texture was tender and smooth. I wonder how it would be used in cooking. Wouldn't it be too stinky? Stinky tofu itself is stinky, and it's okay to pair it with fermented bean curd. But other ingredients? Mr. Qin cleared his throat. Ahem. Are you sure you don't want to change to something else? I heard that Madame Du brought rose sauce. Rose sauce is a sauce made by mashing fresh rose petals into a paste and soaking them with white sugar. It is topped with a layer of honey. It has a sweet taste and a floral fragrance between the lips and teeth. It is a very high-end ingredient. No change, the Yu family said in unison. Okay. As long as you are happy. This is the last round of competition today. The winner will have the honor to compete with Master Bao. Whether he wins or not is a later story. Just being able to stand on the same stage with Master Bao is enough to make a person famous. Wei Yuanin and Zuixianju are both dark horses that suddenly emerged. No one is optimistic about them. Everyone guesses that they can only be stepping stones for Madame Du. Who said that? Bai Tang also came, walked out of the wing room, and yelled at the guests who gathered in the corridor to comment. Do you know who is the chef of Zuixianju? It's Master Yu, whose skills were plagiarized by Tianxianglu. The 5 signature dishes of Tianxi Anglo were made by him. What do you mean by being a stepping stone for others? Madame Du is more like a stepping stone for him. A young guest jumped out and said, "Where did this ignorant girl come from? Madame Du is the direct disciple of Chef Bao. Can he be compared with Madame Du? Besides, I heard that it is true that he came up with the idea of the signature dish. But it was Chef Yang who really made the idea perfect. If it wasn't Chef Yang, who would know him? You are talking nonsense. You are full of nonsense." Bai Tang was so angry that he was about to explode. What kind of people are they? Master Yu is also taking advantage of a thief? Miss, say less. Shopkeeper Cui advised. Bai Tang said angrily, "What did I say? Was it me who was confused about right and wrong first? These people are all brainless." "Who is brainless? Do you know how to speak?" Another guest spoke. Bai Tang angered everyone. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shopkeeper Cui hurriedly persuaded his young lady to go back to the wing room. Shopkeeper Cui said earnestly, "Alas, young lady, why do you bother to argue with him? Whether it is a mule or a horse, just pull it out for a walk. In the end, we still have to see the result of the competition." "I know, but I am angry," Bai Tang said, pushing open the window, sticking her head out, and looking up. Don't think she doesn't know that Yan Ryu is upstairs from her. Yan Ryu has been staring at the movements of the Yu family. Does she not know that Yan Ryu is waiting for the Yu family to laugh at her? The competition has not started yet, but many people have come to congratulate Yan Ryu and Madame Du. Yan Ryu had her own plans. The shops under the name of the Yin family were all confiscated after the Yin family was convicted. But now they have been returned one after another, including inns and restaurants. If Madame Du wins the championship, it will be a good thing for her. I congratulate Madame Du first. Remember to set up 2 tables of wine to celebrate for Madame Du afterwards." "Of course," Yan Ryu said with a gentle smile. "Madame Du, are you confident?" After the people who congratulated her left, Yan Ryu asked Madame Du softly. Madame Du nodded and said, "I study hard and practice hard for this day. I will definitely win." Yan Ryu smiled and asked, "With Madame Du's reputation, do you still care so much about a mere competition?" Madame Du said, "I won't win against others, but myself. I want to prove to my master that I am qualified to inherit his mantle. The mantle of Chef Bao. Yes, Chef Bao's son is missing. He has been searching for him for many years, but to no avail. He is old now, and is afraid that he will not be able to reunite with his son in his lifetime. Someone has to inherit his mantle. As his most proud disciple, Dunyangzi is the best choice." Yan Ryu was so happy that she invited Dunyangzi back and earned Bao Xinchu's mantle. What kind of good luck did she have? Miss Du looked at her hands. "Master has always been dissatisfied with my cooking skills. But now, I believe he will change his mind. The competition is approaching." In order to express her respect for Dunyangzi, Yan Ryu personally sent Dunyang downstairs. When she left the back door of the lobby, she ran into Yuan and Yufeng, who were going to the competition venue. After 2 days of competition, the brother and sister have recognized Dunyangzi. As for Yan Ryu, this is an old acquaintance. She will recognize her even if she turns into ashes. Madame Du was holding an exquisite blue and white porcelain vessel in her hand. It must be filled with her secret sauce, rose marinade. Even the jar was exquisite, and it was really expensive. Compared with it, the earthenware jar in Yuan's arm seemed particularly unpresentable. Yan Ryu suppressed her smile and glanced at Yuan. "What good ingredients did Miss Yu prepare?" Yuan said lightly, "It's okay to tell you. Fermented bean curd. Have you eaten it?" Yan Ryu had never eaten it, but she was sensitive to Madame Du beside her and frowned slightly. Could it be that this tofu or something made Madame Du, who was confident in her plan, feel apprehensive? Yan Ryu remembered an incident. It was at the birthday banquet of Mrs. Wei. Mother Lin placed the stinky tofu of the Yu family on Madame Du's table. After tasting it, Madame Du only said 5 words. "I can't make it." There are dishes in this world that Madame Du can't make. Coincidentally, at this moment, 2 waiters were carrying a table and walking towards this side. They didn't notice Yuan at the door. Yuan walked out. "Miss Yu," Yan Ryu called her. "What are you doing again?" As soon as the voice fell, the waiter bumped into her and knocked the jar in Yuan's arms off. The fermented tofu was scattered all over the floor, and the air was immediately filled with an indescribable stench. I'm sorry. The waiter hurriedly apologized. And halfway through, he pinched his nose. Oh my God! What is so stinky? The people around were all smelled. After all, only a few people have eaten stinky tofu. And most of them don't know what fermented bean curd is. And they all looked disgusted. Yin Ryu covered her nose with a handkerchief and said sarcastically, Miss you. If you don't have the ingredients, just tell me, and I'll prepare some for you. Why bother cooking with stinky things? It doesn't matter if you lose the competition. But it's wrong to upset the imperial chef's stomachs. Yuan looked at her coldly. Did you do it on purpose? It wasn't me who knocked it over, Yin Ryu said in surprise. I'm sorry. It's me. Ugh. The waiter apologized quickly. But he was retching repeatedly because of the fumes. Every wrong has its perpetrator. And it was the waiter who did it. How can you blame him? Yes. It's too unreasonable. Everyone blamed Yuan. And Yufeng frowned tightly. Let's go, Madame Du said. The only person who was not affected was probably her. Because she knew that it was a good thing. Without it, the Yu family would definitely become her defeated opponents. Yin Ryu smiled triumphantly at Yuan, took Madame Du's hand and left. The moment she stepped over the threshold, Yuan quietly stretched out a foot and tripped Yin Ryu. No one saw how Yin Ryu fell, but they only knew that Yin Ryu was holding Madame Du. And when she fell, she pulled Madame Du down in a hurry. The blue and white porcelain in Madame Du's hand was smashed to pieces, and the fragrant rose brine flowed all over the floor. Rose brine. Madame Du screamed. Yin Ryu's face changed, and she turned her head with resentment and glared at Yuan fiercely. Yuan spread her hands and said to her, I didn't knock it over. Xiao Heijiang, a Wan is awesome. They are definitely mother and daughter. Chapter 148. I tripped you. If you have the guts, fall down by yourself. Don't implicate Madame Du. Yin Ryu could have avoided implicating Madame Du, but she would have fallen miserably. Her instinctive reaction in the critical moment made Yin Ryu choose to protect herself to the greatest extent. As a result, both of them fell down. And the jar of the best rose stew that Madame Du had carefully prepared was also ruined. Yuan's actions were really covert. So if she said that she didn't knock it over, then it really wasn't her. If Yin Ryu insisted on putting the blame on Yuan, it would be no different from what everyone called unreasonable. Yin Ryu suffered a loss in silence. The rose stew was gone, and her clothes were dirty. However, she had no place to seek justice. So she had to hold back her anger and drag Madame Du back to the wing room to change clothes. Madame Du, is there any rose stew you made in the mansion? I'll have someone bring it over right away, Yin Ryu said to Madame Du after she suppressed her anger and changed her clothes. Madame Du shook her head. There is only this one jar of brewed stew. Rose stew is not so easy to make. It requires freshly picked rose petals. However, the rose blooms in summer. She didn't know how much effort she spent to get a basket of petals from someone's greenhouse. But she only made a small jar. What should we do? Yin Ryu frowned. Although the rose stew was gone, and the ingredients of the Yu family were gone, they were afraid of the worst. Losing a sharp weapon is never a good thing in a battle. Not to mention that in addition to their two families, there is also a cook from Wei Yuan Inn. Wei Yuan Inn doesn't have the second prince's relationship to rely on. They made it to the top 3 with their solid strength. She doesn't want to lose to the Yu family. So can she lose to other families? Yin Ryu said worriedly. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. In this case, wouldn't it be a bargain for Wei Yuan Inn? Actually, Madame Du paused, as if she had made up her mind. I have another ingredient that I plan to save for the duel with Master. Yin Ryu's eyes lit up. What is it? Is it more likely to win than rose stew? Madame Du nodded. It's the stew made by my master. This round allows chefs to use their own ingredients. And there is no requirement that they must be handmade ingredients. For example, the stinky tofu fermented paste selected by the uncle is the work of Yuan. So in principle, there is nothing wrong with Madame Du taking out the stew made by Chef Bao. All the worries and depression in Yin Ryu's heart were washed away. And she said with a smile, how can the food made by Master Bao be compared with that of 2 ordinary chefs? Madame Du, we will definitely win this round of competition. In the simple wing room in the back row, the Yu family was at a loss. Bai Tang and manager Cui heard the noise and quickly rushed over. Everyone sat around a table, looking at each other. What should we do? You guys say something. Do you want me to buy something? Miss Bai said with great wealth. It's allowed. But it doesn't have to be used, Yufeng murmured. I saw that they added a few more ingredients. Chicken, duck, fish and meat. Bai Tang said excitedly, it's better to use it than not to use it. Hey! Although Qifeng Pavilion has been eliminated, its spices are first class. Why don't I buy some? Yufeng said again, no need. The spices can be prepared on the spot. Bai Tang's face darkened. Is it really good to reject a woman again and again? Don't let Wei Yuan and get away with your internal fighting. Manager Cui said. It is no coincidence that we have come all the way to where we are now. Everyone understands this truth. But the fermented bean curd was broken, and it was too late to go back to the village to get it. Master Qin was regretful. He finally got to this point, and saw that there was hope of breaking through the siege. But he accidentally let someone ruin the ingredients. He felt so sad. Actually, Yuan said weakly, I also brought one ingredient. Fermented bean curd? Master Qin was excited. Yuan shook her head. Stinky tofu? Bai Tang asked with wide eyes. Yuan continued to shake her head. I know. Your old stew. Old stew is a good thing. It is made from dozens of spices, and stored for many days. The longer the stew is stored, the more fragrant it is. The finished product even has bones that smell of stew. Of course, the Yu family has old stew. It was made by the uncle himself. The taste is amazing. However, what Yuan brought was not the old stew made by the uncle. Yuan took out a jar. Bai Tang couldn't wait to open the lid of the jar. A smell more terrible than stinky tofu floated out. And the whole room was fainted by the stench. Today's last round of competition is destined to attract much attention. The founder of the 5 signature dishes faced off against Madame Du. The two came from Tianxianglu. It was another ethical drama of former colleagues fighting. The unknown dark horse chef of Wei Yuan Inn was even more bizarre than the two. It's just that the plagiarism storm has not passed. And everyone still pays more attention to Chef Yu and Madame Du. Mrs. Du will definitely win. Someone in the lobby said. How do you know she will win? Didn't she even break the rose marinade? The speaker was Bai Tang, who was very rude when she was scolding people. A middle-aged man who knew the situation said, Little girl, you don't know this? Mrs. Du used her trump card, which is 1,000 times, 100 times better than her rose marinade. Bai Tang sneered, 1,000 times, 100 times better? That's not how you brag. The middle-aged man was not angry, and said with emotion, it is the marinade brewed by Master Bao himself. It is said to be decades old. Even if Mrs. Du closes her eyes, she can't lose. Bai Tang couldn't scold anymore, because even she thought that the Yu family had no chance of winning. In this round, each chef still chooses to cook a dish. During the cooking process, they can use their own ingredients. The ingredients are not limited to seasonings. Even bringing a pair of bare paws is not prohibited. The 3 chefs left the open-air stove and were arranged to work in a separate kitchen. The guests could not see them cooking, which made them more anxious and anxious. And they speculated what they were cooking. Do you smell it? It smells so good. A guest on the second floor said. The old man on the side sniffed. I can smell it even with my old nose that has been out of service for many years. It's the aroma of the old stew, said a chef who was eliminated. The old man was surprised. Could it be that Madame Du is cooking? Is she really using the old stew from Chef Bao? The smell of the stew makes people salivate. I wonder how delicious the dishes stewed with it will be. Gurgle. Everyone's stomach growled. The whole Tianxiang Tower was occupied by the smell of stew. And the imperial chefs were a little impatient. There was also a fragrance coming out of the kitchen of Wei Yuan Inn. But it was covered by the aroma of the old stew before it spread. The kitchen door of Zuixian Tower was closed. And everyone didn't know what dishes they cooked. So they were so hidden. Soon, the first dish was served. It was a crispy duck with exquisite presentation. The sauce-colored skin was shiny and exuded a delicious crispy aroma. The duck was fried until the skin was crispy, which locked the juice in the duck meat very well. When you eat it, the skin is crispy. The fat under the skin is crispy. And the meat inside is so tender that it can burst with juice. With these layers of rich taste, even gods will be fascinated by it. The time and heat of frying are very important. Even if it is 1 minute longer, the juice in the meat will dry up, and the meat will become old and dry. The key to this dish is to preserve the juice of the duck meat to the greatest extent. The marinade is also very important. If the marinade is good, the aftertaste will be long. In addition, this crispy duck is different from other crispy ducks in that it has a layer of honey on the skin, which has a slightly sweet taste. crispy duck skin, and tender and juicy duck meat. The aroma of the stew and the fragrance of honey are intertwined between the lips and teeth, and it really achieves the sweetness of the salty stew. Rarely seen. The 4 imperial chefs gave it a very high evaluation. The second dish presented was a traditional braised pork elbow, which was shiny in color and fragrant with stew. It is another dish that has been marinated. But unlike the slightly sweet taste of the crispy duck, the taste of the braised pork elbow is quite satisfactory. But the wonder is that every detail of it has been done to the extreme. The skin is stewed soft and rotten. When the plate is moved, it trembles like crystal clear gelatin. The meat is also very tender, and it falls off the bone with chopsticks. Not woody, not greasy, fragrant first and spicy later. But spicy but not dry. It looks like they used old brine, said one of the imperial chefs. His companion said, I heard that it was the old brine brewed by the person in the rumor. Really? The imperial chef showed a puzzled look. To have made it all the way to this point. Their cooking skills were indeed extraordinary. The imperial chefs began to look forward to the third dish. The third dish was covered tightly, and the waiter who served the dish covered the mouth and nose tightly with a cloth strip. The imperial chefs looked at the waiter strangely, thinking, Are we sick? Or are you sick? The waiter put the earthenware jar on the tray on the table, took a deep breath, and opened the lid of the earthenware jar with a fearless attitude. The imperial chefs were immediately suffocated and fell off their chairs with a thud. Chapter 149 Perfect Victory. In this round, the imperial chefs seemed to have tasted the dishes for a longer time. But it seemed understandable. The 3 of them showed their best skills. And it was also difficult for the imperial chefs to make a decision. They didn't know that the imperial chefs were just smoked. The lobby was crowded with people waiting for the results, including guests and teams eliminated in the competition. Bai Tang couldn't sit still in the wing room, so he also came to the lobby. Shopkeeper Cui was afraid that this lady would say something shocking again, so he followed her. Bai Tang was obsessed with the results, but he didn't get into trouble. Why are you so mysterious? Isn't it just Madame Du? Yes, it must be Madame Du. Isn't it? Besides Madame Du, who else is qualified to win the competition? That bear chef? Or that cripple? Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Shopkeeper Cui looked at his young lady's back and secretly broke into a cold sweat. The young lady was really obsessed with waiting for the result. Otherwise, she would have rushed over to kick someone after hearing the nonsense just now. Bai Tang did not hear it, but she was not completely waiting for the result. Her eyes fell on the corridor on the 3rd floor. Yin Ryu's identity had been spread as early as the first day. At this time, her room was full of people, all of whom came to congratulate Madame Du. A group of people smiled brightly, as if they had already peeked at the result from the imperial chef. And Yin Ryu, who was complimented and congratulated by everyone, had a smile on her eyes and eyebrows. It can be seen that she also determined that Madame Du would win without a doubt. Could it really be Madame Du? Bai Tang felt blocked in her heart. I don't know how long I waited, and finally waited for the result of the last round of the competition. However, to everyone's surprise, it was not Lady Du. How is this possible? Yin Ryu's eyes widened in surprise. Did you hear it wrong? Lizzie said anxiously. I thought I heard it wrong. And asked again and again. Lady Du was not as emotional as Yin Ryu, but it was obvious that her expression had cooled down. Yin Ryu frowned and said, Who won? Don't tell me it was Zuixianju. Lizzie lowered her head. It was Zuixianju. The final winner was not Lady Du, but Zuixianju. This shocking news simply made Taixianglu explode. Although the chef surnamed Yu also came from Taixianglu and became famous because of Chef Yang and the signature dishes, he was still not qualified compared to Lady Du. Is it a mistake? I heard that the owner of Zuixianju is the vice leader of Jiangzhou Merchants Union. The guest's implication was that Zuixianju had connections. Oh! Why don't you say that Madame Du's backer is the daughter of the general's mansion? And the backer of the daughter of the general's mansion is the young master of Yinqing? Bai Tang's words made the man speechless. Someone else said, but I heard that the little cook of Zuixianju is the one who was rescued by the second prince yesterday. She is the second prince's woman. If there is anyone in the world who is not afraid of the young master's mansion, it must be the second prince. The second prince is the most respected prince of the emperor, and his mother is in charge of the harem. She is the real uncrowned queen. With such an identity, she naturally has the confidence to compete openly with young Master Yin. This is the news spread by Yenryu. Otherwise, who knows who was carried upstairs by the second prince? More and more voices of dissatisfaction. No one believes that the chef of Xuexianzhu really beat Madame Du by his own ability. And Madame Du herself does not believe it. Madame Du shook her head and said, "It's impossible. I use the old sauce made by my master. There is no way I can lose." A man who stood up for Madame Du said, "Please ask the imperial chef to come out. We want to ask for an explanation." People's hearts are always easy to be incited. With the first one to come forward, there will naturally be no less people who follow the crowd. Another man stood up and said, "Yes. Ask for an explanation. Let us also see what kind of skills he used to beat Madame Du." Evaluation is the business of the imperial chefs. Of course, they will not change the results at will just because someone makes trouble. But Madame Du came to the door. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled an indescribable smell. Not as pungent as stinky tofu, but cold and long, like a shadow following her, as if a little bit of it would stink for the whole day. Under the cover of this smell, the aroma of the braised meat she made could not be smelled at all. How could this be? She used the old stew known as thyme made by her master. Madame Du was almost suffocated by the smell and almost forgot her business. Fortunately, she came back to her senses in time. She looked at the 6 imperial chefs in the wing room and asked puzzledly, "My lords, I wonder what I am inferior to others in terms of skills. And I actually lost to Xuexianzhu?" Her expression was noble, and her tone was full of disdain for Xuexianzhu. As a famous chef of her status, she naturally had the capital to look down on Xuexianzhu. The imperial chefs wanted her to taste the craftsmanship of Xuexianzhu. But when they saw the empty earthenware jar on the table, they were all dumbfounded. "We agreed to eat only one bite. How come it was all gone by Tulu?" The head chef Jean cleared his throat and ordered someone to call the uncle from the wing room. The uncle had already known the final result, so he was not surprised to be called up. After 2 days of competition, he could see Mrs. Du's temper. She was proud and arrogant. Except for Chef Bao, she probably didn't care about anyone. He won her, so she must be unconvinced. When he saw Mrs. Du was also present, he became more certain of his guess. "Meet the adults." He leaned on his crutches and bowed to do the ceremony. The chef had heard that he was a lame chef, but he was still surprised when he saw him. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and had an indescribable demeanor, worthy of having seen the world in Tianxiang Tower. Zhang Yuchu bluntly expressed Du Nyangzi's doubts. "What do you think? Do you also think that we made a mistake?" The uncle did not rush to answer, but walked to the table, took a look at the dishes made by Du Nyangzi, picked up the chopsticks, and tasted a few bites carefully, including the soup, the elbow skin, the elbow meat, and even the side dishes. "I heard that Du Nyangzi used the old sauce made by Bao Shenchu." He put down his chopsticks and said. Madame Du said in a noble tone, "Yes. It is the old stew made by my master himself." The uncle said, "I didn't have the chance to meet Senior Bao when I was working in Tianxianglu, but I was lucky enough to taste the old stew he left behind. The taste seems to be different from what Madame Du cooked." Madame Du frowned. "What do you mean? Do you suspect that I am using my master's gimmick to hype me?" The uncle shook his head and said, "That's not what I mean. I just think that Madame Du only got the form but not the spirit, and didn't appreciate the essence of this stew." Madame Du clenched her bare hands and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. It was not that he said something too much, but that he was right. When her master handed her this jar of old stew, he said something similar to her. "Wan Qing, when you can appreciate the essence of this jar of stew, you will be qualified to inherit the mantle of your master." She studied for 3 whole years, and finally made a taste that satisfied her. She didn't believe that she hadn't succeeded yet. It must be that this cripple was exaggerating. "Well, since you said I didn't do it right, why don't you tell me what you think is the essence of this marinade?" The uncle didn't answer her in a hurry, but asked, "Do you have any extra old marinade to lend me?" Mrs. Du winked at the servant who was accompanying her, and the servant went to the kitchen to get the remaining half jar of old marinade. Without saying a word, the uncle went to the kitchen with the old marinade. Yuan saw him coming over with a jar of old marinade and asked him, "Do you want to cook?" The uncle said, "I'll do it myself." Yuan and Yu Feng exchanged glances, and went out one by one. Mrs. Du guessed that he was cooking and thought it was a complicated dish, but it turned out to be a bowl of bland noodles. It was not made with expensive vegetable oil, but lard, a poached egg, a few slices of chopped green onions, and a spoonful of brine were all the seasonings. The aroma of the old brine was far less rich than that made by Mrs. Du, in fact, because of the aroma of chopped green onions and lard. It completely lost its high-end feeling. It was more like the smell you smelled inadvertently when passing by a commoner's house. Mrs. Du thought of the greasy stove in the countryside. She hadn't been back for more than 10 years. Uncle put the noodles in front of her. Mrs. Du smelled the aroma of chopped green onions and lard in the bowl. Since she became rich, she has never eaten such a low-end thing again. Do you know how valuable my master's old brine is? Are you just wasting it? Eat it. Uncle also gave her the chopsticks. Madame Du frowned, and in order to criticize it later, she took a bite without hesitation. However, after taking only one chopstick, her whole body froze. The imperial chefs looked at her one after another, and saw that Madame Du, who was arrogant a moment ago, was holding a bowl of noodles with red eyes. The imperial chefs were stunned. Madame Du's tears rolled in her eyes. The uncle took a deep breath and continued for her. It's missing. Chef Bao missed his missing son and his wife, who died of depression. So he made this old stew. What he wanted was not the prosperity of a gluttonous feast, but just an ordinary home that couldn't be more ordinary. Lady Du was born in a humble family. What she cared about most was her life experience. In order to get rid of the shadow of the past, she cut off everything related to the past. She only had ambitions in her heart. No worries. A person without worries cannot understand the loneliness of Master Bao. More. The uncle did not say anything more. Nor did he argue with a red face and thick neck. He bowed to the imperial chefs, leaned on his crutches, and limped out of the wing room. Although it was a disabled figure, in the eyes of the imperial chefs, he was tall and majestic, as straight as a pine tree. Wait, Zhang Yuchu called him. The uncle paused and turned around with difficulty. Zhang, the imperial chef, asked, "What dish did you make?" A smile appeared on the uncle's weather-beaten face. My wife once said it was snail noodles. The imperial chef's room was on the first floor, in a wing closest to the lobby. The crowd watching the excitement saw Madame Du rushing in unwillingly, and then saw the lame chef of Zhuixinlu being called in by the imperial chefs. After that, the chef went to the kitchen again and made a new dish. It seemed that the imperial chefs were wavering in their judgment and wanted him to show his skills again. In this case, he would usually lose. Everyone was waiting to see the show again. Not long after, the lame chef came out, without the joy of victory on his face. They said, "He lost." But the moment he came out, a woman's suppressed cry came from the room behind him. Everyone was stunned again. "What's going on?" Yin Ryu came down anxiously and said to Lizzie, who was accompanying her, "Go and see what the result is? Why is Madame Du still inside?" "Yes," Lizzie agreed hurriedly, just as she was about to go forward to find out. Madame Du pushed the door open and came out. Her eyes and nose were red, and there were tears in her eyes. Everyone looked at her in amazement. "I lost," she said. The hall suddenly became quiet, and Yin Ryu changed color. Madame Du bowed devoutly in the direction where the uncle left, which was a heartfelt affirmation and respect for a master. Yin Ryu was even more incredulous. "Madame Du, do you know what you are doing? It's not terrible that the imperial chef ruled that she lost, but it's terrible that she admitted defeat. In this way, even if she wanted to help her regain the situation, it would be impossible. Madame Du, you..." Yin Ryu was so angry that her breathing was disordered. Madame Du turned her head and glanced at her. This suddenly indifferent look made Yin Ryu feel unfamiliar. Madame Du said softly, "Thank you, Miss Yin, for your help. You and I have known each other for a long time. We are both teachers and friends. I am very grateful for this relationship." Yin Ryu first met Madame Du in a heavy rain. Madame Du's carriage was stuck in the mud and accidentally ran over a person. The person's identity was not simple. He was the son of the local state official. It was Yin Ryu who stepped forward to help Madame Du resolve the crisis. In order to repay her gratitude, Madame Du followed Yin Ryu into Beijing. But along the way, she taught Yin Ryu everything she knew and answered all her requests. She no longer owed Yin Ryu anything. "I want to resign from Miss Yin," she said. "Where are you going?" Yin Ryu asked. Madame Du said, "Let's go back to the village first." Village? Yin Ryu was shocked. Wasn't Madame Du from a wealthy family? Her food, clothing, and etiquette were more particular than those of a general's daughter. How could she be a village girl? Madame Du threw away her bag. Feeling relieved, she bowed to Yin Ryu and said, Miss Yin. Goodbye. Yen Ryu was dumbfounded. Madame Du was her trump card. She still had many things to do with her. But she just walked away. What should she do? Wait! Didn't you see your master? Madame Du sighed slowly. I'm ashamed. I'm not qualified to see him right now. After that, she stopped entangled with Yen Ryu, and left Tianxiang Tower indifferently under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. Yen Ryu had never expected that Madame Du would leave suddenly. Not only did she lose the competition, but she also lost Madame Du. If she had known this earlier, she would not have urged Madame Du to participate in any competition. But knowing this earlier was worth a fortune. And she was so angry that her heart ached. Not long after Madame Du left, the Yu family also got on Mr. Qin's carriage. Mr. Qin's heart was full of twists and turns. He was not so worried when he asked to marry his wife. Every time he thought he would lose, the Yu family always created surprises for him. Of course, he knew that the Yu family was not fighting so hard for him. But he was still excited because he could not do without the benefits. I've thought about it. Even if I can't beat Chef Bao tomorrow, I won't lower the price of stinky tofu. Just compete with confidence. The result doesn't matter. Mr. Qin, I don't care. However, the Yu family is no longer competing for business. Yuan smiled at Master Qin, who instantly understood her thoughts. He felt a fire burning in his chest. He hadn't felt this kind of passion for many years. He seemed to have returned to the days when he was wandering around, hitting walls everywhere but never giving up. He covered his chest and said with emotion, You really impress me. Uncle also impressed me. Yuan turned her head and looked at Uncle on the side and said, Uncle has been acting cool since he beat Madame Du. Yuan curved her lips and said, Uncle is so handsome today. The part where he beat Madame Du was really handsome with the aura of a male god. Uncle, when your leg is cured, you can be so handsome every day. Ahem. Uncle, who had been cool all night, broke down in a second, scratched his ears, and blushed foolishly. Master Qin sent the Yu family back to Lianhua village. In the middle of the game, Xiao Liuzi came to report that he had sent Madame Yu San and the two young masters back to the village. Today was later than yesterday. The lights were off at home. Yuan jumped off the carriage, said goodbye to Master Qin, and turned into the house. Jiang and Xiao Taidan had fallen asleep. Yuan moved very quietly. She took a bath, changed clothes, and came to the bed lightly. The quilt was already spread out, and it was bulging inside. It must be Xiao Taidan again. At the age of 6, he still climbed his sister's bed. Is he embarrassed? Yuan was angry and amused. She pulled open the quilt and lay in it, reaching out to touch it. 1 egg. 2 eggs. 3 eggs. 3 precious eggs. Chapter 153 Darling's Eye. Yuan lifted the quilt and took a look in the thin moonlight. It turned out to be 3 little babies sleeping soundly. What happened? Why were they lying in her quilt? Yuan's first reaction was, Yin Jiuchu is back? Soon. Yuan shook her head for her own words in her heart. The house next door was not really Yin Jiuchu's home. Why did she use the word back? It seemed as if she was waiting for him to come back. To be on the safe side, Yuan still put on her clothes and went to the next door. However, the lock of the back door was not moved at all, and the front door was also bolted from the inside. Yuan raised her eyebrows in confusion. Did that guy not come back? Or did he come back and leave? It couldn't be that the 3 little babies flew to her bed with their own wings. Of course, Yuan could not guess that the third child was just snatched from Madame Yin by her mother in broad daylight. Yuan went back to the house confused. Miss Bai said that Yin Jiuchao was a lunatic, and lunatics cannot be judged by common sense. Therefore, he would ask the guards to throw his son on her bed in the middle of the night, which others would not do. Yuan did not dwell on Yin Jiuchu's motives. After all, the 2 stupidest things in the world are to argue with a fool and to guess the motives of a lunatic. Yuan pulled back the quilt and got on the bed. The 3 little guys slept soundly, one lying sideways, one lying vertically, and one with his butt against the wall, with his short legs high on the wall. How can they be so cute even when they are sleeping? Yuan unconsciously showed a gentle smile. Although they had not been together for a long time, she could already accurately identify the 3 little guys. The one with his butt against the wall was Tabeo. He was the strongest, of course, compared to his 2 younger brothers. Generally speaking, the 3 of them were not very strong, especially after not seeing each other for a few days. I don't know if it was Yuan's illusion, but I always felt that the three of them had lost weight. The one lying sideways was Erbao, with 2 hoops on his head. The other one was Xiaobao. Xiaobao always had something in his hand. Now that there was nothing to grab, he simply grabbed Erbao's feet and almost stuffed it into his mouth. The bed was not big, but Yuan felt that she could fit 3 more of these cute little guys. Yuan arranged the 3 people, covered them with a quilt, slept on her side on the outermost side, and watched them without blinking. God is really blind. How could a woman as disgusting as Yan Ryu give birth to such an invincible and cute child? Yuan could not add her disgust for Yan Ryu to the children. This was really a strange thing. Yuan couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She rubbed the little heads of the children, closed her eyes, and fell asleep sweetly. Yuan had a good dream all night, but Yan Ryu couldn't sleep all night. The reason was that after losing the competition and losing Madame Du, she was told that something happened to her mother. She rushed back to the Yin mansion without stopping. Madame Yin had been carried back to her own courtyard by the guards and maids. She was lying on a soft bed. Several sons and daughters-in-law were guarding her. The daughters-in-law cried, and the maids brought out basins of blood. If you didn't know, you would think she was dead. Madame Yin certainly didn't die, but she was worse off than dead. She was beaten to a bloody mess, with a swollen nose and face, and a layer of skin on her buttocks. Her face hurt when she lay down. Her buttocks hurt when she lay down, and her whole body hurt when she lay on her side. This was not the most terrible thing. Madame Yin was injured, but at least she was carried back. But the 3 young masters in the carriage disappeared inexplicably. The maids and guards knelt on the ground. Yan Ryu was almost angry to death, and just said that she had some good luck. But when she turned around, she was slapped in the face. How do you do your job? 2 living people got into trouble under your noses. Do you still have the face to come back? The servants felt wrong. They didn't know what happened, but they just went to the inn to move the luggage, and the carriage was empty when they came out. The maids were in the carriage, but unfortunately they were all unconscious. God knows what happened. Mrs. Yan was furious and said, "Why are you all standing here? Go out and look for the young master. If you can't find the young master, you will all be beheaded." The Yin mansion was in chaos all night. Yuan slept till she was full. When she woke up, she looked at the 3 little kids beside her. The 3 of them had woken up and were kneeling on the bed, with their buttocks sticking up high, their bodies curled up into a small ball, and their little hands shyly covering their faces. Ouch! As soon as Yuan opened her eyes, she saw this adorable scene. Her little heart almost couldn't bear it and was about to melt on the spot. Was Yan Ryu also awakened by this cute little guy every morning? She was so jealous. When did you wake up? Why didn't you call me? Yuan was worried that the little guys would hurt themselves, so she quickly turned the 3 people's bodies over. The 3 of them looked at her with their eyes wide open. Yuan was so cute again that she couldn't help but kiss the 3 of them on the forehead one by one. The 3 of them were so embarrassed that they bumped around in place. Yuan's mood became better early in the morning. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips and put clothes on the 3 little guys. She was hesitating on how to explain to Jiang that Yan Jiuqiao threw the children here and didn't care about them. And then she saw Xiao Taidian running out of Jiang's room. "Little brothers, you are awake." "Wait, how did Xiao Taidian know that they slept here last night?" Xiao Taidian spread his hands and said, "Sister, you came back too late. I didn't wait for you, and forgot to tell you that the little brother is so pitiful. He got separated from his family and walked to our carriage yesterday." Jiang suddenly got off the car, and everyone in the car went to look for her. She came back earlier than anyone else. When Yusong pulled Xiao Taidian into the car, the 3 little guys had already sat in obediently. Yuan narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Shi, who came out sickly. "Mother," Jiang Shi said innocently, "they climbed up by themselves." She put them on the ground, and they really climbed up by themselves. It's just that they were kidnapped by her before they went up. But you didn't ask, right? So she misunderstood Yan Jiuqiao? Those little guys were not sent by him, but they got separated from the Yin family? Just when Yuan was puzzled, Xiao Liuzi, who was beside Master Qin, came to the door. Xiao Liuzi said, "Miss you. There are changes in the competition. There is something wrong with Chef Bao, so he can't come today." "What happened to Chef Bao?" Yuan asked. Xiao Liuzi sighed. "Hasn't he been looking for his son's whereabouts? It is said that he found a clue this morning and rushed over. If it were someone else, it would be considered as giving up the competition. But the opponent is Chef Bao, so there is still room for maneuver. Besides, Xiao Liuzi said, everyone wants to know who defeated Madame Du. Madame Du is such a proud woman. But she admitted defeat in tears after tasting her uncle's dishes. Once the news came out, the whole capital was in an uproar. Okay. Yuan nodded. Xiao Liuzi was stunned. Miss Yu is not angry. Yuan smiled and said, what's there to be angry about? Rather than directly announcing that he won the first place. I think what my uncle wants more is to have a real competition with Master Bao. Otherwise, he will never be able to do it in his life. Do you have the hope of defeating Master Bao? Xiao Liuzi sighed. Mr. Qin is right. Miss Yu is really not an ordinary woman. Yuan said again, you should also ask my uncle what he thinks. Xiao Liuzi asked when he came. And his words were almost the same as Yuan's. It is better to lose than to win without a competition. How long will Master Bao take? They are waiting. This family is really strong-willed. Xiao Liuzi bowed his hands in admiration, and went back to report to Mr. Qin. It's better not to have a big competition today. My uncle has worked hard for 2 days, and his legs are so painful that he can hardly stand. It's better to take this opportunity to take my uncle to the capital to treat his legs. It's just these little guys. Yuan looked at the 3 little ones sitting in Zhang's house in embarrassment. When she was hesitating about what to do with them, another carriage stopped at her door. Is it Mr. Qin? Is there anything else? Yuan thought that Xiao Liuzi had returned. But when she went out, it was Mr. Su, who had not been seen for many days. Yin Huijing was not wearing a hat, revealing his stunning face, thick eyebrows flying into his temples, a pair of deep and calm eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips pursed, and a smooth and delicate chin. How come all the men in ancient times were so good-looking? If it weren't for Yin Jiuchao's pearl and jade, this would undoubtedly be a face that would make all women fascinated. Unfortunately, she not only met Yin Jiuchao, but also brought 3 little milk bags who looked like Yin Jiuchao. So Yin Huijing's handsomeness was not enough to make her lose her composure in her eyes. But, is it her illusion? Why does he look a bit like Yin Jiuchao? Miss you. Yin Huijing greeted calmly. Is there anything on my face? Yuan calmly retracted her gaze. No. This is the first time I see Mr. Su's true face. And I'm wondering who he is. Mr. Su. She really didn't know him. The yen she blurted out that day was indeed the yen of Yin Jiuchao. Yin Huijing's eyes froze. Yuan looked at the carriage road behind him. Is Mr. Su here for a follow-up visit? The little fat ball in the car raised his head with a dark face and looked at Jun Chanan, who was holding it. Now you can take your dirty hands away. Yin Huijing said, yes. My father was unwell a few days ago, and I was taking care of him, which delayed the follow-up visit. Jun Chanan loosened his hand. The little fat ball jumped down and jumped into Yuan's arms. Huh? Why hasn't its hair grown out yet? Yuan asked while stroking the alopecia on the back of the little fat ball. The little fat ball was wronged. It grew, and then it was rubbed off. When saving Yuan, it stupidly hit the door and fell off. In the car, Jun Chanan laughed. What are you laughing at? I will bite you to death sooner or later. The little fat ball was carried to the main hall by Yuan with a dark face. Yin Huijing also followed in. Coincidentally, at this moment, 3 little kids came out of Zhang's room. When he saw them, he was stunned.